Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4WW Chapter 101 The Plan of Two Infinite Gems. Odin spoke angrily because his own eyes saw Loki's conversation with the mysterious man, but the guards didn't know why he was angry. I just heard Loki's name mentioned in Odin's mouth, so all the prison guards knelt down and apologized to Odin after hearing the words. It's not good for us to take care of the second prince. Please God King Odin to make atonement. Odin turned to look at the group of guards guarding Loki. Although Loki did not have their hypnotic ability to invade the earth, it is true that the guards failed to guard Loki. According to Odin's personality, at this time he must be furious and directly punish the guards, making life worse than death for the guards. But Odin has recently let that creepy guy from Earth in a red and blue tights have been messing around. And Odin thought, Loki is called the god of tricks by the world, and it is extremely simple to deceive these guards. Finally, Odin turned around, still looking at the people of Asgard. It doesn't matter, he said slowly. I don't blame you for what happened to Loki. He is a child with such a nature, so what should you do? Hearing this, the Asgard soldiers were all surrounded. Odin is letting them go. That's not his style. Maybe the God King was also affected by that lunatic last time. But the soldiers of Asgard, facing the father of God Odin, didn't dare to say anything, and left as soon as they could, lest Odin convict him. After the soldiers retreated, they saw through Odin's concern, so Frigga walked up to Odin's side and touched his arm, saying, Is Loki in trouble again? Seeing this, Odin slowly said to his wife. Loki got the mind gem and infinite gems from someone who didn't know, and then took the mind gem to the earth. By the time I saw Loki with my all-seeing eyes, he had already held one of the infinite gems, the cosmic magic, the space gem. The Queen of Heaven, Frigga, is no ordinary person, so she naturally knows what infinite gems are. Frigga was even more shocked after hearing what God King Odin said that Loki took 2 infinite gems. Because this is legendary stuff, even the father of God Odin himself couldn't collect all 6 infinite gems. Loki took infinite gems and an army to attack the earth. Then we have to send someone to bring him back, and we can't let him make the same mistakes again and again. The Queen of Heaven, Frigga, was so anxious and authentic. But the father of God Odin can reply, not urgent. The Queen of Asgard, Frigga, heard this and couldn't help wondering. Odin, you also know the ability of infinite gems. Even if Loki's magic is not strong enough, his fighting is not very good. But he's afraid that just by relying on those 2 infinite gems, he can create a stormy sea on the earth. Not to mention he has an army. Before Frigga became a queen, his understanding of infinite gems was no less than that of a worker. The stories of the infinite gems, and even the legends passed down from generation to generation by their fathers. It's okay for the earth to make waves a few times, and it's time for them to experience the feeling of doomsday. Hearing this, the father of God Odin turned his back to the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, looked at the distant scenery, and said, Who made the guy from Earth turn Asgard into a mess last time? I don't have a good opinion of Earth now. I even get angrier when I think back to that guy from Earth, who put the Earth's life on the line against my son Thor. Odin turned his back to Frigga and looked into the distance of Asgard. His gaze was looking in the direction of the earth, one of the 9 realms. Advertisement, but in his eyes, the figure of Superman secretly appeared. Definitely, it was the Superman wrapped in flames. The Queen of Heaven, Frigga, was a little moved, because it was her own child after all, but Odin was indifferent. Although Frigga and Loki have no blood relationship, he has already regarded Loki as his own son, so he said. Are you planning to indulge our son to add chaos to the earth and make him a public enemy in the eyes of the people on earth? I definitely won't leave Loki alone. I'll send troops to get Loki back, Odin said, just not now. Since there are guys like Superman on Earth, let him worry about Loki for now. If Loki can get through, the Psychic Scepter and Infinite Gems, take control of the red and blue guy. Then after Loki has got Superman under control, I'll send my army and go to the world to be followed by the Oriole. Hearing this, Frigga finally understood. This is the guy in the red and blue tights who Odin planned to ask Loki to clean up, by the way, who came to Asgard to make a fuss a few days ago. Indeed, Mind Gem can be used to control the minds of creatures and can impose ideas on each other. It can also emit energy to improve spiritual ability, and can enter the mind of all existing things, so as to obtain the ideas of other creatures. In this world, no one can escape from the mind gem, which Frigga knows. However, Frigga was still vaguely worried. He just had an inexplicable and ominous premonition. That guy, Superman. After Loki meets him, can he really have the ability to fight against him? As if seeing through Frigga's doubts, the father of God Odin said, Don't worry, Frigga, Loki is a god, and now he has 2 infinite gems, no one can hurt him. On the Earth side, Loki, who has taken away the Tesseract, is thinking about how to implement his great plan to invade the Earth. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who was controlled by the Mind Gem, began to ask them about some things. The affected agents still maintain normal thinking, but in their consciousness, they regard Loki as their supreme king. So the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to answer Loki, SHIELD's secret plan. Including the Avengers project and the plan to make infinite gems a secret weapon against aliens. Hearing this, Loki smiled disdainfully and said, Project Avengers? Nothing. Loki is definitely qualified to say that. Because he manipulated Odin's humanoid weapon general a few days ago, the 3 original members of the Avengers were beaten to death. What a playboy Iron Man, a muscular titan that turns green when angry, can't beat it. But Thor himself, not even the strongest of Asgard, can crush the destroyer. Therefore, Loki believes that the three major powers in the Avengers can only perform like this, and the others are not even skins. But if Earth and the destroyer are mentioned, there's no way to ignore the guy in red and blue. Only that guy, Superman, Loki puts him in the slightest. This damned guy smashed my destroyer and broke into my big Asgard. I must kill him. Although Loki is not recognized by the father of god Odin, he still regards himself as a member of Asgard. Asking for flowers. In the old days, Superman Liu Feng ascended to the heaven alone and made a big disturbance in Asgard, killing people like hemp and bleeding like rivers. Not only is it slapping Odin in the face, it's also embarrassing Loki himself. Advertisement. Therefore, Loki will ask the leader of the HYDRA army sent by Thanos to let the leader agree to him. The first step after Loki gets the Tesseract is to let the HYDRA Star army conquer the Earth in one fell swoop. On the one hand, it's Loki's desire to conquer, and on the other hand, it's Loki's outright revenge on Superman Liu Feng. At this time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent of hypnotic ability came to Loki and asked, "So what do we need to do, boss?" "Go to New York in the United States and find the tallest building in all of New York City. And release Tesseract's space transfer ability on the top of the building. The premise is to make Tesseract's teleportation gap large enough." After being heard by the S.H.I.E.L.D. technicians of hypnotic ability, they all nodded, and then replied, "Don't worry, boss Loki, we've been working on Tesseract for a long time at S.H.I.E.L.D. Give us a little more time, and we'll be able to make a device that expands the Tesseract portal. As for what you said, the tallest building in New York, currently, the Stark building is the tallest building in New York." Loki didn't know who the Stark building belonged to, but since his subordinates said so, Loki said, "Okay, after the Rubik's Cube is finished, everyone head to the top floor of the Stark building to open the portal over New York." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents of hypnotic ability agreed, and began to study the Rubik's Cube device. After Loki finished all this, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at New York outside the window. He couldn't help showing a wicked smile. "Soon the whole Earth will be mine. Superman, what's the use of being stronger? It's nothing but an ant in front of a mighty army. Earth, the United States, New York, everything is still calm in New York. Sergeant Liu Feng, an idler, is very refreshed and comfortable among the 6 beauties in the address book. In addition, the current Liu Feng has already super doubled, and the 6 beauties are just right for Liu Feng." While Liu Feng was living his life like this, one day a burly man from the United States came to the New York Police Department. Although this guy wasn't wearing a uniform, Liu Feng could still tell the guy's identity from his smaller figure. Captain America Rogers could only be dumbfounded when he saw Liu Feng. He received a message from SHIELD's Nick Fury, who told him to come to the NYPD to find Liu Feng. This Liu Feng is equivalent to the Sky of New York, whose power and credibility are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When Captain America heard the news, the image of a fat man with a big belly came to mind. "Unexpectedly, I found out when I came to the police station and saw Liu Feng. The other party is actually a super strong man who is much taller than him in stature and temperament. Standing with him, Captain America injected with super soldier serum looks like a stunted partner." But Captain America still calmed down, and after entering Liu Feng's office, he came to Liu Feng's side. After entering, Captain America Rogers said directly, "Mr. Liu Feng, I come from a special organization." "I know where you are from, Steve Rogers, or should I call you Captain America?" Liu Feng interrupted, saying. "Just cut to the chase, what did S.H.I.E.L.D. send you here for?" Chapter 102. Liu Feng. "Let me do it. It depends on whether you understand or not." Liu Feng's words directly confused Captain America. Apparently Nick Fury didn't tell him about Liu Feng's relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps it was because he was afraid that Liu Feng would send Superman to dissect his body after learning that he was not completely dead. Back to Captain America, although he didn't know how Liu Feng knew that he still had S.H.I.E.L.D. But since Liu Feng has said so to him, Captain America Rogers strayed to the point. "Mr. Liu Feng, S.H.I.E.L.D. has had a serious theft recently, so we would like to ask for your help. 7 inches. When Liu Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth turned up and he said authentically, "If something is stolen, go to the investigation team to file a case. What does it mean to go directly to the police chief? That's no ordinary thing." Captain America Rogers said a little louder, "Mr. Liu Feng, I don't know if you have heard of Tesseract." After mentioning Tesseract, Captain America Rogers then explained to Liu Feng about Tesseract and infinite gems. Liu Feng definitely knows that Tesseract is one of the 6 infinite gems in the Marvel Universe, and one of them still exists in his body. But Liu Feng still told Captain America, not interested. Captain America Rogers was confused. He thought Liu Feng would agree to help S.H.I.E.L.D. after he told about Tesseract. In fact, this is also because Captain America, an old man who has been asleep for nearly 75 or 60 years, does not know how to be flexible and cannot taste Liu Feng's subtext. So Liu Feng then reminded Captain America Steve Rogers. "It's still the same sentence, file a case and go to the front desk case team. My side is not a charity relief organization." Hearing the words charity and rescue, Captain America finally understood. But Rogers just came out of the ice with nothing, and it is not good to replace S.H.I.E.L.D. and agree to Liu Feng. So I had no choice but to call the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and ask them to send someone over to negotiate with Liu Feng. So not long after Phil Coulson came, he didn't recognize Liu Feng as Superman. Although he knew that Superman killed Nick because of Liu Feng, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to start talking to Liu Feng. Mr. Liu Feng, I'm sorry to bother you, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is really in a crisis right now, and we need Superman's help. Definitely, we will not let Mr. Liu Feng, you and Superman do nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D. will pay you $5 million for labor costs. Let Superman do things for you, kind of like thinking. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth turned up, but he still asked, tell me, you guys who claim to be the world's top organization, what do you want Superman for? We, S.H.I.E.L.D., want Superman to find Loki and help S.H.I.E.L.D. get back the infinite gems, said Phil Coulson. Hearing this, Liu Feng thought it was funny. Did Phil Coulson really treat himself as an errand runner? So Liu Feng played with his mobile phone and didn't respond. Seeing this, Phil Coulson knew that Liu Feng was not satisfied. So Phil Coulson continued to offer, for $30 million, and if Mr. Superman is willing, we S.H.I.E.L.D. can make him our top agent. We will let Superman have the highest authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. and become a legal superhero regardless of past suspicions. Hearing this, Liu Feng couldn't wait to give Phil Coulson a blank look. Isn't this just trying to win Superman into Avengers? The reason why I didn't join the alliance is because of Superman. One person can beat the entire Avengers. Advertisement. So Phil Coulson just put the authority of the 6 Avengers on Superman, definitely, and constraints. Liu Feng didn't intend to spend any more time with Phil Coulson, so he directly issued an ultimatum. $100 million, I will tell you the location of Tesseract instead, but Superman will not help you get it back. Liu Feng's bargaining sentence directly fooled Phil Coulson. This Huxia person is too good at bargaining, right? If the information is found to be wrong, I, Liu Feng, can compensate 10 times. Liu Feng added this sentence to ensure that the information is absolutely true. Phil Coulson was silent for a long time, until a sentence came from the earphone next to his ear. Promise him, Liu Feng, this person will not lie to us. This is the voice of Nick Fury, who is constantly guiding Phil Coulson through the microphone. Because he had faced Liu Feng before, he knew that Liu Feng was indeed an extremely difficult guy, and he had to be careful even in negotiations. What Phil Coulson and Nick Fury don't know is that Superman is Liu Feng, and Superman has the ability of super hearing. When Nick Fury's voice fell into Liu Feng's ears, Liu Feng thought that Nick Fury's body on Earth was indeed fake. It's just that Liu Feng almost forgot about this episode before. After all, he doesn't remember so many Marvel episodes. Liu Feng was not in a hurry to expose Nick Fury, so that when the day he had to expose him, Nick would have to spend money to eliminate the disaster. Thinking of this, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth rose imperceptibly, and he thought to himself, Nick Fury, you kid likes to play dead, so I'll let you play enough. Phil Coulson heard Nick Fury's voice, so he had no choice but to answer Liu Feng. Yes, $100 million, I agree. I hope that Mr. Liu Feng can give Loki's hiding place, detailed time and place, source of clues, security situation. Before Phil Coulson finished speaking, Liu Feng waved his hand directly and said, Loki will appear on the top floor of the Stark building. He's going to use Tesseract to open a wormhole and summon an army. Don't worry about the source, the time is uncertain, the security guards will see for themselves. After Liu Feng finished speaking, he clapped his hands, called out Dr. Banner, and sent Captain America and Phil Coulson out. After the two were sent out of the New York Police Department, Captain America looked at Phil Coulson blindly and asked, have we been scammed by the police? I don't know yet, Phil Coulson replied with uncertainty. But since he gave the information, we still have to practice it before making a conclusion. Captain America Rogers looked at the New York Police Department behind him and said, don't you wonder how he knows all this? Curious, but no way. Phil Coulson patted Captain America on the shoulder. He just knows all of this every time, don't you think he's angry? Seeing this, Captain America couldn't say anything. Because Phil Coulson acted as if he had been oppressed and bullied by Liu Feng for a long time, like a poor man who was powerless to resist. The two left the NYPD just like that, and Liu Feng put his feet on the table and said, anyway, the Battle of Avengers is on the top floor of the Stark building. If you can take care of New York by yourself, it won't be a big mess. If you can't figure it out yourself and insist on Superman playing, it's a shame. In this way, Liu Feng continued to live his comfortable life like a normal person for the past 2 days. Except for the $100 million that has already been credited, Liu Feng's life is as if those two people in S.H.I.E.L.D. have never found themselves. A few days passed like this, and after the 3rd day, Liu Feng received a call from the director of the General Administration. Advertisement Director Arthur said, Feng, have you heard the information? Something happened in New York, and now the president ordered the city to be closed. What should we do? It's okay, Arthur, don't worry, just wait and watch the news. New York won't be closed for long. Arthur, the director of the General Administration, was still a little confused when he heard the words, but since Liu Feng said so, Arthur stopped asking, but said, okay, Feng, I trust you. I will help you suppress the public opinion first. You can rest assured that I will do things. After that, Liu Feng hung up the phone with Chief Arthur, and then lay on his sofa, watching TV news and eating potato chips. As reported on TV, aliens armed with scepters descended and occupied the Stark building with renegade members of the Homeland Security Administration. With the police blocking the streets, billionaire Tony Stark and members of the Homeland Security Administration fight against the enemy, intending to stop the enemy's plan. Then, Tony Stark disliked his teammate for being too disheveled and left while cursing, bluntly saying that he didn't want this building anymore and he could do whatever he wanted. Seeing the departure of Iron Man, the members of the Homeland Security Administration are also in the circle. Although they are still on the job, they have gone one after another without returning. In this way, Loki came to the top floor and watched as the Tesseract's energy radiation was enhanced by the S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers of hypnotic ability. Victory is in sight, mortals. How long will this device be completed? It is done, my lord, and now is the time to complete your great plan. The technician said so, and then pressed the button of the device, and the whole wave oscillated and the device started to operate. Not long after, the energy was successfully enhanced, and the energy in the center of the Tesseract burst into the sky, forming huge amounts of wormholes. The wormhole covers the entire sky, and in the wormhole filled with blue light, countless alien creatures with strange shapes are ready to go. Looking at this scene, Loki not only opened his hands, as if embracing victory, he said, "Successful, the army will bring, and I, the Lord, conquer the earth. Father, Asgard, did you see it? It's my masterpiece, it's me, Loki Odinson's masterpiece." Loki's voice was carried over New York, to everyone's ears, and was covered by news reporters. The news spread the situation on the spot to the cable TV of every user, making everyone thrilled. It did not include Liu Feng. He was still eating potato chips with his legs crossed in a leisurely manner, watching with relish. In the eyes of Spider-Man's Ben Uncle, the greater the superhero's ability 4.0, the greater the responsibility. In the eyes of Liu Feng, who has Superman blood, the greater the ability, the greater the value. Sure enough, because of Liu Feng's value, his phone rang, and it was Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing the call, Liu Feng picked it up pretending he didn't know anything, and asked, "What's wrong? Is the information wrong?" "The information is correct. We have to disturb Mr. Liu Feng again. I wonder if Mr. Superman is free now. New York needs him." "He's very busy," Liu Feng said casually. "I don't have much time to manage such trivial matters in New York." "A trivial matter? Now the whole of New York is going to be invaded by aliens through wormholes? Brother, is this a trivial matter?" Phil Coulson also figured out Liu Feng's routine and asked directly. "Make an offer, Mr. Liu Feng, please." The corners of Liu Feng's mouth turned up, thinking that this guy was on the right track, so he said. S.H.I.E.L.D. donates 1/3 of its funds to the NYPD every year. Responsible, Superman is unlikely to be released. 1/3? Or every year? This is no longer an inequality, it is already an obvious robbery, brother. Phil Coulson broke down. Nick Fury watched the scene in New York, and finally closed his eyes, leaving Phil Coulson saying, "Make a deal. Chapter 103 Crush the Space Gem, aliens are a fart." "That's the deal. First transfer this year's money," Liu Feng said with a raised mouth. "Now is the time for the police to spend money." "Now? That's not a small amount, Mr. Liu Feng. It's very difficult for us to deal with," Phil Coulson hurriedly said on the phone. "Can you ask Mr. Superman to go on a business trip first, forgive us for a few days, just a few, and then we will be as many as you can." Liu Feng hung up the phone before he could finish speaking. Phil Coulson was extremely anxious, watching the live broadcast of Stark building on the monitor. In the sky, a large number of alien monsters emerged from the wormhole like a tidal wave with a surging aura. The entire sky of New York was occupied by alien creatures from outer space, as if garbage fell from the sky in an instant. All the people in New York panicked and ran around one after another, and the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. racked their brains even more. But the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. can't help it. After all, the high-end agents have been given Loki hypnotic ability. The remaining agents plus Captain America, facing Loki's Psychic Scepter and Rebel Agent, are completely suppressed. Phil Coulson was also flustered, and quickly asked Nick Fury to transfer the money to the ancestor, otherwise he really wouldn't make a move. Nick had no choice but to order that SHIELD's financial office transferred to Liu Feng's New York Police Department 1/3 of SHIELD's funds for this year. After the money was transferred, Phil Coulson said urgently, "Mr. Liu Feng, we have completed your request, please Mr. Superman as soon as possible." "He's already here." After Liu Feng answered, the moment he hung up the phone, he disappeared suddenly. In the news reports, a muscular man in a red and blue tights floated in the air, blocking all alien creatures 23. This is the Superman Liu Feng after absorbing the reality gem. His strength, speed and defense all increased linearly. Among them, Liu Feng's moving speed is even more outrageously fast, doing everything in seconds. I'm afraid it's the race between the Flash and Liu Feng in the DC Comics that just debuted. I'm afraid you can only see the corner of Liu Feng's cape. And the scene where Superman Liu Feng in a red and blue tights stood in front of thousands of alien creatures was also noticed by Loki. "It's this guy again, he's messing with me again." Loki looked at the tall and straight figure of Superman Liu Feng, and Loki recalled Superman Liu Feng tearing the destroyer with his hands. The scene of stepping on the gods of Asgard, the anger rushed into Loki's heart instantly, and he wanted to tear this guy apart. That guy, could it be Superman? The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent of hypnotic ability subconsciously recognized Superman Liu Feng. Even in the state of hypnotic ability, he was amazed. When Loki heard this, he asked, "What? Is this guy famous?" "It's true, but that's not the point. The point is that Superman doesn't exist in real life. Superman, as the world's first superhero, has never been seen by anyone, and only exists in the comics. But now he's here, damn it, I didn't expect to see Superman in this place today. The shield agent of hypnotic ability exclaimed. It's over, it's over. Superman is as omnipotent as a god. We are all going to die. Stupid. Make others proud and destroy your own prestige. What kind of god is that? The real god is standing in front of you, Loki scolded. Then Loki turned to look at Superman Liu Feng again. No matter how strong this guy is, I now have an entire alien team ready to go. What is he alone? Advertisement. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how strong he is, he can't stop the invasion of so many alien creatures. No matter how strong he is, he can't do everything. So New York must be over, and Earth will follow, as long as I have a tesseract. The swearing Loki hadn't finished pretending when he saw Superman Liu Feng in just 3 seconds. Like marbles, at an extremely fast speed, it shattered all the alien monsters that had just stepped into New York from the portal. The alien monsters on the other side of the portal were all surrounded, and they blocked the portal one after another. They refused to step through the portal. Are you kidding me? This guy just rushed forward with shouts and cheers, and within 5 seconds, he was completely get up by the other party. Not to mention that people on Earth will be dumbfounded when they see this scene. The aliens will be dumbfounded if they see it. Who can resist it? Liu Feng knocked out the alien creatures 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, making the aliens block the portal and dare not come, which is enough to make Loki dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Superman Liu Feng's whole body flickered, driving at an extremely fast speed, and the figure flickered again, and he came to the side of Tesseract. FK. Superman, I. The researchers of S.H.I.E.L.D. saw this scene and hesitated, not knowing what to say. Since Superman was his idol growing up, and now he is being forced by the hypnotic ability to be under the villain Loki, the situation becomes awkward. But Superman Liu Feng didn't embarrass him for long. Liu Feng directly grabbed the researcher by the collar. Superman Liu Feng carried him, and then threw him into the room inside the building, causing him to fall and eat shit along the way. Tesseract is the only way for Loki to rule the Earth. Looking at this scene, Loki gritted his teeth, but he still insisted. There is a protective layer around the Tesseract, no matter how powerful Superman is. After speaking, Loki couldn't close his mouth, because Superman Liu Feng just took a breath. Immediately afterwards, the energy shield around the Tesseract was blown, along with the entire device next to the Tesseract. After the device and the energy protection cover were completely destroyed, only the Tesseract was left standing alone on the stage. But Superman Liu Feng didn't choose to let it go, but directly stretched out 2 fingers, grabbing the front and back sides with his fingers. Immediately after a little force, the Tesseract is like sugar-coated chocolate, and the whole thing is directly crushed into slag. Tesseract, the space gem among the 6 infinite gems, is broken now? Just crushed by Superman? Loki's worldview finally collapsed, but Loki also saw the current situation clearly. He couldn't stay any longer. Loki was about to leave the building, but unexpectedly, Superman Liu Feng had already arrived behind him. Although Superman Liu Feng has a gentle oriental face, his tall figure and strong figure standing in front of Loki also made the latter feel full of oppression. Under the horrific sense of oppression, Loki went crazy, cursing in a tone of death. Enough. What are you? I'm a god. You idiot. You and all the people on Earth are only worthy of mentioning. Before Loki could finish speaking, Superman Liu Feng slammed his head, hitting Loki's forehead, and then, Liu Feng flew backwards. The head was inserted 50 centimeters directly into the reinforced concrete wall. The body was still exposed, but the head was firmly inserted. Such a weak god, I feel ashamed for your father. Advertisement. Superman Liu Feng is so similar to the Hulk in Avengers, taunting Loki tirelessly. Then Superman Liu Feng flew again at a speed like a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the portal in the sky. Seeing Superman Liu Feng coming to the gate of the portal, the alien creatures outside the gate immediately retreated several kilometers, as if seeing a ghost. Superman Liu Feng just floated in midair, looked at the alien creatures outside the portal, and said unhurriedly, "Go back and close the door, or you will kill your family, understand?" Hearing this, the alien creatures outside the gate immediately turned around at the fastest speed and quickly retreated in the opposite direction of the portal. A group of extraterrestrial creatures fled, completely ignoring what fell into the space, and sped away without looking back. But Liu Feng also didn't intend to directly kill Loki, not because hanging him is more fun, but because of his father Odin. Thinking of this, Superman Liu Feng also felt that Odin is observing everything on Earth with omniscient eyes. So Superman Liu Feng raised his head and looked at the distant sky, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an extremely arrogant smile. Seeing this, Odin in Asgard hastily pulled the god's telekinesis out of his omniscient eyes, and couldn't help saying, "Your arrogance is exposed." But the father of God Odin also understands that Superman Liu Feng's look is not blind, it's because he feels his own divine power. How could this Superman grow so ridiculously fast? Obviously, Superman hadn't noticed that Odin was observing the Earth before. How about the father of God Odin? Miss me? Odin was so amazed just now. The next moment, he turned around and found that Superman Liu Feng and Loki with his hands blocked had come in front of him. What? So fast? Even Odin was shocked at this moment. Although Odin's combat power is very strong, so strong that he can conquer the 9 realms and become the king of gods, but his speed is not as outrageous as Superman. Odin himself can also teleport, but the teleport distance can only be carried out on half the planet at most. But what happened to Superman? He came to Asgard from the Earth at a speed almost equivalent to teleportation. And the space gem has been destroyed by him, which means he came to Asgard by himself. While Odin was shocked, the powerful perception also swept over Superman Liu Feng's body, feeling his power from the inside out. And from then on, I got the most critical information. There is a very strong power in Superman Liu Feng. It is detached from the race, and has a source of constant power in the entire universe, that is, the breath of one of the 6 infinite gems. But in this situation, the matter of infinite gems is no longer important, because Superman Liu Feng still has his son Loki in his hand. What they mean is that Xingxi is here to question the crime. Seeing this, Odin could only express helplessness, saying, "My son committed a heinous crime by invading the Earth, and I am deeply sorry for that. But please rest assured, Mr. Superman, I will deal with him with the highest penalty in Asgard, and I will apologize to the Asgardians on Earth." Hearing this, Superman Liu Feng waved his hand and said, "You don't seem to understand the situation well, the father of God Odin. I arrested the person, and Loki violated New York, so you don't need to go to Ancient One, just apologize to me and Liu Feng from New York." "Don't worry." Superman Liu Feng squeezed out a smile that wasn't good enough to be called, and said, "We're easy to be satisfied." Chapter 104. Looting the Odin treasure. Looking at Liu Feng's kind eyes, Odin didn't know why, and suddenly his heart tightened. He hadn't had such a bad premonition for tens of thousands of years. "So, what compensation do you want?" Odin asked tentatively. "You should say, what compensation can you give me?" Liu Feng's eyes were a bit unfriendly. "Are you kidding me? He is just a person from Earth, not from Asgard. How do you know what good things you have in heaven? If I remember correctly, gold should be the precious metal of Midgard, so." "Wait a minute, don't you want to coax me with this kind of rubbish?" Liu Feng's expression was not good. "Gold is indeed very valuable, yes, but you are dignified in the heavens, how dare you use gold to fool people?" "Definitely not." Odin sighed faintly in his heart, feeling a little heartache. He knew that there was no way to change his son back without going out once. "Since compensation is required, you must definitely be sincere." Odin forced his composure and said, "You can choose whatever treasure you can take away from my treasury." Odin is very cunning. He was talking about treasures that could be taken away. If Liu Feng was too greedy and took too many things that he couldn't take away, there was nothing he could do. But Liu Feng was happy instead of angry. "Then you say this and I'm excited. Don't forget, Liu Feng absorbed TIE particles, also known as reality gem. The reality gem not only strengthened Liu Feng's body, but also made him possess the ability of alter reality physics rule. 6 infinite gems, each with a different ability. And reality gem can easily alter all physical rules in reality. The most basic application is that Liu Feng can easily change the gravity of an object or a certain area. In other words, he can easily let Odin's treasure house fly out of thin air and leave with him. Definitely, he wouldn't do such a wicked thing. Advertisement. "Take me to the treasure house to have a look, I promise you will only get 100 million points back." After handing Loki to Odin, Odin took Liu Feng to the legendary Odin treasure house. It is said that there are the most precious treasures in the 9 realms, and all the rare and exotic treasures are in the treasure house of Odin. For Liu Feng, there is nothing in Odin's treasury that he can use. He can't use it, but he can bring it back for his family and friends to use. Among other things, this trip to Asgard was not easy. If I didn't bring some souvenirs back to the 6 beauties in the address book, I'm afraid it would cut off my happiness for several days. This is the divine fruit that can make people stay young forever and prolong the lifespan of ordinary people for thousands of years. Not bad, let's do a dozen first. This is armor forged by the dwarf king of Nidavi, with more than 1,000 kinds of magic attached to it. Very good, I want it. Before Odin finished introducing, Liu Feng picked up the armor again. Seeing that there were more and more things encountered, Liu Feng simply let these treasures float by his side. If you don't see a treasure, it will automatically fly to Liu Feng's side, flying around him like a satellite. As Liu Feng took away more and more things, the corners of Min's mouth twitched more and more. These are the treasures he has accumulated for thousands of years, and Liu Feng took them all away, and he really felt a little heartbroken. There is no way, for the sake of my son, I can only swallow my anger. However, after seeing Liu Feng take away so many things, he still didn't intend to stop. Odin couldn't hold back anymore. However, before Odin could speak, Liu Feng said again, "You don't feel a little distressed, do you? Wood in wood. Because Loki is not your own son, are you reluctant to take such a small thing?" "How come?" Odin forced a smile. He gritted his teeth. "Let's move on." After completing a complete tour of Odin's treasury, Liu Feng left contentedly. And Odin looked at the naked treasure house of Odin in front of his eyes. Although nothing of real importance is kept here, this Odin treasury also contains the treasures he has accumulated for tens of millions of years. Usually, whether it is rewards or compensation, those people can only take 3 treasures from Odin Curry at most. Advertisement. But Liu Feng only came once, and searched Odin's treasure house completely. Before leaving, Liu Feng patted Odin on the shoulder very satisfied. "Very good, I like Asgard very much, I will come to play again next time I have a chance." "Walk slowly," Odin said with a stiff face. He doesn't know where he is now, he completely dug a hole for himself, and then jumped into it by himself. Liu Feng obviously has infinite gems in his hands, and now it seems that Liu Feng has properly used the power of gems to easily take away so many treasures. If I had known it earlier, I would have told Liu Feng that at most 3 treasures could be taken away. But in any case, it was worth all the sacrifices to be able to save his own son. It's just that this time, presumably Loki's life in Asgard's prison will not be so good. Because of Liu Feng's attack, the Chidori army did not cause too much damage on the Earth, and the military naturally did not launch nuclear bombs. Only one extremely unlucky guy was injured by Chidori's body falling from the sky. As a result, rescue operations on Earth began quickly and easily. And in it, the one who reacted the fastest was not the New York conquest, but the king of the underground, Jin Bing. As a mafia leader, he knew very well that he could only make money if New York City was peaceful. Therefore, the first second the disaster happened, he organized his staff to rescue the injured. But don't think that this guy is a good person, all of this is just setting up people to get Zhao. Don't forget that Jin Bing still has the identity of a philanthropist on the surface. But to do good deeds, the most important thing is to think about deeds regardless of heart. At least Liu Feng still silently gave money and added a few points in his heart. At the very least, he is much stronger than those congressmen who are screaming in Congress to launch a nuclear bomb to New York. After returning to Earth, Liu Feng immediately went to meet his girlfriends with presents, specially sending them souvenirs from Asgard. Definitely, there is something for everyone. After all, Liu Feng, am an affectionate man, but my heart was broken into many pieces, and each piece fell in love with a different woman. As Liu Feng expected, when he gave gifts to his girlfriends, everyone was very touched. Then Liu Feng couldn't leave much. This also caused him to send gifts very slowly, and it took a full 3 days to send gifts to everyone. Chapter 105. Explosive Johnny. All the people around him have more or less received the gifts he sent out. It is precisely because of his generosity that he gave away all the things brought back from Odin's treasury within a few days, leaving nothing behind. Gwen was very moved after receiving the gift, and invited Liu Feng to a date. What? A car show? Liu Feng hesitated. It's okay, if you're not interested, forget it. Gwen looked a little nervous. She thought that men should be more or less interested in these things, but she spent a lot of effort in order to get the performance ticket of this famous speed player. And as a high school student, she doesn't have much pocket money, and these 2 tickets have almost emptied her small coffers. No, how could I not be interested? Liu Feng quickly explained. I just didn't expect that you, a girl, would like this kind of performance. It's okay, as long as you like it. Gwen's face was full of joy. Then let's put it this way, see you tomorrow. Liu Feng said goodbye to Gwen with a smile. He wasn't very interested in the 510 for the so-called flying car show. You know, he is Superman, he has never seen such a scene, how can a mere motorcycle show attract his attention? But, since the beauty has an appointment, then Liu Feng must attend the appointment. The ulterior motive is not in drinking, Liu Feng can only express that he understands everything. Since it's a date, it's natural not to dress too formally. Therefore, the next day, when Gwen saw Liu Feng, she almost didn't recognize her. Why, judging by your expression, it seems that Ping doesn't like my outfit a little bit. Liu Feng stretched out his arms, making Gwen take a closer look at his clothes. He is wearing very homely clothes today, and with his tall figure and the charm of sunshine all over his body, Gwen, a little girl who has never seen the world, can't take her eyes away. How come? I like what you are wearing today. Gwen suddenly realized the ambiguity in her words, and hurriedly waved her hands to explain. It's not that I like it, it's your clothes, and it's not that I don't like you. Okay, you don't need to explain, I understand. Liu Feng smiled gently. You will get darker and darker later. Advertisement. Hearing Liu Feng's comfort, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief, but also couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Did he mean nothing to me when he said that? In such a situation of worrying about gains and losses, the 2 bought popcorn together and walked into the performance scene. Famous for his motorcycle acrobatics throughout the United States, Johnny Blazer wants to challenge his limits this time. He will fly on his beloved motorcycle. The host made a long sound. A total of 6 helicopters. There was a burst of cheers from the audience. In the middle of the stadium, there are 6 helicopters whose wings are spinning rapidly. And Johnny the Flame will drive a motorcycle and leap from one end to the other. Interesting. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, he always felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. Helicopters, motorcycle stuntmen, fire. Look, the show is about to start. Gwen said excitedly, tugging at Liu Feng's sleeve. Although Gwen is a relatively quiet girl, in fact, he still has an unknown rebellious side in his heart. The fiery atmosphere at the end completely released the hidden trask in her heart. Gwen at the moment was a little overexcited. Not only that, but the atmosphere of the whole stadium seemed to be a little bit wrong. The audience who were watching the performance waved the flags in their hands excitedly one by one. An inexplicable emotion accumulated in the sky above the gymnasium, gradually becoming more and more intense. Accompanied by a blast of music, Johnny B***** turned the handle of the motorcycle, and CDBF began to accelerate. When the music reached its peak, Johnny also jumped up from the platform and flew to the platform on the other side. Seeing this, Liu Feng already understood what was going on. The scene in front of me is the prelude to the birth of Ghost Rider. No wonder he always felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere at the scene. Now that he thought about it, it was probably that old ghost named Mo Faith hiding behind the scenes. At the moment, the firework and flamethrowers prepared in advance on both sides of the stadium were launched together, adding fuel to the hot atmosphere of the scene. Advertisement. Amidst the low voices of the audience, Johnny the fireman landed successfully. In an instant, the atmosphere of the audience was pushed to another climax again. I see, is this the condition to awaken Ghost Rider? A wide range of intense emotions. Liu Feng immediately understood. Although I know that Ghost Rider will be born soon, I have no interest in intervening. Anyway, as long as they don't cause trouble within the scope of New York, as for those contract devils, Liu Feng doesn't want to deal with them at all. A group of dirty guys who only dare to hide in the gutter, Liu Feng is not even interested in looking at them. Anyway, if he doesn't intervene, according to the development of the plot, the conspiracy of that old Mo Faith will also be thwarted. Leave those worries to Ghost Rider, he's still pretty busy as New York lights. After watching the performance, Gwen's emotions gradually calmed down. Thank you for coming to watch the show with me today, I feel very happy. Gwen's cheeks were flushed, and it looked like a ripe apple, which made one couldn't help but want to take a bite immediately. No, it should be me thanking you for inviting me. Liu Feng smiled slightly, and reached out to touch Gwen's little head. I am very happy today too. Then, shall I go upstairs first? Go, goodbye. Liu Feng enthusiastically waved his palm to Gwen. See you next time. See you next time. Gwen turned and left with some reluctance, but just as she was about to walk into the apartment upstairs, she suddenly remembered something and trotted all the way to Liu Feng. Taking advantage of Liu Feng's inattention, Gwen kissed him on the cheek. See you next time. After saying that, Gwen blushed and ran away as if fleeing. Although he has already experienced the madness of that night, even now, whenever Gwen sees Liu Feng, he will still feel extremely shy and extremely nervous. Liu Feng caressed his cheek and couldn't help showing a smile. As Superman, how could he not react? Even at such a short distance, he can catch the bullets of the sniper rifle, let alone a sudden attack by a little girl. But in the situation just now, if Liu Feng really avoided it, it would be hopeless. As this youth. Great. Chapter 106 Ghost Rider appears. A sweet smile was drawn at the corner of Liu Feng's mouth. Having been with a mature woman like Wanda for a long time, it's nice to have a change of taste once in a while. Although they are both high school students, Michaela and Gwen are two completely different extremes. One is young and cute, the other is hot and unrestrained, each has its own merits. Just when Liu Feng was about to go home, he suddenly received a call from the New York Police Department. Just when Liu Feng and Gwen were making love to each other, the New York Police Department caught a guy who dared to make trouble in the street. You know, after Liu Feng's rectification, there have been almost no crimes in New York City. The detention center of the police station has been empty for a long time, and this is the first time in so many days that the detention center has been full. But not long after those people were locked in, turmoil broke out in the detention center. It's hard to explain the details, Brother Feng, you'd better come and see for yourself. At the same time, Ghost Rider was also very depressed. After being imprisoned for so many years, he was finally released, and when he was about to kill him, he was surprised to find that there were surprisingly few crimes in this city. Generally speaking, the corners of big cities at night are places where dirt is hidden. As long as you drill into the dark place, you are sure to catch a bunch of criminals who are breaking the law on the spot. But when Ghost Rider managed to possess Johnny, he was surprised to find that there was not even the slightest sin in those corners where the filth was hidden. Following the instructions of the soul, he wandered around for 3 full hours, Japanese and me attacking the first batch of criminals who committed crimes. But these people are just petty theft, and all the stolen money adds up to less than $100. This little crime is not enough for Ghost Rider to burn their souls with the fire of sin. The very hungry Ghost Rider was extremely angry, so he beat up these thieves severely. Since it was the first time it appeared, Ghost Rider's existence was very unstable, so after beating up those thieves, he disappeared. There was only a mess left, and the patrolling police just happened to find them and took them back to the detention center. But not long after these people were imprisoned, Ghost Rider appeared again. After beating those thieves again, he burned down the prison cell where he was held with the evil spirit fire, walked out unhurriedly, and continued to search for prey. When Liu Feng came to the police station, he saw this messy scene. Brother Feng, that fire-breathing monster. You don't need to worry about this matter, report for repairs, handle what should be dealt with, and leave the rest to me. Advertisement. If Ghost Rider went to deal with that witch heart demon honestly, Liu Feng would naturally ignore him. But now that Ghost Rider actually provoked him, don't blame him for being rude. After changing his clothes, Liu Feng soared into the sky, floating in the sky in the center of New York City, and began to listen to the sounds of all things with his heart. After a while, Liu Feng opened his eyes flashing. Got you. In the next second, Superman appeared in front of Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider, who perceived someone appeared next to him, put down the punk in his hands, and turned to Liu Feng with a hollow gaze with a skull. I smell evil. What a wonderful soul. You kill countless people. Ghost Rider pointed at Liu Feng with his bony fingers. I pronounce you guilty. After all, Ghost Rider stepped on his motorcycle, accelerated, and ran directly towards Liu Feng. Although Ghost Rider looks crazy, he is not stupid. On the contrary, his intuition in combat is frighteningly high. As soon as Liu Feng appeared, he knew that he was no match for Liu Feng. But the seductive soul attraction emanating from Liu Feng made it hard for him to resist. Out of desire for evil souls, he still launched an attack on Liu Feng. Convict me. Liu Feng sneered, there is no one in this world who can convict me. It's you, who has violated the New York Police Administration Act, come with me. Ghost Rider didn't speak, but accelerated towards Liu Feng's direction. Facing Ghost Rider's motorcycle attack, Liu Feng did not dodge or evade, and directly resisted with his body. The motorcycle that looked very scary and was covered in flames rammed into Liu Feng's body. Liu Feng, who was floating in the air, didn't move a bit. Instead, the front of the motorcycle was directly smashed. Asking for flowers. Ghost Rider on the motorcycle was naturally also thrown out. The flame on Ghost Rider's head lying on the ground flickered a few times, as if he lacked energy. Advertisement. Under Liu Feng's gaze, he finally stood up slowly. Judgment. Sinners. Ghost Rider kept repeating these two words constantly in his mouth, and walked towards Liu Feng staggeringly. Suddenly, Ghost Rider accelerated, grabbed Liu Feng's chest, and aimed his empty eye sockets at Liu Feng's eyes. Judgment. Ghost Rider pushed his eye of judgment with all his might. But any sinful person, as long as he is targeted by the eye of judgment, his soul will be burnt out immediately and become the nourishment of Ghost Rider. No one can resist the burn. The greater the crime, the greater the power of the eye of judgment. Even Faith did not dare to face the eye of judgment. However, the activation conditions for eye of judgment are relatively strict, and you must look directly into the opponent's eyes at close range. Therefore, this trick is okay to deal with ordinary people, but it is not so good to deal with slightly more powerful people. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng's body was ignited by raging hellfire. However, surrounded by the flames of hell, Liu Feng didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows. Ghost Rider initially thought he had succeeded, but as time passed, he gradually felt something was wrong. This, why doesn't seem to be used? Is this what you call a trial? That's all. Liu Feng sneered, his body shook, and the fire of hell was extinguished instantly as if he had encountered a natural enemy. No, how is this possible? How is possible? Ghost Rider is clearly a big hit. He had never met anyone who could escape the eye of judgment. Before Liu Feng could make a move, Ghost Rider lost all fighting spirit, and directly retracted into Johnny's body, refusing to come out again. Liu Feng was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy too fragile? Is that how he has the guts to come out and fight for justice? That's all. Glancing at Johnny, who was still unconscious, Liu Feng sighed helplessly. It's really troublesome. Chapter 107. Mo Faith's Plan. I know you can hear me. Liu Feng said viciously. Don't let me find out that you are making trouble again, or I will definitely make you regret coming to the world. After all, Liu Feng ignored Ghost Rider and threw Johnny directly into the police station, locking him up for a few days. As for the Witch Heart Demon, let's take a step at a time. If the Witch Heart Demon doesn't cause trouble in New York, Liu Feng will release Ghost Rider in a few days, and let the two of them fall in love and kill each other. But if the Witch Heart Demon dares to run wild in New York. Early the next morning, when Liu Feng arrived at the New York police station, he found that the police station was surrounded by a group of reporters. What's the situation? When did these reporters dare to come to the police station to act wild? Liu Feng frowned and asked. It's not because of that explosive Johnny. Chen Long sighed. These reporters came here just because they smelled it. Liu Feng immediately understood. 460. Fire Johnny is not a small star. What's more, he just completed the unprecedented feat of challenging 6 helicopters yesterday, and now is the time when he is in the limelight. As a result, just after the performance yesterday, he entered the police station that night. How could such news not excite those reporters? You know, the tradition of Western journalists is to make big news. Therefore, early in the morning, these reporters gathered around the gate of the police station in a hurry, wanting to obtain first-hand information. Officer Liu, may I ask you? Officer Liu, please be sure to accept our interview. Officer Liu, we are reporters from Planet Daily. For these shark-like reporters who smell like blood, Liu Feng only has 4 words. No comment. When Liu Feng finally got rid of the entanglement of the reporters and entered the police station, he bumped into a woman with a glamorous appearance. Hello, Officer Liu, let me introduce myself. I'm Luo Shan, a reporter. I want to ask your opinion on the arrest of Johnny Hot. As a reporter, Roseanne is very good at using her unique physical advantages. Every time, she can get those men who are attracted by beauty to hand over the information she wants, but she herself can always get away without leaving a trace afterwards. Advertisement. Roseanne thought that this time would be the same as before, she would soon be able to get the exclusive news she wanted, and then become the ace reporter in New York City in one fell swoop. It's a pity that although Liu Feng likes beautiful women, he is not a jerk with a brain. What's more, there are already so many beauties around him, so how could he be moved by mere beauties? Chen Long, what's going on? Why did you let a reporter sneak in? Liu Feng shouted. Soon, Luo Shan was kicked out by Chen Long without any comment. Luo Shan, who was standing at the gate of the police station, couldn't believe the treatment she had received. Who is this man? Luo Shan stomped her feet angrily. It's not at all the same as the rumors. This guy is not a gentleman at all. On the other side, when Luo Shan's partner saw Luo Shan being kicked out, he rushed up excitedly. How is it? Have you got the news you want? Take you big-headed ghost. Didn't you see that I was kicked out? Luo Shan stepped on her partner's shoes fiercely angrily. Go. Let's think of another way. Although Liu Feng is too lazy to deal with these reporters, for Johnny, a public figure, he still needs to go through the proper attitude and process. Soon, the New York Police Department issued an official notice, announcing that Johnny was detained for 3 days for fighting, picking quarrels and provoking trouble, and sentenced him to 48 hours of community service as punishment. Johnny, who was in the police station, was in a coma for a full half a day, and he didn't wake up until the evening. He only felt that the bones all over his body were about to be broken, and every cell in his body was moaning to him. What? Johnny let out a scream, and it took him a long time to recover. Last night, countless memory fragments flashed in Johnny's mind, and he finally understood what happened. I actually turned into that kind of burning skeleton monster. Johnny panted heavily, looking at his hands in horror. After a while, his head hurt again, and countless memories flooded into his mind, and he finally knew what was going on with that monster. This power is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, Ghost Rider is basically out of his control, and Ghost Rider cannot appear during the day. Advertisement. But when fighting, Ghost Rider uses his own body, consuming Johnny's physical strength. Similarly, the damage Ghost Rider takes will be fully fed back to Johnny. It's just that Ghost Rider is an indestructible skeleton, he won't get hurt at all. Therefore, those blows were fed back to Johnny, causing endless pain. What's this all about? Johnny smiled bitterly and scratched the messy hair on his head. Just when he was depressed, the shadow of an old man in a suit appeared in front of him. It's you. Johnny's eyes widened instantly, and he immediately recognized that this was the devil who coaxed himself into signing the contract and killed his father. My knight, go and get me the contract of Saint Van Gonza, otherwise the witch heart demon will seize the contract, absorb the power of the contract, and then unify the world. I will never allow this to happen. What gave you the illusion that I would fight for you? Johnny pulled a mocking smile on his face. Although due to the power of the contract, he can't do anything to Faith, but he can also refuse to fight for Faith. Roseanne. That girl. Mo Faith smiled coldly. That girl is your lover, right? Wait, what do you want to do? Johnny got up. In fact, just after the performance last night, he had already met Roseanne 4.0. The two have even agreed to go on a date. But the sudden transformation interrupted this supposedly sweet reunion. Not only did he break the appointment, but he was also locked up in the police station. Johnny couldn't even imagine what Roseanne would think of him, D who not only broke appointments but also fought. You were really nervous about that woman. Faith Moto laughed viciously. If you work for me, then I will take that woman's life. You can't do this. Johnny's expression gradually calmed down. Without a contract established, you can't randomly take the lives of mortals. Ghost Rider already told me. Oh, did your relationship develop so quickly? Mo Faith raised his eyebrows with great interest. Chapter 108 Kick Back to Hell. But you also know that I am a devil, and it is very easy for mortals to sign a contract with me. How dare you? Johnny rushed forward, trying to grab Mo Faith's collar, but he missed it. I'll be waiting for good news from you. Moto Faith's voice drifted farther and farther until it disappeared. Come back to me, come back. Johnny growled. Hey, what the hell are you screaming for? The guard guarding outside finally heard the movement inside the house, came over and began to strike hard on the fence of the cell with his baton. He forcibly glanced at the guard, forced himself to calm down, and sat down honestly. At this point, he can only turn to the Ghost Rider inside him. At the same time, Liu Feng's Superman hearing allows him to hear some unusual sounds. Just as he was about to leave from the main entrance, he saw a group of reporters gathered at the entrance. In order not to be entangled by reporters, Liu Feng could only sneak out through the back door. 23 No way. He can't let people arrest all these reporters, no matter how overbearing he is, he can't do such a thing. An abandoned factory in New York City. The witch heart demon was looking at the sun above his head with disgust. I was delayed for a while by the guards of hell, otherwise I wouldn't have come to the world at noon. Wu Shinmo patted the dust on his sleeves, but when he turned around, he saw a guard guarding the factory shouting that he was walking towards him. Ha! Is my first subordinate delivered to the door right now? The witch heart demon raised his arms happily. Welcome, my beloved earth demon. However, before he could infect the guard with magic and turn it into a sacrifice to summon his subordinates, Dao Yuan's body fell from the sky. Oh my god, it's Superman, it's Superman. The guard stayed where he was, not even knowing that the gun in his hand had dropped. Who are you? Witch heart demon looked at Liu Feng carefully. Yes, you have a strong body. Look at the power you have. Did Faith send you to stop me? But unfortunately, with your strength, I'm afraid it won't be able to hinder me in any way. Advertisement. If you are willing to submit to me, when I conquer the world, I can let you be the vanguard of the army, so. Take refuge in me. What are you barking? Liu Feng looked puzzled. Who gave you the courage to speak nonsense here? Go back to your bloody hell, or. Otherwise what? The witch heart demon laughed wildly. Mortal, don't you think that you can control the gods with a little bit of power? Let me teach you how to respect the real. Cough. Before he finished speaking, Liu Feng suddenly appeared in front of Wu Xinmo, and punched him in the abdomen. This punch directly spit out blood from Wu Xinmo's mouth, and he fell to the ground. It turns out that the devil's blood is also red. Liu Feng frowned, and picked up the witch's head with one hand. It's a pity. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but it turned out to be just a fake one. Just like you dare to speak up and rule the world. You really have to laugh at Deadman. You are so proud. Wu Xinmo roared, and suddenly a powerful wave of magic burst out. In the next second, the witch heart demon disappeared from Liu Feng's grasp and appeared more than 10 meters away. Let me show you the power of corruption from hell. A black-brown energy erupted from witch heart demon's body, rushing towards Liu Feng. Those black energies seem to have vitality, constantly infecting Liu Zhen's body from bottom to top. This is the evil from the deepest part of hell. No one can resist the invasion of this evil. Obediently become my subordinate. The witch heart demon yelled frantically. Oh, is it so? Liu Feng smiled coldly, stepped forward suddenly, and stretched out his hand to grab the disgusting energy wrapped around his body. The energy that was originally invisible seemed to have a form, and it was held in Liu Feng's hands with ease, tearing it apart. This kind of weak thing also wants to be used to corrupt moths. Aren't you a bit too up to date? Liu Feng smiled and smashed all those energies bit by bit. Why? How is it possible? Wu Xinmo's mouth was slightly opened, and he was already a little speechless. Advertisement. That is the evil in the deepest part of hell, the evil that comes from the original sin of human beings. Even Faith, the Lord of Hell, dare not touch those things with his body easily. But why is this man in front of him not only able to ignore the invasion of original sin, but also crush all these sins as easily as crushing biscuit crumbs? This is completely beyond Wu Xinmo's cognition. Then, something happened that caused Wu Xinmo to collapse even more. Liu Feng just swiped lightly with his hand, and a light blue portal appeared in front of him, a portal leading directly to hell. How is this possible? Wu Xinmo almost bit off his tongue. The passage between hell and the world is not so easy to open. The witch heart demon came to the human world with the help of his protege, and after sacrificing more than a dozen human lives, his incarnation was able to pass through hell and come to the human world. The root cause of this situation is the Ancient One magician who claims to be an Asgardian on Earth. 173 by herself, she separated the passage between the Earth and other alien spaces. Therefore, if a demon like him wants to come to the world, he can only sacrifice. But the power of the man in front of him far exceeded his imagination. He could actually open the passage to hell directly without resorting to any rituals. This is something no one can do, not even the so-called Earth Asgardian Ancient One. In fact, Liu Feng really couldn't do such a thing on his own. To be able to directly open the passage to hell, he relied on the power of the space gem. It was actually the tesseract that he crushed on the roof of the Stark building. Tesseract is just the outer shell of space gem, and it is because of this outer shell that ordinary people can hold it in their hands. Infinite gems contain infinite energy, and each infinite gems is not an existence that ordinary people can directly touch. After crushing the tesseract, the space gem was attracted by the reality gem, and also merged into Liu Feng's body. Therefore, now Liu Feng has completely mastered the two infinite gems. It is also because of this space gem that he can directly open the passage to hell. Taste the taste of original sin, too. Liu Feng kicked the witch heart demon into the pile of disgusting black energy. Advertisement Chapter 109 Tired Tony. No, you can't do that. The witch heart demon screamed, but with his strength, he couldn't resist Liu Feng at all. Unsurprisingly, the witch heart demon was finally imprisoned by Liu Feng in the so-called original sin. After closing the space door smoothly, Liu Feng stretched himself. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Mumbling like this, Liu Feng turned around and flew away, leaving only the fragmented security guard standing there, shocked. OMG, what did I see? Demons, hell, and Superman. I gradually understood everything. The security guard was full of enthusiasm. Superman is the angel sent by God to save the world, we should respect and love him. The security guard left in a frenzy. What Liu Feng didn't know was that a sect appeared that worshipped him to save and help the world. And the pope of this sect is this little-known security guard. These are all things for later, so I won't mention them for now. After dealing with the witch heart demon, Liu Feng stopped paying attention to Johnny. As for Mo Faith, if he wants to do something out of the ordinary, he will naturally stop him on purpose. Other than that, that's not what Liu Feng needs to care about. The result was not as expected by Liu Feng. Soon after he was released from prison, Johnny began to investigate the witch heart demon. As a result, after this investigation, others were dumbfounded, and the witch heart demon did not appear at all. Even Moto Faith is confused. However, Faith still took Roseanne as a hostage and asked Johnny to get him the contract of San Van Gonzal. Johnny had no choice but to benefit from it. The San Van Gonzal contract was not in New York. After a long time, Liu Feng heard it from Tony by chance. In the end, it seemed that people from S.H.I.E.L.D. made the move. I don't know what helpers they found, and finally Faith was driven back to hell, and Johnny was also absorbed into S.H.I.E.L.D. and became a member of the Avengers. Originally, Black Braised Egg didn't plan to use Johnny. But there is no way, the originally planned Avengers were all taken away by Liu Feng, and now he has 3 or 2 big cats and small cats under his command. Not to mention targeting Liu Feng, even performing normal tasks is somewhat difficult. Advertisement. And because of Liu Feng's intervention, Phil Coulson, who was supposed to be killed by Loki on the helicarrier, did not die, and naturally he did not turn to carry out activities in the dark. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is still in charge of negotiating with Liu Feng as Phil Coulson. Although the days have been very peaceful recently, Liu Feng has been switching between several actresses every day, and everything seems to be very peaceful. But Liu Feng knew that according to Marvel's urgency, this kind of peaceful life would not last long. Sure enough, a video suddenly circulated in the United States. A guy who claims to be the leader of the 10 Rings gang declares that he will use terrorist attacks to cleanse the United States. Subsequently, a series of terrorist attacks occurred in New York City. Check hard for me, where did these people come from? Liu Feng was very angry. With great difficulty, he reduced the crime rate in New York to a certain level. As a result, it didn't take long for a series of major and minor terrorist attacks to happen right under his nose. Isn't this slapping him in the face? Liu Feng knew that the so-called 10 Ring gang was just a cover, and there was someone else behind the scenes. But it's been so long, Liu Feng can't remember who the mastermind behind the scenes is, and where is his nest. Otherwise, it would take so much effort, just fly over and catch their boss. What? You mean evidence? Arrest people first, and then find evidence. Isn't this the routine operation of the United States Police? Even if the other party is the boss of a big company, Liu Feng is still not afraid. Playing with public opinion, you are still a little bit worse. What's more, what does the person arrested by Superman have to do with my New York Police Department? What does it have to do with me, the light of New York, Liu Feng? Just when the police station was busy looking for the source of the terrorist attack, Liu Feng received a call from Elena. Could you go and see Tony? I've noticed that something is wrong with him lately, and I'm worried about him. That child is different from others. Only you can persuade him, and he can only listen to your words. On the other side of the phone, Elena could not hide her worry in her tone. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Putting down the phone, Liu Feng rubbed his temples. After thinking about it, he didn't think about the plot related to Tony during this period, and Tony didn't answer the call. Advertisement. In the end, Liu Feng still decided to go to Tony's big villa to confirm the situation. As a result, Liu Feng didn't expect that he was stopped at the door. Sorry, Mr. Liu, Tony isn't home now. Did Tony tell you to say that? Liu Feng raised his eyebrows. Yes, as an artificial intelligence that is not so intelligent yet, JARVIS's performance in some aspects is beyond words. After all, Liu Feng is also an existence with extremely high authority in his system, so JARVIS cannot lie to Liu Feng. You tell Tony, if he doesn't open the door, I'm going to force my way in. JARVIS was silent for a moment, and finally opened the door under Tony's command. Tony, my dear cousin, what's the matter with you? As soon as Liu Feng saw Tony, he showed a very exaggerated expression. Tony looked a little too outrageous right now. The beard had grown a lot, and there was an unpleasant smell all over his body, as if he hadn't showered for many days. The dark circles on the face can directly play the role of a giant panda. These are not important. Come, let me show you my latest armor. Liu Feng ignored Tony, but said very forcefully, no, this is very important. If you stand and talk to me like this again, I will be smoked to death by you. Now, right now, give me a bath. Or I'm going to take tough measures. If it was in the past, Li Jiaohao, Tony would definitely not be obedient. But he has now confirmed that Liu Feng is Superman, definitely knows that Liu Feng may really take tough measures against himself, and he has no countermeasures at all. Therefore, Tony had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. Okay, I'm going to take a shower now, you don't have to pull my collar. The water in the bathroom was splashing, and Tony himself fell asleep in the bathroom directly against the wall. Hey, wake up, I don't want to see tomorrow's headlines about the New York Lights murdering genius inventor Stark. Sorry, I'm really tired. Tony rubbed his eyes and smiled wryly. After wiping his body carelessly, Tony staggered and fell on the bed, unconscious. You can come back tomorrow. After Tony said these words with difficulty, he was like a dead pig. No matter how much Liu Feng yelled, he couldn't wake him up. Chapter 110 Anxious Iron Man. JARVIS, how long has it been since Tony slept? Liu Feng frowned and asked. Mr. Tony's average sleep time in the past 10 days is 2 hours a day, and it has been 56 hours and 36 minutes since Tony last slept, Mr. Liu Feng. Hearing this, even Liu Feng couldn't help but be speechless. You know, Tony is just an ordinary person who has not undergone any strengthening at all. Having not slept for 3 consecutive days, Tony had obviously reached his limit, and then when he came, he fell asleep in a faint and couldn't wake up. He hasn't slept for so many days, what the hell is he doing? Mr. Tony has been in the underground laboratory. In 20 days, he has upgraded the Mark Mecha for 47 generations. On average, the performance of each generation has increased by 15% compared to the previous generation. In a calm tone, JARVIS uttered a fact that made all scientists in the world crazy. Scientific research is not a treat, let alone such an achievement in just 20 days. The newest Mark mech has been 40 times better than it was at the time of the Chidori invasion. Sure enough, Tony is a genius. Out of concern for 303 Tony, Liu Feng did not leave immediately, but directly stayed in the villa. Fortunately, with the company of JARVIS, all the information in this world can be found by JARVIS for Liu Feng within 10 seconds, so Liu Feng does not feel bored. Once Tony fell asleep, he slept for a full 26 hours, and didn't wake up until the evening of the next day. Tony, who walked out of the bedroom, saw Liu Feng, who was watching a love action movie in the living room, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Aren't you leaving? My dear cousin almost tortured himself to the point of being inhuman, how can I leave with peace of mind? Liu Feng reached out and poured a glass of water for Tony. Tell me. Say what? Tony sank lazily on the sofa. This sleep was so long that his body was still a little weak. Advertisement. Tell me why you are working so hard. Huh, desperate. I'm not desperate at all. Tony laughed. As an inventor, isn't that normal for me? Just be stubborn, Tesseract is not as tough as you. Liu Feng sarcastically said. Honestly, Tony, you know you can't fool me, CDBG. Tony was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed. I'm worried about where the future of mankind should go. Aren't you a bit worried? What is there to worry about? Liu Feng asked strangely. You are not the only one who can maintain world peace in the world. 11. You take yourself too seriously, Wani. If according to the original plot, New York suffered heavy losses, Tony had to rush into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb on his back, and he suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, that's okay. But with him in the Battle of New York, the whole of New York didn't suffer too much loss. It stands to reason that Tony shouldn't have such serious anxiety. No, you don't understand at all. Tony was agitated. Do you want me to put my life and death, and my hopes on others? If there is an alien invasion next time, what will we use to resist it? Superman. Are those useless congressmen who can only launch nuclear bombs? Even if it's Superman, it's impossible to protect the Earth forever, right? Humans are subject to change. What if something goes wrong with Superman? When he said this, Tony fixed his eyes on Liu Feng. Obviously, he already knew Liu Feng's identity. Open your eyes and see, the alien B's spaceship is already capable of destroying stars, but what are these people on Earth doing? Still fighting for oil, fighting with me for a broken Mark armor. How can I be at ease? How can I be able to sleep? Tony was silent for a while, and gradually calmed down. Sorry, I said too much. I thought with your character, you wouldn't apologize at all. Liu Feng was a little surprised. To be honest, what Tony said didn't make Liu Feng feel angry. Not long ago, he was a playboy who only knew women. Obviously, now he put too much pressure on himself. Since seeing Obadiah's true colors, he has become a suspicious man, suspicious of the government, suspicious of S.H.I.E.L.D., suspicious of everyone. Advertisement. If the relatives who grew up with him can betray him, who else in this world will not betray him? Every time he sees a person who is beyond common sense, he will develop a mecha specifically for this person. Anti-Hulk armor, anti-Thor armor, maybe now anti-Superman armor is also in development. Too many things happened, too much time was given to Tony by the world, the huge pressure had already made the man in front of him breathless. You need to take a good rest, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Liu Feng said lightly. There are more Asgardians in the world than you think, and the Earth will not suddenly fall into a crisis that cannot be dealt with. At the moment, the voice of JARVIS suddenly broke in. Sorry, gentlemen, I have to interrupt your conversation. Mr. Hogan was affected by a terrorist attack, and he is now in intensive care. I think it is important for Mr. Stark to know this. Quote. What? Who did it? Tony's face twisted in anger. According to the analysis, there is a 98% possibility that this terrorist attack is related to the Ten Rings gang that has been making a lot of noise recently. As he said that, all the information about the Ten Rings gang collected by JARVIS appeared on the big screen in front of Tony. Fack. Body bombs, these lunatics. Tony yelled. This is my business, Liu Feng, don't intervene. As he said that, Tony asked JARVIS to help him record a provocative video, and directly challenge the Ten Rings gang. Seeing Tony directly report his home address, Liu Feng couldn't help but sighed. I think you'd better take it easy. What do you mean? Do you think I'm afraid of those guys? Tony frowned. No, I mean, you at least think about your secretary. Liu Feng shrugged. If they really launch a terrorist attack on you, such as a human bomb or something, do you really think you can survive? Can you protect Xiao Lachu in the chaos? Tony's angry face froze suddenly, but he still said firmly. No, those people are just a mob, and they will never come within 10 kilometers of my villa. You said. There was a mocking smile on the corner of Liu Feng's mouth. Look, they are here. Chapter 111 Tony's End. What? Following the direction of Liu Feng's finger, Tony was horrified to find that just outside the villa, near the sea, 3 helicopters were aiming at his villa. Tony, you are finally willing to come out of the lab. Little Pepper complained and walked in from the door. You don't know, those guys on the board. Pepper, no, don't come. Under Tony's terrified eyes, the 3 helicopters fired 6 missiles in succession. Liu Feng, Help me protect Sun Pepper. I really can't do anything about you. Liu Feng sighed, and appeared in front of Pepper in an instant, teleporting her to a safe place with a big wave of his hand. Seeing this scene, Tony summoned the armor with peace of mind, and asked the armor to protect himself before the missiles came. This is my business, Liu Feng, you don't have to meddle in. 297. Listen to you, I just look at it and don't do anything. Liu Feng shrugged and said lightly. Just let you see, my latest research results. Under Liu Feng's gaze, Tony turned his wrist, and the sensor on his hand immediately went off. Several armor parts flew out from the basement, and one after another, they landed on the correct position on Tony's body. Just because this technology has not been developed yet, I encountered a little difficulty when assembling. Some components did not respond to the signal, so Tony only loaded half of the components, and the missile directly hit the villa. In an instant, the ground shook, and countless gravels fell from the ceiling. Tony was in a mess, but with the help of JARVIS, he wasn't really hurt. Fack. After bursts of cursing, all the armor was finally assembled, and Tony also jumped up from the rubble. Is this the latest technology you're talking about? Liu Feng sneered mercilessly. It doesn't look very good, does it? Everyone has already left. Tony's face turned blue and white. Although he was very reluctant to admit this fact, he had to admit that Liu Feng was right. And today, if Liu Feng hadn't reminded him, he would never have known that these terrorists would be so insane that they would directly dispatch military helicopters to bomb him. Advertisement. If Liu Feng wasn't there, he couldn't even imagine what would happen to Pepper. Anyway, thank you this time. Aren't you chasing? Those people will lose sight soon. Liu Feng pointed to the helicopter that was about to disappear into the sky, and said with great interest, if you give up, then this matter will be under the control of the New York Police Department. No, this is a real personal grudge. Tony said viciously. I will teach those people a real lesson. After saying that, Tony soared into the sky and headed towards the direction the helicopter left. Liu Feng stood in place, watching Tony's crooked armor flying up and down, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Obviously, with the undeveloped system and the attack just now, Tianni's armor is already on the verge of being scrapped. Definitely, Liu Feng knew that Tony's trip was safe and sound, and the guys from S.H.I.E.L.D. would not let anything happen to Tony. The most important thing is, isn't there still him here? When Tony is really in danger of life, he will appear directly beside Tony and save him. With the space gem, there is absolutely no place in the universe that he cannot go to. Speaking of space gems, Liu Feng suddenly realized, what about psychic scepters? There is a soul gem on the mind scepter. After a long time, he finally remembered what he had forgotten. At that time, I was in a hurry to ask Odin for compensation, but after capturing Loki, I forgot to ask him. The psychic scepter is coming back. Thinking about it now, the psychic scepter should have been taken away by people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Forget it. Anyway, that thing is not very useful to me, so let's temporarily store it with S.H.I.E.L.D. Stretching, Liu Feng called Elena back. Don't worry, Tony is fine, he's just stressed out. Now he is venting the pressure in his heart. In 2 days, you can see a full of energy in Tony again. Liu Feng didn't lie at all, although he might be a little embarrassed, but this trip is definitely beneficial and harmless to Tony. It's just that the process may be a little bit embarrassing, so a billion points. After hanging up the phone, Liu Feng's eyes turned cold. Liu Feng did not intend to intervene in the grievances between Tony and that Killian. After all, this matter is still the sin left by Tony when he was young. Advertisement. However, Liu Feng must remove all the manpower and strongholds that Killian has placed in New York. Wherever you two like to toss, go to toss. Just don't run wild in my New York. Meanwhile, somewhere in the United States, there is a light snow in the sky. Tony in a single suit wiped the snot from his face, dragged the armor that had lost its energy with a rope, and walked forward in the snow with difficulty. After destroying the 3 helicopters, Tony's armor was also completely damaged due to being hit. The communication module among them was directly damaged when it fell. There was also a problem with the energy circulation system, which made it impossible for Tony to drive the armor back. Fack. Tony sneezed and cursed loudly. Liu Feng, are you there? I know you can hear me. Help. In the cold wind, Tony yelled towards the sky like a fool. However, after waiting for a full 10 minutes in the cold wind, Tony did not receive the expected assistance, so he could only curse secretly, and then drag the armor and continued to move forward. Finally, after half an hour of hard walking, Wanda finally came to a small town. Suffering from hunger and cold, he planned to find a hotel to stay. But he was in a hurry to go out, let alone money, he didn't even bring his mobile phone. With the loss of JARVIS, Tony just feels frustrated. At 2.7, he thought that with his face, not to mention that he would be able to get through unimpeded, at least he could get some food and clothes with his face. But I don't know if this small town is too closed or what's going on, everyone he meets is wary of him. What made Tony furious the most was that he was kicked out of a small hotel by the boss with a gun pointed to his head. Tony felt that if he could no longer find clothes or food, he might become the first superhero in history to die of freezing and starving. Desperate, he finally decided to stay in a family's warehouse for one night. No way, it was too cold on the street. In the cold wind, Tony sniffled his nose and shivered in the thatched pile of curry in the farmer's barn. FK the 10 Rings gang, Fake, I want you to look good. Chapter 113 This wave is stable. Just when Tony was feeling desperate, the door of warehouse was opened. A little boy quietly flowed into the warehouse. For a moment, both Tony and the little boy were stunned. Harry's eyes flicked between Tony and the Iron Man armor. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to meet his idol in reality. My God, are you just? Shish. Tony quickly raised a finger and put it in front of his mouth. Fortunately, this is just a child. If an adult suddenly saw a strange man appearing in front of his warehouse, he would probably draw his gun on the spot. What's more, Tony intends to track down the Ten Ring Gang, and he doesn't intend to make too much noise. Harry quickly covered his mouth, and then asked in a low voice, "Why did you appear here, Iron Man?" "I encountered some difficulties, you know," Tony said with some embarrassment. "It's the classic fight with the villain, and then." "Understood." Harry understood immediately, and then he said excitedly, "You need help now, right? Is there anything I can do to help you?" Half an hour later, while eating a cold sandwich, Tony used the battery to charge his armor. Since the last time he was rescued, he thought the hamburger was the best thing in the world. But he now finds that the cold sandwich is no worse than the hamburger that day. While Tony was coaxing the children in the cold, Liu Feng launched an overnight raid on the Ten Ring Gang's stronghold in New York. As the real behind-the-scenes manipulator of the Ten Rings Gang, AIM naturally has a formally operating branch in New York. At the same time, AIM also has a certain cooperative relationship with the military. After all, the materials they conduct experiments are all veterans who have been retired due to disabilities. If it is a normal policeman, it must be extremely difficult to investigate AIM, let alone seize their branch. But who is Liu Feng? As a Superman, he can easily find the criminal evidence of AIM, and then through the relationship, the arrest approval documents are distributed overnight, and then he has people come to check directly. Advertisement. Related to terrorist attacks, no matter what background you have, it won't work. Before that, Killian acted very covertly. No one knew that AIM was behind the so-called Gang of Ten Rings, which allowed him to remain at large. Once such news breaks out, the entire company will be ruined. No one dares to cover up AIM at the risk of the world at this time. Under the raid, all of AIM's branches in New York were confiscated overnight, and the company's funds were also frozen. In the face of iron-like evidence, violent agencies across the country took action. No matter when, terrorist attacks are unforgivable things. Even people in the military said, "I don't care about this person, what do you like?" Speaking of this, people in the military are also very depressed. It's no secret that the United States military has been obsessed with super soldier programs. From Hulk to mutant, every human mutation has more or less something to do with the military. But the military only wants a super soldier serum that can be safely and stably promoted, and they will only initiate terrorist attacks when they are crazy. AIM was found out about such a thing, and it was too late for them to throw the blame. How could they kill this company violently? Definitely, if AIM really comes up with a practical, safe and reliable human strengthening serum, that's another story. In any case, AIM, a company that once claimed to be able to challenge Stark Industries, was over overnight. It's a pity that Killian didn't know if he got the wind in advance, or he wasn't in New York at all, at least during the arrest operation in New York. Liu Feng didn't find Killian's trace. Looking at the police station, which was full again, Liu Feng smiled slightly. "Little brother, I've helped you so far. If you still can't handle Killian, then don't blame me for laughing at you afterwards." Liu Feng definitely heard Tony's cry in the cold wind. With his current strength, no matter what happens anywhere on the earth, he can't hide it from his ears. It's just that he usually suppresses his five senses to an extremely low level, otherwise Superman will go crazy if the voices of the whole world are ringing in his ears every day. In addition to putting the five senses on a limited number of people, such as Wanda, on weekdays, Liu Feng's five senses are only 100 million points stronger than ordinary people. When he was in the villa, although Tony blasphemed against him, Liu Feng didn't hold any grudges. Really, he didn't hold grudges at all. Advertisement. As for why not save Tony? Liu Feng said. Tony himself said that this is a personal grievance and no one else is allowed to intervene. Now that Tony has said so, then Liu Feng will definitely not go back to make fun of himself. However, Liu Feng still helped Tony, helping him weaken the strength of AIM to an extremely low level. Alas, no way, who made Superman a soft-hearted person? It's not a big deal that you, Tony Stark, survived the cold wind for a while compared to the arrests with great fanfare across the country, right? While New York was in turmoil, Asgard was not peaceful either. The appearance of TIE particles awakened the Dark Elves who had been sleeping for many years. After waking up, the Dark Elves hid for a long time under the leadership of Malekith, and finally found out that TIE particles were not in Asgard. The last time TIE particles appeared was Earth 870. Therefore, Malekith immediately withdrew his troops, stopped attacking Asgard, and instead drove a mighty fleet to the Earth. After learning about TIE particles, Malekith's mouth was almost crooked. What? Midgard? That kind of wild land can have powerful warriors. Their technology can't even break through their own home planet. How can such a civilization pose a threat? My Dark Elf army drove directly over, and the fleet rode in the face. How can I lose this wave? Tell me how to lose. Malekith is full of confidence. In his opinion, TIE particles are already in his pocket. The next day, when the sunrise in New York was just rising, the residents of New York City were horrified to find that an alien fleet appeared above their heads again. What's the situation? It's coming again. My God, what is it on Earth that attracts these aliens? Some people fell into panic, but other people were not only not panic, but were very excited. In their view, it would be okay if these aliens had a peaceful purpose, but if they really came to invade the Earth, wouldn't there be Superman? As soon as Superman made a move, all the alien fleets were rubbish. Some daring people even ran against the flow of people in the direction where the Dark Elf fleet appeared, hoping to obtain first-hand information. Chapter 114 Killing the Dark Elf. Soon, a large crowd of onlookers gathered around the place where the Dark Elf spaceship landed. Some people are holding mobile phones, some people are holding professional camera equipment, just want to be able to take a clearer picture. Stupid Midgard people, hand over your TIE particles, and I will reward you with endless pain and darkness. Otherwise, what greets you will be death. In the sky, Malekith slowly floated out of the spaceship, talking nonsense to the crowd below. What? Who is that? What is he saying? What do you want us to hand over? TIE particles. Looking at the crowd below whispering, no one paid attention to him, Maleki was suddenly furious. Disgusting ants, it seems that I need to teach you a lesson. Malekith opened his arms and was about to float back into the spaceship. Who do you call a bug? High in the sky, Liu Feng fell slowly. Superman, it's Superman. Look, here comes Superman. Superman versus aliens, this news will definitely hit the headlines tomorrow. Seeing the appearance of Superman, everyone present was extremely excited. Who are you? Malekith sneered. Forget it, you don't need to say more, it's just an insignificant bug anyway. Don't think that you can challenge those ancient existences in the universe with a little insignificant power. The world is much bigger than you think. Liu Feng wouldn't give the opponent a chance to speak out, and just went straight up and punched him. Needless to say, Malekith's physical strength is still acceptable. After taking a hard punch from Liu Feng, he didn't die on the spot, but was sent flying far away. Under Liu Feng's strange force, Malekith smashed directly to the spaceship behind him. From top to bottom, the opponent was directly smashed by the spaceship. Afterwards, Malekith continued to castrate and landed on the sea surface, splashing soaring water. Advertisement. Tisk tisk, 0 points. Liu Feng shook his head. In the next second, Malekith flew out from under the sea at high speed. UPD me off, boy. Malekith wiped the ugly blood from the corner of his mouth. Even if you hand over. Wait, TIE particles are on you. Malekith was instantly ecstatic. It really doesn't take much effort. Ha ha ha, don't you think that an Earthling who has mastered TIE particles can fight against the army of Dark Elves? That's too naive. Clang. I will grant you the deepest despair. So much nonsense. Liu Feng said displeased. In the next second, a laser shot out from his eyes, directly dividing Malekith's body into two parts from the middle. In the blink of an eye, there was another laser beam, and Malekith's upper body instantly turned into fly ash. The leader of a majestic generation of Dark Elves died so abruptly on the Earth, a place he had always looked down upon. You fleets are really an eyesore. Liu Feng sneered. The next moment, he exploded with all his strength, and in the blink of an eye, the huge Dark Elf fleet was instantly destroyed. In the air, only pieces of wreckage remained, constantly falling from the sea to the ground. However, Liu Feng's attack strength was a bit too heavy. This resulted in the size of the wreckage being small. No one will be harmed unless a particularly unlucky person is hit on the spot. The crowd of onlookers suddenly boiled up. The crowd cheered Superman's name constantly, and some even knelt down to him on the spot. Among the chaotic crowd, a small number of people took advantage of the chaos to salvage and pick up the wreckage left by the aliens. Whether sold on the black market or to those private collectors, these wrecks can make them a lot of money. Seeing this scene, Liu Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't stop it. There are too many people salvaged, and he can't stop them. It is foreseeable that when these wrecks flow into the people, they will soon have a considerable impact on society. Advertisement. But at the same time, after absorbing these technologies, the technological level of human beings can also be greatly improved. Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. Definitely, it is inevitable that some of these technologies will fall into the hands of those who want to, causing wider impact. But that's something the government needs to worry about. Just when Liu Feng was about to leave, a ray of light suddenly fell in the sky. Bifrost. What are the people from Asgard doing here? Liu Feng frowned, and then floated to the Bifrost's landing point. Malekith, come out and die. Thor yelled to the sky as soon as he hit the ground. Stop shouting, Malekith is dead. Liu Feng waved his hand impatiently. What's the matter with you? He was still anxious to go back and have a heart-to-heart fight with his girlfriend, but he didn't have so much free time to chat with Thor here. What? Malekith is dead. Thor's mouth fell open. Until then, he didn't notice the surrounding scene. Looking at the wreckage not only falling down from the sky, Thor felt that his three views had been impacted. The army of the Dark Elves, which was enough to seriously injure Asgard's vitality, was wiped out in Midgard just like that. You must be joking, right? The Dark Elves didn't come at all. The young Thor couldn't accept it at all, and the strength of Zelt had far surpassed Asgard's affairs. I see, it's Ancient One, the Ancient One magician must have made the move. No, I alone can deal with all the dark elves. Liu Feng said indifferently. It's just a chicken wag. This. Thor nearly bites his own tongue. The money is good, but soon, he accepted this fact. After all, he had seen Liu Feng's strength, and he could accept that it was Liu Feng who wiped out all the Dark Elves' army. I see, you must have had a tough fight, Thor said, excited again. After all, he is still only a young god who is thousands of years old. Even though the things he has experienced before have made him grow a lot, the desire for battle and the yearning for glory in his heart still burst out all at once. It seems that the army of the Dark Elves came much earlier than I thought. Sure enough, I am still late. No, the battle actually took less than 3 minutes. Liu Feng said lightly, you can't expect the Dark Elves to be stronger, right? Actually, if it weren't for their fleet, there would be a lot of them. It wouldn't take me even a minute to destroy them. Okay, if you have nothing to do, go quickly, there is nothing for you here. Advertisement Chapter 115. Dr. Octavius Experiment. Thor never imagined that he would face such a situation when he ran to the earth exhaustedly. Recalling Odin's words before leaving, Thor's heart was mixed. The Dark Elves, invasion of Midgard is a good thing for us. Before Thor left, Odin said, after so many years, it is time for Midgard to return to Asgard's embrace. But look at the current scene, the enemies that are difficult to deal with in Asgard have not even turned a wave in Midgard. Under Liu Feng's urging, Thor, who had no reason to stay on Earth, had to leave in despair. After returning to the New York Police Department, Liu Feng immediately contacted the chief and informed him of the dangers of those alien technologies. While strengthening patrols, the police station is required to reach relevant cooperation with government departments to ensure that those messy things can be dealt with as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Liu Feng called Xiaojili. Brother Tony, don't say Big Brother doesn't take care of you, you see, this is a good thing, I'm still thinking about Stark Industries. If they can successfully digest these alien technologies, Stark Industries will definitely benefit greatly. As for why don't you call Tony himself, he's still playing peekaboo with a bunch of crippled terrorists in Tennessee, of course he doesn't have time for these things. What's more, there is no need for Stark himself to digest these technologies, and the research and development departments under him can easily handle this matter. So Liu Feng only needs to inform Xiaojili. What's more, these things are what Little Pepper has been dealing with. After getting the news from Liu Feng, Pepper quickly made a move. After a series of privileges through the back door, without exception, most of the alien technology fell into the hands of Stark Industries. Only about 30% was divided up by other companies, and the last less than 10% went to private ministers. Under the impetus of the relevant departments, personal possession of these alien technologies quickly became illegal. Those who hoped to resell alien technology to make a fortune are instantly chased and intercepted like rats in the sewer. Definitely, none of these people included Osborne Enterprises. Advertisement. Although the Osborne Company has been overwhelmed by Stark Industries in recent years. But in the field of biology, Osborne can still speak. A large part of the alien technology that was not mastered by Stark fell into their hands. Among them, there are mostly alien biological samples. Although Octavius is only a scientist who acts on an individual basis, he has obtained some samples of alien technology legally through various means. This includes both Chidori's technology and Dark Elf's technology. However, the technology of the Dark Elves was useless to him, and he soon put it behind him and began to study the technology of Chidori instead. Chidori is famous for its biotechnology, and there are even giant beasts in their war machine, which is specially used to invade other planets. This gave Octavius a great inspiration. By absorbing the characteristics of Chidori technology, Octavius finally created his own auxiliary arm that can help him carry out experiments. Part of this auxiliary arm uses the most cutting-edge nanotechnology, which greatly improves the extensibility of the robotic arm. In order to improve the convenience of the robotic arm, Octavius even compiled a set of auxiliary programs for the robotic arm according to Chidori's ideas. However, what Octavius didn't know was that the artificial intelligence compiled according to the Chidori technology was born with this huge amounts of destructive desire. This is based on the logic guidelines of the underlying code architecture, and it is almost impossible to remove the aggressiveness in the arm. But Octavius' prudence helped him. He wrote the protection program, CDAB, sequence in advance, so without Octavius' permission, the mechanical tentacles would not show any aggressiveness at all. Hey, Dr. Octavius, it looks like your experiment has been successful. Peter looked at Octavius happily. That's cool, can I pet him? Working under Liu Feng allowed Peter to meet many well-known scientists in the field, Dr. Octavius being one of them. After learning that Dr. Octavius took the opportunity to obtain a batch of legal alien materials, Peter volunteered to help Dr. Octavius research together in his spare time. Advertisement. No way, Liu Feng is not interested in extraterrestrial technology, which led to his laboratory not paying enough attention to extraterrestrial technology. After seeing many companies exiting the field one after another, those research laboratories quickly withdrew from the competition for alien technology. Therefore, even Peter has no way to find suitable experimental materials in the laboratory. That's why he was so interested in Dr. Octavius' research. Definitely, I'm just waiting for you to come. Dr. Octavius said with a gentle smile, I want you to help me install him. If it succeeds, this invention will benefit countless disabled people. Quote. In Octavius's vision, the project could help people with disabilities do things they wouldn't normally be able to do. Or even replace normal limbs. Just like tails are to some monkeys, these mechanical tentacles will become human tails in the future. It's just that the excited Dr. Octavius didn't notice the biggest problem: cost. That's right, the cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars is an amount that 99% of the people in this world cannot afford. And the cost of this product cannot be reduced at all. Because at the time of manufacture, Octavius used a certain amount of extraterrestrial materials. At least for now, he hasn't found anything that can replace the alien material, let alone the nanotechnology used in it. Peter, who was painted by Octavius, didn't feel that there was anything wrong, but was immersed in the joy of being able to witness the launch of this great technology. Soon, everything will be ready. Peter's fingers floated over the computer's keyboard. He is a little nervous. Press this button, the whole system will be activated directly. And because this technology is directly connected to the brain through the spine, this also leads to irreparable damage to the nerves of the human body if the experiment fails. Do it, Peter. Dr. Octavius encouraged. Don't worry, I have taken all the precautions, and the experiment will be successful. Chapter 116 Crisis. Parker simply swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then nodded heavily. Accompanied by a light tap, the indicator lights on the back of Dr. Octavius lit up one by one, and the silver needles connected to the nerves pierced the spine one by one. In the next second, all the indicator lights lit up one by one, and the four tentacle-like robotic arms behind Dr. Octavius immediately started to move. Just because it is a newborn baby, the mechanical arm seems to be a little out of control, flying around in the air of the laboratory. Doctor, do you need me to press the emergency button? Parker shouted. No, he's just a little disturbed. Dr. Octavius smiled gently. Soon, under the comfort of Octavius, the four robotic arms quieted down, and stayed beside Dr. Octavius very docilely, motionless. Phew, you scared me to death. Parker said with lingering fear, I thought I was going to fail. Doctor, looking at you now, you really look like an octopus, why don't I call you Dr. Octopus in the future? Parker joked. Dr. Octopus. Octavius repeated Parker's words, nodding slightly. I like that name. You can call me Dr. Octopus from now on. Dr. Octopus had a weird smile on his lips. A flash of light flashed through Parker's mind, and his spider telepathy was activated. However, his spider telepathy only lasted for a short moment, and soon disappeared. This made him almost think it was his own illusion. But Parker was sure that spider telepathy would not activate for no reason, something must have happened around. Doctor, since your experiment is successful, I still have something to do, so let's go first. After finding an excuse, Parker quickly left the laboratory. He wanted to find out why his spider telepathy was activated. Just after Parker left, Dr. Octopus had that strange smile again. Parker, my little Parker, it seems that you are not an ordinary person. After connecting with the tentacles, Dr. Octopus's nervous system became amazingly strengthening. He noticed very keenly that when the tentacles went crazy, the reaction speed Parker showed was definitely not something that ordinary people could have. When Parker left the laboratory, the spider telepathy disappeared completely, which made him depressed for a while. Advertisement. He trusts his spider telepathy very much, and when the spider telepathy is activated, there must be something worthy of his attention happening around him. But this time spider telepathy came without warning and disappeared inexplicably, which puzzled Parker. Just when Parker was wondering, his phone rang. Parker, do you have time now? I want you to watch something. I analyzed Chidori's biotechnology, and my experiment made a major breakthrough. Okay, Dr. Connors, I'm going over now. Parker put down the phone and set off towards Osborne Enterprise. That's right, Dr. Connors is currently working for Osborne Enterprise, and Parker only came to know Connors, a gentle and kind doctor of biology, because of a chance. At least from him, Parker learned a lot. At the same time, in a dark corner of New York, Adrian looked at the government workers who were constantly rummaging in his warehouse, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The world has changed, and we need to change too. We will keep people safe, I swear by the light of New York. If aliens want to harm the people of New York, they must walk over our dead bodies first. After Liu Feng's words fell, the reporters below burst into warm applause. In order to cope with public opinion, the New York Police Department contacted the major media and publicly stated that it would definitely fulfill its responsibility to protect the public. Definitely, Liu Feng's speech just now is just a manuscript written by a special person in advance, and these words have nothing to do with Liu Feng himself. Mr. Liu, I like your speech very much. A female reporter rushed through the crowd and said, can I have the honor to have an exclusive interview with you? The female reporter bit her lower lip, her eyes were extremely charming. Liu Feng recognized this female reporter, Chris Gong. Many people may be very unfamiliar with this name, or even say that they have never heard of it. But Liu Feng was very impressed with her. This is definitely not because Kristen has a good figure and has been on the cover girl of Playboy. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. The main reason is that, this guy Stark used to brag to himself about all the ex-girlfriends he had, or the women he'd slept with. One of them was this so-called Christine. Her kung fu is so good that Tony is full of praise. It's just that Liu Feng is not interested in this vulgar powder at all, the perfume on her body is still too strong for Liu Feng. Even though he tried his best to control his sense of smell, the unpleasant smell still floated into his nostrils. No, thank you. If you have any questions, you can consult our PR department. I still have something to do. See you next time. Liu Feng smiled gently. Although it is to reject others, it is often difficult for those who are rejected to feel disgusted with Liu Feng. The female reporter almost fell into Liu Feng's arms because of her glances. After avoiding the reporter's embrace without a trace, Liu Feng strode away. This made Christine feel annoyed. Is he so unattractive to the New York lights? Where is he going? Could it be that he is meeting some big shot? Christine followed closely out of curiosity. Due to too many people asking questions at the scene was slightly chaotic, which gave Christine a chance to fish in troubled waters. Soon, she got rid of the guards and followed closely. Even a trained mutant cannot follow Liu Feng quietly, let alone a reporter who is just an ordinary person. The moment she followed, Liu Feng discovered her whereabouts. But Liu Feng was too lazy to bother with this female reporter, otherwise he would be the one who would be taken advantage of. After notifying the guards to drive him out without a trace, Liu Feng left him behind. Soon, he came out from the back door of the police station and met Wanda. Christine looked at the redhead who was kissing Liu Feng passionately, and opened her mouth wide. Turns out the New York lights already have a girlfriend. The announcement of this news would probably break the hearts of countless girls, not to mention that girl is so beautiful. No wonder you don't like me, it turns out it's like this. Chapter 117. Repaying Debt. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I wouldn't look down on others. Christine said sourly. Soon, she realized that this was big news. Just as she secretly took out the camera and was about to take a picture of the two kissing, a voice suddenly came from behind her, startled her. Sorry ma'am, please hand over your camera and come with us. Christine felt a chill in her heart, but after seeing that the attitude of the two policemen was quite good, she was slightly relieved, and obediently handed over the camera in her hand. The police won't tell you so many reasons. If she really dared to resist, today's matter would not be so easy to solve. After handing it over, Christine felt a little lost. She knew that she completely lost the chance to get this big news. Without photos, no one would believe the news of 277, without evidence. Some entertainment tabloids even speculate that Liu Feng is Superman. This kind of endless speculation can only be published on that kind of street stall literature, and no one in New York will believe this kind of nonsense. Honey, we're going to have a good get-together today. In order to enjoy this rare leisure time, Wanda also specially invited Polaris to bring Liu Feng an unforgettable ice and fire. After a day and a night, it completely subsided. While he was still tender, Liu Feng received a call from Tony. Damn it, you can never imagine what I've been through. As soon as the connection was made, Toby's yelling voice came from the other end of the phone. It turns out that those terrorist attacks all originated from the modified people of AIM. Tony chattered on the other end of the phone, as if trying to keep all the pressure accumulated in the past few days from venting. So, you met Killian. Is he dead? Tony didn't ask Liu Feng why he knew Killian. He knew that with Liu Feng's strength, it was very easy to find out who was behind the bombing attack. Just mentioning Killian, Tony obviously didn't know what to say. Do you have time now? I want to meet you. Advertisement. Now, Liu Feng glanced at the two beauties beside him, and replied lazily, I don't have time. Damn it, I know you're home, wait, I'm going to find you now. Before Liu Feng could reply, Tony hung up the phone and rushed towards Liu Feng's house. Honey, who is it? Liu Feng rubbed Wanda's red hair, and said helplessly, isn't that my worrying little brother? Pack up your clothes, he will come later. Moments later, only a loud bang was heard, and Tony made a superhero appearance in Liu Feng's yard. Remember to pay me the maintenance fee, my yard is very expensive to tidy up. Liu Feng said lazily, leaning against the door frame. Oh, I smell a woman's breath. Tony opened his mask and exaggerated. No wonder you said you don't have time, so I'm not your good brother anymore. Stop joking, Tony, is there anything you can't talk about tomorrow? Liu Feng said helplessly, after going through so many things, don't you want to find Pepper to be gentle? Mentioning Pepper, Tony fell silent. He learned from Killian that if Liu Feng hadn't protected Pepper well, he originally planned to kidnap Pepper and then biochemically transform him. Tony was furious when he heard these words, and he was almost killed by Killian on the spot when he was dazzled by the anger. Fortunately, at the critical moment, JARVIS reconnected and called the Mecha Battle Group in New York, and it survived. I won't say thank you. Tony patted Liu Feng on the shoulder. This is a good wine that I have treasured for 7 years, and I give it to you. Would you like me to come in and have a seat? Hey, when did you become so generous? Liu Feng looked at the wine bottle in his hand and said with emotion, if I remember correctly, this thing sold for a high price of $3.7 million at an auction last year, right? You were really willing. With that said, Liu Feng let Tony in. Seeing the two family members with graceful figures who were about to go shopping, Tony's tone became obviously a little sour. It turns out that you are the one who hides the truth. No matter in terms of temperament or appearance, these two Wandas are not comparable to those vulgar fans. Advertisement. It's just that Tony is not very interested in this kind of thing anymore, and before he knows it, only Pepper is left in his heart. Tell me, how does it feel to go out this time? Liu Feng didn't treasure that bottle of good wine as a treasure, he opened it on the spot and poured it for Tony. Oh my god, you're such a waste of drinking. Tony chattered, I kind of regret giving you this bottle of wine. Where there is wine, there are stories. Liu Feng looked indifferent. I like how you say. Tony fell silent after taking a sip of his fine wine. Liu Feng didn't urge him either, he knew that Tony just needed someone to confide in. There were too many things suppressed in his heart, but he didn't have an outlet to vent. People at S.H.I.E.L.D. can't be trusted, Pepper is not fit to know these things. In the past, he was such a jerk that he hardly had any friends. The only Colonel Rhodes who could speak his mind was also a member of the military. This made it impossible for Tony to be honest with him. After all the calculations, only Liu Feng, who is both a Superman and the light of New York, can understand his intentions a little bit. Talk about waste, but Tony's drinking method is not at all refined. After several consecutive gulps of wine, Tony finally spoke. You know what? I just found out that I was a 2.4b ******** D in the past. I'm so self-righteous, so arrogant, I think I can solve everything, but I drag the people around me into danger time and time again. The doctor, Hardy, Pepper. I really don't know what I would do without your help. Although I'm surprised at your reformation, I still want to say that you actually underestimate yourself a little bit. Liu Feng comforted. You don't need to be so depressed, in fact, you can solve these things yourself. No, without your help, I would have died in that cave. Tony was a little depressed. Sometimes I even think, am I paying off the debts I owed in the past, is God punishing me? Advertisement Chapter 118, Monster Octopus vs. Lizard Man. Looking at the depressed Tony, Liu Feng felt a little bad. It seems that he has gone from one extreme to another. From arrogance to self-deprecation. Including this time. Tony then took another gulp of wine. If it wasn't for the teasing I did many years ago, this situation would not have happened today. How many people have died because of me, and how many people have been injured because of me, it's too many to count. You take yourself too seriously. Liu Feng sneered. What do you mean? Although Tony has poured a lot of alcohol into his stomach, he has a good capacity for drinking, so he is still conscious now. Without Stark Industries, wouldn't there be other weapon companies supplying those terrorists with weapons? Without you, wouldn't anyone else be teasing Killian? You just happened to be in that place, it just happened to be you, not everything is because of you. Do you understand? It happened to be me. Tony's eyes were a little blurred. Yes, it just happened to be you. Liu Feng's reply 23 gave Tony confidence. But at the moment, his head was already a little dizzy. With the help of JARVIS, he got into the armor, and then soared into the sky. Watching Tony leave, Liu Feng sighed slightly. Tony's knot can only be resolved by himself in the end, and no one else can help him out. The next day, when Liu Feng hesitation wanted to call Polaris back to continue the previous activities, Liu Feng's communicator rang. Boss, you should come and see, there is an octopus fighting the lizardmen in the city. What? Are you hilarious? No, boss, you'd better come and see for yourself, those two guys are too outrageous, oh ho 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 ho. Along with Deadpool's strange cry, there was an explosion on the other end of the phone. Advertisement. Liu Feng still believes in Deadpool, not to mention that he usually acts with Little Wolf Girl. Now that Deadpool called, it meant that neither Deadpool nor Little Wolf Girl could deal with those two guys. Without a moment of hesitation, Liu Feng directly changed his clothes and headed to the place Deadpool said. From a long distance, Liu Feng saw billows of black smoke appearing in the very center of the city. Seeing this, two veins appeared on Liu Feng's forehead. After 2 days of hard work in New York, you guys gave me these mobs again, right? After rushing to the place, Liu Feng couldn't help being a little astonished. What Deadpool said was still too conservative. It wasn't an octopus fighting a lizard man, but dozens of octopus fighting a lizard man. Water. Where did these monsters come from? Dr. Octopus and lizardmen Liu Feng knows, but where did so many lizardmen and Dr. Octopus come from? Not to mention, aren't you all supervillains? Shouldn't you be teaming up to take on little Spider-Man? Why is there a fight in New York City now? In the chaos, Liu Feng saw that Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl were already in danger under the siege of both sides, and could be in danger at any time. In the next second, Liu Feng rushed into the crowd, a laser shot out, and the surrounding monsters instantly melted, exuding an unpleasant burning smell. Where did these monsters come from? Liu Feng said with some displeasure, why is New York in such a mess now? If I'm not mistaken, boss, this is a product of the laboratory, as long as the experiment doesn't stop, all kinds of strange creatures will keep popping up in New York. Hearing this, Liu Feng was also a little helpless. According to this statement, wouldn't it be impossible for New York to calm down forever, otherwise all kinds of monsters with out-of-control experiments would keep appearing. Unless he bans all the labs in New York City. But is that possible? In New York, the largest laboratory is located in the Stark building. If you want to ban the laboratory in New York, you must first ban the laboratory in the Stark building. Forget it, we'll talk about this later, can we find the source of those monsters? Advertisement. At present, I only know that they got out of the sewer, I don't know anything else. Sewer. Liu Feng frowned slightly, for him with an extraordinary sense of smell, the strong smell of that place seemed like hell. While that doesn't mean he can't stand it, no one wants to fight in a place full of stink. If the enemy was more despicable, Liu Feng could imagine the situation where he could smell the stench on his body for several days in the future. But the immediate mess needs to be sorted out. After a laser shot, all the octopuses and lizardmen on the street were wiped out, leaving only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, which were handed over to Deadpool and the others by Lu Shu. As for himself, he flew along the roads of the city at low altitude, and by the way, he used Superman listening to carefully search for possible clues in the sewer. Liu Feng's super hearing can indeed hear any place on the earth, provided that the place is not covered by special materials, so that no sound can leak out. But this does not mean that he can find anyone he wants to find in an instant, unless he has locked that person in advance. Otherwise, he would have to analyze the target he wanted to find bit by bit amidst countless noises. Including when saving 783 people or fighting crimes, Liu Feng also locks keywords. When someone speaks keywords or key sentences, Liu Feng can quickly rush to the corresponding location, and then stop crimes or save the victim. But the premise of all this is that Liu Feng needs to know the meaning contained in which words. To put it simply, if Liu Feng couldn't understand, he couldn't respond to it. For example, Liu Feng can now hear the languages of several countries including Huxia, but if you communicate in other than these languages, Liu Feng will not be able to respond in time. After all, he can't know all the languages in the world, let alone encrypted calls in this world. After going around the entire New York City, Liu Feng couldn't find any clues. This made him feel a little strange. Obviously these monsters crawled out of the sewers, but why couldn't Liu Feng find their source? Feeling that something was wrong, Liu Feng returned again and began to investigate seriously in the direction where he saw the lizard man for the first time. Hearing this, he felt a little strange. Every time those monsters appeared, it was when the subway passed by. Liu Feng followed the subway as a clue to investigate. Chapter 119 The Conspiracy Against Superman. Liu Feng quickly found the production base of those monsters. This is a narrow aisle near the subway tracks, which seems to be a place where subway maintenance workers store tools. But now, this place has become a monster manufacturing base. Whenever the subway passes by, a comatose person will be injected with the yellow-green injection of the hospital. After a while, this person will become a lizard man who only knows how to kill. The lizard people didn't have any real independent consciousness at first, they would subconsciously chase the lights of the subway. After they regain consciousness, they will crawl out from various sewer openings, and then directly attack the nearby residents. Seeing this, Liu Feng's anger was instantly full. It turned out that these lizardmen were transformed from living humans. Originally, he thought that those were all cloned monsters, so he directly killed them. Although seeing these human beings wearing the prison uniforms of death row prisoners, knowing that these are not good people, a feeling of being played by them still rushed directly to my heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Feng directly destroyed the den of this monster. As for the death row prisoners, Liu Feng will notify the police to escort them back. Let them stay here for now. Since the lizard man appeared in this form, it is likely that the countless copies of Dr. Octopus were also produced in the same way. Searching along the clues of the subway, Liu Feng soon found the production base of Dr. Octopus. Unlike the lizardmen, which are produced using death row prisoners, all the products produced in Dr. Octopus's production base are replicas of Dr. Octopus. It's just that these clones obviously don't have the high IQ of Dr. Octopus himself. They seem to be controlled by the mechanical arm behind them, and they attack people directly when they see them. After destroying these production devices, Liu Feng felt a little bad. Obviously, there is a shadow of alien technology behind these two incidents. Especially the replica production base of Dr. Octopus, almost wrote Chidori's technology on his face. And although the technology of the Dark Elves contained in the production base of the Lizardmen is not obvious, Liu Feng still recognized it at a glance. Advertisement. What is this? Chidori vs. Dark Elves. Liu Feng never expected that the plot would unfold in this way. It stands to reason that the Dr. Octopus and the Lizardman should not both be independently researched technologies, so how could they have anything to do with alien technology now? Is this the so-called butterfly effect? After a while, Liu Feng stopped thinking about those messy things. The most urgent task is to find Dr. Octopus and Lizardman, otherwise we don't know what kind of trouble they will make. There aren't that many death row inmates transformed into Lizardmen in New York. God knows where the Lizardmen will get experimental materials after the death row inmates are used up. What's more, where did the lizard people get the death row prisoners? Some people from the military might be involved. Liu Feng floated in the midair of New York City, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to the sounds of the city. Since he had seen Dr. Octopus' mechanical arm and monsters like the Lizardman before, Liu Feng could easily find out the sound of Dr. Octopus' mechanical arm moving and the Lizardman's scales rubbing against each other in the whole city. In the next second, Ru now appeared in front of the two of them. Are you guys hiding really deep? Let me find it for a while. Liu Feng looked at the two people in front of him with a half smile. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Isn't this the famous Dr. Octavius? How did you make yourself like this? Seeing the black and red light emanating from Dr. Octopus' eyeballs, Liu Feng had a flash of disgust in his eyes. Stinks from aliens. Equals. V equals underscore equals hash. And you, if I remember correctly, looking at your delicate features, are you Dr. Connors? As expected of Superman, he recognized us so quickly. Connor sneered, spitting out a forked letter. We've been waiting for you for a while, and you came earlier than we thought. I don't understand. Both of them are highly respected doctors. How could they become such a murderous look overnight? It's all thanks to you, Superman. Dr. Octopus spread his arms, and the mechanical arms supported him afloat on his back. If it wasn't for the alien technology you provided us, we wouldn't be where we are today. Advertisement. When I realized the mission on my body, I realized that the first thing I have to do is to destroy you. That's right, so do I. Connors nodded cooperatively. I am very curious, what is the mission on your shoulders? Quote. I definitely want to lead Lord Thanos' army to wipe out half of life on Earth. I am the future direction of human evolution. Have you seen my perfect posture? So powerful, so graceful. Although I don't want those aliens to come and cut off half of the life on Earth, it doesn't stop me from working with Dr. Octopus. We will implement our respective plans after you are dealt with. The lizard man said coldly. His voice was a little slippery, like a mouse just fished out of the sewer. That's right. Dr. Octopus nodded. We agree that if we want to realize our plan, you are the biggest obstacle. So, what gave you the courage to dare to attack me? The Chitauri and the Dark Elf's fleet can't do anything to me, so it's just the two of you. Liu Feng sneered, it's beyond self-control. Aren't you overthinking yourself? You'll know soon. At the same time, Dr. Octopus' tentacle quietly clicked a key on the computer keyboard. A sound wave that ordinary people can't detect hits from all directions. In the next second, Dr. Octopus pulled the lizard man away. Just as Dr. Octopus was leaving, the sound wave also reached Liu Feng's side in an instant. That's the right bet. Dr. Octopus laughed. Your arrogance has hurt you. I knew it would happen. After feeling the energy contained in this sound wave, Liu Feng suddenly understood Ren. Looking at Liu Feng, who was motionless amidst the sound waves, the lizard man couldn't help feeling a little worried. Can this work? It will definitely work. I calculated it accurately. Dr. Octopus said confidently. I have collected enough data, so there will be absolutely no problem. Chapter 120 Overbearing. Dr. Octopus's plan is very simple. He doesn't believe that there will be people in the world who are as invulnerable to steel and without any shortcomings as in the comics. In his opinion, the so-called Man of Steel is just people's exaggeration. The reason why Superman was so invincible before must have used some unknown black technology. Dr. Octopus thought from the bottom of his heart that, in fact, Superman originally didn't have that high physical strength. No matter what kind of metal it is, as long as it encounters the resonance of sound waves, its internal structure will be quickly destroyed. It's a pity that the current Dr. Octopus doesn't know that there is a metal called adamantium in this world, otherwise he wouldn't be so sure. Moreover, Liu Feng's body is so taller than the so-called adamantium. Even adamantium or vibranium had to bow their heads in front of Liu Feng's Superman body. Is this all you have? Liu Feng shook his head in disappointment. If that's all, then I'll be rude. Don't worry, there are still things waiting for you. Dr. Octopus grinned ferociously. In the next second, he pressed the remote control in his hand. At the same time, several instruments around Liu Feng were also charged, and in the next second, several electromagnetic pulses started to pump through Liu Wei's body constantly one after another. 890. It seems that Chitauri's technology has eroded your brain, making you lose the most basic judgment. Liu Feng shook his head helplessly. These two fools don't even think about it. Don't Chitauri and Dark Elves have higher level technology? If these little tricks really work for him, will the huge fleet still be defeated by Liu Feng? But Dr. Octopus thinks that those aliens are not Liu Feng's opponents because they underestimate Superman too much and don't know enough about Superman. Dr. Octopus, who thinks he has studied Superman countless times, thinks that Superman is just a powerful mutant. Is this all your means? Liu Feng was a little disappointed. You have made such a big battle, but in the end, this is it. I know you're just bluffing. Dr. Octopus said with a grim look on his face. Now, let me pierce your mask. After all, Dr. Octopus waved his hand viciously, and countless attacks swarmed towards Liu Feng. Lasers, gas, bombs, guns. One after another, CDFH, they bombarded Liu Feng for more than 10 minutes. Advertisement. Among them, the most crucial role is the specially made poisonous gas. Since it is certain that Superman is a mutant, Dr. Octopus naturally brought in poison gas specifically for mutants. This kind of thing from the military, which is specially used to capture the things used by mutants, is naturally very effective for mutants. Everything before was actually nothing more than Dr. Octopus' bluff in order to make Superman relax his vigilance. Because these poisonous gases need to be ingested into the body by mutant to take effect. No matter if it was inhaled or injected, even a small amount could suppress the mutant's X gene to an extremely low level in a very short period of time. At this time, normal people's weapons can cause damage to mutant. In addition, Dr. Octopus also added superstar material to the gas. Neurotoxins, anesthetics, everything that can cause harm to normal creatures has been added by him. Even if you are a real Superman, you should die here, right? Dr. Octopus laughed loudly. It's just a mutant with a fatal weakness, and you dare to act presumptuously before entering the customs. In the next second, a hurricane was generated out of thin air, and all the gas and smoke in the house gathered in one direction. The scene that makes Dr. Octopus despair. After those things were inhaled into Superman's lungs, they were actually condensed into a tiny ball by him. With Superman spitting out forcefully, the ball hit the wall of the laboratory at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the entire laboratory shattered directly. I have to say that after being eroded by alien technology, your IQ has also dropped a lot, Dr. Octavius. Liu Feng sighed helplessly. Give it a go, and I can save you from getting hurt. No, it's impossible. Dr. Octopus obviously couldn't accept the reality before him. He looked like he was going crazy, but he rushed towards Liu Feng directly. However, with Dr. Octopus' poor speed and strength, how could he be Liu Feng's opponent? There was not even a second between the two of them, and Dr. Octopus was subdued by Liu Feng and lost consciousness. Advertisement. But looking at the Dr. Octopus in front of him, Liu Feng felt a little troubled. Let's say kill him, but Dr. Octopus didn't do anything too extreme, he just brought a group of big lizards to fight in the city. And in this process, no one died at all, not even many people were injured. After all, their goal is to bring out Superman, not to wreak havoc or rob a bank. And with Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl stopping, plus Liu Feng arrived early enough, in fact, he didn't even do much damage. Therefore, Dr. Octopus is absolutely not worthy of death. He can't just judge Dr. Octopus directly because of the plot of the previous life, right? But he couldn't let Dr. Octopus go directly, or simply imprison him somewhere. If he did, Dr. Octopus would have to be rescued or set free by someone, according to the American comics universe. Then it further harms society. Liu Feng is really going to do this, is that an inappropriate big injustice? After thinking about it, Liu Feng decided to leave this matter to Tony to solve. Moreover, Liu Feng didn't dare to easily damage Dr. Octopus' tentacles. This thing is directly connected to the brain nerves. God knows what effect it will have on Dr. Octopus himself after being destroyed. In case Dr. Octopus becomes an idiot, it would be better for Liu Feng to kill him directly. After much deliberation, Liu Feng finally decided to give this guy to She Stark. Guess that guy must have a solution to Dr. Octopus. And looking at the technology of Dr. Octopus, I think Tony can also draw a lot of inspiration from it. Fact, I knew that guy was unreliable. I've done some research, and the lies are all lies. Things that brag and don't make drafts. The lizard man at the moment has changed back to Dr. Connors. In order to avoid Superman's tracking, he hid in one place without moving, and even the sound of his heartbeat was suppressed to the lowest level by him. After all, he knew that Superman relied on his hearing to find his target. Chapter 121. The Spineless Lizard Man. Just when Dr. Connors thought he had escaped, Liu Feng slowly descended from the sky and appeared in front of him. I surrender. Connors put his head in his hands and lay down on the ground. Now he is a human Xingtian, and he doesn't have so many violent thoughts in his head. He knows that even if he transforms, he can't be Superman's opponent. So it is better to surrender directly, so as not to suffer unnecessary suffering. Connor's appearance couldn't be adjusted by Liu. What about your backbone as a villain? Just surrender like that. Where did you get those experimental materials? Liu Feng asked casually. As long as there is an ordinary person among those experimental materials, Liu Feng will directly kill Connors without any hesitation. Stolen from Osborne Industries. Liu Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then understood. The biotechnology level of the Osborne industry is very famous, so it is quite normal that some condemned prisoners are often prepared in the laboratory for human experiments. You're lucky. Liu Feng snorted coldly, took Connors with him, and flew towards the Stark building. Liu Feng definitely will not easily believe what Connors said, and if he wants to judge that he is not lying, he only needs to check whether there have been large-scale disappearances in New York recently. If there is no evidence that Connors has hurt ordinary people, then Liu Feng does not intend to do anything to him. Just throw one to Tony anyway. After Tony brought these two guys back to normal, Liu Feng planned to recruit them both. If these two guys are really released, they will definitely continue to make trouble. What's more, Liu Feng is also greedy for the abilities of these two people. One has in-depth research on genetic variation, and the other has good research on mechanical organisms. So Liu Feng planned to take the two of them under his control. On the one hand, it is to prevent them from going out to deceive people again, and on the other hand, it is to cultivate their own power. After all, he doesn't have any high-tech talents available under him now. Advertisement. Both Deadpool and Little Wolf Girl are combat talents, and Parker is busy being a Spider-Man all day long. All his abilities are focused on combat research, so naturally he can't be called a high-tech talent. So far, Liu Feng has seen only these two talents as the real high-tech talents that meet his requirements. Tony, look what good things I brought you. Liu Feng held a person in one hand, stood in front of Tony's house and waved to him happily. Who are they? Tony frowned. Superman. Ah, just at the moment, Dr. Octopus thought again. Liu Feng pinched his neck lightly without any hesitation, and he fell unconscious again. Come on, little lizard, show Tony one. Liu Feng patted the back of Dr. Connors' head lightly. Connors just felt aggrieved for a while. But there is no way, his life is in the hands of others, so he can only obey. I can't control him well yet, you have to pay attention. In the next second, Connors turned into a lizard man over 2 meters tall. Water. Tony's expression changed. As soon as the lizard man came out, he roared wildly, turned around and ran towards Tony. He also knows that he is definitely not Superman's opponent, and he has a chance to escape only if he has a hostage in his hand. But the lizard man still overestimated his own speed, and the next second, his vision blurred, and he also passed out. As the lizard man fell into a coma, he gradually returned to Connor's appearance. What's going on here? Tony said speechlessly. Where did you find these two monsters? Don't you know them? Why should I know them? Tony asked back. That's right, according to Tony's temperament, all scientists who are not as good as him are out of his memory. It's okay, just two guys who have been stunned by the study of alien technology. Liu Feng knew Azui. This one has been eroded by Chidori's technology, and the other has added dark elf genes to his own genes. Look, is there a way to bring them back to normal? Tony frowned and circled the two of them. Advertisement. It's hard to say. Tony shook his head slightly. This octopus is not a big problem, but there is nothing I can do about this lizard man. You know, my main direction of attack is not genetic technology, not to mention that there are alien genes in it. If there is no relevant research data, it will be difficult to restore him to normal. Asking for flowers. I knew you would say that. Well, I brought you all the research materials. Liu Feng was well prepared and handed Connor's research materials to Tony directly. Dr. Octopus has been in a coma, and Liu Feng doesn't know that all his research materials are stored with you. On the contrary, Connor's, his research materials are basically backed up in his own home, so after a friendly persuasion, Liu Feng easily obtained Connor's materials. It was precisely because of this friendly communication that Liu Feng also knew the reason why Connors became a lizard man. In the final analysis, Osborn suddenly announced that it would lay off employees. Experiments such as Connors's have a long research cycle, high investment, and no results are naturally the first to bear the brunt. Point 0. Even though Connors strongly protested, he used all kinds of evidence to prove that his research was about to succeed. But in the face of the pressure from the board of directors, his laboratory was disbanded without mercy. Connors, who was cornered, could only conduct unproven human experiments on himself. In order to ensure the success rate of the experiment, he also added an additional genetic sample of the Dark Elves. The result of the experiment can be said to be a success, but it also failed. Although his arms grow out, he will fall into madness from time to time, and that is when the lizard man appears. In comparison, the lizard man is more like a soul residing in Connor's body, another personality of his. Tony took the experiment materials, flipped through them for a while, and his frown relaxed. It's a very simple thing, no problem. Tony snapped his fingers easily. I only need a day to make a reverse gene recovery potion. But his arm must be lost. Connors just woke up at this time. Hearing Tony's words, he couldn't help but retort. Impossible, I absolutely cannot return to my original appearance. I did an experiment, Don't judge the world of geniuses by your standards. Tony interrupted impatiently. I said yes, then it is possible. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. But, Connors was silent for a moment. My arm, 6. Chapter 122 Untie the Heart Knot. Can you keep my arm? Connors asked a little disappointed. Why do you have to be obsessed with the physical arm? Tony asked strangely. Isn't it possible to make a mechanical arm? The mechanical arm. Connors opened his mouth. There is no such technology now. Huh, Tony laughed a little. You told Iron Man that this kind of technology can't be realized now. Not only can I make a mechanical arm for you, but I can also install artificial skin on you, so that you won't notice any abnormalities when you rub your DK. Really? Connors said excitedly. With the help of Iron Man, those technologies just now seem to be really possible. But, why should I do this for you? Tony squinted at Connors. Iron Man is very expensive. Quote. 163. Connors froze in place. Indeed, he didn't have any capital to ask Iron Man to help him. If it was replaced by other superheroes, such as the Captain or Little Spider-Man, they would definitely agree to help for free on the spot. But Tony also has another identity besides superhero capitalist. When facing the crisis of alien invasion, he can stand up without hesitation, but when facing ordinary people, he will also show the identity of a qualified capitalist. If you want me to help you make a perfect robotic arm, it will cost at least $3 million, and the energy core contained in it is even more inestimable. Do you think you can afford this price? Tony is a perfectionist. He will never design a low-end version of the robotic arm. Since he wants to do it, he must do the best. The best material, the best design, the best energy. You know, there are countless people out there who are coveting Tony's arc reactor. Once this thing is leaked out, everyone will snap their heads. Therefore, it is conceivable that if others know that Connors has a very small arc reactor in his arm, how much impact it will have. Is it possible to use only ordinary energy? Aren't you kidding? Tony said proudly. If you don't use the arc, then do I have to add a charger socket for you? Do you know how much energy is needed to perfectly perform all the functions of a normal human arm? If you really want to do that, why did you come to me? Advertisement. Okay, Tony, just stop teasing him. Liu Feng finally couldn't stand it any longer. If you have any request, just say it directly. I know your target is actually me. Tony smiled and gave a thumbs up. It's convenient to talk to smart people, it's fun. As long as you promise to help me test my armor, all of this is covered by me. Are you sure? Liu Feng looked at Tony with a strange face. Are you really going to do this? In my opinion, none of the mechas under your hand can fight. This. Tony laughed and said, I'm sure you didn't want you to kill them all. Since you want to test, you must have data and indicators. You just need to follow my requirements. How about it? Is this deal a good deal? Tony said mysteriously, and I know you also want to have your own independent laboratory. As long as you agree to my request, I will take care of everything for you. I have to say that Tony's conditions are still very exciting. Laboratory instruments are not so easy to get, and the truly precious instruments are in the hands of major companies. Not to mention buying it in the name of a private person, even if you buy it in the name of the country, those people may not necessarily buy it. What's more, all of these instruments are expensive. Throwing hundreds of millions of dollars into it will only see a splash, not to mention those researches in cutting-edge fields. Tony did this, but directly saved Liu Feng at least $1 billion. Okay, I promise you. It's great. It's a deal, but you can't go back on it. You need to help me test it for a year. Get out. Liu Feng rolled his eyes. 1 year. Don't even think about it. 3 days, at most. 6 months. A week. 1 month. Tony backed down again. Advertisement. 6 days. Liu Feng started to lower the price with a backhand. Don't, why are you talking less and less? 7 days is 7 days. Tony said hastily. But you have to be on call this week. Liu Feng looked like you made a lot of money, looking at Tony's teeth. At least $1 billion in aid, and immeasurable renovations, all in exchange for a week of Liu Feng's help. In the end, Liu Feng still had an expression that you made a lot of money. Good guy, capitalists are not as dark as you. After finalizing the cooperation, Tony immediately threw himself into the experiment. In order to get Liu Feng to help him test the armor as soon as possible, Tony spent a lot of money. In just 2 days, Tony arranged everything and said that he could start the test anytime. In contrast, when Dr. Octopus returned to normal, his feelings for Tony were very complicated. Dr. Octavius has been working on the research of artificial sun, that is, controllable nuclear fusion in the general sense. Because this research is not favored by others, many times he even has to pay out of his own pocket to make up for the lack of research funding. But just when his research finally saw a glimmer of light, Iron Man was born. God knows how that playboy made something like that in a cave. It would be fine if Tony was only content to be a superhero, but after seeing the dangers of weapons, Tony directly closed the weapons department and started selling energy instead. With the existence of small reactors, Stark Corporation has directly become the world's largest energy giant by 1.9. What's even more abnormal is that it didn't take long for Tony to improve the arc reactor according to the information left by his father, which not only improved its energy efficiency, but also greatly reduced the cost of energy production. Now his energy is really the price of cabbage. In comparison, Octavius's artificial sun is so ridiculous. After working hard for a lifetime, in the end, there is only one mechanical prosthetic limb that can be obtained. That's why Octavius was easily hacked by Chidori's technology. If it weren't for the dark side in his heart, he naturally wouldn't have easily changed from Dr. Octavius to Dr. Octopus. People are different, so be careful. Liu Feng patted Dr. Octopus on the shoulder lightly, and said gently. Chapter 123 Liu Feng's Limit. Tony is still Iron Man, do you want to compare yourself with him? What's more, your research on nanotechnology, even Tony has to learn from you. Liu Feng said with a smile. Don't look at that guy's stubbornness, in fact, he also admires you. Octavius was only on the edge of a dead end, but he would never have come to this point if someone reminded him. After listening to Liu Feng's comfort, Octavius obviously relaxed a lot. I've decided, I'll continue to call me Dr. Octopus from now on. Dr. Octopus smiled slightly. This will remind me to remember the previous lessons so that I won't make the same mistakes again. And you, Connors, how about your new arm? Dr. Octopus turned to look at Connors. Connors was still touching his newly installed arm in amazement. It's amazing. I don't see it at all as an artificial robotic arm. As he spoke, Connors shook the mechanical arm vigorously, and even stroked his face with him. This touch, because it's real. Okay, you can wait for the arm thing to feel slowly after 23. Now, let's take a look at your new laboratory. Following Liu Feng to the laboratory, both Connors and Dr. Octopus were shocked by the experimental equipment in front of them. Not to mention Dr. Octopus, a hardworking science geek who spends all day doing research in his small workshop at home. Even Connors, a scientist who has been working in a large laboratory in Osborne, was shocked by the sight in front of him. All are state-of-the-art experimental instruments. Limited by the cost and the importance of research, Connors can use much less in Osborne than now. Compared with the current laboratory, his previous studios can only be called pigsty. For this, Liu Feng can only sigh with emotion. Sorry, but money can really do whatever you want. After leaving the laboratory to the two, Liu Feng turned and left. With the joining of these two important scientists, Liu Feng believes that his laboratory will soon be able to produce the first batch of experimental results. Liu Feng did not limit their research direction, as long as they wanted to, even secretly imitating Iron Man's armor in the laboratory. Advertisement. Even if they want the full version of Iron Man's production materials, Liu Feng can get them back. After careful consideration, Dr. Octopus decided to focus on nanotechnology and mechanical prosthetics. Because his octopus tentacles have certain artificial intelligence is also within the scope of his research. And Connors decided to follow his previous research direction to continue the research. Although his arm has recovered, there are still so many disabled people waiting for the light in their lives. Connors already has his own light in Superman. But those disabled people are still living with difficulty under the sympathetic eyes of the people around them. And because there are a large number of disabled soldiers in this country, Connors' research is still very meaningful. Just look at AIM. If there were not so many soldiers eager to return to the army who volunteered to be their experiments, AIM would not have made such a big commotion. Definitely, to a certain extent, the research of the two can be transformed into military weapons without stagnation. But Liu Feng won't let that happen. Products used as weapons can only be circulated internally, and products that are promoted to the market must be castrated in non-threatening civilian products. After arranging everything, Liu Feng came to Tony's laboratory under Tony's urging. Although various experiments and improvements have been constantly being carried out, Tony did not know to what extent his work had been strengthened before it was put into use. Therefore, Tony used different people as templates and asked Liu Wei to use that level of power to fight. Such as Odin, such as Thor, and those dark elves. Definitely, Liu Feng does not have various and weird abilities. For example, Loki's illusion, Odin's divine power, or magician's spell. But even so, using Liu Feng as a reference still brought Tony a great improvement. Are you sure you want me to give it my all? Liu Feng looked at Tony with a strange face. I didn't say that, it's still too early for you now. Advertisement. Come on, let me see your real strength. Tony said expectantly. Forget it, let me show you the state where I use 1/10 of my strength. In the open field, the weapon systems of dozens of Mark mechs were all activated, locking onto Liu Feng firmly. In the next second, Liu Feng disappeared in place. At the same time, all the mechs exploded at the same time, leaving no one left. Mr. She Stark, according to statistics, the time difference between the damage of these mechas is within 1,000th of a second. A gust of wind blew and ruffled Stark's hair, bringing him back to his senses. He never expected that his favorite work would be so vulnerable in front of Liu Feng. Tell me, how did you do it? Tony stared at Liu Feng. It's not scientific at all. Such a fast speed, and your body is so big, how could you not move at all? Any object that exceeds the speed of sound will experience a sonic boom. But Liu Feng just did the 360-degree speed just now, but there was no movement at all, which is not in line with common sense at all. If you have to say it, you can understand that this is the biological position of my body. Liu Feng shrugged. I can also lead people to fly at sublight speed, and the people I take will not feel anything. So your limit speed is sublight. Tony's eyes were red and swollen. At present, it looks like this. Liu Feng nodded slightly. If I don't use external force, sublight speed is my limit. But I'm still growing, and I feel like it won't be long before I can break the speed of light. What will happen after breaking the speed of light? Tony was a little startled. I think, the high probability is to travel through time. Or travel through space to go to a parallel universe. Liu Feng said lightly. You know, it's what you scientists often say about string theory and the like, very messy. You still know about string theory? Tony looked surprised. FK off. Liu Feng rolled his eyes. You are looking down on my IQ. So, do parallel universes really exist? Tony asked confusedly, what are parallel universes like? Anything is possible. Liu Feng laughed. Maybe you are still a zombie wearing Iron Man armor in the parallel universe. Chapter 124 Tony's bottleneck. Tony has little interest in the theory of parallel universes, at least not for now. After all, before witnessing this kind of thing with your own eyes, it is impossible to determine his authenticity. Similarly, you cannot prove that he does not exist. Science pays attention to proving the truth and not falsification. Take the simplest religion as a distance, there will always be people who say that you cannot prove that God does not exist, so he must exist. According to this logic, you cannot prove that God was not created by another God, and that other God also exists. If it goes on like this, won't it become an infinite set of dolls? At least it is true that Liu Feng's current speed can reach close to the speed of light, so Tony is currently interested in this. Unless one day, Liu Feng can really break through the speed of light, and then take Tony on a trip to the parallel universe, it is estimated that he will be interested in this project. It's not scientific at all. Tony couldn't help feeling. How can a creature break through the speed of light with only its physical body? What are you made of? Can I reproduce this ability and transplant it to my armor? Give up. Many things are fruitless. Liu Feng shook his head slightly. If you really want to reach that point, you still have a long way to go. Liu Feng didn't hit Tony's self-confidence too much. No one knows how far this person cursed by knowledge can finally achieve. If Liu Feng didn't intervene, a few years later, when Thanos snapped his fingers, Tony would be able to create a device that could lead to the parallel universe based on the technology of the Ant-Man armor. In Marvel's multi-universe, Tony even had the brilliant achievement of killing the Celestial group with one shot. The so-called Tiantian group is probably at the level of the peak level of the universe. Further up is the incarnation of rule. For example, Dormammu, who negotiates with Doctor Strange, belongs to this level of role. In other words, as long as Tony is given enough time and materials, maybe he can even break Dormammu's wrist. With the help of Liu Feng, Tony's battle armor was updated at a terrifying speed. In just 1 week, Tony produced the 83rd generation Mark armor. Tony's naming method is always simple and rude. The 83rd generation of Mark armor is named Mark 83. Advertisement. Compared with the original plot, when Thanos came to Earth, Vanny's armor was only updated to Mark 5. It's just that unlike Mark 50, Mark 83 didn't use too much nanotechnology. In terms of nanotechnology, Tony is still groping step by step. But compared with before, Mark 83's equipment speed and portability have also been greatly improved. Take Odin as the standard. Let's end this week's test. Tony looked at Liu Feng confidently. In the next second, Tony's right hand tapped lightly on his chest, and the tiny particles composed of countless nanotechnology quickly covered his whole body. The time spent in this process was less than 1,000th of a second. In order to pursue power, Tony did not condense all the armor in the reactor on his chest, but wore a set of very close-fitting half-body armor under his clothes. Except for the limbs, the remaining parts are protected in this half-body armor. When a response is needed, the half-body armor will quickly secrete countless nanometer robots, spreading to the limbs. At the moment, what appeared in front of Liu Feng was a robot full of streamlined beauty. In the next second, Tony fired energy bombs without saying a word. Since it was agreed to use Odin as the standard for the experiment, then Liu Feng would definitely not cheat. This energy bomb hit Liu Feng without pain or itching, but Odin would never use his body to receive this energy bomb. Fortunately, the speed of this energy bomb is not fast. Even with Odin's strength, he can easily dodge it. Unlike humans, gods like Odin belong to the older and stronger existences. Unless it is due to some force majeure, according to normal logic, when a god dies, it is the most powerful moment in his life. Liu Feng doesn't know how strong Odin will be when he dies, what he refers to as the current Odin. However, fighting at this level, Tony's originally human neural reflexes started to become a drag on him. He said that Mark 83 was targeting Odin, but under the constraints of a mortal body, Tony's real strength was limited. In the end, the two ended today's match with a tie. Advertisement. Liu Feng can't completely kill Tony without surpassing Odin's strength, but Tony also has nothing to do with him. This is the limit that current technology on Earth can achieve. It is not the limitation of technological level, but the limitation of materials, which restricts the possibility of Tony's further growth. Even if Tony was given countless vibraniums, it was impossible for his armor to have a qualitative improvement in strength. What's more, things like vibranium are not very compatible with nanotechnology, and only a few parts can be made of metal like vibranium. As for building the entire armor with vibranium, it is unrealistic and meaningless. No one can do anything about you. Quote. Tony sat down on the bumpy test ground in an invisible way, without the appearance of a millionaire. This is already the limit that I can achieve at present, unless there is another industrial revolution that exceeds my imagination. In principle, this is the limit level that technology on the Earth can currently achieve. Speaking of this, Tony seemed a little bit downhearted. Why don't you try to seek a breakthrough in the universe? Liu Feng said suddenly. Universe. That's right. Liu Feng nodded Qian's head. You also know that there are inexhaustible aliens in the universe, and the technology of many of their civilizations exceeds that of human beings by thousands of years. Some even came to the Earth thousands of years ago and conducted their own experiments on the Earth. If you go out, you might get some unexpected discoveries. For example, new materials, new ideas and so on. About this point, Tony knows much more than Liu Feng. The resources on the Earth are actually relatively scarce, at least many resources that are rare on the Earth are everywhere in the universe. In addition, the properties of the same material in different environments, and the new properties that can be reflected by the combination of the car and another material will be different. For example, something like vibranium is a material that does not exist on the Earth. I believe that there must be more magical metal materials than vibranium in the universe. Chapter 125 Target. Stars and Seas. At least Liu Feng knows that besides vibranium, there is another metal whose properties are not inferior to vibranium. That is Ulu metal. Many people may be unfamiliar with this name, but Thor's hammer, Stormbreaker, is made of this metal. The excellent performance of Ulu metal is not reflected in its hardness, but that it can perfectly enchant any magic. Whether it is powerful magic or useless lighting, Ulu metal can perfectly carry it and exert its maximum power. Good idea. Tony's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. No, human spaceflight technology has not reached that level. If we go at the current speed, I'm afraid I may not be able to encounter alien planets when I die of old age. Aviation technology is so simple. The Dark Elves and Chidori have mature space technology. If you disassemble it casually, can't you make a usable spaceship? Is that true? But without a star map, are we going to run around? Not to mention looking for materials, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort to find aliens. I suddenly remembered what you said, we can go to Asgard. Liu Feng clapped his hands and suddenly realized. Asgard. That's right. 860 inches. Liu Feng nodded affirmatively. Don't look at them as gods all day long. In fact, they are also a civilization that possessed the ability of interstellar navigation very early on. Whether it's a star map or a spaceship, they must have it. Not only that, they also have a Bifrost that can send troops to any place in the 9 realms. But why should Asgard help us? Tony frowned. What do we give them in exchange? This shouldn't be a problem. Liu Feng stroked his chin and said, I'll go to someone to discuss it later, maybe I can solve this matter. Anyway, it must be right for you to prepare first. Liu Feng took care of this matter, and Tony naturally had no reason not to agree. When it comes to things like going to the universe, Tony originally wasn't too keen on it. He didn't fully understand the things on the Earth, so many things were waiting for him to deal with, and he ran into the universe, isn't that crazy? But if you want to upgrade your own armor in the universe, then Tony is very interested. It's almost becoming his inner demon now. He just wished he could update Mark's armor to 800 generations at once, killing all threats with one punch. Advertisement. But it's a pity that even God can't do this kind of thing, so Tony can only be patient and study slowly. Although he can't look down on those aliens, Tony is still very happy to absorb their essence. Liu Feng also has some expectations about going to the universe. It's really boring to fight with these people all day long on the Earth. It would be even better if he could find Thanos by taking this opportunity. Just punch him to pieces, and after this trip, Liu Feng can easily eat and die on the Earth. Definitely, the biggest puzzle is still finding Thanos. I didn't know where Thanos was before, and the plot about Thanos' two daughters was also vague. With his eyes darkened, Liu Feng couldn't find Xing Yun and the two of them. But counting the time, the plot of Guardians of Galaxy should start almost soon, and if Nebula or Gamora can be found by then, Thanos should be easily found. As for who to ask, it is definitely the omnipotent Ancient One. As a self-proclaimed Asgardian of Earth, and Sorcerer Supreme, it seems that the Ancient One magician knows Asgard well. Therefore, if you want to seek help from Asgard, Ancient One is the best middleman. While Liu Feng was busy going outside the universe, in S.H.I.E.L.D., a project called Insight Project was quietly passed. Since Nick is not on the Earth now, many resolutions can pass the judgment of the Parliament without passing him himself. And HYDRA, who is hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D., is also seizing this CDDE opportunity of Nick's absence, ready to move. Among the S.H.I.E.L.D. bases, the construction of 3 aerospace aircraft carriers has also come to an end. At the same time, Steve, who has finally adapted to modern life, also meets Peggy Carter, whom he longs for. Steve, you owe me a dance. Although Paige suffers from Alzheimer's disease, she still remembers Steve. Looking at the elderly woman on the hospital bed, Steve's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Advertisement. Leaving Peggy's residence, Steve accidentally met a girl named Sharon Carter. Everything seems to be on the right track, but what Steve doesn't know is that this girl named Sharon is actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, she is also Peggy Carter's nephew. Just when Steve felt that he had fully integrated into this society, found his lover again, and lived his life, he received an unexpected call. Hey, I guess Fury needs me again, right? The captain looked at Phil Coulson with helplessness on his face. I thought I could live a peaceful life for a few days. I'm so sorry, Captain. Phil Coulson also looked embarrassed. Facing his idol and colleague, Phil Coulson always doesn't know what attitude to use when facing the captain. It doesn't matter, what do you need me to do, just tell me. The captain nodded and handed Phil Coulson a can of Coke. Phil Coulson took the Coke and put it in his pocket. This is a cola given to him by his idol. This is something to take home and cherish for a lifetime. How can he drink it directly? This is a secret mission. Nick needs you to rescue a S.H.I.E.L.D. cargo ship hijacked by pirates. As soon as he got to work, Phil Coulson became visibly serious. He handed the captain a paper document. After reading it, destroy it urgently. After finishing speaking, Phil Coulson turned and left. This is the character of the captain, and he cannot know all the details about the mission. This is the basic quality of being an agent. Steve looked at the paper and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This mission was filled with a weird atmosphere from beginning to end. After the rescue mission is completed, he has another secret mission to copy the information on the ship. But this secret mission needs to be hidden from all the agents in the same industry, so it must not be known. It's as if the main purpose of this mission is not to rescue the hijacked freighter, but to copy the data. But soon, Steve stopped thinking about these things. He was just a soldier, and the only thing a soldier had to think about was obeying orders. Chapter 126 Time magic is used like this. While the captain was busy performing secret missions, Liu Feng was leisurely drinking tea made by Sorcerer Supreme in Kamar Taj. So, your purpose is to travel in the universe. What kind of tourism? It is to promote the rapid improvement of the Earth's technology and contribute to the development of the Earth. Liu Feng said disapprovingly. Okay, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. I admit, it's because I'm bored on the Earth, so I want to go out and go around. I can help you, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything that interferes with the timeline. Ancient One said seriously. Especially Thanos, you can't touch him yet. Seeing Liu Feng's indifferent expression, Ji Yuyi sighed. If you directly intervene, don't you know how much impact it will have on the future? Isn't it just a Thanos? How much impact can it have? Liu Feng didn't care. Ancient One didn't speak. Although she has the power of Time Gem, she actually doesn't know much about the future. It was just a vague sixth sense telling her that if Thanos died at this point in time, it would be troublesome. I know I can't stop you. Ancient One said flatly. Even if I don't help you, you still have a way to find the person you want to find. But I still have this attitude. If you want to ask for my help, you must promise me that this time is not for Thanos. At least before I die, Thanos needs to be alive. Is it enough just to promise you? Liu Feng wondered. That's right, you only need to make a verbal promise, I believe in your character. Ancient One smiled. Liu Feng thought for a while, and suddenly understood. Ancient One has long wanted to quit, so in order for his successor to become the Sorcerer Supreme willingly, she must let Doctor Strange know that there will be a supervillain in the future that only he can deal with. That supervillain is Thanos. Only in this way, Stephen will be willing to serve as the new generation of Sorcerer Supreme, and will be willing to let Ancient One leave. To sum it up briefly, it is a story about an elderly man plotting against his future apprentice in order to retire. Advertisement. I don't understand, why do you want to die so hard? Liu Feng shook his head. How many people are trying to survive in order to live forever, but you are better off, wishing you could die quickly. The burden on me is so heavy that I almost forgot the concept of time. Ancient One smiled slightly. Everyone has different pursuits. There is a saying in the ancient East, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, so death is my own choice. Liu Feng rolled his eyes. You are not willing to be a Sorcerer Supreme yourself, and you still leave this burden to Stephen. Is this what you say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you? Ancient One's face froze. This is different. He is destined to be the next Sorcerer Supreme, this. Ancient One stammered more and more. How can you people do the magician thing? I promise you it is. Liu Feng laughed and choked on Ancient One, only to feel relieved for a while. He didn't intend to find trouble with Thanos at first, it doesn't matter if he meets the best or not. It's just that Liu Feng didn't expect that Ancient One's help would be so thorough. Spaceship, supplies, star map, I have prepared everything for you. Ancient One pointed to the Asgard-style spaceship in front of him and said, if you need, you can leave at any time. Especially energy, I have prepared energy for you that can last for 2 years, that's enough. Good guy, you're hoping that I won't come back. Liu Feng said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't interfere with you cheating on your apprentice. By the way, you wouldn't have fought with Odin and then snatched the spaceship and supplies, right? Liu Feng looked suspiciously at the scratches on the spaceship in front of him, which seemed to be traces left by magic. The details are not worth mentioning. A faint green light flashed on Ancient One Magician's right hand, and the scratch disappeared in an instant. Illusion, it is definitely your illusion, you are wrong. I thought you had a good relationship with Odin, so I asked you for help, but that's how you helped. Liu Feng couldn't help complaining. Is time magic used for you? Ahem, I can't help it. Ancient One looked a little embarrassed. I fought Odin for a long time in order to prevent the Earth from being controlled by Odin. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. So how can my relationship with him be better? Liu Feng waved his hand. I made a mistake this time, if you need my help later, just say that I promise not to refuse. 17. Ancient One smiled stiffly, but did not speak. I still ask you for help, if you don't make trouble for me, it's not bad. For the time being, the spaceship will be placed here at Ancient One, and you can just pick it up when you leave. Liu Feng originally thought about whether to invite Wanda or Polaris to go with him. After all, not everyone can have the opportunity to travel to the universe. But after some consideration, Wanda decided to stay on Earth with Polaris. If someone finds out that Superman has disappeared, the thoughtful person will inevitably have some unreasonable thoughts. In order to ensure the safety of New York, Wanda decided that when Liu Feng left, she would act as an Asgardian in New York to protect the safety of New York. Polaris didn't care that much, but seeing Wanda's cannibalistic eyes, she finally gave up the idea of traveling with Liu Feng. How could Wanda let Polaris take this opportunity to be alone in the universe with Liu Feng for so long? As for the others, they all have their own affairs, and there is no way to go out for so long at once. However, when Liu Feng mentioned this matter, Banner was quite interested. But Liu Feng considered again and again, and rejected Banner's request. Although he wasn't afraid of Hulk, if Banner didn't control his emotions and let Hulk out halfway through the flight, the people on the spaceship would be fine, so the spaceship might not be safe. Therefore, in the end, Banner could only look at Liu Feng with pitiful eyes, hoping that he would change his mind. The experimental research of Octavius and Connors is at a critical stage. After weighing it, they still decided to stay on the Earth. The technology of the Chitauri and the Dark Elves is enough for them to study for a long time, there is no need to see the technology of the identified planet, it is too much to eat. Tony, on the other hand, took advantage of this opportunity to deal with all the company's affairs that required him to handle, and then left some armor that could protect Pepper. In order to ensure the safety of his little lover, Tony has put in a lot of effort. Chapter 127 Captain's Faith. All is ready except for the opportunity. As long as Tony settles his little chili, Liu Feng can go anytime. Just as Liu Feng was fishing at the police station and waiting for Tony to finish his work, an unexpected visitor came to the New York police station. Hey, sir, you can't come into the sheriff's office without an appointment. Looking at the middle-aged man who broke in, and the police officer who was trying to stop him at the door, Liu Feng waved his hands lightly. Let him in, it's all right. The policeman spread his hands and left helplessly. They also don't know how this person sneaked in, and he was able to walk to the door of Liu Feng's office under the noses of everyone. If it wasn't for a policeman who accidentally glanced at him, he really wouldn't be able to catch this person. Tell me, Captain, what's your business for coming to my office so sneakily? 690. That's right, it was Steve, the captain of the United States, who sneaked into his office. You found out so soon. The captain reluctantly took off his baseball cap, revealing his chiseled face. Even Liu Feng has to admit that sometimes the captain can exude an invincible charm with just one look, making everyone who sees him believe him involuntarily. I can't help it, I don't know who to ask for help. The captain smiled wryly. Now I have become a wanted criminal. I think, at this time, you should probably be notified. While speaking, Liu Feng turned on the TV, which was broadcasting urgent news. Ha! The captain of the United States treason. What an ironic crime. Liu Feng laughed loudly and said, tell me, what's going on? I don't know, it seems that there is a ghost inside S.H.I.E.L.D. The captain collapsed on the sofa depressedly. I don't know who to trust anymore except you. It's a great credit for catching you, aren't you afraid that I'll catch you and hand you over? You won't. The captain replied without any hesitation. I know you are not that kind of person, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. I've always been good at seeing people. Advertisement. Liu Feng nodded uncompromisingly. You came to me, probably because you want Superman to make a move. No, he doesn't need to take action. The captain shook his head and said, he is a hero, we can't let him get involved in this kind of thing. Instead, I'm here to tell you that you must keep Superman away from this matter and never get involved. Why? Now it was Liu Feng's turn to be puzzled. Because this is politics. The captain said helplessly, I came to you, and I just hope that Superman can be the last insurance policy. W. According to the information I have obtained so far, they seem to want to implement the Insight Plan. Insight Plan. That's right. The captain explained. Originally, the plan was to monitor all human beings in the world. Before someone commits a crime, the space carrier can lock the criminal in an instant and kill him before he commits a crime. But this was used by HYDRA in turn. They changed the algorithm and wanted to lock all superheroes in and eliminate all objects that threatened HYDRA. Once this plan is launched, in just a few minutes, at least 10% of the world's population will disappear. So, until all the facts are known, until the helicarrier is officially fired, I hope Superman will not shoot. Unless it's the final stage, when no one can stop HYDRA, Superman will then attack and destroy the helicarrier. Why should I help you with this favor? Liu Feng smiled and said, aren't you afraid that I will reject you? Definitely not afraid. The captain smiled. As far as I know, at least 1/10 of the people are actually locked by this algorithm, so you guess, as a righteous Asgardian, you, the light of New York, will also be there. What's on this list? Then according to what you said, Superman will just go and destroy all the space carriers. Liu Y rolled his eyes. Why bother? So this is politics. The captain shook his head. Before the truth is revealed, Superman will only be slandered as a criminal by them. Besides, they will hide behind the scenes and continue to plot. It's impossible for Superman to find all of them in an instant, right? This is what HYDRA looks like. Cut off one head and grow two. So, what you and Superman have to do is just wait for the final result. The captain stood up. If we succeed, you don't have to do anything, but if we fail, I hope Superman can finally turn the tide. In this way, no matter what the final result is, you will have nothing to lose. Advertisement. Seeing the figure of the captain preparing to leave, Liu Feng asked suddenly, why did you do this? Obviously letting Superman take action is the easiest and most effective way, why do you have to go all out yourself? The captain glanced back at Liu Feng. Neither Superman nor you are innocent. Everything started with S.H.I.E.L.D. and should end with S.H.I.E.L.D. I am already a victim. I cannot allow more people to become victims of political struggle. HYDRA has been hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years and surely there will be no trace of cobweb. But why no one found out that even in the end, the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the leader of HYDRA, the implication is self-evident. Not to mention those high-level executives of HYDRA, don't other people have any doubts? Those who work with HYDRA know something. But the MPs don't care, and those politicians and even the military don't care. They only care about the benefits they can get, regardless of who they cooperate with. After all, Mustache has been dead for so many years, and no one believes that HYDRA can make any waves. Including this Insight Plan, and even the Zola algorithm, which is also full of 1.5 flavors of various conspiracies. Otherwise, how could the arrest warrant for the captain of the United States be released so easily, as if those politicians were all dry, and none of them noticed that something was wrong? To put it bluntly, the captain is nothing more than a victim of struggle. It's just that those stupid politicians completely underestimated HYDRA's ambitions and underestimated HYDRA's power. If they knew that HYDRA's ultimate goal was so terrifying, they would probably have peed their pants in fright. At this moment when the captain has been marked as a wanted criminal, it is useless to have a few people come out to help the captain. People are so stupid, they believe what the media says. In Michaelis' free speech, you can only see what others want you to see. The captain no longer wanted to drag others into the water. Chapter 128 Superman, HYDRA Limited. Seeing how the captain easily blended into the crowd, Liu Feng tapped his fingers on the table constantly, as if he was thinking about something.
In a sense, Steve is pretty much everyone's ideal image of the United States man. I have to admit that even the people who hate the United States the most will change their views after contacting the captain. He is such a charismatic person. In the entire Marvel universe, he's the only one who has Mjolnir's approval for quality alone. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, and if you don't pay me,
Then wouldn't I lose face? Liu Feng smiled slightly.
Anyway, Tony doesn't know when he will be able to get things done in the company, so he might as well have some fun for himself. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng came up with a brilliant idea. Liu Feng changed into a suit, and used the time-limited props that he drew to change his appearance to simply disguise himself. The captain's next target is SHIELD Headquarters 23, and he is going to risk himself to prevent the launch of the space carrier. Liu Feng did not follow the captain, but came to the SHIELD Headquarters first. It's a pity that he knew about it too late, and he didn't catch up with that classic elevator fight scene. Otherwise, shout HYDRA hail with those agents in the elevator, and then reveal your Superman identity. I think the expression on the captain's face must be very interesting. But it doesn't matter, you can see the captain's very interesting expression later. Naturally, not everyone can enter SHIELD Headquarters. But this is not a difficult task for Liu Feng. After all, he has the space gem in his hand. As soon as he moved, he appeared at the highest level of SHIELD, Pierce's office. After Nick's apparent death, his original office became Pierce's. But this office was originally passed on to Nick by him, and now it has been returned to the original owner. Liu Feng hid in the subspace, quietly waiting for the captain's arrival. Steve didn't make Liu Feng wait too long. Advertisement. Even though he's been attacked by the Winter Soldier on the way here, he's also sure that Bucky's still, well, just brainwashed. Although he was caught by Quick Response Special Forces, Phil Coulson managed to free him. After getting in touch with Fury, Cap decides to reveal everything about HYDRA and let HYDRA and SHIELD die together. Only this time, Steve can only rely on his own strength to complete this basically impossible task. Oh yes, plus a Falcon that basically doesn't exist. Although he is not very useful, but at least he is better than Phil Coulson, that 5 scumbags. Steve and Falcon Sam were tasked with preventing the helicarrier from launching, but this mission was basically impossible, so it ended up breaking the Zola algorithm instead. They don't need to destroy the entire space carrier, they only need to destroy the core responsible for controlling the operation of the Zola algorithm on each space carrier. And Phil Coulson is responsible for all HYDRA information published. But because HYDRA hides too deeply in SHIELD, all the information of the two are entangled. Therefore, the publication of HYDRA is equivalent to the publication of all the secrets of SHIELD. And SHIELD is inextricably linked to the United States military, so once this kind of behavior is done, it can basically declare Phil Coulson's social death. The United States is definitely looking for Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson is naturally aware of this, but he doesn't have the slightest hesitation. The captain can disregard his own life, what can he not let go of? All the way through, the captain quickly rushed to the broadcasting room. Just as Pierce was painting a bright future for the politicians in his office, Steve's voice came over the radio. I'm Steve Rogers, and you've probably heard a lot from me these days. In the room, everyone's expressions froze. After listening to Rogers' description, the politicians in the room turned pale. You son of ABCH. That's the kind of attention you're calling for. One politician yelled. The bodyguard beside him reacted immediately, and just wanted to reach out to his waist to touch the pistol at his waist. In the next second, a team of agents rushed in and shot directly. I'm sorry, but you could still enjoy the last 30 minutes of your life. Pierce shook his head helplessly. Advertisement. As he turned around, the HYDRA shot directly, and these politicians who thought they were about to gain huge benefits just died in this small office. In the launch center, most people don't know what they are doing. But after listening to Rogers' narration, people went on strike one after another. Even if the HYDRA put a gun to their heads, there are some people who are still unwilling to do things that endanger the world. Captains can do this despite the pressure of public opinion all over the world. Although they are not captains, they still have a sense of justice in their hearts. Due to the personnel strike in the launch center, only 2 of the 3 aerospace carriers originally planned to launch were launched. Seeing that the launch could not be stopped, Falcon took the lead and tried to break through the blockade against heavy defenses. Just when the captain was about to go to help, he saw Pierce around the corner. As the leader of HYDRA, Pierce also wanted to win over the captain. It is a good thing for 823 to win the captain to their side. Dream. Steve spat. I'll never be with you guys. I'm so sorry, it looks like I'm going to say goodbye to you, Captain. Pierce waved his palm lightly, and the agent behind him immediately stepped forward bravely. But Pierce was too big. He brought 3 elite teams to the captain's first choice, and they only persisted for less than 5 minutes before they were all knocked down. Seeing the advancing captain, Pierce began to panic. HYDRA hail. Just at the moment, such a sentence sounded behind Pierce. Turning around, Pierce saw Superman floating quietly behind him. Not to mention the captain, even Pierce himself was dumbfounded. What? So Superman is from our side? There are many factions in HYDRA, and Pierce doesn't know what cards the other factions have. But this didn't stop him from being ecstatic at the moment, at least with Superman around, his life was saved. HYDRA hail. Pierce straightened his collar, but there was a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. So you are one of us. Sorry, Mr. Pierce, my order is to kill you. Liu Feng smiled slightly. What? Wait, who gave you the order? I am HYDRA. Chapter 129. Buy it now, 80,000. In the next second, a red light flashed, and Pierce instantly turned into flying ash. Now, it's between me and you, Captain. Liu Feng looked at Steve. Before you die, do you have anything to say? Steve was in despair. No one knows Superman's strength better than him, and he knows that in front of Superman, he has no chance of winning. Superman is here, and Sam. Thinking of this, the captain's mood became more and more depressed. At the moment, in the captain's earphones, Nick also cursed loudly. Water, Superman is also from HYDRA. How is this possible? Nick was also dumbfounded. If Superman is really from HYDRA, why not play with wool? Farewell, the Earth is designated as hopeless. It's ridiculous that Steve tried to use Superman as the last insurance before, but he didn't expect that even Superman was theirs. Aren't you betraying Liu's trust in you? Steve said hoarsely. Oh, how do you know that he is not from HYDRA? Liu Feng frowned. Steve was taken aback for a moment, and then said bitterly, I see, is that so? So it turns out that HYDRA's penetration into the world has reached this point. Steve didn't dare to think any further. It's too late to regret it now, you can still be Captain America. Liu Feng smiled and said, isn't it good to rule the world with HYDRA? No, don't say any more. Steve clenched the shield in his hand. Even if it is death, I will never surrender. New York lights, Superman are their people, so is there any hope in this world? Wait, Superman. Steve froze for a moment. If Superman is really one of them, is there any need for HYDRA to hide it so deeply? There will never be any country in the world, and there will never be any government that is an opponent of Superman. The huge alien fleet is no match for Superman. If Superman really wants to rule the world, why bother to implement the Zola algorithm? Advertisement. The world has long since fallen into HYDRA's hands. Unless, the person in front of him is not Superman. If this Superman is a fake, then maybe there is still a chance of winning. A ray of light suddenly appeared in Steve's eyes, a ray of hope. I'm curious, why do you think you still have hope? Whether you can win or not, you will know after you have fought. Steve smiled slightly. I have never been the kind of person who just gives up without doing anything. After all, the captain rushed towards Liu Feng. In an instant, the captain's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously held the shield in front of his chest. However, the force from the side knocked it out horizontally, and Steve even heard a crisp sound from the bones on his body. With just one punch, Steve was knocked out of the fight. Willpower is a very mysterious thing, but when a person's body functions are completely damaged, no matter how strong the willpower is, the person cannot stand up. That's exactly what Steve is doing right now. He could no longer feel the presence of his own body. Can't be wrong. This is definitely the real Superman, absolutely can't be wrong. Although lying on the ground, Steve suddenly laughed out loud. Eliminate all the wrong options, and the remaining option, no matter how impossible, must be the real answer. What are you laughing at? Liu Feng frowned. Okay, stop playing. Although I don't know why you want to beat me up, you should do it now, right? What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you don't make a move, the space carrier will really start to attack. Steve laughed. Liu Feng sighed helplessly. I'm curious, where did I show my flaws? With that said, Liu Feng touched the control of reality gem. He did knock Steve out, but he didn't hit it hard at all. Steve just seemed to fly out. He can't perceive his own body, but it's actually because Liu Feng separated Steve's head from his body with reality gem. Steve stands up immediately as the power of the reality gem touches. Your biggest flaw is yourself. Steve laughed. Because you are too powerful. If you are really a HYDRA person, then HYDRA doesn't have to hide until now. Advertisement. You have long been able to unify the world with your power. I can't think of any reason for HYDRA to hide such a big hole card like you and use it to make some insight plan. Take a step back and say, with you here, it is impossible for me to get to this point. I would have died in New Jersey a long time ago. Liu Feng slammed his mouth. Is that so? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. As he said that, he actually touched a mobile phone from behind, but the material is not bad. Steve had good eyesight, and saw his wonderful expression on Liu Feng's phone at a glance. Tisk, despair, hope, and this wild laughter are really rare materials. Quote. Deleted. Steve said darkly. What price are you going to pay for this group of photos? Liu Feng raised his phone. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to afford this price. Forget it, Captain, forget it. Nick also persuaded Steve in the headset. Let him destroy the space carrier first, and talk about the photos later. It's okay, the helicarrier is just a trivial matter. After speaking, Liu Feng glanced outside. In the time it took Steve and Liu Feng to talk, Falcon had destroyed the core of Zora's algorithm inside a helicarrier. Should I say it or not, this guy still has something. In the next second, a red light flashed, and under Liu Feng's precise locking, the two space carriers were instantly destroyed. All the members of HYDRA knew Hao Zhao on the space carrier, so Liu Feng is not worried about hurting innocent people. Moreover, the space carrier is now on the surface of the sea. Even if there are wreckage falling, it will not affect ordinary people. Now, we can talk about the dark history of the captain. Liu Feng smiled. Fury, lend me money, I want to buy photos. The captain gritted his teeth. How much do you want? In view of the captain's popularity, I don't ask you how much, one price, 10,000. Why don't you go grab it? Black Braised Egg yelled in the headset. If it is placed before, this amount of money is basically small money, and it can be reimbursed for any reason. But just 10 minutes ago, everything about SHIELD was revealed with HYDRA. Let alone 80,000 now, even 8 yuan, he has nowhere to find someone to reimburse him. As for the captain's loan, are you kidding me? Do you expect a 70-something-old antique to make money? Chapter 130 Xandar Star. As a professional soldier, the captain has almost no ability to earn a living, and all his funds come from the support of SHIELD. But now SHIELD is finished, and the captain is also a pauper. Nick himself doesn't have much savings, and most of his previous expenses are basically SHIELD's accounts, and he doesn't have much savings at all. He can afford the 80,000 yuan, but if he can afford it, why don't he get it back? Is he really going to lick his face and ask the captain for the $80,000 in the future? If you can't take it out, then I'm sorry. Liu Feng's lips curled up slightly. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Fury. I'm sorry, Captain. I really can't help you. Black Braised Egg said stiffly. I'm not on Earth now. How can I give you $80,000? Left and right are just a few photos, it doesn't matter. After finishing speaking, Fury hung up the phone resolutely, not giving the captain any room to bargain. The captain was still trying to struggle. I'm so sorry, I got this phone from an agent, and there are a lot of confidential information in it, and these photos were released along with it. Captain, I'm really sorry. Liu Feng smiled without sincerity. The captain looked at Superman smiling like a fox that stole fish, and 033 felt powerless in his heart. What are your teammates? One wanders in outer space all day long, the other takes pleasure in black photos of himself, and the other two are worthless things that are not worth 10 o'clock. The captain rested his forehead and sighed, he even wanted to go back into the ice now and couldn't sleep. He survived the statistics of SHIELD, but he didn't expect that his fame would be ruined by a few black photos. Liu Feng laughed, turned and left. These few black photos are nothing, he was thinking, if there is a chance in the future, let Steve wear the uniform of HYDRA and shout out the phrase HYDRA hail. I think the captain's expression must have been more exciting then. Well, it's such a happy decision. Advertisement. Liu Feng wrote this incident in his small notebook. Although SHIELD is finished, the aftermath still affects the whole world. Especially the announcement of HYDRA made many people panic. People never thought that the thing that everyone thought had been swept into the dustbin of history had been lurking and hiding for so long. Perhaps because of the sympathy of some CDEJ, bad guys, countless villain organizations sprung up like mushrooms after rain. But New York is as calm as ever. As a substitute for Liu Feng when he was not on the Earth, Wanda also began to gradually adapt to life as a superhero. It's just that she doesn't want to appear in front of the public as herself, but uses magic to transform into a Superman, and from time to time she has a sense of presence in New York City. Anyway, what Liu Feng can do, Wanda can basically do with magic, so there are no flaws. Tony's finishing work is also coming to an end. Before leaving, Liu Feng spends a few days with his girlfriends. After all, this parting may last for several months, so I definitely need to relax before leaving. Finally, all the dust settled, and Liu Feng and Tony set foot on the spaceship to space. There is actually a wormhole near the Earth. After passing through this wormhole, it takes 6 space jumps to reach the edge of the center of the galaxy. And this place is also the busiest place in the entire universe. The first goal Liu Feng set was Xandar. This is one of the key locations of the Guardians of Galaxy plot in his memory, and it is the only plot location he remembers. There are so many planets in the universe, except for some very important planets Liu Feng has a slight impression of, who will remember the names of the other planets. Moreover, Xandar's technology can be regarded as one of the more developed planets. Being able to fight the tyrannical Kree Empire for so many years without being defeated is enough to prove that Xandar's technology is not weak. Liu Feng still remembers that Xandar also has an existence called the Nova Corps. In the original comics, they seem to be superheroes, but they don't know what kind of existence they belong to in this world. The journey was interesting at the beginning. After all, not everyone can see the magnificence of the universe with their own eyes. But no matter how magnificent the scene is, those who see more will still get tired of it. What's more, the universe is actually extremely empty most of the time. Advertisement. As for the various small planet belts depicted in the movie, they are basically non-existent. In fact, in the universe, the distance between each celestial body and even the meteorites in the small planet belt is extremely far. Only when we truly know the vastness of the universe can we notice the smallness of the individual. Fortunately, this tedious journey did not last too long. In any case, it is Asgard's high-performance spaceship. With sufficient energy, it only took 2 days to travel from the Earth to Xandar. After landing at the designated port, Liu Feng and Tony officially set foot on the alien land. How is it? How does it feel to be on an alien planet? Liu Feng turned his head to look at Tony, but the smile froze on his face. At the moment Tony has already become interested in a pillar on the side of the road, and he seems to want to reach out and touch the surface of the pillar. Liu Feng quickly grabbed Tony. Tony was a little dissatisfied, and when he was about to say something, a 3-meter-tall alien suddenly walked by. When passing by that pillar, he vomited casually, and he spit out a large amount of black and green mucus, which directly stuck to the pillar. After a moment, the mucus was absorbed by the pillar. I see, that's the spittoon of an alien. Do you know why I won't let you touch that thing now? Tony also looked stiff. Although he is very curious about alien technology, it does not mean that he would like to study alien spittoons. Here, this is Asgard's translator, which can basically translate into the above universal languages. Asgard's translator is not a technological creation, but powered by magic. When Tony took it, the translator turned into a golden tattoo next to one of Tony's ears. After wearing the translator, the noisy voices around him instantly turned into a language Tony could understand. In an instant, countless obscene words flooded into my ears. Looking at the clear sky around him, Tony felt a little unreal. Let's go to the alien market first, Liu Feng said with a smile. Market. Tony couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 131, Shy. Isn't it your first time to come to this planet? Otherwise, how do you know where the market for aliens is? Liu Feng didn't speak, but smiled and pointed to his ear. If you want to understand the technology of a civilization, the quickest way is to observe the civilian technology of this civilization. Civilian technology represents the lower limit of this civilization, while military technology represents the upper limit of this civilization. But judging a civilization should never be so simple and crude just looking at weapons. Weapons are not everything. Under the leadership of Liu Feng, the two soon came to the largest market on the entire planet. Shopping mall. Anyway, it's probably similar to the high-end shopping places on Earth. Tony is dazzled by the products around him. Unlike Tony, who devotes all his attention to technology products, Liu Feng pays more attention to alien food. Just looking at the food emitting a strange light, Liu Feng still didn't dare to put his mouth down. Although he was already invulnerable to all poisons, the psychological level was still not so easy to pass. Just when Tony fell in love with something similar to a personal terminal and was about to buy it, the two were embarrassed to find that they didn't have any money with them. To be exact, the two of them are complete paupers in the universe. They don't even know what the transaction currency of Xandar is. Helpless, the two could only leave the shopping mall in despair under the strange eyes of the clerk. Or, you sold your armor. Otherwise we can't afford anything. Tony rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say you sold the spaceship? What's more, even if I am willing to sell, will someone be willing to buy? I see that the technology and design concepts of these people have greatly surpassed my armor in some places. Maybe my battle armor can only be regarded as tattered in this universe, and it's not worth a lot of money. Liu Feng looked at Tony with a strange face. This is not something you would say. Quickly tell the truth. Where is Tony, and when did you switch Tony? Don't make trouble. Tony waved Liu Feng's hand off his shoulder. It's really only after you step out that you can realize how small you are. Advertisement. Liu Feng thought about it carefully. If it were a few years later, when Thanos came, even if Tony saw these alien technologies, his mood would not fluctuate too much. After all, at that time Tony had devoted himself to research for so many years, and he had already established his own self-confidence. But from the appearance of Iron Man to now, Tony's growth time is not too short. I haven't fought Ultron, and I haven't seen so much alien technology, so it's normal to belittle myself to some extent. Wait, am I blind? That is, Earth, people. Tony was surprised. There is a species on the alien planet that looks exactly like the people on Earth. Following the direction Tony pointed, Liu Feng saw a tree man, a small raccoon, a green-skinned woman, and a white man with a beard. No, you read that right, that is a person from Earth. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. There is no doubt that at this time, the people who have grown up and appeared in this place must be the future guardians of galaxy. At the moment, they are being escorted to the spaceship by Xandar's escort. Under Tony's gaze, the spaceship soared into the sky. So, why are there Earthlings here? What's so strange about this? Liu Feng shook his head. Thousands of years ago, the Kree people came to the Earth to manufacture biological weapons, and now there is still the heritage left by the Kree people on the back of the moon. It's quite normal for there to be one or two extra Earthlings in the universe. What? Are you telling the truth? Tony almost jumped up. Bioweapon. Kree, thousands of years ago. Each of these words hit Tony's nerves. It was also the first time he knew that the Earth had always been so dangerous. Now it was Liu Feng's turn to be surprised. I thought you should have realized this when you knew that the black marinated egg was not on the Earth now. If he is not connected with alien civilization, how can he get the asylum of alien civilization? Damn. Tony gritted his teeth and said, traitor, this is betraying the Earth. After seeing the Guardians of Galaxy, Liu Feng suddenly remembered that they should go to a place called the Land of Nothingness afterwards. Seeking Flowers 0. Advertisement. Although it is called the Land of Nothingness, this place is actually the largest black market in the entire universe. The Land of Nothingness is not a certain planet, but the head of a member of the celestial group who was chopped off by someone. Even if it is just a head, its file size is equivalent to a small satellite. Using a planet as a black market, one can imagine how prosperous this planet will be. It even claims that there is nothing you can't buy here. In the Land of Nothingness, there is an existence named Collector. His lifespan is almost endless, and his collection is even more diverse. These gave the pirates a living space. Definitely, energy is also the general equivalent in this kind of place. He is the richest man in the world, the #1 playboy on Earth. Tony Stark actually fell to the point of cheating in an alien planet. It is simply too shameful. Really? So there is such a place? You didn't say it earlier. Tony looked excited, and even prepared to go to the land of nothingness. Not long after leaving Xandar, the two of Tony saw the plot of robbery that they liked to hear and see. So Tony didn't have the idea of robbing at all. If he really wanted to do that, then what's the difference between him and those villains? Some of them will even go to the Earth to carry out activities such as human trafficking. That's right, they met interstellar pirates. In the galaxy, this kind of pirate still has a lot of living soil. Chaotic unmanaged order, years of local wars, and large unmanaged livable planets. 0. As for robbing, he can't do such a thing. In case the identity of the Earthlings is exposed again, although he is not afraid of retaliation, it is embarrassing. Earthlings can be regarded as a rare commodity in the universe. He even has a collection of just about anything you can imagine. Here, most transactions are bartered, are traded with a very special rare metal as an equivalent. Xandar Star has a high level of technological development, and Tony has taken a fancy to many products, but he has no money. Since it is a black market, it is natural that no unified currency will be used for transactions. In the future, when people on Earth really step into the Milky Way, they will hear about Tony's heirs if they think about it. Chapter 132, Land of Nothingness. After all, creatures like this kind of Homestar are not strong, but also have wisdom, and the original combat effectiveness is almost 0, which is really rare in the universe. However, due to the existence of Asgard and the remoteness of the Earth, few people have noticed this place, so few people will play the idea of the Earthlings. Except for some lucky and bold people, such as Xingju's adoptive father Yondu, other people basically can't do this business. Moreover, such things as human trafficking, even among pirate groups, are not seen by people. After this incident of Yondu was exposed, he was expelled by the predators, and led a group of subordinates to make a living in the universe with some leftovers, completely losing his glory. Don't make a move, let me try these alien ingredients. Tony put on the armor with excitement, and flew out directly. What? 733, disappointed Tony was that these people's fighting power was too weak. They didn't even survive the first round of confrontation, and they directly turned into garbage in the universe. These people are too weak. Tony looked disappointed. Just look at their spaceship. Liu Feng didn't take it lightly. It's probably a group of high-flying bastards who even dare to provoke us. What's the meaning? Looking at the spaceships of these people, they are much smaller than ours, which means that even among the pirates, they still exist at the bottom. What's more, there is an Asgard logo on our spaceship. They even dare to provoke the people of Asgard. What is it if they are not clear-headed? Are the people of Asgard famous in the universe? Tony wondered. Not very famous, but very famous. Liu Feng explained. Asgard exists in the universe, even if it is not the United States, at least it is a brat, so generally no one dares to provoke Asgard people. Odin is notoriously narrow-minded, after all. However, it is generally difficult to see Asgard people in the universe. They rule the 9 realms and live a comfortable life. Except for the occasional rebellion in the 9 realms, everything else is not good. The people of Asgard spend most of their time maintaining their own rule, so although they are very famous, they seldom show up in the outside world. Rebellion. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Earth is the best example. Liu Feng laughed. With Sorcerer Supreme, the Earth is basically not under the jurisdiction of Asgard. Speaking of which, the Earth is actually under the protection of Asgard in a sense, otherwise the Earthlings would have been sieved by the aliens long ago. The Kree came to the Earth thousands of years ago, and they will definitely not leave for no reason. After all, the biological weapons on the Earth have been developed to that point. Advertisement. If it is said that it is simply ignored because of defects, then this reason is too far-fetched. The only explanation is Asgard. After all, the Earth is so close to Asgard, and Odin would not like to see the Kree Empire's experimental field so close to his home. After hearing this, Tony's mood was a little complicated. On the one hand, his perception of Asgard is indeed not very good. After all, Asgard caused the New York wormhole incident last time. On the other hand, it is precisely because of Asgard's protection that the Earth can be stable for so many years. For a moment, he didn't know what attitude he should take to face Thor. While speaking, the two came to the legendary land of nothingness. This place is not known to everyone, and there is no existence of this void in the star map given by Asgard. But fortunately, Liu Feng has a special skill of asking directions. With a little camouflage, he and Tony's spaceship turned into a harmless, but very rich tourist spaceship. Those interstellar pirates who didn't have much brains rushed up immediately after seeing it. After fishing for law enforcement 7 or 8 times like this, Liu Feng finally caught a pirate who knew the void and volunteered to lead them the way. At the same time, his and Tony's small coffers also enriched. In the void, spaceships are also a relatively valuable resource. For those interstellar pirates, no regular planet will receive them and help them repair their spaceships. Therefore, most pirates can only use wild repair methods to repair the spaceship after the spaceship is damaged. This includes, but is not limited to, covering it with an iron sheet is equivalent to not being damaged, and just plugging it with gel, etc. Various wonderful methods. In this case, a spaceship equipped with decent firepower, in good operating condition, and with sufficient energy became a hot commodity. Tony can't guarantee anything else, but Tony thinks he has some experience with sufficient energy and weapon systems. Advertisement. Stopping along the way, Tony studied and remodeled, and quickly remodeled a dozen of the captured spaceships. As for the energy problem, it is easier to solve. Tony directly and generously installed a low-configuration version of the arc reactor on the spacecraft. Tony rolled his eyes, never seen such a Versailles person. In the next second, a laser flashed, and a short purple-skinned man who was about to approach the spaceship turned into fly ash. Tony hesitated for a while. For the sake of caution in 1.3, he let the armor cover his whole body, leaving only one face outside. Because of this fleet, there seemed to be only 2 people in charge. Although it is a low-end version, it is no problem to support all the weapons of the spacecraft to run at full power for 3 hours. Be careful, put on your armor, and don't be attacked by someone. Liu Feng reminded that this place is not very safe. But soon, the minds of many strangely shaped creatures began to come alive. As soon as the two landed, they found that everyone in the port was staring at them. Everyone is curious why they have never heard of this character before. It's a bit unreasonable not to start. Does this creature still exist? Who knows? Liu Feng shrugged. Anyway, he is not my opponent. Whether he exists or not does not make much difference. Definitely, this is a high-end product, and it will never be sold until a certain price is reached. Tony slowly put away all kinds of tools, looked at the file-sized head of the planet outside, and remained silent for a long time. This makes him look a bit like a surgically modified cyborg. Sorry, I'm not used to people approaching my spaceship without permission. Liu Feng said flatly. A fleet of more than a dozen spaceships is not a small force. When Tony completed the modification of the last spaceship, the two officially came to the void. Chapter 133. The Good Man in the Stars. You guy, how dare you do anything to our people? A blue-skinned alien stepped forward angrily. Do you have any comments? Liu Feng glanced at the alien, and red light appeared in his eyes again. But the alien didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Holding a strangely shaped weapon in his hand, he stepped forward without hesitation. KR. Before the words were finished, a red light flashed, and the blue-skinned alien also turned into fly ash. Only now did the onlookers see clearly that the laser light was emitted from Liu Feng's eyes. 2 people died in a row, and the gang of robbers couldn't hold back for an instant. In their world, unless they can intuitively realize that the strength of the opponent is stronger than their own, otherwise they will never give up easily. As for Liu Feng, there are only 2 people, and they have an advantage in numbers, and they don't carry visible weapons on them, so the advantage lies with me. This equation holds true instantly. In the next second, a 23 alien rushed up screaming. All of a sudden, lights of various colors danced in the air, and countless ammunition flew towards Liu Feng. Tony on the sidelines is also included. But as early as Liu Feng started his attack, he realized that something was wrong, so he equipped his whole body with armor early on, so these attacks didn't hurt him at all. Definitely, it is even more impossible for these attacks to hurt Liu Feng. In the next second, a stream of light flashed by. The air was instantly still. Those guys who attacked Liu Feng were all turned into a cloud of blood mist. Oh, that's disgusting, Tony said, frowning. This is a little too cruel. Liu Feng rolled his eyes. I really hope that one day you are caught by these aliens, and when they walk through your back door, you can show the same compassion. Now it was Tony's turn to roll his eyes. Forget it. The onlookers looked at the 2 people who were intact, and the pirates who didn't even have a whole body, and finally understood that the 2 people in front of them were not easy to mess with at all. Liu Feng took a step forward, and the crowd in the audience took a step back in shock. Advertisement. HMPH. Liu Feng sneered. You see, these people are just bullying. If someone is willing to buy a spaceship from me, and the price is fair, I'd be happy to make a deal with him. Liu Feng smiled slightly and said loudly, after all, I'm not a devil. Definitely, the performance and quality of the spaceship will definitely satisfy you, I promise. Seeing the eloquent Liu Feng, no one dared to speak for a while. Among the interstellar pirates, there is no shortage of brainless fools and brave warriors who are not afraid of death. After only a moment of hesitation, someone came to ask the price. It was a red-skinned, muscular man who looked a bit like a governor. Apart from the fact that the skin is red and there is no hair on the body, this person is not much different from the people on Earth. How good is your spaceship? Finally someone was willing to come up to ask the price. Liu Feng couldn't help being a little excited. He was also worried that these people would not dare to come forward out of fear, so wouldn't it be the first time he did business that he would die without a problem. Seeing the guests coming to the door, Liu Feng began to introduce the performance of the launch boat to them. Liu Feng is well aware of what these people's needs are, and he mainly introduced the firepower of the spaceship, its endurance and combat performance. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the strong man's attention. He immediately waved his hand and bought 2 spaceships directly. It's just that these 2 spaceships don't include the spaceship transformed by Tony Arc Reactor. The price is too high for him to afford alone. As for the price of the spaceship, Liu Feng didn't know about it at first, so he retreated, let the strong man quote his price first, and then observed the reactions of the people around him. Although the strong man was not afraid of death, he was not that stupid either, so he gave a very fair price. After haggling back and forth a few times, Liu Feng had a general understanding of the transactions on this planet. After successfully selling the first spaceship, the rest of the business will be easy. Seeing that Liu Feng is not the kind of extremely bloodthirsty lunatic, and has so many high-quality spaceships in his hands, Liu Feng immediately became the target of all aliens' fawn. In the world of pirates, fists are king. Whoever's fist is big, whoever speaks will have weight. Advertisement. Liu Feng not only has big fists, but also has good things in his hand, and the price is fair. Most importantly, he is not a lunatic. Don't underestimate this point, you don't know when you will meet a strange race in the universe. Being entangled by these wonderful races, sometimes you will feel worse than death, or even wish for death. Compared with those psychopaths, Liu Feng is simply a good person in the universe. Isn't he a good person who does business fairly and doesn't attack his trading partners? Therefore, when Liu Feng left, his reputation quickly spread among the pirates. However, after he found out that he had been scammed a few times, he paid more attention to buying things in the void. An alien creature that looks gentle and cute, without any offensive power, suddenly broke free from control, started killing in the auction market, and then left calmly. Following the sound, Liu Feng saw an orange cat looking at him curiously. After getting the equivalent exchange items from the void, Liu Feng only kept a small part, and handed over the rest to Tony, allowing him to buy whatever he saw. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a place where all the filth is hidden in the universe, and everything is sold here. However, what they don't know is that the spacecraft was modified. Tony plunged headlong into the black market and couldn't get out, while Liu Feng wandered happily in the void. It's a pity that these people don't quite fit Liu Feng's aesthetics, and looking at the way those people are tightly controlled by wearing collars, they are not easy to mess with. Meow. Hi, little cat. Liu Feng smiled slightly and squatted down. Right under Liu Feng's nose, he witnessed a prison escape operation with his own eyes. Liu Feng's business is only out of interest, he originally has no interest in things from outer planets. Liu Feng even saw someone buying and selling aliens. So, sometimes, you really don't know who is the prey. Suddenly a meow sounded. 287 With money in hand, Tony finally regained his rich man nature. After all, he earned the money by himself by working hard to transform the spaceship, so he definitely couldn't be taken as a victim by those aliens and slaughtered. Countless people waved the resources in their hands just to meet Liu Feng, with only one purpose, to buy a spaceship from him. Chapter 134. Big Orange Cat. Under Liu Feng's touch, the orange cat made a comfortable purring sound. While rubbing and rubbing, Liu Feng figured out something was wrong. How could there be such a creature as an orange cat in this void? This kind of harmless kitten should have been caught and cooked long ago. You're not that Yuan devourer, are you? Liu Feng laughed. The orange cat tilted its head and looked at Liu Feng suspiciously. Are you hungry? Do you need me to get you some cat food? The orange cat lowered its head and licked its paw, ignoring Liu Feng. Liu Feng masturbated for a while, and when he was about to leave, the orange cat followed him and took 2 steps forward. Huh, are you going to come with me? Meow meow. The orange cat meowed twice, and jumped onto Liu Feng's shoulder. You little brat. Liu Feng patted the orange cat's head helplessly. Why don't I call you Big Orange, how about it? Daju meowed twice, as if he recognized the title. Purring and snoring like this, Daju's head rubbed against Liu Feng's neck, looking very cute. Although he didn't know if this orange cat was the legendary Yuan devourer, but he was so cute that Liu Feng decided to adopt him. Just as Liu Feng was wandering around, not far away, a flame shot up into the sky. Those who dare to make trouble in this void, I am afraid that no one else would dare to do so except that Guardians of Galaxy. Walking in the direction of the flame explosion, Liu Feng happened to bump into Xingju and the others who were fleeing at high speed. Hey hey hey, give it a try. Xingju shouted loudly. But just as the two sides passed each other, Xingju suddenly realized something and turned around to look at Liu Feng. Wait, are you from Earth? That's right. Liu Feng nodded. Oh, Xingju's eyes lit up. So, like me, you were also captured. No, how should I put it, I'm a middle-aged tourist. Liu Feng smiled and said, the development of science and technology on Earth is not bad. Advertisement. Wait, what do you mean, the Earth already has the ability to travel alone? Xingju was a little unbelievable, as the Earth developing so fast. By the way, what is the most popular golden song in the United States now, or that? Hey, Star-Lord, if you don't leave, that guy Ronan will catch up. A small raccoon shouted loudly in the distance. In front of him, a strong man and a tree man were running fast. Wait a minute, let me catch up with my fellow Earthlings. Xingju said loudly. Go first, I will catch up later. Turning his head, Xingju said excitedly, where did we just talk? Who? He won a Grammy Music Award. I'll say it, he must be the greatest king of pop ever. Just when Xingju was excitedly asking Liu Feng about new things on Earth, the few people who had already left turned back at this time. Seeing Rocket Raccoon and the others come back, Star-Lord was very moved. Didn't I say that I would catch up with you later? You actually came back to pick me up. I'm so touched. As he spoke, a few tears came out from the corners of Xingju's eyes. Unexpectedly, Rocket Raccoon jumped up directly and gave Xingju a lap. A dark circle immediately appeared on Xingju's right eye. Idiot. The cosmic spirit ball was taken away. Rocket Raccoon said cursingly. Ronan knew that there was a power gem inside, and he was going to take the power gem himself and go directly to destroy Xandar. What? Xingju was also dumbfounded. Why did things evolve to this point when I wasn't around for a while? The power gem. Liu Feng became interested. If we look at the original plot, Ronan will eventually be danced to death by these groups of people, and then the power gems will be given to Xandar by them for preservation. In a few years, when Thanos is ready, he will come to take the Power Stone himself. The power of Xandar is naturally inferior to Thanos, and Xandar will be destroyed in the hands of Thanos. Therefore, for them, this power gem has become the source of disaster instead. That being the case, it is better to give the gem to him for safekeeping. What now? How can we stop Ronan? Rocket tugged at the hair on his head in frustration. Liu Feng was even worried that the raccoon would tear all the hair off his own head. If you don't mind, maybe I can help, Liu Feng said suddenly. Advertisement. You. Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. Come on, look at your fragile body, and you're still an Earthling, what can you do to help? I'm Groot. Even Groot chimed in to agree with Rocket Raccoon. Forget it, we can only force it. Rocket Raccoon gritted his teeth, and said viciously, the trouble we caused, we have to solve it ourselves. It's useless even if he has the power gem. Leave Star-Lord. Saying so, several people left one after another, only Xingju gave Liu Feng a sorry look before leaving. I'm sorry, my partners are a bit grumpy, I'll talk to you about the old days when I settle this matter. Liu Feng sighed. Why don't you listen to people? This is the so-called as long as I am not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is someone else. No, embarrassing cancer. After being attacked by Ronan, Xandar's starport was also left unattended. That alone is enough to crush that guy Ronan. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at the scene in front of him. As for Tony, he will meet up with Liu Feng after completing the upgrade of the armor. Helpless, Liu Feng had no choice but to go to Xandar alone. For the power gem, this Xandar star, he didn't have to go there himself. Since Liu Feng was not in a hurry, it took a little longer on the road. He is now very happy shopping in the black market in the void, countless inspirations burst out in his mind, and he really has no energy, good Zhao Hao, to worry about other things. In this scene, let alone Ronan, even Liu Feng was dumbfounded. Come together, Xingju yelled strangely, and moved to Ronan's side while dancing. After listening to Liu Feng's narration, Tony thought for a while and decided not to get involved in this matter. Accompanied by the music that only Xingju can hear, several people actually started dancing together. Regardless of his original strength, he has 2 infinite gems on him. As soon as Liu Feng landed, he saw Xingju dancing in front of Ronan. It's almost done. Liu Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore. After thinking about it, Liu Feng dialed Tony's contact information. Advertisement Chapter 135. Turn your face and deny people. Seeing Liu Feng appear, Xingju looked nervous. This is not the place for you to come, hurry up and go. While dancing, Xingju tried his best to wink at Liu Feng. Although he only met once, Xingju has a pretty good feeling for this fellow, so naturally he doesn't want him to be involved in this innocent disaster. Even Groot tried his best to wink at Liu Feng, signaling him not to come and disturb Xingju. I really can't bear to watch this farce. Liu Feng said helplessly. You don't feel embarrassed, I am embarrassed for you. Let's stop here. After finishing speaking, Liu Feng walked towards Ronan step by step. I understand. Ronan finally realized. You guys are playing me together. In the next second, Ronan's face changed drastically, and he burst into anger. You guys have to pay the price. A ray of purple light emanated from the hammer in his hand and shot straight in the direction of Xingju. Xingju closed his eyes subconsciously, and shouted, my life is over. Gamora, I love you. The purple light reflected on Xingju's face, making his expression very solemn. But this confession of 767's life and death not only did not move Gamora, Gamora looked away in embarrassment after seeing this scene. But the pain that Xingju expected did not appear. Turning around, he realized that the purple energy attack was easily blocked by Liu Feng. Seeing this, even Xingju, who has always been thick-skinned, couldn't help turning red. The confession can be said later. Liu Feng joked, there are so many people now, girls might feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, in fact, Liu Feng doesn't really understand Xingju's aesthetics, how can he be able to talk about that kind of skin and appearance? Maybe it's because I've been with aliens for a long time, and the beauty has become strange. Although one's orientation is free, I still recommend that you see a doctor. There is someone who can resist the power of the power gem. Ronan's face became a little ugly, this is impossible. You don't think you can really display the power of the power gem, do you? Liu Feng raised his lips slightly. A coward who can't even touch the power gem dares to scream in front of me. What are you? Ronan's face became very ugly. Obviously, he was hit by Liu Feng. Advertisement. He is actually not as powerful as he imagined. Give it to me, die. Ronan roared, urging the hammer inlaid with the power gem in his hand with all his strength. Waves of purple energy were stimulated and scattered in all directions. This energy attack was too scattered, and the surrounding Nova army was also affected, and 30% of its personnel disappeared in an instant. However, Xingju and the others were protected by Liu Feng and did not suffer much damage. But Liu Feng is only one person after all, and the scope he can protect is really limited. Everyone else was fine, except that Groot was hit by a laser, leaving only half of his body. Groot. Rocket Raccoon is very sad. Liu Feng's expression was also very ugly. Although he knew that Groot could be resurrected with just a branch, but his original intention was to keep everyone from any harm. The situation in front of him was simply slapping him in the face. The game is over. Liu Feng's expression changed, and he appeared in front of Ronan in an instant. Who do you think you are? Ronan growled. The next second, he raised the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it head on at Liu Feng. What stunned everyone was that Liu Feng took the hammer with one hand without any pressure. You people on Earth, are you all so fierce? Rocket Raccoon held his jaw that was about to fall, and he was dumbfounded. Why didn't I realize that you are also so fierce? I was very angry, so, the consequences were severe. Liu Feng sneered, and punched out. Ronan flew upside down for tens of meters, crashing through several spaceships before barely stopping. And the hammer in his hand naturally fell into Liu Feng's hands. Inferior product. Liu Feng sneered. In the next second, he single-handedly crushed the hammer with the most powerful gem, and it fell lightly into his hand. No, Star-Lord roared. Advertisement. But he knows that the power gem is definitely not something that ordinary people can directly touch. The power contained in him is too huge and too violent. As long as he directly touches the power gem, there is only one end, being washed into flying ash by the violent power. But something that everyone couldn't believe happened. The power gem's hand was actually very peaceful, and even half of the violent power was not released. What's the situation? Rocket Raccoon stared straight at the power gem in Liu Feng's hand. Could it be that this gem is fake? Shouldn't it? Gamora was also confused. She's been around Thanos for so long, and she's never heard of anyone with direct access to infinite gems. She had heard Thanos admit it himself. Even Thanos himself did not dare to touch infinite gems directly. In order to use infinite gems, it is important to use weapons specially made by others. It's just a power gem, why be so surprised? Liu Feng smiled slightly, and then put the power gem into his pocket. Seeing Liu Feng's attitude, everyone was speechless. Is this a power gem? Why does it seem like an insignificant toy in your hands? Leave this power gem to me for safekeeping. Liu Feng said flatly, staying in your hands will only bring you danger. What? The accuser Ronan is done, I still have some confidence in my control. It's nothing, I'll go first. After finishing speaking, Liu Feng was about to turn around and leave. Wait, a bald-headed woman stepped forward. Mister, I hope you'd better leave the power gem to us for safekeeping. This kind of thing is still too dangerous for you. Oh, Liu Feng raised his eyebrows. It's too dangerous for me, isn't it dangerous for you? That's right, we on Xandar have the confidence to protect the gem of power well and ensure that it will not be used by those who want to. Hearing the woman's arrogant words, Liu Feng burst out laughing. Why, when Ronan was holding the power gem just now, why didn't you dare say such things to him? The corner of Liu Feng's mouth suddenly formed a mocking smile. Oh, I understand, so you guys can't beat him, so you don't dare to speak nonsense. Please show a little respect. The woman's face had become extremely ugly. In an instant, countless weapons on Xandar pointed at Liu Feng. Chapter 136. The Madman's Plan. What's the meaning? Liu Feng looked unhappy. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I'm sorry. The bald woman said coldly. You are a good person, so I don't want you to do things that make everyone unhappy. Good guy. Liu Feng laughed back angrily. Good guy, should he be pointed at with a gun? I really don't understand what people like you think. You don't dare to shout at Ronan, but dare to threaten me. Who gave you the courage? The bald woman pursed her lips. Xandar, don't be threatened. Hey, calm down, calm down. Xingju stood up, stretched his arms, and stopped between the two sides. Is there anything we can't discuss? Xingju smiled apologetically. Why make the relationship so rigid and unpleasant? Ronan is finished now, shouldn't that be a good thing? Yes. Rocket Raccoon also came out to smooth things over. What we should do now is to sit down and talk about what we can't be proud of. Gamora looked at everyone's reaction with cold eyes, very disdainful. Bah, a bunch of hypocrites. Gamora rolled her eyes. Shut up, Gamora, Xingju yelled angrily. No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. I'm Groot. We are very grateful for your contribution to Xandar. A woman with short silver hair came out of the crowd, looking very capable. For your contribution to Xandar, I am willing to give corresponding rewards. The woman smiled and proposed her own conditions. Immediately, he changed the topic. However, I hope that it is better to leave the power gem to us for safekeeping. After all, the universe is too dangerous, it's not suitable for a power gem to wander around. Presumably this is also a big trouble for you. You know, there are too many people in the universe coveting the power of gems, so if you don't have a strong one, you are destined to be unable to preserve the gems of power. Oh, really? Liu Feng frowned. Is it like this? Advertisement. Then presumably, you who were defeated by mere Ronan can be regarded as powerful. Liu Feng was unceremonious, especially emphatically emphasizing the word, powerful. The short-haired woman was stunned for a while, and didn't know what to say for a while. After all, it is an irrefutable fact that Ronan was beaten to death, and Ronan who owns gems is not an all-in-one enemy under Liu Feng. The most shocking thing is that this person can touch or even use the power gem with only his physical body. This kind of power, they have only heard of in legends that few people know. The silver-haired woman is not a brainless idiot. If possible, she would not want to provoke someone with terrifying power like Liu Feng. However, the power gem has a lot to do with it. Once the power gem can be mastered, Xandar will usher in a leap-forward development. At that time, they don't even have to worry about the threat of the Carry Empire anymore. This kind of temptation makes it difficult for her to give up and continue to compete for the power gem. This time it was just an accident. The silver-haired woman explained, "We have already signed a peace agreement with the Carry Empire. If Ronan's attack was not too sudden, we were not prepared at all, and the matter would not have developed to this point. What's more, Ronan has the power gem, and it is force majeure for me to organize an effective resistance in a short period of time." Liu Feng listened to the silver-haired woman making excuses for herself with a lack of interest, with a look of impatience. "So, you think that with the power gem, you don't need to be afraid of other people's invasion, and even if you master the energy of the power gem, you can use it reasonably in military affairs, right?" The silver-haired woman froze. "No, our planet Xandar is a peace-loving civilization, so we will never use power gems in military affairs." "Then I can't leave this thing to you guys." Liu Feng pouted. "Do you know Thanos?" Thanos. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Thanos' reputation is not small in the universe, but those pirates who are loyal to wandering in the stars know little about him. But none of these top civilizations is unaware of the existence of Thanos. That lunatic and his fleet would slaughter half of the creatures every time they reached a planet, in the name of creating a better living space for the remaining people. Seeking Flowers 0. Advertisement. But this lunatic is still very powerful, and no one is willing to provoke them easily. Even top civilizations like the Kree Empire and Xandar Star are very afraid of Thanos. "You mean, the madman?" "That's right." The corner of Liu Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. He is collecting all the infinite gems now, preparing to snap his fingers to wipe out half of the life in the universe. As far as I know, he should have collected 2 infinite gems by now. Liu Feng is just talking nonsense. He doesn't know how many infinite gems Thanos has in his hands. However, he estimated that Mishi should not have even a single infinite gems in his hand. The space gem and the reality gem are in his hands, the time gem is in the hands of Ancient One, and the power gem is right in front of him. Mind gem is lost on the earth, and soul gem is still unknown to his whereabouts. But to bluff, Liu Feng naturally opened his mouth. "So, even if you have the power gem, when you face Thanos who has 2 gems, what do you use to deal with him?" This is nonsense. No one in the room believed Liu Feng's words. How can there be such a lunatic in the world, saying that collecting 6 gems can wipe out half of the life on Earth with one snap of the fingers? Isn't this pure nonsense? It's impossible. Even Xingju, a mindless idiot, felt that this kind of thing was too outrageous. How can there be such a lunatic in the world? If you don't believe me, you can ask the woman over there. Liu Feng looked at Gamora who had been standing indifferently. "If I remember correctly, you are Thanos' adopted daughter, right?" "What? You are the daughter of that lunatic?" Xingju panicked. He never thought that things would develop to this point. "That's right, I'm the madman's woman." Gamora said coldly, "So, I'm also mad, what's the problem?" "No, that's not what I meant." Xingju suddenly felt awkward and hurriedly explained. Gamora sighed for a long time. "Although I don't know about Thanos' plan, what this gentleman said should be the right one." Chapter 137. Misfortune leading east. "Don't worry, I've made up my mind that I will never return to his side again." Gamora glanced at the bewildered Xingju beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "As that's so, that's great." Xingju immediately beamed with joy. "I just said, you should have given up the darkness and turned to the light long ago." Although what Xingju said was correct, Gamora still felt a little upset, and then kicked him hard. "Ah!" Xingju screamed, "You are so ruthless. So, even in this situation, do you still want to keep the power gem?" Liu Feng looked at the leader of Xandar with great interest. "Don't think I'm scaremongering, I don't intend to lie to you. I'm sorry, but we still feel that it's better for us to keep the power gem." The silver-haired woman was still trying to struggle. "May 13th is very good. It seems that if you don't have a fight today, you will definitely not give up." Liu Feng's eyes lit up, and his whole body flew into the air. "Wait, is this something that humans can do?" Rocket Raccoon looked at Liu Feng who rose into the sky, and his whole body was in a bad mood. "Everyone relies on technology to fight, how come you have a completely different style of painting?" In this regard, the people on Xandar Star didn't feel much. There are too many people with various strange abilities in the universe, and they have seen many of them. Therefore, although it is rare for Liu Feng to fly out of thin air, it is nothing. Since you are obsessed with obsession, don't blame us for being rude. The silver-haired woman gave an order, and countless weapons locked on Liu Feng directly. It's over, I'm going to be killed by your old friend." Rocket Raccoon complained loudly. Locked on by so many weapons, there is absolutely no way they can get out. Once the attack falls, these people will definitely be affected, and then turn into fly ash and disappear. Is there no room for negotiation? Xingju was still trying to struggle. On the other side, Gamora and Rocket Raccoon are already restraining Groot's remaining limbs and preparing to leave. "Don't struggle, run quickly, as far as you can run." Rocket Raccoon shouted. "Maybe we can survive this way." No matter how bad it is, can you leave us an account? Advertisement. Looking at the panicked people, Liu Feng said flatly, "Don't panic, the battle will end soon." Before Rocket Raccoon could speak, Liu Feng disappeared in the next instant. Immediately, there were bursts of explosions in the air. Almost at the same time, a red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Xandar's fleet was instantly enveloped by this red light curtain. In the blink of an eye, Rocket Raccoon, the fleet of Xandar in the sky fell down one after another like dumplings. Even Gamora, at the moment, who has always shown facial paralysis, has lost control of her facial expressions. This may be the most beautiful firework I've ever seen in my life. Gamora's eyes were filled with an inexplicable meaning. This is so G cool. Rocket Raccoon said with his mouth wide open. Are all the people on Earth so powerful? Delix also looked shocked. They should be the most powerful fighters in the universe. Water hair. A bunch of question marks appeared on Xingju's head. Am I misunderstanding the Earth? Is the Earth you mentioned and the Earth in my memory really the same place? It's a long story, but in fact Liu Feng only disappeared for less than 3 seconds before returning to his original position. Liu Feng moved his hands and feet, and looked down at the leadership of Xandar who hadn't reacted yet. How is it? Do you want to do it again? After a long while, the leadership of Dar Star recovered from the incomparably gorgeous firework. The silver-haired woman was about to bite her tongue off. Ronan has been wreaking havoc on Xandar for so long, and he hasn't destroyed many fleets in total. But Liu Feng wiped out all the fleets on Xandar's home planet in just 3 seconds. There is no need for any battle damage statistics at all. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, you can see that all the fleets in the sky have fallen, and no one is spared. The sky, which was originally bright, was actually covered by billowing smoke from the falling fleet, and even the light of the fixed star was obscured. You, how dare you? The silver-haired woman's lips trembled. Advertisement. In this battle, the damage done to Xandar far exceeded their bottom line. It is no exaggeration to say that Xandar will never be able to recover from this loss within 3 to 5 years. It is also thanks to them that they have just signed a peace agreement with the Carey Empire. If it had been known to the Kree Empire not long ago, the Xandar civilization would have been removed from this universe. At that moment just now, countless thoughts appeared in the silver-haired woman's mind. After a while, they suddenly calmed down. They will be the next civilization to be conquered by the Kree Empire. For this, it doesn't matter how much you pay. If it's really not possible, it's okay to let him go for a simple tour. If they really continue to retaliate, then there is no need to wait for the Kree Empire to conquer. I am afraid that Xandar will be finished today. What is the name of that one? Oh yes, Star-Lord. I have already prepared a banquet. Please allow me to hold a celebration banquet for you. That's right, the fact that the fleet was destroyed was actually an advantage in her eyes. Then the next step is to ask him to go to the territory of the Kree Empire to make a big fuss. Now that my fleet on Xandar is basically finished, don't you Kree Empire, let's all finish together. With Xingju's relationship included, as long as he wins over Xingju, apologizes, and pays accordingly, is he afraid that he can't handle the relationship with this powerful man? As for revenge, you're joking. The silver-haired woman's face trembled for a while, and then she said respectfully, you helped us solve Ronan's big trouble. I don't know how to thank you. How could I attack you? She didn't believe it anymore. Wouldn't those lunatics in the Kree Empire provoke this murderous god in front of her? These thoughts intertwined and collided, and in just a few tens of seconds, she figured out how to use the advantage in front of her. What's more, in essence, this incident was also triggered by the Carey Empire. If there is no Ronan, there will be no subsequent incidents, maybe. Don't be kidding, who can take revenge on such a powerful person? What's more, he also has such a terrifying thing as a power gem in his hand. The damage has already been done, and nothing can be said now. Chapter 138 Digestion After a Meal. Liu Feng waved his hand lightly. There's no need for the banquet, just talk about it if you have something to say. I'm too lazy to deal with you guys. Not to mention the leadership of Xandar, even Xingju and others who have been watching the excitement feel a little embarrassed. Why don't you go to the banquet? It's not a disadvantage anyway, right? Xingju approached cheekily. He was also counting on Xandar Star to give some rewards, so that he didn't run in vain for so many days. For this cosmic spirit ball, he has lost a lot of money. If he can't get a fortune from Xandar, he doesn't know what to do in the future. Anyway, they will definitely give you a lot of things, don't let them go for nothing. Liu Feng nodded slightly. He still remembered that when Tony came here, he liked a lot of things. Now, taking this opportunity, he can make a good fortune. Although he doesn't like the way these people behave, but if these people send things to him, he still doesn't make a good deal of it, which is a bit ignorant. Okay, yes. Seeing Liu Feng nodding, Xingju couldn't help cheering. With Liu Feng as the backer, won't the Xandar Star be bleeding a lot? This is also thanks to Xingju's heartlessness, and the other 23 people would definitely not be so familiar with Liu Feng. Otherwise, after seeing Liu Feng's strength, he couldn't help but have the idea of hugging his thigh or using it. But Xingju is a brainless guy. It's not that he doesn't want to hug his thighs. His purpose of hugging his thighs is not to gain anything, but simply to be able to say how powerful he has a friend when he brags in the future. It was precisely because of this awareness that Liu Feng did not reject Xingju's familiarity. Although according to the original timeline, Xingju punched out an Avengers Alliance 4, but he is not a bad guy in essence. I don't have so many tricks in my mind, it's just plain stupid. Looking at it from another angle, it can be regarded as true temperament. Thinking of this, Liu Feng dialed Tony's contact information. Hey, little brother, big brother, I endured the humiliation and gave you a chance to rip off, no, in exchange for spoils. Don't say that big brother doesn't take care of you. After this village, there will be no such shop. Advertisement. You just said you were cheating, right? Xingju leaned over and said meanly. I'm not, I haven't, don't talk nonsense. Liu Feng directly denied Sanlian. I'm a superhero, how could I do such a thing? Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. Xingju looked at Liu Feng with vacant eyes. Just you, superhero. If I hadn't seen that you destroyed someone else's fleet in the blink of an eye just now, maybe I would have believed it. Gamora and Rocket Raccoon nodded in agreement. Even Delix, who has always been extremely slow in reflex arcs, agrees with Star-Lord's opinion. At this moment, the three of them reached a consensus just relying on their eyes. This is the first time that several people have reached such a high degree of agreement on something since they met. Groot is now just a few twigs left. People of our family can be resurrected only by relying on some branches, so now Rocket Raccoon gathered a handful of soil, planted the remaining saplings of Groot in the soil, and just hugged it in his arms. But strictly speaking, the Groot born in this way is not the previous Groot. At best, it is just a new individual with the same memory. According to the number and volume of the planted branches, the memories that the newly born Groot can inherit are also different. According to the current body shape, the revived Groot must be able to inherit most of the original memories. However, those who are mixed in the interstellar world are already ready to die. To be able to end up like this is already considered lucky. Rocket Raccoon has no complaints about this. If it wasn't for Liu Feng's shot, Groot might not even have a branch left, and he is already very satisfied with the result. Although it is very shameless for these people's style, it is worthy of the highest standard banquet in the entire Xandar Star. In terms of taste alone, Liu Feng's food is still very satisfying. At the banquet, the leadership of Xandar also made a very humble request. They wanted Liu Feng to go to the Kree Empire for a while, and they didn't want to pay any price for it. What kind of resources, what kind of spaceship, it is not a problem. Advertisement. Definitely, this is just a purely friendly travel exchange, if it can cause some losses to the other party, that would be great. There are also radicals and moderates in the Carey Empire. Ronan who invaded Xandar belongs to the diehards of the radical faction. Although after Ronan's death, the radicals have already become 3 or 2 big cats and small cats, which is not a climate, but they still have to guard against it. The tourism opinions given by the leadership of Xandar Star are also delineated in the territory of the radicals. The moderates are on their side, and the friendly side that has signed a peace agreement with them, they definitely can't do the kind of thing that harms friendly troops. Glancing at Tony, who just arrived not long ago, who was asking for resources and technology from the Xandar Stars like a silly son of a landlord, Liu Feng rolled his eyes, took 2 photos of Tony laughing so hard, and finally agreed this request. Anyway, I am quite full after eating, so I will exercise after a meal to eliminate food. Xandar is not too far from the territory of the Carey Empire, but it is even closer to the sphere of influence of the radicals. With the help of the space gem, 503 took less than 10 minutes to go back and forth to Lu Waiwa. When everyone saw it, Liu Feng disappeared in a blink of an eye. A few minutes later, Liu Feng appeared again. Okay, I have fulfilled your request. What? All the leaders of Xandar Star were stunned. Are you kidding us? It's done so quickly. I never break my promise. Liu Feng patted his buttocks and stood up. You just wait for the information to arrive, and you're done. You have a huge empire, so you don't even have this intelligence ability. Hearing this, the leadership of Xandar Star immediately arranged intelligence personnel to investigate the information to see if the facts were really as Liu Feng said. On the other side, Xingju chatted with Liu Feng. What are you going to do next? Where are you going to play? I don't know. We're just traveling and we don't have a destination. Why, do you have a place to recommend? Liu Feng replied lazily. Speaking of this, Xingju suddenly became excited. Then definitely. Why don't you join us as an interstellar mercenary? No, let's be a superhero together. Xingju clapped his hands together. Let's form a superhero team together, called. Chapter 139 Tony's Research Object. Let's call it Guardians of Galaxy. Star-Lord clapped his hands. Are you serious? Rocket Raccoon looked disgusted at the side, obviously very dissatisfied with the name. Is there any problem with this name? I think it's very suitable. Xingju looked excited. Can't it be called the Space Guard? Then this is a bit too inflated. I don't have any opinions. Liu Feng looked indifferent. I'm just a soy saucer, so don't pay attention to my opinions. I'm the captain, listen to me, you can't have such a shabby name. Rocket Raccoon jumped on the table with his short legs. He pointed at Xingju's nose and stared at him viciously. As the captain, I should have the right to name. What? When did you become the captain? Xingju suddenly became unhappy. The spaceship is mine, so I should be the captain. Liu Feng looked at the two fighting with great interest, even a little bit of envy. Maybe that's the fun of being a partner. Anyway, he can't enjoy this kind of fighting fun now. It can only be said that sometimes, being invincible is really lonely. Even when fighting with Wanda in an unspeakable place, only magic can be used to defeat Liu Feng. The fight between the two didn't last long. Without Groot's backing and without using weapons, the two are not at the same level in terms of size alone. The final result naturally ended with Rocket Raccoon losing the battle. The group did not stay long on Xandar. It can be clearly felt that most of the people on Xandar have a fearful attitude towards them, and most of them don't have a good attitude towards them, so they naturally don't want to hide here for a long time. Tony got the technology he wanted and left satisfied. Before leaving, everyone on Xandar stared at Tony with eyes that wanted to eat people. Because many of the technologies he is going to leave are highly classified on Xandar. They were originally unwilling to give it, but they took a look at Liu Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, considering the losses suffered by Xandar now. Helpless, they had no choice but to hand over their technology obediently. Advertisement. It's also thanks to Tony seeing a lot, and he can't see much about the technology of Xandar, otherwise they might have to spend all their money. After finally sending away the plague gods, everyone on Xandar finally breathed a sigh of relief. Star-Lord, who left Xandar, was very excited. Even if he was driving a spaceship, he couldn't stop him from screaming. Just driving a spaceship, I was stunned by the feeling of being driven by him. All of Liu Feng's previous spaceships were sold, leaving only the last spaceship left. With only a few people, it was a bit troublesome to drive two spaceships, so Tony simply modified it and spliced the two spaceships together. The two spaceships are clearly independent entities, but with the addition of Tony's perfect nanotechnology, the two spaceships are perfectly combined without any trace of splicing. This is amazing, Xingju yelled. If necessary, the two spaceships can be completely separated in a few seconds and become two independent entities. While combining them, Tony also took into account the aesthetics of the spaceship, making it look even cooler. That's awesome, bro. I can hire you as Guardians of Galaxies. Well, you know, the kind that is responsible for repairing spaceships. Designer. Otherwise, the vice captain will do. Xingju was so excited that he couldn't help himself. With your technology, the galaxy is so big, where can we go? I have to say, you have a lot of ideas. Liu Feng interjected. To hire the richest man in the world to be your vice captain, first of all, you have to be able to afford his salary. What? The richest man in the world? Xingju's mouth was opened enough to fit a light bulb into it. Those who have traveled far and wide have traveled the universe for so many years, and those who can dominate a planet will definitely not be simple people. He still has this awareness. Individuals who can stand at the top of all living things on a planet, put them in the universe, will be able to mix better than 99% of people in a short time. Definitely, the premise of this is that the technology of this planet has developed to a certain level. The kind of primitive society that can dominate the world with an iron sword is not included. After learning of Tony's identity, Xingju suddenly felt how ridiculous his proposal just now was. Hey, I mean, just now. Xingju began to explain himself awkwardly. He didn't want to offend such a tech tycoon. If he did something to his spaceship before leaving, then he would really die without a place to bury him. Advertisement. Never mind. Tony took a sip of Xandar's specialty drink. This drink has a fruity aroma and tastes more like yogurt, and there are also coffee-like flavors to choose from. For certain groups of people, these drinks have a refreshing effect without side effects. Among the stars, it is a specialty of the popular Xandar star. Xingju is just an earthling, there is nothing to say. Tony has recently become obsessed with this drink. It's just that in Interstellar, this drink can be regarded as a drink that only the rich can enjoy, because its price is too high. If he is interested in Rocket Raccoon, he can rely on the scanning system of JARVIS to easily study it thoroughly. It has to be admitted that many mechanical designs are inspired by creatures. Not the peace of the galaxy, but his interest in these members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. The profits from selling spaceships in the void would last him a long time. He was most interested in Gamora and Delix. Even in the interstellar era, this habit has not changed. But there are also many interesting things about him, such as the mechanical technology on him. Tony Zhao from Xi'an is very interested in Guardians of Galaxy. I'm not such a stingy person, so don't think he'll be angry about it. Tony smiled and threw a bottle of drink over. For local tycoon Tony, money is always just a count in his eyes. Definitely, Tony was a bit cheap, but he wouldn't do that kind of offensive behavior. Oh, Xingju took Manda and raised his eyebrows. I may understand the gold content of the world's richest man. But Rocket, Groot, and Delix are all fun. You don't have to be polite with me, take whatever is in the refrigerator. Tony shrugged. We're a team now, aren't we? The first is Rocket Raccoon. As a product of genetic technology, he keeps secrets about his own background, and he hates genetic technology even more. Chapter 140. Star-Lord's brother. From the appearance alone, the two people are no different from normal people. But in terms of combat effectiveness, they are a few blocks away from the Earthlings. Tony's armor is a humanoid armor, so he has a different interest in Gamora's muscle composition. Maybe he can draw some inspiration from it, and then apply it to the shooting of the armor. Delix was even more interesting to Tony. It is said that his strength comes from the battle marks on his body, which are simply tattoos. There must be something different in these tattoos, either magic or faith. Tony felt that this should be something similar to electronic circuits, so he was curious whether these things could be applied to armor. If not, what is missing and what is required to use these tattoos? In order to achieve your own research goals, you must first reach a good relationship with these people. Money certainly can't solve the problem. Tony believed that if he threw money at Gamora's face and said he wanted to study her anatomy, he would just end up getting beaten up. This is the result of JARVIS analysis. Among the group, only Xingju can be bought with money, but this guy has no research value. Therefore, Tony can only start from the emotional aspect. Rationality returns to rationality, but after getting along for a few days, 513 Tony also fell in love with this small team from the bottom of his heart. Although there were quarrels and fights among them, it could be seen that they were really concerned about the safety of their friends. They are the kind of people who will absolutely rush to protect their friends if their friends are in danger. This kind of emotion is something Tony has never experienced on Earth. He had only Pepper by his side, and always had. There might have been an Opodri added before, but Opodri had betrayed him long ago. We can probably add Liu Feng now. However, Liu Feng is his relative, and he still can't treat him as a friend. Like it or not, but Tony is really speechless about Star-Lord's taste. Advertisement. What kind of rubbish are you listening to? Seeing that Xingju was listening to his brother from the last century again, Tony rolled his eyes. These are old-fashioned things, come on, let me listen to something really exciting. Douglas Adams said a very interesting 3 laws of technology. First, everything invented before I was born is definitely taken for granted. Second, everything invented between my 15-CDFA, 35 years was destined to change the world. Third, everything invented before me inventions after the age of 35 are against humanity. Definitely, the so-called 3 laws of science and technology are actually a kind of irony that people are in limitations without knowing it, and they want to change others. These 3 laws also apply in the field of popular culture. For Tony, those so-called golden songs of the last century are also old-fashioned things. But for Xingju, the popular culture of the New World also makes him difficult to accept. These are all messes. Star-Lord rolled his eyes, reached out and turned off Tony's music, and turned his own music to the highest volume. My timeless classic. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Tony snapped his fingers, and JARVIS immediately turned off Star-Lord's music and started playing Tony's playlist. What? When? Xingju opened his arms. When did your damn computer invade my spaceship? Just when I installed the 2 spaceships together. Tony smiled slightly. Isn't this a matter of course? On the other side, Rocket Raccoon was already clutching his stomach, laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up on the chair. I didn't expect it. Peter, you have today too. Rocket Raccoon has always had a big grudge regarding Star-Lord's taste. In his opinion, the so-called classics of Xingju are actually nothing more than harsh noises. It's ridiculous. The captain can't even master any songs played by his spaceship. Is this the captain? How funny. Rocket Raccoon patted his stomach vigorously. It was the first time he was so happy since he was beaten by Xingju last time. Delix, a person with a low laugh point, also laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Gamora rolled her eyes. Fool. Advertisement. I said, what should we do next? Liu Feng shook his head. We can't just wander like this, can we? The next step. Xingju flipped through the communication equipment. The Sovereigns have issued a mission, saying that they want to protect their energy base from monsters. Well, are you interested in this task? Fight. Kill. Delix stood up, raised his arms, and roared. A natural fighter, he gets excited when a fight is mentioned. I have no objection. Liu Feng raised his right hand in agreement. As long as someone dares to cause harm to any of the Sovereigns, they will use all their strength to launch the craziest revenge without end. Therefore, there are no people who dare to provoke this planet in the entire universe. Sovereigns are very special existences in the universe. For the Sovereigns, the death of every people is absolutely unacceptable to them. The few most important people in the house have no opinions, and others will naturally not object. I have no problem. Tony also expressed his approval. It's time for my new armor to see blood. Okay, my hand speed is still relatively fast, and I have snatched this mission. Xingju cheered, then adjusted his course, and flew towards Sovereign Star. No one can resist the endless pursuit. They think that every member of their clan is extremely precious, nobler than any creature in the universe. Therefore, they never take part in the battle themselves. So everyone's next goal was set on the sovereign planet. Even if they have to fight, they will remotely control drones to destroy the enemy inside the planet. So in the universe, their commissions are also very sought after. The most irritating thing is that they are flying drones. Even if you kill the opponent's fleet, they will only need to spend a short period of time to create the same fleet again. Even the skin of the Sovereign Star is golden. After reaching the Sovereign Star, when it landed, the eyes were full of gold. Similarly, in order to ensure the safety of the people on their own planet, they are also very generous when they hire space mercenaries, and they never break the contract. Therefore, the idiots who dared to provoke the Sovereign Star died in the end, without exception. Chapter 141. The Weird High Priest. As mentioned earlier, the Sovereigns consider themselves to be the most noble race in the universe, and all races except them are despicable. At the same time, they also believe that gold is the most noble color, so the entire Sovereign Star is dominated by gold. How could the noble Sovereigns have genetic problems? Therefore, all sovereigns passed through before they were born, and they were not born in the traditional way. Before birth, each sovereign has been genetically adjusted and arranged to work, and the fertilized eggs will be cultivated in a special training cabin until they develop into adults. In a sense, they and Liu Feng are half of the same kind. The Kryptonians originally relied on this method to cultivate their offspring. The biggest advantage of doing so is to ensure the stability of the sovereign civilization society. Relying on a strict population growth plan, the population of sovereign has been maintained at a very healthy number. There will not be insufficient resources due to excessive population. At the same time, due to the extremely advanced technology, no one is engaged in lowly industries, and the hardest people only work for less than 8 hours a day. Most of the physical labor will be replaced by machines, and even going out to fight depends on drones. Therefore, for the sovereign people, the most important thing is resources and energy. As long as the supply of resources and energy can keep up, the sovereigns will be able to maintain a stress-free life forever. This is why they hire cosmic mercenaries to protect their resources. It is best to hire external forces for such unplanned things as monster attacks. Moreover, the strength of this monster is relatively strong. If Suawalan pedestrians played in person, the loss must be not small. Mercenaries are different, just take out some garbage, and those people will flock to them. It would be even better if the mercenaries died because they didn't have to pay for it. The one who came to receive Star-Lord and his party was Aisha, the High Priest of the Sovereign Stars. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect to be interviewed by the High Priest in person. Are we already so famous in the interstellar world? Xingju blushed and looked very proud. The High Priest is the person with the highest status on the sovereign planet, equivalent to the leader of a country. Advertisement. Sovereign adopted a parliamentary system, and under the High Priest there was a parliament composed of many members. When the members of the council unite, they can also temporarily lift the High Priest to a certain extent. Generally speaking, the two parties are in a relationship of mutual restraint and mutual support. If it is replaced by other well-known mercenaries, at most one member or several members will come out to receive them. The High Priest Aisha came forward to greet her personally, which was a treatment that no one had ever enjoyed. According to the original plot, Xingju was still alive and kicking like a normal person after touching the power gem, which attracted Aisha's attention. Being able to physically touch the power gem is enough to prove the strength of this person. It's a pity that Star-Lord actually never had the chance to touch the power gem, and Aisha naturally would never have heard of Star-Lord's name. His appearance this time was naturally for Liu Feng. What a powerful and wonderful body, I can feel the power contained in this body. Aisha looked at Liu Feng with blurred eyes. She actually passed Xingju directly and walked to Liu Feng's side suddenly. With blurred eyes, she slowly stretched out her palm, and gently pressed it against Liu Feng's chest muscles. Please respect yourself. Liu Feng silently took 2 steps back. The sovereign star didn't grow in his aesthetic point at all. That golden skin, and the weird shape of the priest, Liu Feng is not interested at all. Therefore, he was naturally unwilling to let Aisha take advantage of him. At least in his eyes, Gamora is a little more human than this Aisha. Although Liu Feng is not very picky eaters, he is not guilty of that. One cannot, at least not should. Aisha was not angry about this, but chuckled lightly, turned around and walked away slowly with noble steps. The monster is coming, I hope you are ready. As Aisha left, someone immediately stepped forward and led them to the area to be guarded. The monster that attacked this time was an energy-eating monster that feeds on energy. Advertisement. Due to its special physiological structure and unique eating habits, the skin of this energy devourer has extraordinary toughness. Asking for flowers. Ordinary physical attacks and energy attacks, due to the characteristics of the skin, will cause all the power to be distributed to the whole body. And the size of this monster is extremely huge. No matter how powerful the attack is, if it is scattered all over the body, it will not have any effect on him. So very difficult. If Liu Feng made a move, let alone experimenting with new weapons, I'm afraid it only takes one punch to kill this guy on the spot. If Xingju still can't handle it this time, then they can only consider paying a huge price to eliminate this energy-devouring monster. Okay. Liu Feng made an okay gesture, and then lazily leaned against the spaceship, looking relaxed and lively. But this monster doesn't eat too much each time. If you really want to fight him hard, the pay and the gain are completely unequal. The sovereigns claim to have repelled it, but it was better to say that it ate and drank enough and then left. 0. He has been here several times before. The big orange cat didn't resist, and just stayed in Liu Feng's arms quietly, just staring straight at the few people who were fighting over there. Suddenly, Liu Feng felt something, turned around and saw a big orange cat. Hey, such a big spaceship, how did you hide it, and why haven't you found out where you are? Liu Feng reached out and picked it up. Why, you want to go there too? Liu Feng shook his head slightly. That's not okay, it's too dangerous for you over there. Don't make a move this time, or it won't be interesting. Tony warned Liu Feng before setting off. Oh, Liu Feng made a long voice. No wonder Xingju always said that someone ate his food, so it turned out that you, the little guy, were hiding in the cabin as a thief. It's about to go. Xingju put his right hand next to his ear, and a silver-white mask covered his head. This is also the reason why the Sovereign Stars hired Star-Lord and the others. Meow. The orange cat stretched out, and walked out of the spaceship swaggeringly. In fact, This is not the first time this monster has come to attack the sovereigns. Oh, Liu Feng's eyes lit up. UB asterisk 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 D, when did you come here? Chapter 142, Essence Devouring Beast. Well, I forgot, you are a devouring beast. The last time it was just a quick meeting, Liu Feng was still not sure. This time holding the orange cat in his arms, Liu Feng could clearly feel the huge power contained in its body. How could an ordinary orange cat have such terrifying power, and how could it hide in the cabin for so long without being noticed? Liu Feng definitely determined that this orange cat was the legendary Yuan Devourer. I just don't know if this Yuan Devourer is the Yuan Devourer in Captain Marvel. If so, wouldn't it mean that the black corned egg guy's eyes were caught blind by this guy? Thinking of this, Liu Feng felt inexplicably happier. Although he knew that the big orange cat was a devouring beast, his cute appearance made it hard to connect with the monster. Liu Feng always subconsciously regards it as a weak and helpless kitten in July 17th. Daju meowed twice, struggled to get out of Liu Feng's arms, and then crawled along his shoulders with 4 white gloves to the top of his head. It has to be said that Mao Mao is indeed a liquid creature. Even in such a large area above Liu Feng's head, it can shrink into a ball, with its 2 front paws in its arms, lazily watching the battle over there. At the moment, the battle between Xingju and the others and the Energy Eater has reached a fever pitch. Groot's limbs have sprouted, but now he is just a small toy the size of a thumb, so naturally he can't help. The only role he played was to play the classic golden songs in the eyes of Xingju to everyone during the battle. Among the people present, apart from She Stark, only Star-Lord has the ability of flight. With the help of the jets on the soles of his feet, Xingju can even make various flexible movements in the air to avoid attacks. Having been in the universe for so long, he still has a few brushes. While Gamora, Rocket Raccoon and Delix are responsible for assisting the offense on the ground. Although their combat effectiveness is not weak, compared with the output of Tony's armor, they are still a bit stretched. Damn it, why is this guy's skin so hard? Tony cursed. Full power output can only leave a black mark on his skin. Are you kidding me? If Tony is like this, let alone others. Their attacks hit the monster without leaving any traces. Advertisement. Thanks to Delix's great strength, he knocked out the Energy Eater several times, otherwise this guy would have run away long ago. Look in his eyes. Gamora yelled. Tony even looked in the direction Gamora was pointing at, and in less than a second, through the analysis of JARVIS, he locked on the weakness of the Energy Eater. So that's his weakness. Just when Tony was about to kill the energy-eating monster in one fell swoop, Delix suddenly jumped high. If you can't break through his defense from the outside, then I will attack from the inside. Facing the gaping mouth of the Energy Devourer, Delix slipped in without hesitation. Tony and the others wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The Energy Devourer feeds on energy, and his stomach pouch contains a large amount of corrosive stomach acid, which can corrode most of the outer shells of energy substances. There is no need to say more about the corrosive effect on the human body. Delix slid in along the esophagus, raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed wildly. But the internal and external structure of this energy-devouring monster is exactly the same. Even if it is attacked from the inside, it can't hurt him at all. In the next second, Tony's laser cut in from the outside out of thin air, directly ripping the Energy Devourer open. The gills under the head are the only weakness of the Energy Devourer. From here, he can easily cut through his outer skin. Then Tony was eager to save people, completely unaware that the energy-devouring monster broke out the last counterattack before dying. Huge amounts of body hit Gamora directly. Gamora, on the other hand, was unable to retreat by destroying the Devourer's skin from the other side. In the next second, Gamora was about to die on the spot when a strong wind blew past. In the next second, the energy-devouring monster turned into a rain of blood, and the indestructible skin seemed to have become a joke. Gamora slowly opened her eyes, and saw the stalwart body standing in front of her. It's just that there is a big orange cat on top of this stalwart body. Liu Feng turned his head and gave Gamora a hearty smile. Are you all right? Advertisement. In the next second, his hearty smile froze on his face. The big orange on top of his head stood up, waved his white gloves, and slapped Liu Feng hard on the face. At the same time, he was still meowing, as if cursing. After cursing a few words, the orange cat jumped off from the top of Liu Feng's head, ran to the ground, and began to lick and eat the only remaining pieces of meat from the energy monster. Liu Feng scratched his head. Why didn't you say that you want to eat this thing earlier? You said earlier that I wouldn't make such a heavy hand, right? In the next second, several thick tentacles flew out, devouring all the pieces of meat on the ground in an instant. Not even a trace of blood remained on the ground. No way, a little cat will scare you, right? Where did this kitten come from? Tony opened the mask and asked with a puzzled look, why didn't I know you had a kitten? Picking up the bridge that was eating meat on the ground, Xingju raised the bridge with both hands, leaning towards Rocket Raccoon. Xingju also had a look of excitement when he saw Daju, and he stepped forward and wanted to E twice. Stop making trouble, this is really a Yuan devouring beast. Kayla also looked cautious. Looking at Rocket Raccoon. No way, haven't the people of astronomy even seen an orange cat? After a while, he sat down on the ground. Walter. Xingju's legs were almost trembling. Before he could ask a question, Daju jumped out of his arms and ran in front of a piece of meat that was many times bigger than himself. No, no, little cat, this thing is too big for you, it's not something you can eat. Xingju stretched out his hand to grab the little cat. Huh, 3 question marks appeared on Xingju's forehead. FK, you idiot, don't touch that guy. Rocket Raccoon yelled loudly. That's Yuan Devourer, you mentally retarded, this thing can eat people. Gift crab. Xingju landed slowly, opened his mask, and showed an expression of disbelief. No matter how many times you look at it, your strength is scary. Who knows when it came to the boat? Liu Feng shrugged. I remember there is still milk on the spaceship, come and have milk with me. Rocket Raccoon ran away, Star-Lord chased behind, and the two 1.3 people had a great time playing.
5WW Chapter 143 Tony is deflated. I just said, stay away from that little monster. Rocket Raccoon gloated, I'm glad you didn't make him angry, or your life would be lost. Gamora also looked at Xingju like an idiot. I reminded you a long time ago that this little thing is not easy to mess with. Xingju only felt that his limbs were sore and weak. He couldn't imagine that he had run happily for so long with this singing monster in his arms just now. What kind of monster is this? Xingju swallowed hard. I told you, this is a devouring beast. Rocket Raccoon stood next to Xingju, and said with a smile. His stomach is connected to a universe of another dimension, so no matter how much he eats, it will not affect him, to his originally. Because of this characteristic, the damage he inflicts on any creature is irreversible. Oh, is it so powerful? Liu Feng also joined their conversation with great interest. Infinite gems can't reverse the damage it caused? Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. This is why he didn't know the story of attacking Ziz's shield with Z's spear, otherwise he would definitely spit on Liu Feng's face. How'd I know? It's also the first time I've seen the devouring beast with my own eyes. I don't even know what ability Infinite Gems has. Liu Feng smacked his mouth. Shut your mouth. Asking him this question is indeed a little difficult for Rocket Raccoon, after all, he is just a small interstellar mercenary, and knowing these things is considered well-informed. Tisk tisk tisk, the universe is really dangerous. Tony said a few words with emotion, and picked up the skins of the few energy devourers left on the ground. However, I have gained a lot this time. I think I will soon find a way to use the power gem. Liu Feng nodded slightly. Try to speed up the progress, otherwise it won't be a problem for me to keep this thing in my pocket every day. I'm a little panicked. The power gem is basically useless to Liu Feng, he is already invincible, and another power gem will not increase his original strength too much. So after leaving Xandar, he has been urging Tony to make armor that can use power gems. No matter how bad it is necessary to find a container that can store power gems. The original cosmic spirit ball was lost somewhere, and it was probably damaged during the confrontation with Ronan. If there is a physical cosmic spirit ball, Tony will soon be able to imitate the Yi that can store the power gem. Advertisement. It's a pity that the cosmic spirit ball was lost. But after this battle, Tony obviously got some inspiration, and he thought that the armor that can really use the power of the power gem will be manufactured soon. Tisk tisk tisk, the limited edition Iron Man of the power gem, it is exciting to think about it. A group of people were noisy and ready to go back to hand in the task. What they didn't know was that Aisha saw all of their performances. A powerful warrior. Aisha's eyes flickered. Come here, prepare a banquet for the powerful warriors we have returned. The sovereign stars have a habit that makes people feel very surprised, but it definitely makes people feel absolutely right in Yu Chang. That's right, although they think they are the most noble race in the universe, this does not prevent them from admiring the strongest of other races. This power is not the power recognized by people in other universes. Sovereigns have their own set of criteria for judging. For example, predators who can dominate the universe are not considered strong in their eyes. A brave and good fighter like Delix is not considered, probably. But his brain is too difficult to use, and he is not good looking, so probably no one wants to worship him. In short, in the eyes of the sovereigns, especially Aisha, Liu Feng is the kind of character that is too powerful to be added. Just looking at Liu Feng up close, Aisha felt that she couldn't bear it. The maid beside Aisha bowed her head and said yes, then left with small steps. When the group of them returned to the central city of Sovereign, what they saw was a grand welcome party. Oh ho ho ho, so many beauties. Now, before Xingju finished speaking, Gamora kicked him to the ground. It's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. Xingju patted the floor hard with both hands, struggling for mercy. The relationship between Gamora and Xingju is progressing very fast, and they are almost on the same bed, so it is very understandable for Gamora to be jealous now. Among the group, besides Xingju, there are only Liu Feng and Tony who are attractive. Advertisement after all, you can't expect someone to like a big fool or a little raccoon. Fortunately, the two of them don't care about these. Delix's attention is focused on the food, while Rocket Raccoon's eyeballs are looking around, wondering what the hell he is thinking. Contrary to Liu Feng's expectations, these sovereigns are a bit long and indeed not bad. Liu Feng looked at Tony with disdain, and just as Tony was taking a step forward, the sovereign pushed Tony away strangely. What are you doing? A powerful warrior, the high priest wants to talk to you. What do you say that you only have peppers in your heart? Hey, the dogman really can't change eating shit. Liu Feng laughed out loud on the spot. Regardless of the golden skin, most of them have very distinctive facial features, and they are definitely the kind that can make their debut on the earth.
He wants to see what the high priest is selling. Just when Liu Feng was happily watching Tony make a fool of himself, a waiter who looked extraordinary came by his side. He lowered his head and glanced at his arm. It seemed that there was not much difference. He knew that the sovereigns had long abandoned the traditional way of giving birth, so naturally nothing was part of their living habits. Except for a small number of high-level people, most of the people not only have not been in contact with, but have not even heard of the kind of thing Tony expects to happen. On the other side, Tony has already hugged a sovereign beauty. Accepting the setting of 397, Liu Feng quickly blended into the cheerful crowd. What the hell? 2 question marks popped up from Tony, and the atmosphere has been heightened to this point. Ask me what I'm doing. High Priest Agatha? Liu Feng was slightly taken aback. Why do you want me? Instinctively, Liu Feng felt that something was wrong, but out of confidence in his own strength, he still happily went to the appointment. After watching a lot, Liu Feng even felt that he was used to this color of skin, and even thought it looked a little nice. Aren't they all of the yellow race, but the lightness and darkness of the colors are not the same. Chapter 144. Reviewing historical knowledge across the long golden corridor, what appeared in front of Liu Feng was a spacious room intertwined with golden and pale yellow. After the priestess brought Liu Feng into the hall, she turned and left without saying a word. This room is very spacious, and the decoration inside is extremely elegant and luxurious. In the middle of the room, there was a low bed, even the quilt cover and pillows were golden. Liu Feng stepped forward and touched the bed lightly. Wherever he touched it, it was soft, and a scent of fragrance came over his face. It makes people just want to plunge into this bed, have a good sleep, and never want to get up again. Do you like this bed? Liu Feng turned his head abruptly, but saw a completely different high priest. Aisha at the moment has already taken off that weird outfit, her golden hair is hanging down, very smooth. After taking off those exaggerated decorations, Liu Feng saw that, even from a human aesthetic point of view, Aisha's looks are definitely very beautiful, aside from the skin color. In fact, this is exactly the case. After all, their genes have been carefully modulated, and everyone's body proportions will fluctuate within a perfect standard range after adulthood. While not losing personal characteristics, it is guaranteed that every sovereign is handsome and beautiful. It's like the legendary elves. Aisha walked slowly to Liu Feng's side, she was only wearing a tulle nightdress. Looming, breathtaking. You find me. Before Liu Feng could finish speaking, Aisha stepped forward and put her finger on Liu Feng's lips lightly. I want you to help me review my knowledge of history. Review? History? Liu Feng was at a loss. What history knowledge can I review for you? I don't know anything about the history of your sovereign people. You know it? Aisha lowered her eyebrows. Sovereign people are all products of genetic adjustment, and we have long abandoned the traditional way of reproduction. So, Liu Feng only felt his lips were a little dry. You mean, you want me to review this knowledge for you? That's right. Compared with Liu Feng's strong figure, even though Aisha is a full 1.75 meters, but by his side, Aisha is still like a weak little rabbit. Advertisement. Aisha closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. To be a beast is to be worse than a beast, this is a problem. In the end, Liu Feng decided to choose from his own heart. Don't eat the meat brought to your mouth, isn't that a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** completely different from the queen's appearance he showed outside. This further aroused Liu Feng's desire to conquer. Don't say anything, we are also contributing to the cultural exchange between the Earth and aliens. Okay, you can back down. Liu Feng froze for a moment, and glanced at Aisha who was sitting by the bed and had resumed her lofty posture. Is it so tough to talk when you put on clothes? Liu Feng laughed. You are no longer useful to me. Aisha stood up, turned and left mercilessly. I allow you to take away double the reward. What the hell? Liu Feng's clothed hand stopped. What do you think I am? Hey, if I don't give you some color today to see if you don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. As soon as Aisha walked halfway, she rose into the air and flew back to the bed again. As the saying goes, there is no plowed land, only exhausted cattle. But this law does not apply to Liu Feng at all. It's not that she doesn't want to talk, it's just that she's too tired. God knows why this man in front of him has such abundant physical strength, doesn't he need to rest at all? How about it, are you still stubborn now? Liu Feng looked proudly at Aisha in his arms. After getting used to watching it, Liu Feng will be able to enjoy Aisha's tenderness. To be honest, when the charm reaches a certain level, such things as skin color really don't matter at all. After throwing away the colored glasses at the beginning, Liu Feng had to admit that Aisha was indeed very good looking. Her appearance was completely sealed by the weird religious costumes and messy decorations. Advertisement, no matter who makes it look like that, it won't look very good. It's all your fault. What should I do now that I can't leave you anymore? Aisha winked. After her instinct was liberated, she no longer hid her desire in front of Liu Feng. That's so simple, just follow me. Liu Feng smiled slightly. Can I still make you suffer? But I am the high priest, how can I leave easily? It's such a big deal, don't you have a candidate for high priest? Liu Feng said indifferently. It's really impossible, let them choose another one, and it's over. Could it be that without you sovereign, they will collapse immediately? The role and influence of the high priest should not be that great? There are alternative high priests, but she still has too little experience. I'm afraid she won't be qualified for the job of high priest. Aisha still has some hesitation. If foreign enemies invade, in any case, Aisha is still a sovereign, and the education she received from childhood made her always put sovereign first. Then when will you think about yourself? Liu Feng smiled slightly and looked at Aisha quietly. Young eagles finally need to be honed before they can fly. Liu Feng said softly. Zhao Meihao, really can't do it, don't I still have me here? With me here, Sauron will never have any major problems. Aren't you worried about my strength? No, I'm already very tired, Aisha exclaimed. Liu Feng didn't stop what he was doing. This woman was soft everywhere, but her mouth was harder than his steel body. He said no, but his body was very honest. The two arranged their clothes and sneaked away from the back of the hall. When he found the people who were still reveling, Liu Feng didn't give them any time to react, so he just punched them one by one, knocking them all unconscious and taking them away. After stuffing everyone's brains into the spaceship, Liu Feng directly drove the spaceship away. Definitely, Liu Feng's actions were very measured. The moment the spaceship left the planet Sovereign, everyone woke up. Chapter 145. Abducting the High Priest Xingju rubbed his dazed head. What's the situation? Why am I here? A blue laser flashed through the window. Liu Feng dodged one attack after another with an extremely thrilling spin. The back and forth rotation caused the people in the entire spaceship to turn over several times, and everyone came to their senses. Waterfa. Gamora looked confused. Why were we hunted down by the Sovereigns? What did you do? As they said that, everyone turned their suspicious eyes to Rocket Raccoon. Okay. Rocket Raccoon raised his hands in surrender. I just picked up some batteries, and the price of this thing is very high on the black market. God knows why these guys are so stingy, it's just a few batteries, don't you need to go all out? Ahem, I think. Liu Feng said. Probably, maybe, it shouldn't be Rocket Raccoon's problem. Everyone turned their attention to Liu Feng. Following the direction Liu Feng was looking at, everyone realized that an unexpected guest had appeared on their spaceship. Aisha. Everyone exclaimed in unison. What the hell? How is she on the spaceship? Rocket Raccoon's whole bear is numb. Just after stealing other people's things, why did the Bitter Master turn around and take the same spaceship with him? The people behind are here to chase Aisha, not to chase Rocket Raccoon. Liu 917 Feng stared intently at driving the spaceship. Oh, ho, oh my god, you're too good. A smile that any man could understand suddenly appeared on Xingju's face. I said why you disappeared, so you ran to conquer the queen. Xingju leaned in front of Aisha meanly. I didn't see it, you. Before Xingju could finish his sentence, Aisha grabbed Xingju's neck with her backhand and pressed him to the ground. Pay attention to your tone, mortal, Aisha said coldly. You should have respect for me. Liu Feng pretended not to see Xingju's eyes begging for help, and whistled calmly. Ahem, this child is a bit irritable, I advise you not to provoke her. As he spoke, Liu Feng waved to Aisha. Aisha glanced at Xingju disdainfully, got up and came to Liu Feng's side. Advertisement only with Liu Feng can she show that gentle appearance. For anyone other than Liu Feng, she is still the high priest. This is too outrageous. Xingju looked unbelievable. Did you brainwash her? How did you do it? Liu Feng shrugged. I can only say, ability. You can't learn that kind of thing. Teach me, Xingju said eagerly, if I can learn this trick. Before he could speak, Xingju felt an aura of death coming from behind him. He swallowed hard, and said with a smile, it's okay, I don't need to learn this kind of thing. Looking at the hail of bullets outside the window, Liu Feng began to get a little impatient. Anyway, these spaceships of yours are all drones, so it doesn't matter if I destroy them a little bit? Liu Feng asked Aisha beside her for advice. Aisha hesitated. Let's control the strength a little bit, the resources of Sovereign Star are still a little tight recently. Liu Feng snapped his fingers. Understood. In the next second, countless space gates appeared in front of the fleet of the Sovereign Stars. Those fleets couldn't dodge in time, and directly plunged in. In the next second, they found that they had returned to Sovereign Star again. After a while, the large fleet behind them knew that the last drone was left. Drip drip. Liu Feng connected to the communication system of the last drone. Isn't he just a high priest? What a big deal, don't be so angry next time. On the other end of the communicator, the senior executives of Sovereign Star were going crazy. Listen, is this a human language? What is next time? Do you still want to have a next time? Aisha's face also appeared in the communicator at the moment. CDEI, didn't I already leave a message? Why is there such a big commotion? Aisha looked solemn. Advertisement on the other side of the communicator, the high-level executives of Sovereign Star looked awkward. Although they were very dissatisfied with the High Priest's outrageous behavior, they still felt a little nervous when facing the High Priest. High Priest, we are worried that you will be forced to leave, so. Nonsense. Aisha snorted coldly. When will I be the priest, and it's your turn to tell me what to do? I declare that the acting priest will become a full-time member immediately, if any of you dare not obey my order. Aisha's face was cold, and even the Star-Lord who was coaxing Gamora at the other end of the spaceship could feel the coldness on his body. Definitely, if Xavierland encounters any problems that cannot be solved, you can still contact me. What's the matter? Have you already developed the container for the power gem, or have you prepared the armor that can use the power gem? She is the high priest and the supreme leader of the entire civilization. Except for Liu Feng, none of the people present can compare to her. But how should I put it, she is worthy of being someone who has been in a high position for many years. This strange emotion was quickly covered up by her. Afterwards, the last drone was also sent back to Sovereign Star with a wave of Liu Feng's hand. Mentioning Liu Feng, Aisha's complexion turned red for an instant. Even Tony, who always considered himself a woman killer, felt a little unbelievable. After all, Aisha cut off the communication decisively. Aisha nodded obediently, then inspected everyone present with a haughty and disdainful look, and then walked slowly back into the room. Xingju also sneaked over while Gamora was not paying attention, trying to eavesdrop. Liu Feng stretched his waist long, got up and gave the driver's seat to Xingju. Play slowly, I'll go back and rest first. After all, this is Liu Feng's person, and to be honest, Aisha's status is indeed higher than that of anyone present. Xingju looked enviously at Liu Feng's leaving back, and his little abacus slapped loudly. Brother, wait a moment, I have some questions to ask you. Let's not talk about that first. Tony had a smile that any man could understand. How did you conquer this woman? Liu Feng looked at Tony, looked at Aisha, shrugged, and then kissed Aisha lightly on the lips. You go back first, I will come to you later. Aisha pursed her lips. I don't need to say more about the strength of the warrior beside me. This attitude is not very friendly to everyone, but everyone doesn't care too much. Chapter 146. You misidentified the person. Are you sure you really want to know? Liu Feng looked strange. You don't really have anything to hide from us good brothers, do you? Tony bumped Liu Feng with his shoulder. Come on, teach us some experience. Liu Feng cleared his throat. It's actually very simple to do this. First of all, you have to have one person with the strength to destroy a fleet, or be able to hold power with one hand. Gems are also fine. Secondly, your physical strength is sufficient. Liu Feng blinked and blinked. It took me more than 10 hours to conquer this woman. Xingju opened his mouth wide and stared with disbelief on his face. Water hair? More than 10 hours, you are not bragging, brother? How is this possible? If you don't believe me, there's nothing you can do. I've told you the truth. Liu Feng shrugged, turned around and was about to leave. No, I mean, can she take it? That's where your physical fitness lies. Liu Feng said with a smile. At any rate, their genes have been optimized for thousands of years, so they still have some endurance. As for you, hey, this is a personal attack. Xingju said angrily, you are discriminatory. You are discriminating against normal human beings. Liu Feng left everyone with a sheet back, waved his hands and stopped talking. Not long after, bursts of extravagance came from his room, which made people think about it. 6 hours later, Xingju looked dull. How many times is this the first time? My god, what kind of monster is this thing? Is this really the level that normal creatures can reach? Tony rubbed his swollen temples. Damn it, I must add the best soundproofing material to his room, it's too torture. From a biological point of view, this is not scientific at all. Tony shrugged, but who made him Liu Feng? Advertisement finally, Liu Feng walked out of the house satisfied. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Liu Feng was a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone. Be quiet next time, I won't be able to work normally. Xingju sighed. Everyone is suffering. Even Liu Feng was as thick-skinned as a city wall, and at the moment also felt a little embarrassed. I'll install new soundproofing material for you. Tony patted Liu Feng on the shoulder. Don't talk to Xingju, he just feels inferior. What low self-esteem, the matter of Guardians of Galaxy, how can it be called low self-esteem? Xingju blushed. Then there was a burst of incomprehensible topics such as, the limit of human beings, and, normal creatures, and the spaceship was suddenly filled with happy air. Just as everyone was laughing happily, a stream of light flashed outside the spaceship. An old man with a gentle appearance, exuding a gentle temperament from inside to outside, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the crowd on the screen, the old man's eyes lit up. Oh, you must be my child. What? Liu Feng was full of question marks. He pointed to himself. You mean, me? Definitely, my child. Egg smiled kindly. Apart from you, who else can easily pick up the power gem? Liu Feng rolled his eyes. He knew that the man in front of him was Yi Zhe, who sowed seeds all over the world. Sorry, you have found the wrong person. I know who my biological father is and who my mother is, so I am not your son. Liu Feng pointed to Xingju beside him. This is the son you were looking for. Yi Zhe was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently and said, Stop joking, my dear son, how could this earthling with an underdeveloped brain be my child? I warn you, even if you are an old man, talking like this is too much. Xingju jumped up angrily, reaching out to launch an attack. Hey, calm down, it's not your fault that you can't think well. Rocket Raccoon quickly stopped Xingju. On the surface, it seems that he is trying to persuade a fight, but in fact, there is no doubt that he is just fighting. That's right, it's not your problem that your brain is not fully developed. Delix smiled heartily. Even if you are stupider than me, I won't discriminate against you. What is the most infuriating thing in the world? That's right, being called a fool by a fool. Star-Lord's rage was about to be unable to stop. Liu Feng finally spoke. I'm sorry, Uncle, you really misunderstood the person. Liu Feng pinched his nose with a headache. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. He remembered that in the original book, Ego recognized the identity of the Star Lord only after touching the power gem without dying. But now it was Liu Feng who came into contact with the power gem, so it was no surprise that Yi Zhe misunderstood him. Well, I'll prove it to you myself. After speaking, Liu Feng stretched out his hand and brought the powermost gem. Wait, what are you doing? There was a hint of panic in Xingju's eyes. Don't come here. Before everyone could react, Liu Feng slapped the power gem into Xingju's palm. Everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. As we all know, no one can physically touch the power gem except for the monster Liu Feng. Zero in the next second, Rocket Raccoon and Gamora all took out their weapons and started to guard. Xingju looked like a victim. God knows if Liu Feng is crazy, if they do this to each of them, they won't be able to bear it. Why are you so nervous? Liu Feng had a strange expression on his face. Do I look like the kind of person who will harm you? In the next second, purple light flowed everywhere in the spaceship, and in the blink of an eye, the main body of the spaceship was completely destroyed. Liu Feng never thought that the power gem, which has always been docile in his hands, would have such a big reaction after meeting Xingju. Shit, it's outrageous. With a wave of Tony's hand, several breathing masks were put on everyone's faces, protecting them from the harsh environment in the universe. Ah! Xingju screamed frantically, and was woken up by Liu Feng's slap in the next second. Almost, it's not that painful. Saying so, Liu Feng removed the power gem from Xingju's hand. Xingju woke up like a dream. He stroked his body in a panic. Huh? Am I okay? Liu Feng spread his hands. Admit it, this idiot is your son. Yi Zhe still wanted to say something, but when he saw Liu Feng's sharp eyes, he still held back his words. If you dare to bullshit again, I'll put your head in your back. Liu Feng threw a thought, and then ignored Isawado. Chapter 147. The beauty of the planet. Yi Zhe finally accepted the fact that the mentally handicapped man in front of him was his child. Everyone's spaceship was destroyed by the energy escaping from the power gem, unable to jump into the planet, so the spaceship could only make an emergency landing on a nearby living planet. After deliberation, everyone finally decided that Rocket Raccoon and Baby Groot would stay in place and repair the spaceship. The rest of them followed Xingju to witness the scene where their father and son met, and were invited to visit Yi Ji's planet. And Aisha had been resting in the cabin before, and was not affected by half. After everyone made a decision, Aisha arrived late and just walked out of the cabin. Aisha definitely won't stay here to repair some spaceship. Wherever Liu Feng goes, he will go there. After a while, everyone took Yi Ji's spaceship and left this remote and desolate planet. Shit. What a bunch of beasts you actually left me, the little raccoon, here to repair the spaceship. Rocket Raccoon cursed. Fortunately, you were with me, little Groot. Rocket Raccoon stretched out his fingers, and lightly touched Lil Groot, his face full of pampering. Little Groot pointed at the tail flame of the Ego spaceship that had just left, and asked, I am Groot? I want to go too, but there's no way. Who made us lose in the lottery? Rocket Raccoon shrugged. No way, let's start working. Hurry up and fix the spaceship quickly, maybe we can still catch up with the end of their party? After all, they know each other as father and son, so they should stay here for a few days, right? Meanwhile, on the desolate Frost Star, Yondu is meeting with the Supreme Military Commander of Sovereign. This is a strong man covered in gold. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a golden blanket spread out, and the golden man stepped on the golden blanket slowly. In front of him, Yondu and their subordinates knelt in front of them quietly and respectfully. I have a task with a high reward for you, the man said. Bring back the High Priest Aisha who was taken away by Star-Lord, and I will give you a generous reward. Also, I also want Xingju and his group, the Dam Branch, the Raccoon, the green-skinned woman and the red-skinned strong man. They want to see people and die. After all, the man beckoned, and behind him, a blue figure tied into a rice dumpling was thrown out. This man will be of help to you. Advertisement. The woman who fell on the ground suddenly raised her head, revealing a half-mechanical face. After the Sovereign Star left, Yondu stepped into a bar with a magnificent decoration style. Here, he met his former comrades in arms, a group called Predators. Don't think about being able to return to the Predators, we will always be ashamed of you, the leading man said. The Predators will never attack children, you have violated our principles. You don't expect to hear the trumpet of liberty after you die. Obel's color, never shine on your tombstone. After finishing speaking, the man turned around and left, leaving only Yondu in the same place sadly. He tried to explain something, but in the end he didn't say anything. As for him keeping Xingju, everyone thought it was because Xingju was relatively young and could steal things in places that ordinary people could not enter. That's all. On the spaceship, Liu Feng looked at Mandy's and Delix with great interest. What is the tentacles on your head for? Delix said frankly. Mantis Girl seemed a little nervous, but she still introduced her background to everyone. Mandy's grew up alone on Ego's planet. She was born with an agile body and the ability to understand people's hearts. The two tentacles on her head can help her understand the hearts of other creatures, and can even communicate telepathically through skin-to-skin contact. Wow, it's amazing. Delix said sincerely. Soon, everyone landed on Yi Ji's planet. This planet is truly amazingly beautiful. All kinds of buildings and natural plants are perfectly integrated together, which looks very harmonious. When you come here, you will feel that your mind is clear, and you can't help but want to settle here. Even wanderers who like wandering around Tianya the most can't help but take a break on this planet. Facing Egg, who had always been kind, Gamora finally raised her inner question. Advertisement, what the hell are you? Gamora is very suspicious of Yi. Others may not know, but she clearly saw that when Yi met them just now, he was standing in the universe with his flesh body. This person is definitely not normal, at least he is definitely not from Earth. But when Gamora took a look at Liu Feng, she was not too sure about her guess. Maybe all people on Earth are like this. Me? Egg still had that fake, kind smile on his face. I'm just a god. Yi waved his hand, and a three-dimensional image appeared in front of everyone. Many years ago, I was just a brain. Liu Feng definitely knew what Yi was, and he also knew that Yi's purpose was to rule the universe. But he didn't stop Egg's plan. On the contrary, he also wanted to see with his own eyes what Egg's complete body looked like. Being invincible for so long, every enemy he encountered couldn't block one of his attacks, which made him feel bored. So he wanted to see if the full Egg could let him enjoy the fun of fighting. Even if it's only for a short moment. But right now, he wasn't interested in listening to Egg making up lies here. The scenery of this planet is good. He and Aisha were together just now, and they definitely enjoyed the beauty in front of them. This is the first time Aisha has left the planet where she grew up. Unlike the people from the Sovereign Stars, who caught their eyes except gold, the scenery of the planet in front of them is much better. Although in Sovereign's culture, except for a few colors, all colors are despicable colors and are despised by people. But Aisha at the moment also has to admit that the superposition of these colors in front of her eyes really makes people feel a different kind of beauty. Red wilderness, white snow mountain, green grassland woods. Everything is deeply stimulating Aisha's vision. Although the entire planet is Egg's body, it doesn't mean that the two at the moment are equivalent to running around on Egg's belly. That is really too ghostly. Chapter 148. Hopeless B*****************. In fact, Yi's real body is only the brain at the core of the planet, and everything outside is formed by the small planet in the universe that he captured. The creatures and scenery on the planet are all evolved from this ecological environment. Liu Feng took Aisha flying in the air in the form of a princess, overlooking the world to his heart's content. Although this planet is not very big, it is at least bigger than that of the little prince. There are 4 distinct seasons on the entire planet, which makes Aisha's eyes full. At the same time, Xingju has also fast-forwarded to the stage of fatherly kindness and son filial piety. Facing an old man who has been looking at you with a kind smile, it is really hard for you to feel too much ill feeling towards him. Especially when you know the old man is also your father. Under Yi's guidance, Xingju quickly discovered the power of the gods contained in his body. This feeling of being full of power made him feel a little intoxicated. Under Yi's training, it didn't take long for Xingju to skillfully mobilize the power in his body. When the weather cleared and the rain stopped, he felt that he could do it again. Xingju excitedly found Delix, wanting to use him to test his new power. As a result, there is no doubt that Delix is not his opponent. Star-Lord's confidence swelled again. He found Tony and wanted to practice with Tony. Tony waved his hand impatiently. I don't have the time, you can go to Liu Feng, he should let you know your current level of power, Emperor. Xingju didn't know there was a deceit in it. Like a wild dog running off the leash, he went out to find Liu Feng. Tony flashed a treacherous smile, but soon, his brow furrowed. Like Gamora, he sensed that something was wrong. His keen intuition has always reminded him that there seems to be some danger lurking on this planet. After thinking twice, Tony still started the scanning system. Looking at all the normal data sent by the mask, Tony's doubts are still not dispelled. When Xingju found Liu Feng, he was lying on the grass with Aisha, looking up at the clear sky. Just when their faces were about to touch each other, Xingju's mean voice sounded not far away. Look at the trick. A silver-white energy bomb was thrown out, flying straight towards Liu Feng. Advertisement. Liu Feng's complexion sank, and he raised his hand to crush the energy bomb. Not bad. Xingju smiled and rose into the sky. Just as he was about to continue attacking, he raised his eyes and saw Aisha lying on the grass next to Liu Feng. Turning his head, Xingju saw Liu Feng's dark face, and felt quite uncomfortable. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. Go on, you guys. With that said, Xingju turned around and wanted to fly away. Want to escape? HMPH. Liu Feng snorted coldly, stood up from the ground, and instantly came to Xingli. To Liu Feng's surprise, his punch was blocked by Xingju without any pressure. A gust of wind emerged from the point where the two raised their arms, blowing the distribution of Aisha's folded horns. Not bad. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows lightly and threw out another punch. Liu Feng definitely didn't use all his strength. After all, it was just a fight between friends. If he really punched Xingju to death, it would be a lot of fun. Since he was not sure what level Xingju's current strength had been developed to, this time Liu Feng only used a little more strength than last time. After a few punches, Xingju also became interested and started to fight back. It seems that you have made a lot of progress, Liu Feng said in surprise. Liu Feng knew that Xingju was a child of the gods, but he didn't expect that the energy contained in his body was so huge. Just being guided for a few hours, the power Star-Lord can exert is no weaker than Thor. Again, Liu Feng was so excited, he punched forward again. Bang, 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 the sound of the fist colliding with the body echoed in the air. Soon, Xingju couldn't hold on anymore and begged for mercy. It's wrong, I can't hold on anymore. It's still early. Liu Feng smiled slightly and launched an offensive again. Star-Lord's limit is far beyond this. Liu Feng feels that he can continue to tap into Star-Lord's potential. In the next second, a fist hit Xingju hard in the face. Then, there was a unilateral beating. Star-Lord was powerless to fight back. Advertisement 5 minutes later, Liu Feng stopped with a refreshed look. Xingju covered his red and swollen face, and gasped. I think my teeth are going to be punched. I'm very measured in what I do. Liu Feng smiled and said, huh? Are you right? Looking at Liu Feng's seemingly threatening eyes, Xingju nodded with difficulty. Yes, very measured, I have no problem at all. After Xingju made such a fuss, all the charming atmosphere disappeared. Naturally, Liu Feng would not continue to be tender with Aisha. Just as Star-Lord was about to leave, Gamora ran over anxiously from a distance. Peter, I think something is wrong. Hiss. Gamora took a sharp breath. What's the matter with your face, what's going on? Did that old guy do something to you? I knew that this old thing is not a good thing. No, it was. Xingju glanced at Liu Feng and immediately said, I fell it myself. Gamora's gaze flicked between Xingju and Liu Feng, and she immediately understood. Based on what she knew about Xingju, it must be Xingju who committed a crime and was beaten up by Liu Feng. Stop talking about that, what did you just say was wrong? Xingju wisely changed the subject. I always feel that this planet is full of weirdness. Gamora frowned, looking very worried. On such a big planet, apart from plants, it doesn't even have any Wang Lijiao animals. Don't you think it's a bit weird? I think it's normal. Xingju's face was definitely taken for granted. I don't think there is anything wrong. Let's go. Gamora said coldly. This place is too dangerous for you. A strange man jumped out of nowhere and said it was your father, or a god. Can't I have a father who is a god? Xingju's mood was a little bit wrong. Should I be a goddamn interstellar pirate? Star-Lord said more and more excitedly. You can't treat everyone's father as an enemy just because you have an outrageous father. I see you are jealous that I have a godfather. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. This is the first time Gamora treats Star-Lord in this way. For a moment, everyone was stunned. You are a hopeless B******************. D. Chapter 149. Betrayal. After leaving this sentence, Gamora turned and left. Xingju is actually a soft and sensitive person. On the surface, he seems to be joking and laughing all day long, but in fact he has low self-esteem most of the time. He lost his father's love since he was a child, and his mother passed away early. Not long after, he was brought to the interstellar world and became an interstellar pirate who was trained to steal things since he was a child. Accompanying him is only a Walkman left by his mother. He really longed to have a real father. The comfort that lovers and partners bring to him is, after all, different from the existence of his father. Xingju finally found his father, but his mood was a bit wrong. Now he can't listen to anything, only immersed in the tenderness of his father's love, unable to extricate himself. Understanding is understanding, but that's not why he said those D words. Liu Feng patted Xingju on the shoulder. You also think I'm right, don't you? There was a hint of hope in Xingju's eyes. No, what Gamora said is right. You are indeed a hopeless B**********. D. Liu Feng shook his head. Sometimes you care too much about the past and forget to cherish the people in front of you. And, your father is actually not as good as you imagined. 967. What? Xingju felt that his throat was a little dry. What Gamora said, he could still lie to himself as if Gamora didn't understand his feelings. But Liu Feng is completely different. In Xingju's eyes, Liu Feng is a sure winner in life. He is mysterious and powerful, as if there is nothing he can't get. So Liu Feng will definitely not be out of jealousy or other reasons. He said so, and writing has a basis. What do you mean? Xingju panicked. He finally realized that he seemed to be wrong. What you see with your own eyes is more convincing than what others tell you. Liu Feng waved his hand and took Aisha away. If you have time, you can go to the basement of the room. There may be something that surprises you. Time rewinds to an hour ago. Rocket Raccoon wiped the sweat from his brow and threw the wrench aside. It's finally fixed. Advertisement, I'm Groot. Okay, let's go now. Rocket Raccoon stretched his waist. Suddenly, all the warning traps set by Rocket Raccoon were triggered. A group, CDDF, of space pirates rushed towards Rocket Raccoon. Hide quickly. Rocket Raccoon panicked. Damn it, where did these guys come from? Rocket Raccoon knew that it was absolutely impossible for him alone to withstand the attacks of so many people. The only way to get out is to drive the spaceship away before the pirates rush over. As long as it is in the middle, Rocket Raccoon will be able to eat the exhaust of some pirates who took off later. In the next second, a red light flashed. A silver-white sentry arrow appeared in front of Rocket Raccoon. The sentry arrow quietly floated in front of Rocket Raccoon, with a red light on its tail. Rocket Raccoon didn't dare to move, and raised his hands. Lay down your weapon. Rocket Raccoon obediently threw the gun in his hand on the ground, and obediently raised his hand in surrender. Raising his head, Rocket Raccoon saw Yondu. His eyes lit up. I recognize you. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding. Yondu smiled slightly. I'm here for you. Saying so, Yondu threw a blue-skinned woman in front of Rocket. Recognize this woman. I know you, Gamora's younger sister. Rocket Raccoon laughed along. What's going on? Why is she in your hands? We have received a commission from the sovereigns to bring you back for trial. Yondu smiled slightly. You said, what price should you pay for your life? Rocket Raccoon is not sure whether the sovereigns hunted them down because he stole the battery or because of the High Priest. After all, the High Priest has already spoken in person, so it is impossible for those people to be reluctant. What's more, the sovereigns are notoriously narrow-minded, and it's not surprising that they chased and killed themselves because they stole some batteries. Take it easy, I'm going to show you some good things now. Rocket Raccoon slowly opened his pocket. He was afraid that some pirate would get nervous and shoot himself suddenly. Then there is really no place to cry. Advertisement. Rocket Raccoon revealed several batteries in his pocket and smiled slightly. Why, these are good things, right? Sovereign's batteries are priceless on the black market, and no one dares to provoke them easily. Let me go, these things are all yours. Yondu nodded slightly. Just as he was about to reach for the batteries, his subordinates were a little unhappy. Kill him and the battery isn't ours anymore. Yes, if you kill him, you can go to the sovereign to receive the prize. Rocket Raccoon thought inwardly, when did these pirates become smart? Stop talking nonsense. Yondu stared, and a deterrent force radiated from the inside out. No one understands sovereigns better than me, Yondu said unhurriedly. At the moment he looks like the Godfather. If you send him there, then these batteries can still fall into us. Stop talking nonsense, I think you are protecting Star-Lord. Right. You've always been like this, no matter when, you are always looking for excuses to excuse Xingju. It was the same with the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Yondu, you are old, you are no longer fit to lead us. We want more benefits. I'm old? Yondu sneered. A whistle sounded, and the whistle moved, floating in the air instantly, flying around in the crowd. The wind caused by the sharp whistle made everyone present not dare to act rashly. Although Yondu is getting older, he is no longer as brave as before, and his actions are mostly biased towards Xingju. But his deterrence has not diminished at all. After all, having been the leader for so many years, his deterrent power was not built solely on nonsense. Every letter of Yondu's name was forged from blood. In the next second, there was a gunshot, and the controller above Yondu's head shattered instantly, and the flying sentry arrow instantly lost all its power and fell to the ground. On the ground, Xing Yun did not know when he broke free from the shackles, holding a smoking muzzle and blowing lightly. Are you going to continue talking nonsense, or are you going to kill Star-Lord with me? Oh hoo! The pirates let out a strange cry, and tied up Rocket Raccoon and Yondu in a hurry. Chapter 150. Jedi Strikes Back. After half an hour, the weapons on Rocket Raccoon and Yondu have been looted by the pirates. Yondu at the moment has woken up from the coma, and his whole body is limp on the ground, weak and his eyes are dull. Just now, all loyal subordinates have been eliminated by those rebels. Yondu watched helplessly as his subordinates were pushed into the universe, turning into ice sculptures one after another. And there was nothing he could do. A strong and deep sense of powerlessness grabbed Yondu and pulled him into the endless abyss. Now he has lost all hope. Especially when he learned that Egg had brought Star-Lord back to his planet, this sense of despair became even stronger. If no one pays attention to him, it will not take long before he will commit suicide and die in this dark sunless dungeon. Hey, did you just give up? Otherwise, what else can we do? Yondu smiled, raised his finger and pointed at Rocket Raccoon, a little squirrel. Pointing to himself again, a useless person, what can we do? At this point, Rocket Raccoon doesn't have the strength to care about his own name anymore. The two were silent for a while, and Rocket Raccoon was about to say something to break the silent topic. Why did you keep Peter? Why? There was a flash of reminiscence in Yondu's eyes. Why else? Naturally, because of his small size, he can sneak into places we can't go to and steal things. Yondu replied with a smile. Rocket Raccoon shook his head incredulously. Yondu's words seem reasonable, but in fact they are not tenable at all. They're interstellar pirates. How many scenes do you need kids to steal? For them, bombarding them is far more convenient than training a child. Advertisement. Even if Star-Lord can really play an unexpected role in some places, the number of times is absolutely limited. The kind of limitedness that may not be met once in 10 years. And this can't explain why Yondu has been very protective of Xingju for so many years. But Yondu's attitude already shows that he doesn't want to talk about this topic. Rocket Raccoon wisely didn't continue to ask. Not only was it impolite, but also couldn't ask anything. On the other hand, Baby Groot has become the object of fun for many pirates. Baby Groot is too small and not aggressive to be left alone without any problems. After a carnival that lasted more than an hour, most of the pirates fell asleep because they drank too much. Baby Groot was also forgotten by everyone, and was never put in the birdcage again. With tears in the corners of the eyes of the wronged Baby Groot, he came to the prison. Hey, Groot. Rocket Raccoon's eyes flashed hope. Go and get my weapon. Groot was confused for a moment, then nodded heavily. Not long after, he dragged Rocket Raccoon's gun to the prison with great difficulty. Since Groot has more remaining limbs, his IQ now has grown a lot compared to the original book.
So there's no such thing as an inability to understand Rocket's commands. But the gun was brought over, but Rocket Raccoon found out in despair that the gun couldn't be translated through the gap in the fence in his hand. And the short baby Groot couldn't pull the heavy trigger either. Just as the two fell into despair, Yondu, who had been sitting silently beside him, stood up. There is a spare controller in the drawer in my room. If you can bring it to me, we can escape from here. Even with gestures and guesses, it took Yondu tens of minutes to let baby Groot understand what he wanted. Not long after, baby Groot came over with what Yondu wanted. Nice, well done, baby. Yondu happily took the controller and pressed it on his head. The red coxcomb head made him look like a shamat who had just thrown 2 caddies of cement from the village. With a crisp whistle, the sentry arrows that had been silent on the ground instantly flew up. Advertisement in the next second, the cage that trapped the two was instantly broken. It's time for revenge. Yondu's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Asking for flowers. At the moment, that dreaded Star Marauder is back again. Now, can you tell me why you left Star-Lord in the first place? Are you that curious? Yondu was silent for a moment, and while Rocket put on his equipment, he began to talk about the past. Predators will not do anything to children. This is an iron law, and no one dares to violate it. The commission that Yondu received was that Ego wanted to find his lost child in the whole universe. Although I don't know why this guy has left his own seeds in the entire galaxy, but Yondu didn't think too much about it. After all, this is the matter of his father and son. What's more, the mothers of those children are gone, and sending their father and son to reunite is doing a good deed. But gradually, Yondu realized something was wrong. So many children were sent to Ego's planet, but every time Yondu went there, he didn't see any children. Moreover, the mothers of these children all passed away due to various reasons, without any exception. Finally, he discovered Egg's secret. This is a powerful and cruel god. When Yondu brought those children there, instead of taking good care of them, Ego killed them cruelly. One after another. Yondu doesn't even want to recall what kind of mood he felt when he learned that the hundreds of children he sent over were all killed by the man in front of him. Therefore, when it was Xingju's turn, Yondu kept Xingju by his side and did not send it to Ego. But Yondu knew that as long as this matter was not exposed, Egg would not care that one of his children was not sent there. But if he dares to tell the truth, not only the predators will be crushed by the extremely powerful Egg, even the young Peter will definitely not be spared. Therefore, Yondu concealed the truth of the matter, declaring to the outside world that it was because of his greed that Star-Lord was left behind. In order not to hurt his fellow predators, he even broke away from the ranks of predators. It also makes other raiders ashamed of him. But all this did not bring him true love. What he got was a rebellious and disobedient Star-Lord, Spoon. Chapter 151. Double Gems Iron Man. All this he endured in silence. But now, he decided to fight for the Peter whom he saw as his own son. So how strong is Egg? Even if it is a god, even if it is a planet, he will kill it for you. Let's make an enemy of a planet. Yondu smiled cruelly. When Rocket Raccoon and his party were killing on the spaceship, Nebula secretly drove a spaceship and left here. After only a few hours of getting along with each other, she knew that these pirates were just a group of idiots full of interests. It is absolutely impossible to use them to achieve your goals. So she set off alone, to end that sister herself. Meanwhile, Egg's planet. Tony yelled and found Liu Feng. Successful, I succeeded. 233. What succeeded? Liu Feng asked in confusion. Power gem, my armor. Tony was incoherent, but Liu Feng immediately understood what he meant. Tony made this armor that can use the power of the power gem. Without further ado, Liu Feng threw the gem to Tony. Tony took the gem carefully and slowly set it in front of the reactor on his chest. In the next second, purple light burst forth. The power gem had a wonderful chemical reaction with Tony's armor. This gem didn't stay on Tony's chest obediently, but went up all the way, and finally it was set on Tony's forehead. The armor, which was originally dominated by red and silver, also changed its color to purple. At the same time, the size of Tony's armor was instantly enlarged. A powerful force surged through Tony's body, and he couldn't help but let out a long howl. Liu Feng's expression was a little strange. How should I put it? This armor looks handsome, but it always gives Liu Feng a feeling of purple sweet potato essence. I feel like I'm full of strength now. Tony punched forward excitedly. But this punch was still firmly caught by Liu Feng without causing any disturbance. Advertisement. Your current situation is very wrong. Liu Feng frowned. Tony was excited, and the purple lines gradually spread to his face. Obviously, now he has been eroded by the power of the power gem, and even gradually began to lose his mind. This time, I want to compete with you. Tony smiled ferociously, and was about to launch an attack in the next second. However, the cruel reality immediately taught him to be a man. Although he has the power gem, it doesn't mean that he can immediately use all the power of the power gem. Therefore, in front of Liu Feng, Tony is still just a younger brother. Before Tony could even make a move, Liu Feng reached out and grabbed the power gem on his forehead abruptly. After a while, Tony gradually returned to normal. This feeling. Too bad. Tony staggered back a few steps, clutching his head in pain. This power is too terrifying. I can't control this power at all. Just now, my mind was filled with the desire to kill. Liu Feng fell into deep thought.
it stands to reason that the power gem is just pure power, and it should not involve emotional problems. But why did the power gem become different when it came to Tony? After thinking for a long time, Liu Feng still couldn't come up with an answer. After all, he didn't do research at all. In the end, it can only be attributed to the reasons of personal physique. But Liu Feng still came up with a solution, that is TIE particles, that is, reality gem. Reality gem is of little use to him anymore. After all, the power boost brought by the reality gem is far better than nothing, and now he no longer needs to rely on the power gem to improve himself. Throwing the power gem to Tony now would be considered waste. Liu Feng stretched out his fingertips and lightly touched Tony's armor. Tony cast a puzzled look at Liu Feng, and the doubt turned into shock in the next moment. Countless dark red particles gushed out from Liu Feng's body, slowly covering his armor. In the next second, Liu Feng pressed the power gem directly on Tony's armored chest. Only this time, the power gem stayed quietly on Tony's chest without moving. Advertisement with the function of the nano-robots, the slight scars on the armor began to be gradually repaired, and the power gem was slowly inlaid on Tony's chest. After a while, the Liuang gemstone and TIE particles work at the same time. The color of Tony's armor still changed, but this time, it was no longer dominated by the purple of the power gem. Instead, purple, dark red, and bright red appear alternately, forming a weird and beautiful pattern. These lines are also interspersed with the metallic luster of Tony's armor, which looks extremely coquettish. Looking at his masterpiece, Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seems to work well. How did you come up with this idea? Tony looked at his armor in shock. At the moment, he no longer had that feeling of being controlled. On the contrary, the armor in turn provided him with constant and gentle strength, and he could even feel that his physical fitness was improving at an extremely fast speed. Intuition. Liu Feng shrugged. Tony was devastated. He is a great scientist and engineer, he has been thinking hard day and night, and the scientific research results he got in exchange for his hair are not as good as Liu Feng's intuition. It made Tony feel that everything he did was meaningless. But soon, Tony came out of his depressed mood, and he began to feel his own strength excitedly. Never felt so good. I asked you to soar into the sky, screaming excitedly. The corner of Liu Feng's mouth had a weird and unpredictable smile. While you are still happy now, be happy, and when you have fully mastered this power 5.9, it is time for you to repay me. At the same time, beside Liu Feng, Aisha looked at the man in front of her with adoring eyes. Unexpectedly, he actually has another infinite gems. But the infinite gems, which countless people regard as treasures and even risk their lives to death, were just abandoned by Liu Feng as a gift to his friends. What a calm demeanor. Aisha involuntarily clamped her legs. On the other side, Gamora is walking alone on the red wasteland alone. She couldn't figure out if she had done something wrong. She has been trained in constantly killing since she was a child, which made her lack the normal ability to express her emotions. He didn't think there was anything before, but when facing Xingju, this sense of contradiction filled all his heart. Advertisement Chapter 152. The guy with outside depressed. Gamora couldn't understand why Xingju accepted the god ego so quickly, even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years. Before the day had passed, Xingju was able to have a good drink with Egg. The scene of a good father and a good son was endlessly dazzling in Gamora's eyes. But I'm not jealous of Xingju, I just want to remind him that the planet Ego is definitely not as peaceful as it looks on the surface, especially that old guy. Gamora is the only one on the edge of the wilderness. She can't help but think wildly, but the emotion conveyed in her heart is definitely not jealousy. Xingju, who was immersed in Zaide's father, didn't notice any weird signs at all. The last sentence really hurt Gamora's heart. Her outrageous father, which cannot be described in words, filled Gamora with resentment towards him. Immediately afterwards, a piercing explosion attracted Gamora, who was still thinking about what Star-Lord said just now. Strange, what is it? Curiosity prompted Gamora to go over, wanting to find out. At the moment, they were on the planet Ego. Why would there be a crashed spaceship in the Red 23 wasteland? Besides, the main body of this planet is Ego. Could it be that Egg shot down the outsider directly when he saw the outsider? Xingju's good father, but he is a famous god. Why should I join in the fun? Gamora's vigilance directly surpassed curiosity, and her initial steps of wanting to go over to see what was going on came to an abrupt end. Instead, she turned around and left directly. Why did she take pains to observe on the planet Ego? Such a thankless thing. Gamora will inevitably feel resentful in his heart, and made up his mind not to bother with the idiot Xingju. If he is deceived by that godly and good father, it is no longer her business. Gamora suddenly realized that he decided to go back to discuss with Liu Feng, since Xingju found such a powerful father. If you want to come to Xingju, you don't have to go back to the spaceship, and you can just stay on the planet Ego to enjoy the family relationship between father and son, and there will be various scenes of filial piety every day, which will not be an eyesore. It's so decided. Gamora's eyes flashed across the lonely one, completely oblivious to the spaceship that crashed not far away, emitting heavy black smoke. There seemed to be a figure looming in the thick black smoke. Found you, damn Gamora, you are here. Advertisement. After finally escaping from those guys, Nebula's hatred for Kayla can be said to be endless. He came to the planet Ego by accident, and the spaceship was blown into the air and crashed for no reason. Nebula thought that he would definitely die on this place. Unexpectedly, as soon as she landed, she saw the culprit, Gamora, who had repeatedly defeated her and transformed her body into this inhuman, ghost-like, culprit. In the past, he set up the idea of defeating Gamora for revenge, but Xingyun has not changed until now. At the same time, Tony, who had just obtained the power of the gemstone, couldn't help but smile on his face. Although, Tony has worked so hard for so long, and everything he has done is far from meeting Liu Feng's intuition. Fortunately, the relationship between Liu Feng and him is like family. If it were an enemy, the scene would be too terrifying, which made him dare not think about it any longer. Aisha leaned slightly towards Liu Feng's side. She was more and more grateful that choosing to leave Sovereign Planet with Liu Feng was an extremely correct decision. Looking at the entire galaxy, which planet can be worthy of her? Except Liu Feng. The more she thought about it, the more she clamped her legs, the more she squeezed her legs. And Aisha even pulled Liu Feng to a hidden place where no one would find out to have S**X. Only Liu Feng is worthy of her status, especially seeing infinite gems, which is pursued by countless people. Liu Feng directly donated it to Tony without any hesitation. With such generosity, Aisha swears in the name of the High Priest that in this vast galaxy, there will never be another one. Let's talk. Tony, who was still feeling the changes in the power in his body, had no vision at all to see the emotion in Aisha's eyes. What's the matter? Liu Feng still had an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was also happy that Tony could receive the energy of the gemstone. Aisha was about to pull Liu Feng's hand to the secret place, and stopped for a while. The carnival after enduring it was the one to look forward to. He raised his eyes and stared at Tony, who had no eyesight. Now that he has gained power, he should go away quickly and go to other places to play the role of gems. To what extent does it match his body? So Aisha's tone is not very good. If you're a man, speak up and don't waste my private time with Liu Feng. Advertisement. There was Xingju before, and Tony later. Aisha originally wanted to stay with Liu Feng on the planet Ego, so that he could enjoy a good time alone and be happy. But now it seems that it is better to be in the spaceship. At least once the door is closed, there will never be such a guy with no vision to knock on the door and interrupt. What's up with Star-Lord and Gamora? Tony only remembered that Xingju had been excitedly looking for him for a one-on-one fight, but he still had something to do, so he casually sent Xingju to Liu Feng for a one-on-one fight. It's not clear that Xingju met Gamora on the way and fought directly, but Tony and Xingju, who tended to have a bruised nose and a tooth that was about to fall out, were beaten by Liu Feng. As soon as Xingju was mentioned, Aisha rolled her eyes directly, interrupted her 913 time with Liu Feng, and was even slapped by Gamora. What else can happen? Disagreement and quarrel. Liu Feng briefly summed up the conflict between the two, ignoring the fact that Xingju got slapped. Anyway, Star-Lord is a big man, and being slapped by Gamora and beating his son on his father's territory is undoubtedly provoking a lion. Definitely, Liu Feng didn't think that Yi Jie would be a ferocious beast. After all, at that age, he wouldn't be his opponent. It's a fight. Tony frowned, looked around, and moved closer to Liu Feng. Liu Feng, something is wrong with this planet. It seems to be in danger. For a moment, Aisha smiled. Tony, you think there is danger? Where is the evidence? When the evidence was mentioned, Tony touched his head in a little embarrassment. The data shows that everything is normal. Data. Sometimes it is inevitable to make mistakes, and so are people. Tony and Aisha stared at Liu Feng fiercely when they heard Liu Feng's sudden words. He would never say something like that for no reason. Sure enough, your thoughts are the same as mine. There is something wrong with this planet. Tony deliberately lowered his voice as if he was worried about being overheard. He looked around vigilantly, but fortunately no one came. Liu Feng once again showed an intriguing smile. Chapter 153. You have to apologize after being beaten. The most problematic one is the guy who couldn't wait to recognize his son. Liu Feng almost called out the name of the god Ego. Aisha and Tony stared wide-eyed as if enlightened. Do I need to ask more? Confused Tony and Gamora are confused about the planet Ego, which turned out to be the god. How could Liu Feng, who has insight into everything and grasped the overall situation, not know of Yi Jie's real mask, sowed so many children everywhere that he couldn't even recognize his own son Xingju? Instead, he took a fancy to him who could control the power gem, and regarded him as his own son. He tried his best to invite them to come to the planet Ego, but Liu Feng was just pushing the boat along the way, to see what the situation on the planet Ego was like. Could it be that Egg really thought he was inviting you into the urn and leading them in? The amount of information explodes. I can't even handle it. Aisha, who has been on the sovereign planet for a long time, would never have thought that such absurd things would happen. No wonder Gamora slapped him in the face when he saw Xingju was stupefied. We have to find an excuse to get out of here. Liu Feng, Egg taught Star-Lord how to use gems. I guess he has ulterior motives. Tony's idea is completely different from Gamora's. Instead of choosing to let him stay, he wants to take Star-Lord away. The other party is a god. To be honest, apart from Liu Feng, even if Tony got the gem integrate just now, his energy has been further improved. Don't worry, it doesn't matter what his intentions are, just keep your eyes open and watch the show. Aisha saw Liu Feng's calm face, and her adoring eyes were especially enthusiastic. It's no wonder that he is the man she chose. The movement was faster than the brain thought. Tony saw Aisha slap Liu Feng on the cheek, and turned his eyes embarrassedly. But Ego is a god, and the planet is under his control. I don't know if Rocket Raccoon and the others have repaired it. In view of Liu Feng's reassuring words, Tony seemed much more at ease. No rush. Liu Feng thinks that it is rare for such a fun thing to happen, which can bring him a little different excitement to his invincible life. According to the original plot, Ego's ability will be inherited by Xingju. In this way, he is just promoting the plot and continuing to develop. Advertisement on the other side, the sullen Xingju touched his swollen cheek from Liu Feng, and there was a big slap mark attached. Did I say too much? Xingju, who has a delicate mind, realized later that his angry words were too exaggerated. Maybe Gamora wanted him to be cautious. Forget it, go apologize to Gamora. Star-Lord rubbed his neck uncomfortably. He had to apologize to Gamora, who beat him after being beaten. The whole universe couldn't find another one, right? Looking in the direction of the Red Wasteland, there seemed to be smoke. If he remembered correctly, Gamora was heading there after beating him. What happens? Xingju, who was going to walk towards the basement of the room, changed his direction in an instant. He needed to go to see what happened. Boom. Outside the Red Wasteland, smoke filled the sky. Gamora took a few steps back, and quickly took out a weapon from his waist. Gamora knows that she has made a lot of enemies. As a cosmic assassin, the more enemies she has, the more popular she is. It's just that the smoke was blowing along the wind, and it was difficult to see what the person who attacked her rashly looked like with just 2 eyes. Impolite fellow, you are out of luck. Gamora, who is in a state of unhappiness, is worried that she has no one to vent to, and it would be too obvious to attack Tony or Delix. Besides, the guy who messed with Gamora was Star-Lord, not them. It just so happened that someone came to let her vent at this time. Gamora simply wished for it, even if she didn't have a weapon on her body, relying on her superb fighting skills. Gamora didn't believe that the guy who rushed to her in the smoke could win her. If she doesn't even have the ability to protect herself, how can she be worthy of standing with Liu Feng and the others as partners? Unlucky. Hee. The blue mechanical face gradually appeared in the smoke, and Nebula looked at her proud sister Gamora expressionlessly. After finally escaping from the group of guys, he happened to meet Gamora at the moment of landing on the planet Ego. Lucky. Very lucky. Nebula has already made a decision. The grievances between her and her sister Gamora must be resolved in this place today. Gamora, that proud and arrogant sister Gamora, you will not forget me, will you? Advertisement. That's right. With my unremarkable appearance and ability, how could you remember me as a character? When the smoke in the air receded, Gamora could clearly see the face of the guy who shot at her. Shock. Incredible. Gamora slowly put down her raised fist, staring at Xingyun with surprised eyes. Xingyun, why did you come here? This place is by no means as safe. As it looks on the surface, she has made a decision now, no matter what Liu Feng and Tony think. Shang Yun finally showed a smile, but behind the smile, she was also a little worried. Nebula aimed the weapon's red dot at Gamora's head without any hesitation, trying to slip away like this. If you can come, can't I? Where do you want to go? The matter between us has not been settled, don't even think about leaving. Gamora jumped to the other side at the moment the light was emitted, watching the ground being shot through a small hole by the light. Today, the winner must be decided, otherwise, Gamora will never leave her sight. Nebula just wants to beat Gamora first, and leave quickly. I forgot to tell you, Gamora, your spaceship has been occupied by a group of interstellar pirates. Want to come to that raccoon and Groot? Have you had enough trouble? The raccoon can't resist the interstellar pirates on its own. You have a problem with me. I can understand if you want to win. As expected, Xingyun came to this place with the intention of killing her, but she has no spare time to accompany her who-she. Boomdog. Those guys will probably be tied up as hostages just like her, and her hatred will only be aimed at Gamora, and will not be aimed at Liu Feng's other partners. Gamora intends to get up immediately and go back to Rocket Raccoon and the others to help repair the spaceship, which is better than staying on this strange planet. No, she had to tell Liu Feng and the others the news, and immediately got up and returned to Rocket Raccoon and the others. Anyway, those interstellar pirates, the guy who kidnapped her, will soon rush here smelling Aisha's breath. Dream. What? Gamora's eyes flickered in panic, interstellar pirates occupying their spaceship. Nebula remained expressionless. She sneaked into their spaceship to get a lot of weapons before looking for a vehicle to come to planet Ego. Chapter 154 Gamora scared. Give me a clear picture of the situation. I have to inform Liu Feng and the others. When Rocket Raccoon and the others are rescued, I will fight you anytime you want. Gamora almost roared, telling Nebula that she didn't understand why her younger sister Nebula insisted on defeating her. They don't look like sisters, definitely, they certainly don't look like them. But there is always a constant love in it. Gamora and Xingyun seem to be not sisters at this moment, but enemies with bloody feuds. Don't even think about it, Nebula only wanted to defeat Gamora. His ears couldn't hear anything else, and he continued to raise his weapon to aim at Gamora. Damn it. Gamora responded immediately, and the choice left to her now was to get rid of this annoying sister as soon as possible. But looking at her body, it seems that there are still many scars on her body, which must not be bumped when she fell to the ground. Judging from the extent of the wound, it was definitely injured before arriving on planet Ego. Gamora stepped back step by step, dodging a series of weapon beam attacks from Nebula, but did not make a move. Shit. Gamora, are you scared? Show your true skills, what's the point of hiding? Seeing that Gamora did not attack, Nebula kept dodging with the speed she was proud of with the Gull 377. Such behavior falls in the eyes of Xingyun. Is she trying to mock her ability in such a way? Is it unworthy of Gamora to do it herself? Thinking of this, the anger in his heart suddenly spread all over his body. Xing Yun took out the weapon in his other hand, and started to shoot with the weapon in both hands. She can analyze where Gamora's next dodge point is, and she must force Gamora to do it. FK. Gamora cursed secretly. She dodged while thinking about countermeasures. At least Nebula is her sister. Think about how to knock her out with one blow without using a fatal move, and it won't matter if you tie her up after the end. I'm messing with you. The closer Xingju got to the Red Wasteland, the more he heard the attack from this side intensified. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be Gamora. No wonder Liu Feng said that if you mess with gangsters, don't mess with crazy women. What is Gamora doing? Standing not far away, I watched Gamora constantly flashing back and forth, stirring up smoke circle after circle. On the hill, Star-Lord, who hadn't figured out the situation clearly, raised his right hand and waved vigorously at Gamora. Hey, Gamora, what are you doing? I'm here to apologize to you. I'm sorry, what I said just now is my fault. Is it your turn to apologize for your violent behavior now? Advertisement Star-Lord howled and apologized, and waved vigorously, trying to attract Gamora's attention. DJ. Strange, maybe Gamora has a problem with the brain program. Why is Tien ignoring me? The clueless Xingju, using the teachings of the Godfather, was beaten by Liu Feng and Gamora. It has recovered to its original state, otherwise, with that face on it, if Egg sees it, maybe it will bring some disturbances. But Xingju also didn't forget what Liu Feng said to Gamora after he left. Star-Lord believes Liu Feng's words more than his father Yi Zhe. Egg will not be as good a father as he appears on the surface. What does this sentence really mean? At the same time, Liu Feng asked him to go to the basement of the room to see what was there. But at the moment, Star-Lord needs to figure out what Gamora is doing, and go back to the room later to find out, and then the truth will be revealed. Hey, Gamora, Star-Lord continued calling Gamora's name. Gamora, who was so busy, vaguely heard someone calling her name near the hill. Taking time out, his eyes quickly scanned the source of the sound. Shit, what is that stupid big guy talking about? Gamora frowned, thinking of what Star-Lord said. Well, ignore the big stupid Star-Lord. Immediately afterwards, he moved behind Xing Yun and kicked her mechanical back with only 1/3 of the force. After all, Xingyun is her younger sister. If she tried her best, Xingyun would have to be scrapped on the spot, and then, CDDE, she would have to ask Tony to help with repairs. What are you doing? Why are you still ignoring people? No. Xingju took a closer look and found that Gamora definitely wasn't out of his mind, jumping around on the wasteland. Someone is attacking Gamora. Gamora, just wait, I'm here to help you. At the same time, Star-Lord holds the idea that he can use the energy of the gem. On the one hand, it is the God Egg who guides him. At least let Gamora know that his father, Egg, isn't that bad. The mean voice appeared again. Gamora, let me help you. Advertisement in the periphery. The smoke was so thick that he couldn't see the figure clearly, but when he came here, a scene that surprised Xingju appeared. Gamora, this is not your sister. No, I mean isn't Nebula your sister? The scene of at the moment can only be described as shock. Gamora directly locked Nebula's throat, as if he could twist Nebula's mechanical head off in the next second. At the same time, the weapon in Nebula's hands, at some point, escaped from her control and was taken far away by Gamora. You're finally willing to make a move, Gamora. Even Xing Yun, who was restrained by the chokehold, still did not forget to speak harshly. Before Xingju had time to react, he restrained Xingyun directly. Xingju, Gamora, who is that? Asha saw the blue face that was restrained in an instant. Wait, what's the situation? This is, Gamora, why are you fighting? Aisha thought that since she couldn't enjoy the happiness of the two with Liu Feng, watching other people fight was also a kind of fun. This does not mean that she lost to Gamora again, and Star-Lord noticed that she raised her foot and was about to kick someone backwards. She knew that there was no time when she wanted to be alone with Liu Feng to enjoy the joy. In addition, Xingju has jets on the soles of his feet, so he can fly there. Why bother to walk there? Before Aisha could think about it, there was a wide and warm hand around her waist, and the next second, the three of them left in place. Even if you get gem energy, it is difficult to change Xingju's simple thinking, and it is faster than walking by foot. It really is a fight. It's interesting. It is quite different from her golden skin, not as good looking as hers, and also looks strange. Tony perceives that there are signs of fighting in the Red Wasteland. Could it be that the gods started to fight? The ignorant Tony once again ignored Aisha, who kept rolling her eyes. Liu Feng, there is something going on in the wilderness. Do you want to go and have a look? What the hell are the two sisters doing? Go. 1. If Liu Feng knew that Xingju walked to the wilderness with his feet, it might be another joke. Xingju, who was confused and persistent in trying to figure out the situation, asked another question. Chapter 155. Nebula's retaliation. However, what happened in the next second, except for Liu Feng, others could not have expected, and Xing Yun was originally restricted in his actions. As if ability had exploded, with a roar, even Xingju and Gamora were repelled by the sound wave. Originally, Star-Lord just wanted to restrain Nebula's feet, lest Nebula hurt Gamora. Tony also frowned slightly in the mask, but fortunately, he was far away, covered by the mask, blocking Nebula's sound waves. Otherwise, the eardrum might be pierced by the sound waves. Aisha enjoyed Liu Feng's subconscious, gentlemanly behavior, and directly covered her ears with her hands, being attacked by Nebula's sound waves. The weapon that was thrown away returned to Xingyun's hand in an instant, launching an unstoppable attack, but her aim was very accurate. There is only Gamora alone. Nebula pretends to be careless. The purpose is to get Gamora to get close to her. Sure enough, her elder sister has been following a strong man like Liu Feng for a long time, and her vigilance is not as good as before. It was so easy to be fooled, and Gamora, who was suddenly bounced, dodged again before she had time to react. Nebula flashed in front of her, and the weapon touched her towering left atrium. You lost, Gamora, you lost to me, Nebula emphasized emphatically. Gamora looked at Nebula in disbelief. She really lost, but she didn't see that Nebula was pretending to show his flaws. Nebula wanted to kill her, so he came to Planet Ego specially? Xingju immediately got up and rushed from the other side. The sisters turned against each other and wanted to kill each other. He couldn't see such a scene. Wait, what misunderstanding do you guys have? Sit down and talk about it, don't do anything. The moment Xingju rushed over, Gamora and Xingyun stared at Xingyun directly. Stand there, don't come over. Xingju just raised his left foot, but after hearing Gamora's words, he didn't know whether to lift it up or put it down. They stopped. Liu Feng. Aisha approached Liu Feng, leaning on his shoulder. Why don't you go and stop it? Be careful, Gamora is killed. Liu Feng shook his head lightly. No, the grievances between the two of them can be resolved by ourselves. As outsiders, it's not easy for us to intervene. He was telling the truth, and according to the original plot, after Nebula defeated Gamora, the resentment in his heart disappeared. Advertisement. It can be said that Xingyun and Xingju have a common characteristic, that is, they simply want to have family affection. She just wants to have a sister. Gamora is by their side, and gradually has feelings, instead of a ruthless cosmic assassin and killer. Tony was silent on the sidelines. He felt more and more that Liu Feng was unpredictable. It seemed that everything was within his plan. After all, he almost couldn't resist rushing to help Gamora when he saw Nebula fight back. Seeing that Liu Feng was indifferent and didn't even move forward for half a minute, the idea of rushing to help disappeared. With Liu Feng's ability, he wouldn't just ignore death. If he didn't act, there must be his reasons. On the hill, the three looked at Star-Lord, who was embarrassed in place, and Gamora, who was pinned to the ground by Nebula. You won, and I will let you handle it, but before you kill me, can you promise me one condition? Gamora concluded that Nebula would not let her go, as her sister, but also as a space pirate. It is difficult for the defeated to survive. As a cosmic assassin, Gamora believes in it. Say. Nebula's mechanical arm grabbed Gamora's neck to prevent her from escaping. What about Rocket Raccoon? Tell Liu Feng they know. Let Liu Feng and them go back quickly to save the raccoon. After speaking, Gamora slowly closed her eyes, waiting for Nebula to kill her with a weapon. Xingju on the side couldn't calm down. Seeing Gamora's death-defying look, he shouted anxiously. Xingyun, she is your sister, don't be impulsive. Xingju didn't dare to rush over rashly. Xingyun's arm has undergone countless modifications, and when he squeezed it hard, Gamora directly explained here. However, Xingyun completely ignored Xingju's shout behind him. Gamora, do you have anything else to say to me? Nebula pressed the weapon against Gamora's chest, and then pressed harder, as if it could pierce Gamora's body. You are my proud sister, Xingyun, you have grown up a lot. Gamora opened her eyes and stared at the Nebula, grinning brightly. If you can take my place and join Liu Feng, we will surely have a better breakthrough in guarding the safety of the galaxy. They are very nice people. Even if I die at your hands, they will have no regrets. They can understand me and won't blame you. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Gamora thought that she owed Nebula a lot. If it wasn't for her, maybe Nebula wouldn't be transformed again and again. Maybe Tony can help her change her appearance so that Nebula looks more like a normal person? Liu Feng looked at Xingyun with a smile, just like what happened in the plot, even if the plot changed a bit. The hand on Gamora's neck and the weapon on his chest were gradually moved away by Nebula. Get up, I'm just... Xingyun turned his back and spoke slowly at an angle that they couldn't see. I just want to be recognized by my sister, to recognize my ability, and to have family affection. Zero Nebula dare not extravagantly ask to join Liu Feng's spaceship. After all, she blatantly put Gamora on the ground in front of Star-Lord. Maybe she is not qualified to join. She looks like this again. Look, the matter is perfectly resolved, and everyone is happy. Liu Feng shrugged and smiled easily. Tony behind him seemed relieved. Everything cannot escape your prediction. I think the title of God should be inherited by you. Liu Feng heard Tony's teasing and shook his head. No, I'm only Liu Feng, not a god. When Aisha looked at Liu Feng, she admired him more and more in her eyes. He is obviously just a person from Earth, but the aura emanating from his body fascinates Aisha. Especially the indescribable physical strength. As a sovereign star, even she feels inferior. Liu Feng doesn't feel tired at all. Nebula. Gamora, who slowly stood up from the ground, couldn't believe her ears. Nebula just wants her attention, her approval. By the way, Gamora, you... Nebula was about to ask, what method did they use to take away the High Priest of Planet Sovereign? Now the Sovereigns are directly issuing orders to the famous interstellar pirates and mercenaries in the galaxy. He asked to take them all back, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by a rude voice. God, thank goodness I found you. Delix seemed to be looking for it for a long time, and called out to Liu Feng,
the three standing on the hill, and Xingju people to eat. Chapter 156. The truth about the basement. Delix gasped and walked towards Liu Feng. Aisha was a little numb. One after another came to interrupt. It seems that Liu Feng should be told to leave the planet Ego early, return to the spaceship, and return to the room. Sorry, Liu Feng, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation with Xingju. Delix is also curious about what Liu Feng said. What is hidden in the basement? When there was no one around, Delix sneaked behind Xingju, wanting to see clearly. Who would have thought that the big, stupid Xingju would walk over here? Delix secretly looked in the basement of the room. At that moment, he felt a little nauseous. A disgusting smell wafted from the basement, constantly penetrating Delix's nose, mind, and even the pore of his entire body. Looking at the past, it is impossible to count how many corpses there are, at least 1,000 or more. 297. Liu Feng looked at Delix with doubts in his eyes, but when he heard the words behind him, he immediately understood. Delix was also driven by curiosity, and rushed to see the corpses of the children in the basement before Star-Lord. According to the original plot, it was supposed to be the Gamora sisters who discovered the secret of the god Ego. He originally wanted to be a son, and he had to face the reality of the fruit. His father was not as good as he appeared on the surface. It's a pity. Liu Feng whispered to himself in a low voice. What a pity. Aisha's whole body was almost hanging on Liu Feng's body, and she naturally heard him talking to herself. It's a pity that Delix came a step late, and I didn't see such an interesting picture of sisterly love. Liu Feng smiled softly, stroking his chin. Delix's face changed slightly. Liu Feng must have known Yi Ji's true face early in the morning, since he knew. Why did he come here? Xingyun didn't expect Liu Feng to be there. Does it mean that the scene just now was clearly seen by them? I think I should go. Anyway, what I have to do, I have done. Nebula wanted to leave in a hurry. In front of Liu Feng, she couldn't be as arrogant as she was with Gamora, and she didn't dare to dream of joining their guards. Don't leave in a hurry, Xingyun. Since you are here, I will explain to Liu Feng that I will apply for you to join our guard team to protect the safety of the galaxy. Gamora was deeply moved by Nebula, and she wanted to know how he got the injury on Nebula's body. He grabbed Xingyun's wrist and prevented her from leaving. Liu Feng and others rushed to Xingju and the others. Delix directly held Xingju's shoulder and shook him back and forth. Advertisement, Xingju, do you know what happened to the corpse in the basement? Star-Lord frowned and tilted his head in bewilderment, staring at Delix, pushing Delix who was shaking beside him with both hands. Shet, Delicus, are you crazy? I don't understand what you're saying. Basement? Corpse? When Xingju heard the word, basement, his eyes widened. Corpse? Isn't that where Liu Feng reminded him to go and look? There must be tens of thousands of corpses in the basement. Star-Lord, do you want me to repeat it to you again? Tony and Gamora looked at each other and immediately realized that they felt uneasy and weird. That's what it was all about. But now, compared to those corpses, there are more important things. Gamora needs to explain to Liu Feng clearly. Liu Feng, our spaceship has been hijacked by interstellar pirates. Rocket Raccoon and the others have been kidnapped. Xing Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, and it was the pirate group led by Yondu, but he was betrayed by the team. He was also tied up with your partner Raccoon. I think you'd better go back and save the raccoon first. I thought Liu Feng would speak in a hurry, telling them to return to Rocket Raccoon and find a way to save the bear. On the other hand, Liu Feng's face was calm and composed, as if he was not worried about Rocket Raccoon's safety. Liu Feng, who had mastered the plot, naturally didn't have to worry too much. If he was really worried, he wouldn't come to Yi Jie. Aren't you worried? Xingyun stared at Liu Feng strangely. Could it be that the life and death of the raccoons are irrelevant to Liu Go? If this is the case, then she will persuade Gamora to leave the escort. It's under control, they'll be all right, or come to Egg soon, and you'll know. Liu Feng is very clear that even if Ability, who has been in the Interstellar for many years with Yondu, is betrayed by the team, he will never accept his fate. So, anxious Gamora looked at Liu Feng in disbelief. So, listen to what Star-Lord wants to do. Trust me, the raccoons will be fine. Advertisement. Liu Feng thought to himself that there would be no Kraglin, there would be the Yuan Devourer Aju in his spaceship. They'll be fine. At most they'll be tied up and tortured a few times. Rocket Raccoon's skin is thick and fleshy, and he's not afraid of beatings. Groot the Treeman. Thinking of this, Liu Feng actually felt a trace of guilt in his heart. If Rocket Raccoon found out, he would probably complain non-stop. Then, Liu Feng said so, there is a high probability that they will be fine. Gamora believed Liu Feng's words. Although Liu Feng seemed heartless, he would never joke about the life and death of his companions. Star-Lord now learned how to use the foot jet wisely, and went straight to the basement Delix was talking about. He needs to see clearly for himself, not to question Delix's words. He just wants to see clearly with his own eyes. Follow me and have a look. Liu Feng actually refuses to look at those cruel pictures in his heart. The child without the power of ability awakening was sent here by Yondu. The only option waiting for them is to die. Egg is cruel enough to attack his own flesh and blood. Those children are worthless in his eyes. Therefore, Liu Feng did not have much affection for Yi Jie. Xingyun, you too. Liu Feng turned his head and said to Xingyun. He could see Xingyun's hesitation. The journey of the universe directly allows him to meet the two daughters raised by Thanos, and the plot rarely introduces their life experiences. However, Nebula's experience was slightly worse.
In Thanos' eyes, her identity was just a tool for training Gamora ability. The flattered Xing Yun nodded sluggishly, and the arrogant Liu Feng didn't care about her attack on Gamora. Instead, he softly asked her to go with him. Aisha reached out to Liu Feng's waist, trying to pinch him hard, but all the muscles in her body couldn't pinch him at all. What's wrong with you? What are you pinching me for? And Wanda again. Liu Feng leaned close to Aisha's ear, whispering. Now is not the time to be happy, so just bear with it. Aisha rolled her eyes and gave up trying to pinch Liu Feng. Could you be interested in that blue-skinned woman? Chapter 157. Not in aesthetics. Hearing Aisha's ascetic-smelling words, Liu Feng frowned in embarrassment. Good guy, does he look like he's hungry? If it weren't for Aisha's weird outfit, she would look okay, although the golden skin can be changed. But she is still a beauty. On the other hand, Nebula. It can be said that it does not look like a human being at all, although it is not Xing Yun's own pursuit to grow up like this. It's all the blame on damn Thanos. If it weren't for Ancient One's repeated confession, it would not be a good time to eliminate Thanos for the time being. Liu Feng wanted to find out Thanos directly, solve the problem early, so that he could return to Earth, with Wanda in his left hand and Polaris in his right, happily warming up the bed. Wouldn't the days of security, happiness and troubles not be more fragrant than now? Speak up. Aisha didn't want another person to break up Liu Feng with her. Even knowing that Liu Feng still has Wanda and Polaris on the Earth, but this is before she knew Liu Feng. Therefore, Aisha will not be jealous with them. After all, this is the truth. The High Priest thinks too much. The two sisters, Xingyun, are definitely not in my aesthetics. The implication is that even if Liu Feng is blind, he will never have any unreasonable thoughts about Xing Yun. It seems that even if Aisha is genetically produced by the sovereigns, she still cannot get rid of the characteristics of the whole universe as a woman. Jealous. Xingju arrived at the basement earlier than them, and saw a particularly magnificent scene inside, with corpses piled all over the floor. Some of the teeth have been eroded away, leaving only the bone. From the thin and small corpses, it can be seen that when they died, they were all children. There are piles of children's bones piled up in mountains. Do you need to ask more questions? Oh, my God, Aisha had never seen so many corpses piled up together. Covering their mouths in surprise, Xingyun and the others frowned in amazement. Advertisement: the 3 rocket raccoons have already slaughtered the spaceship, and those interstellar pirates who betrayed Yondu have already been dealt with by the 3 of them. Bullying raccoons is like this. You dare to tie me up? Be careful, I will sue you for cruelty to animals in the interstellar court. The rocket raccoon with the weapon bared his teeth and cursed, and his feet stomped hard on the corpse lying on the ground. People are gone. What's the use of suing the dead body? Be careful, they will arrest you instead, put you in a cage for people to watch. Yondu looked at the companion, who was strewn with corpses in disgust. Maybe he could be called a companion in the past. For those who betrayed him, Yondu is not the virgin of the universe, and will not let them go because of their begging for mercy. 1 time of infidelity, 100 times of infidelity, this is the truth. The matter is settled, and it's time for you to return to your own spaceship. Rocket Raccoon didn't forget that it was Yondu who brought these guys over and tied him up, and Groot was treated as a plaything by them for a long time because of this. Now that the matter is resolved, it is time to return to his own spaceship, although the destination is the same. Given Yondu's status, Rocket Raccoon doesn't want to stay in the spaceship with such a dangerous guy. If Yondu tampers with the spaceship, he will be bent by Liu Gang. Yondu took a look at his spaceship. Where can he reach the planet Yigo? The Star-Lord is in Yigo's hands. He couldn't see Star-Lord die at Egg's hands. There was a smile on his blue cheeks that Rocket Raccoon would feel numb at the sight of. Anyway, we fought side by side just now. How can my spaceship reach Yigo? Anyway, our destination is the same. There is nothing wrong with going there together. Besides, if I hadn't broken free first and rescued you, I'm afraid we are still tied together and trapped in a cage. You look at me and I look at you. In the past, Rocket Raccoon would definitely feel ashamed, and quickly nodded and agreed not to reject Yondu. But he had been with Liu Feng and the others for a while, so how could he be fooled by a few words? One thing that made him very concerned was why Yondu was so persistent in going to Yigo, especially when he heard that Star-Lord was also on the planet Yigo. So why did you take Star-Lord away? The curious baby Rocket Raccoon asked persistently again. Don't use any good reasons to steal things. I'm a raccoon, but I'm not stupid. Don't fool the raccoon with such a lame excuse. Advertisement. Besides, Egg is Star-Lord's father. You're an outsider, and you abducted his son to become an interstellar pirate. It's suspicious, suspicious. Baby Groot stood on Rocket's shoulders, staring at them. Yondu sees that Rocket Raccoon insists on understanding his true relationship with Star-Lord. It seems that it is not clear. He has no way to take the spaceship. The situation is urgent, and the longer Xingju stays on planet Ego, the more dangerous it will be. When Yondu didn't want to rush to the planet, he couldn't even find Xingju's corpse. The footsteps behind him were very gentle, and Liu Feng knew who was coming without turning his head. She was right. There was something wrong with the planet Egg, and there was something wrong with his kind-faced godfather, Egg. Gamora and Nebula watched Ego vigilantly, who was pretending to be kind, and was deceiving from the beginning. This, Rocket Raccoon believed that Yondu would say it on the spaceship, and without hesitation invited this Yondu who fought side by side with him to destroy the pirates to board the ship. In Star-Lord, they all turned their heads when they heard Yi Ji's friendly voice. but Liu Feng half closed his eyes, staring at the innocent lives who died at Yi Ji's hands. I also regret what I just said to Gamora. Get on the boat first, I'll tell you the ins and outs, hurry up. In planet Yigo 490, everyone was in the basement, shocked by the scene in front of them. With Yi Ji's appearance, it is difficult to connect the two with the magnificent corpse behind him. Rocket Raccoon walked in front of Yondu, turned his head carefully and lowered his voice. Yes, although he is a bit suspicious, and he is not a good person, but at least he seems to have a conscience. What's going on here? Xingju didn't answer the question of the god egg, but pointed to the corpse behind him. Behind Yi Jie, there is Mantis the Mantis. The tentacles on her head are shaking slightly. It is unavoidable to see that Mantis is nervous and afraid. Since Liu Feng and the others arrived on the planet Yigo, Yigo has been pretending to be charitable. Seeing Xingju and others arrive at the forbidden area at this moment, Yi Jie still maintains a hypocritical smile on his face. Groot returned to the mini-tree form again, stood on Rocket Raccoon's shoulder and tilted his head to look at Yondu. Oh, it's Groot. My child Xingju, how do you bring a distinguished guest to this kind of place? The soft and sensitive Xingju couldn't believe how these children died in this dark basement. Chapter 158. Rejection from Star-Lord in the face of Xingju's direct questioning. The disguise of the god Igo has not been torn, and the wrinkles on his face are becoming more and more obvious. The hypocritical smile made Xingju suddenly feel strange, as if the benevolent smile he saw before was all Yigo's disguise. Does this still need to be asked? The god of heaven, Yi Jie, stood still, and slowly raised his hand on his back, stroking his white beard. Corpse, skeleton, you have your own judgment ability. You can't ask me to fool you. Is this an animal corpse? Hearing the usual hypocritical remarks, Liu Feng turned around and stopped looking at those children who betrayed the god Yi Jie to death. Staring intently at Yi Jie, who had been pretending all this time, Liu Feng couldn't help admiring him a little. He was indeed a god of heaven. Even in the Nuada Milky Way, it is just a defective product, but it has a proper psychological quality as a god. Gamora glanced at the piled-up corpses again from the corner of her eye, with a grim expression on her face. Her suspicion was indeed right. Is this why Liu Feng is not in a hurry to go back to the spaceship? Could it be that a fierce battle with Egg cannot be avoided next? This entire planet can be said to be Yi Ji's main body. If there is no Liu Feng, this battle will be a bit difficult for them. The indifferent Tony stared at the god Ego. His thoughts were exactly the same as Gamora's. A tough fight was unavoidable, but Tony didn't really want Liu Feng to make a move. Once Liu Feng makes a move, the outcome can be imagined. He doesn't want to lose the fun of fighting. Especially since I have just absorbed the energy of gemstones, wouldn't it be great to be able to flexibly use them in battle and discover deeper power? I definitely know these things. The question is, how did they die? The persistent Xingju only wanted to get the answer at this moment, and the god would say it himself. Sure enough, the hypocritical smile finally disappeared slowly from the corner of Yi Ji's mouth, but followed by another unpredictable smile. Since you have also found this place, then, I might as well say it directly. When Mantis, the Mantis woman, heard that the god decided to tell the truth, her expression of worry and fear flashed past. But Liu Feng still caught it. The relationship between Mantis the Mantis and Ego is not an exaggeration to say that it is a superior subordinate relationship. After all, Egg needs to rely on the Mantis woman's ability to enter the sleep state, so. Advertisement and idea of instigating against the Mantis girl came to Liu Feng's mind, and he abducted the Mantis girl into the boat by the way. Mandy's ability. Liu Feng is very interested. Expanding his team is not a bad thing. Speaking of Star-Lord, those are your brothers and sisters. Unfortunately, they don't have the same ability as you. The regret that flashed across the face of the god Yi Jie was truly captured by Liu Feng. Liu Feng ridiculed the gods in his heart, and his indifferent appearance really deserves the quality possessed by the gods. It seemed that what died was nothing more than a kitten and puppy, but it was still a life anyway. Don't talk about him, Star-Lord. I've already got a perception, my dear child. The smile on Egg's face was close to madness, and he spread his arms, as if announcing an extremely glorious event. You will have the power of the gods in your body. Besides, you can accept the ability of the gemstone, which means that the awakening of Li Dian's god power will come soon. After finishing speaking, Egg pointed directly at Xingju. Although Xingju looked like a big fool, his brain was not fully developed. However, Yi Jie didn't mind slowly training Star-Lord in the next few days. After the power of the gods is completely awakened, they can expand themselves and conquer the entire universe. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Xingju couldn't believe it. In fact, it wasn't just Xingju. Tony and others couldn't believe it either. Those children's corpses are actually Xingju's brothers and sisters? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I can teach you slowly, kid. Yi Ji's eyes seemed to be bloodshot from being too excited. Leave the guards and stay on the planet Ego, and I will teach you how to use the ability of the gods correctly. Liu Feng's eyes projected indifference to the gods. These innocent children who died at his hands should be able to live freely. But because of Yi Ji's resignation, he was completely ruined on the planet Yi Jie and died at the hands of his biological father. How cruel and outrageous. Join me and use our abilities to invade other planets, then no one will feel against us. Kai Guoguo, a declaration full of ambition. Yi Jie did not shy away from the existence of Liu Feng and the others. After all,
The purpose of inviting them to Planet Ego was to ease and reduce Star-Lord's vigilance. If Liu Feng and the others didn't discover this secret, Yi Jie would have let them go. But now it's too late. If you discover his secret, you can never leave the Planet Ego alive. Advertisement. Did you hear, Xingju? Your good father asks you to stay by his side and be a filial piety to him. Liu Feng, who had been silent for a long time, said these words suddenly, raised his chin slightly, and gave Yi Jie a sneer in return. Yi Jie stared at Liu Feng, clearly perceiving that he had a mortal body just like himself, but he couldn't detect how much ability it contained. And the earthling named Liu Feng in front of him was able to master the power gem. Could it be that the earthling is envious of Xingju, the son of the god of heaven? Definitely, I'm very happy to see a strong person join my queue. Liu Feng, I like your ability. Mistaking Liu Feng for Yi Jie, who is envious, he throws an olive branch to Liu Feng self-righteously. As for the people on Earth, if they can get in touch with the gods, they will be so happy that they will fly. He is waiting for Liu Feng to say that he wants to stay with Xingju. Well, I also quite recognize my ability. Liu Feng straightened his back. He was looking forward to a fight with Yi Jie. After being invincible for a long time, it is inevitable that he will feel a little lonely. Egg didn't expect that this earthling is more narcissistic than him who is a god. Not only didn't show a flattering look and hurriedly joined his queue, but said such words. I do not want to. Before Yi Jie could recover from Liu Feng's surprised words, he heard Xingju's rejection. What did you say? Egg withdrew his hypocritical smile. From the moment he met Star-Lord, he was playing the role of a loving father. I thought that the plan to win over Star-Lord to join him was almost done. But Star-Lord refused to join. Boom. A violent explosion shook the basement. Liu Feng embraced Aisha and dodged lightly. Due to the violent explosion, the wall above the head fell off violently and several stones fell down. I said I don't want to. You do this kind of thing. It makes me feel sick, to be honest. Xingju said seriously. Advertisement chapter 159. A complete fool. Star-Lord didn't expect Yi Jie to be so gentle to him, and carefully taught him how to use the ability of the gem. It turns out that all of this is Yi Jie's disguise, and he wants to invade other planets. How could Star-Lord, as a member of Guardians of Galaxy, do such a thing? At this moment, he felt that he was a complete fool to say such exaggerated things to Gamora. Liu Feng, Tony, it's Rocket Raccoon's voice. Tony looked up sharply at the top of the basement. The raccoons are coming. Yi Jie frowned. Without his invitation, those guys were undoubtedly intruders. Controlling the core of Planet Ego, he began to command the plants on the planet. Hypnotic ability them, Mandies. On one side, commanded Mantis to use her ability to make this group of incooperative guys suffer. Yes. Mandies, the Mantis woman who is afraid of the god ability, dare not resist any orders from Yi Jie. A hole was opened in the basement in an instant, and now, all members of the guard team were present. On the shoulders of Rocket Raccoon stands the tree figure Groot, holding his usual weapon, and beside him is an expectant face of Liu Feng. That's Yondu. Yondu means a lot to Star-Lord, but among the villains, he is one of the few characters who can be cleansed. A loving father in name, out of selfishness 263, Liu Feng doesn't want to see Yondu with a blue face staring at a flying darts on his smooth forehead. Being killed by Yi Jie was indeed out of Liu Feng's selfishness. Great, you are here. Rocket Raccoon saw Liu Feng and the others, almost crying with excitement. The raccoon thought that when he was tied up by those guys and trapped in the cage, Liu Feng and the others on the planet Ego were enjoying the feast happily. Looking around to see where they are, it's a bit of a mess. To be precise, it's not the right time. Old faces, old acquaintances. It's been a long time, Yondu, my employer. Advertisement Egg's eyebrows were furrowed tightly, and they were about to knit together. For Yondu, he would never forget this face. The last mission entrusted to the Predator was to bring Star-Lord back to him. Unexpectedly, as a Predator, Yondu took away the Star-Lord who possessed the power of awakening God. And didn't hand it back. If he could know that Xingju could control the power gem, then, he will definitely try his best to snatch Xingju back. Maybe now, they, CDDA, father and son go together, occupying half of the planet in the universe. But what about the facts? His good eldest son, Xingju, turned down his invitation to become the overlord of the universe, such an extremely glorious invitation. The stupid Star-Lord refused. Maybe it was broken by Yondu. God Yi Jie, it's been a long time since I saw you. To be honest, I don't really want to see your face again. Yondu saw Star-Lord standing intact with his raccoon companion, and the boulder in his heart eased slightly. But they didn't completely relax their vigilance. After all, they were still on Yi Jie's planet, and they might be killed by Yi Jie at any time. The entire planet is controlled by Yi Jie, and it may not be easy to leave Yi Jie's planet safely. If you hadn't kidnapped Xingju, his current strength must be in an awakening state. You still have the face to say such things to me. Egg glared at Yondu angrily. Being expelled from the Marauders, he had no reason to attack Yondu again. In addition, the children handed over by Yondu all have no ability to absorb power gems. Therefore, for Star-Lord, Ego didn't have any hope at all at the beginning. But who would have thought that the Star-Lord who I mistakenly thought would not have the power of awakening really does have it? If they had been raised in Yi Jie, then now is the time for their father and son to dominate the entire universe. There's no need to ask Xingju what he means.
Liu Feng watched Yi Zhe and Yandu coldly. One was his biological father and the other was his adoptive father. It can be seen that the attitudes of the two towards children are completely different from education, and because of this, Liu Feng does not want to see Yandu being killed by ego. Enough. Xingju was confused, and Yandu also came. Not long after his mother died, he was taken away by Yandu. Advertisement, Xingju. Facing Xingju, Yandu felt guilty in his heart if he didn't accept Yigo's commission. Maybe Star-Lord at the moment is enjoying a carefree life? Xingju, as a partner, I have to say, don't be fooled by appearances, listen to your heart. Liu Feng spoke slowly. At the moment Star-Lord needs guidance, he is sensitive, so he will inevitably think too much. Egg was just looking for momentary pleasure and never educated or raised Star-Lord. Just like gardening, if a gardener wants to plant a certain fruit, he must start from the seed. And Yi Zhe didn't participate in the whole process, and finally wanted to get something for nothing. It was just a dream. From Ego's entry to Yandu's appearance, Gamora remained silent and did not speak, and suddenly looked up at Ego. The death of Xingju's mother is probably related to you, Lord Tianxian, right? When Liu Feng heard this, he raised his brows slightly. Good guy. Gamora actually stole the line from Star-Lord and Egg. This was supposed to be Egg's continuation of sugarcoating the bullets, and it was ineffective to win over Xingju, but instead he was tricked out by Xingju. Yandu belatedly remembered that every time Egg entrusted him with a mission to bring his children back, the mothers of those children seemed to be dead. Xingju, don't you want to become the overlord of the universe and rule the entire universe? Don't you just want to stay in some Shidgard? Egg stared at Xingju with a hatred of iron, and finally found such a capable child. How could Ego be willing to let go? Do you want to spend your whole life taking on missions and being with these guys without abilities? As soon as Rocket Raccoon heard Egg belittle them, Yi Shi couldn't help grinning at Egg Yaw. That's better than being with a cold-blooded and ruthless guy like you who invades other planets. The bond between Star-Lord and them, how could a loner like Yi Zhe, an egoist, understand? Tell me how my mother Meredith died. Star-Lord gritted his teeth angrily. Egg shrugged and smiled indifferently, as if what he killed was not a human life, but an ant that could be seen everywhere. I killed it. It is her honor to share the bed with the god. I planted a tumor in her head to cause cancer. Egg did not hide anything at the moment, but admitted it openly. Because he knew that it was impossible to win over Star-Lord to join him. If he couldn't use it, then he would die. Chapter 160. The Enraged Star-Lord. Boom. Xingju was already prepared in his heart, but when he actually heard Egg admit that he caused cancer and killed Meredith, he still took a few steps back. It's God's gift for such a girl to give birth to you and raise you for a period of time. Poor Meredith should be grateful. The chief culprit, Ego, didn't notice at all the anger in Star-Lord's eyes at this moment. Instead, he was self-centered about Meredith and Yandu. Shed. It turns out that God is such a thing. Delix rolled his eyes, but he didn't expect Aquaman Ego to be a real scumbag. How can it be used as fuel for the spaceship? Delix also dislikes dirtying the spaceship. Yandu obviously noticed that Xingju was already angry. Xingju, don't be impulsive. However, Xingju, who was enraged by those words, rushed him to Ego with a footjet. Clenched hands into fists, condensing the ability brought by the power gem on the fist. He wants to smash Yi Zhe's head, like this cruel and cold-blooded guy, Yi Zhe, who has the ambition to invade other planets. He is not worthy to continue living in the universe, and if he is allowed to live, it will be the source of disaster for other planets. A laser flashed. In the final analysis, how could Yi Zhe, who had a lot of thoughts, be hit by the angry Star-Lord who lost his mind? With a light dodge, Xingju's powerful fist hit the stone wall behind him. Click. As Xingju's fist hit the wall, the cracks continued to spread from the recess to the top of the basement, and the basement would show signs of collapse at any time. Liu Feng snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, one after another disappeared from the basement, heading directly to the core of the big planet. Liu Feng could designate the teleporter, but Yi Zhe seemed to move a little faster, taking the Mantis girl and leaving. Calm down, Star-Lord, don't let hatred take over your mind. Yandu raised his awkward arm. He didn't know if he could get along with Star-Lord as usual. Xingju, is this your attitude towards her father? I just want to ask you one last question. Do you want to join my team and become the overlord of the universe with me? As if he didn't believe in evil, Yi Zhe questioned Xingju again, and it was not that simple to find a child with potential like Xingju. Liu Feng saw that Yi Zhe's heart was not dead. He sneered and said, God, how about this? You recognize me as a father, and I treat you as a son. Isn't it just to dominate the universe? Tony and Delisk knew right away that Liu Feng was going to talk about it again, and it was better not to have a son like Yi Zhe. Advertisement. Besides, with Yi Zhe's age, being Liu Feng's grandfather is not a problem. In terms of taking advantage, no one has ever won you. Tony, who was fully armored and ready to fight, couldn't help but speak. Who doesn't want a cheap son for nothing? Liu Feng shrugged and smiled. Nebula turned his eyes thoughtfully. If Egg agrees to be your son, in terms of seniority, shouldn't Star-Lord call you Grandpa instead? As soon as these words came out, Xingju, who was still in the state of rage, put down his fist, turned around and looked at Xingyun helplessly. I said, you have to look at the timing when you were joking, but I am sad for my mother's death. Star-Lord gradually regained his sanity, and it was obviously impossible to defeat Yi Zhe with brute force. Although Yi Zhe was his father, his mother, Meredith, was killed by Yi Zhe, and he didn't want Liu Feng to take action. Turning around and looking at Liu Feng seriously. Liu Feng, I hope you don't make a move and let me handle it. If Liu Feng, who is as powerful as a mystery, makes a move, will Yi Zhe disappear with a snap of his fingers? Liu Feng glanced at Yi Zhe, with a trace of teasing in his eyes. Success, but it's not realistic to defeat Yi Zhe with your own strength. I don't have to shoot, but Tony and the others. I also want to try the current ability, Star-Lord, we will help you. Tony clenched his fist excitedly. The armor wrapped Tony's whole body again, and he entered the fighting state. Nebula is also ready to move, she has not tried what it is like to fight alongside Gamora. On the opposite side, Egg's complexion was 100 times uglier than that of the black hole. He is a god in the world, and he was ridiculed like this, but Yi Zhe couldn't help it. Mandy's, use hypnotic ability, wait for me to devour their power, then find a suitable candidate for the god. In order to realize his plan, Yi Zhe has had skin-to-skin relationships with women of different races on various planets. His descendants can be said to be endless, as long as he is still alive, he will definitely find a suitable candidate. Asking for flowers. You guys who don't know how to live or die, just become the energy source in my body, especially you. Advertisement pointing at Liu Feng, who made fun of him with resentment, he has never been humiliated like this before. Give me gratitude, Dade. Liu Feng shrugged disapprovingly. Yes, it depends on whether you have the ability. Originally, he thought he could fight with Egg, but who would have thought that Xingju asked him not to intervene? B. Liu Feng's target shifted to the Mantis girl Mandy's, and she changed into equipment instantly, following Yi Ji's guidance. Mandy's, who was originally a combination of human and plant, has a pure nature and believes in Yi Ji's words. Mandy's, be careful, don't let these intruders get close to me. After Yi Zhe warned, he planned to move to another place. He didn't know how Liu Feng would bring them near the core of the planet. It is very unfavorable to him, Ego must transfer the location. Anyway, Mandy's can transfer the living body, physical and mental attacks have no effect on her, and the ability to repair itself is fast. While the Mantis girl is full of scars, get rid of them as soon as possible. Where do you want to go? Yondu knew the situation at the moment, and Egg couldn't let him survive. However, he can't let Xingju bear the reputation of killing his father, and he can't let Xingju's companions bear the name of killing the gods. It's not that Yondu wants to compete for a great reputation, he just doesn't want Xingju's partner to cause other troubles. Especially when he saw the golden-skinned man standing next to Liu Feng, the Earthling. Aisha, the high priest of the Sovereign Stars, was really by their side, and it seemed that she was willing to follow Liu Feng's side. They have been targeted by the Sovereigns, being targeted by such a troublesome race, there will be a lot of trouble in the universe in the future. Therefore, they can no longer have other troublesome things. Yondu began to whistle, and immediately a sharp whistle arrow flew out from his arms, following closely behind Ego. Damn it! Egg cursed. As a god, he was hunted down by the looters and his son. There is also a group of guys who are booing and booing. Chapter 161. Gambling Xingju, who had adjusted his mentality, re-entered the state. What I have to admit, Egg carefully taught him how to use the power gem. It was really effective, those bones buried in the stone pile will be buried here forever. Xingju thought about digging a pit to bury the undead after the processing here was finished, or burning them to ashes and taking them away. But that's all later, the red dot is aimed at Egg's left arm, maybe it's because of his absent-mindedness. It was pierced by the red dot, and mechanical blue light burst out from Yi Ji's body and spread to his neck. Egg watched in disbelief as his left shoulder was shot through. It seems that your choice is very firm, you all want to become enemies with me, don't you? Egg has been surrounded by Tony, Star-Lord and others. Yi Zhe, who was completely surrounded, did not show any signs of panic in 093, and the cockroach girl was behind them. It's a piece of cake to get these guys hypnotic ability. Let them become my nourishment in sleep, I should be grateful. The Mantis girl cooperated with Igor, the green tentacles shook slightly, and the light in the middle slowly condensed into a ball. Miss Mandy's, you can't disturb the grievances between them, why don't we sit down and have a chat? Mandy's stared wide-eyed, she didn't even know that someone appeared behind her. Raise your hand and want to attack Liu Feng quickly, you can attack him first. Who wants to sit down and have a chat with you? I'm sorry, Mr. Liu Feng, according to the command of the gods, you are intruders. If you want to destroy this planet, I must stop you. The simple Mandy's still believed the lies that Egg made up to deceive her. As long as she touches Liu Feng's limbs, she can perceive what the other person is thinking, and then report to the gods. Aisha tactfully stood next to the big tree, folded her hands on her shoulders, and looked at the screen in front of her with interest. The planet Ego is the main body of Ego, and that mortal body is at most a duplication. It is impossible for Liu Feng not to know the reason she can see clearly, and it is equally possible for his group of partners to not be ignorant. Advertisement: the core is inside this planet, if the core cannot be destroyed, then duplication Egg will die. The core can still continue to create another duplication. Thinking of this, Aisha thought that since she is Liu Feng's woman, she should do something for Liu Feng. Killing Yigo's brain is the key. Without the brain, this planet will not have the ability to think, and the duplication Yigo will also disappear. So, she had to find out where Egg's brain was. Taking advantage of no one's attention, Aisha hid secretly behind a tree, and then ran off to find Egg's brain. On the other side, Tony and the others who were fighting with Yi Zhe finally understood what Liu Feng meant. If there is only Xingju alone, I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat Yi Zhe. After all, he is a god, and if he does not have some strength, he may not be able to hold the title of god. Damn it. Tony quickly checked the armor, obviously watching Yi Zhe's shoulders being concentrated by Star-Lord's red dot. With so many offensives, the god ego was able to recover quickly. Colorful rays of light shot towards Yi Zhe's direction one after another. For a time, it was annexed by rock. It's too late to stop now, don't say I didn't advise you, against the gods, the only end is death. Yi Zhe made a final warning, only he knew that with at the moment's physical strength, especially facing these opponents like mad dogs, it would be very difficult for him to win. Rocket Raccoon holds a weapon. He is proficient in various weapons and machinery, and he gets angry when he hears such unpleasant words. I'll return this sentence to you intact. If you don't want to die, just obediently let go and capture you. After speaking, Rocket Raccoon took up his weapon and aimed at Egg again. After listening to Yondu talk about Star-Lord's life experience and what Ego did on the spaceship, Rocket Raccoon doesn't like him at all. The eyes are patrolling the figure of the Mantis girl. Why hasn't she made a move yet? Mandy's, what are you doing? Hurry up and use hypnotic ability. When Yi Zhe was fighting with Tony and the others, Liu Feng didn't want to attack such a simple Mandy's. She just listened to Yi Zhe's lie, and Groot, who stood on Liu Feng's shoulder, did not participate in their battle. Mandy's, do you want to make a bet? You will not be my opponent, don't waste each other's time and energy. Liu Feng didn't want to attack Mandy's. In the comics, Mandy's finally helped the guards to fight against Yi Zhe. Advertisement after she was sent to Planet Ego, all the information and concepts she came into contact with were instilled by Ego. It is rare to be able to maintain her innocent and kind nature. What do you mean? I don't quite understand, don't try to instigate me. Mandy's tentacles hung down, her whole body was bound by a halo of light, and she couldn't even get close to Liu Feng's body. He only understood one thing in his heart, if Liu Feng wanted to destroy the planet Ego, it would be a piece of cake. Whatever you want, Groot. Baby Groot hopped onto Mandy's shoulder, and the tiny root hand spread out and touched Mandy's cheek. Two guys with the same pure nature can communicate to some extent. I'm Groot. Groot stared at Mandy's with shining eyes. In the next second, Mandy's, who was originally tied up by Liu Feng, was slowly lowered to the ground. I didn't mean to hurt you. Believe me, you've seen all the things Egg did. Do you want him to invade other planets? Mandy's was obviously shaken by Liu Feng's words, and she saw it all, especially when Yondu sent those children over. After being taken away by Egg, Mandy's never came out again, and Mandy's tried to find their traces. And asked Egg, the answer he got was that they had been sent to the original place. They don't have the power of the gods, and it's useless to stay on the planet Ego. I 5.3. Mandy's raised his hand, his face full of embarrassment. Just a bet, if Egg is really what you think, will he stop this ridiculous fight when he sees you in my hands? Definitely, I'm not going to hurt you, it's just acting. Liu Feng guided Mandy's step by step, but he could not speak directly, and asked Mandy's to take him to the interior of the planet Ego. Acting? Mandy's felt her own thoughts, inclined to believe Liu Feng, and at the same time she wanted to prove what Yi Zhe said. Those who said they wanted to invade other planets were nothing but angry words when they saw Xingju's refusal. Yes, it won't hurt you. If Egg is willing to save you and stop fighting, it will prove that his words are false. Without Mandy's consent, Liu Feng would not attack Mandy's rashly. Chapter 162 Mandy's defection. Liu Feng's words echoed in Mandy's ears, like a spell, constantly drifting into her mind, and she began to hesitation. When seeing Star-Lord arrive on the planet, Yi Zhe taught him so carefully, Okay, I accept, but I just want to prove that your guess is wrong, and the gods are not that kind of people. In the next second, Delix and the others saw the scene. Liu Feng tied up Mandy's, and the elemental gun was on Mandy's bumpy plumpness. Egg's complexion was even uglier than before, and he deviated from his original plan again. Mandy's, what's the situation? Egg asked in a low voice, when they were besieging themselves. There must be no extra thoughts to observe the Mantis girl behind. But now, Mantis girl has been arrested by Liu Feng. Xingju and others surrounded Igo again, with a lot of dirt on his body, and looked at Yigo intently. Liu Feng, didn't you say you wouldn't intervene? Destroyer Delix 23's inner desire for killing was awakened again. As a god, Egg was the target that Delix tried his best to kill with one move. Therefore, he had the idea of being the first to defeat Yi Zhe. I just promised Xingju that I wouldn't attack the noble god, but I didn't say that I couldn't attack Mandy's. Liu Feng shrugged helplessly. This group of fellows were so jealous that they met that big fellow from Planet Sovereign. Delix and the others' fighting spirit was even more aroused. Yondu stared at Liu Feng with a strange expression. As a human being on Earth, it is really surprising that he can possess this kind of ability. I said, Egg, Mandy's is in my hands. If you don't want her to die, stop your ridiculous thoughts. Why? Relying on Yi Zhe's ability alone, he has no way to invade other planets alone. Otherwise, why are you so obsessed with sowing seeds everywhere, looking for offspring who can inherit the power of the gods, and asking father and son to do it together instead of doing it alone? Mandy's has a little affection for you, doesn't he? Liu Feng started to play the emotional card, but because of Yi Ji's scum, he already knew what Yi Ji's nature was. Even if there are some differences in the plot, Yi Ji's nature will not change much. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Egg paused for a moment, and then let out a deafening laugh. The sound waves continuously impacted Xingju, causing their footsteps to move slightly backwards due to the sound waves, and some dirt hung on the heels of their shoes. Mandy's was obviously a little confused. She didn't quite understand why Yi Jie showed such a crazy laugh. She had never seen Yi Jie showing such a maniacal laugh. My lovely Mandy's, when you were sent to Planet Ego by your parents, I thought you were mentally prepared. Egg slowly shifted his gaze to Mandy's and Liu Feng, and saw her bound by ropes shining with blue light. Egg continued to speak slowly. She's just a quick-moving and obedient praying mantis in my captivity. A cute little animal at best, by the way. Yi Jie stared at Liu Feng as if warning. His face was wrinkled and he smiled. Liu Feng, you killed her, but you buried a deep hatred with the people of Mantis Girl. I will tell her people how she died. 21. Liu Feng didn't expect Yi Jie to be so shameless. Even though he didn't treat Yi Jie in the first place, he expected him to have a little bit of conscience. He glanced at Mandy's, who was completely stunned in midair, and the tentacles did not move. Mandy's looked at Egg with dull eyes. She heard correctly. Ego is unwilling to stop attacking Star-Lord and the others. What does this mean? It means that Yi Jie taught Star-Lord so carefully before that he really wanted to achieve a terrible goal. In that case, then I can only go a little farther and get rid of the Mantis Girl. Liu Feng turned to Tony disapprovingly. Tony, I'll leave this to you first. I'll come back later to watch the show. In an instant, Liu Feng and Mantis Girl disappeared in front of Yi Jie. The movements were so fast that he had no time to sense where the other party was hiding. Liu Feng. Tony in the mask was a little ashamed. What Liu Feng was doing suddenly came out like this, and he couldn't figure it out. I understand. Liu Feng must have taken a fancy to the Mantis Girl, so let's take her to the grove to have fun. Before Delix the Destroyer could finish his words, Gamora kicked his calf hard. Ouch! Delix stepped back, and the calf kicked by Gamora immediately became red and swollen, which shows that the opponent was really hard. Bah! Liu Feng is not that kind of person. Hurry up, Delix, don't waste any more time. Advertisement. Gamora didn't believe the nonsense that Delix said. Tony suddenly looked at Xingju and the others. He understood what Liu Feng meant. My lord, continue to play. On the other side, Liu Feng gently placed Mandy's on the ground and loosened the ropes that bound her. Mandy's face was full of disappointment. She misread the person, and the expectations she had for Yi Jie Tianxian were all his self-righteousness. If Igo is not completely killed, he will keep looking for the next Star-Lord, because of the ambition of the Overlord of the universe. Liu Feng didn't speak in a hurry, and asked Mandy's to take him to Yi Ji's brain. Mandy's, who was hurt, needs some time to buffer, and he also believes that there are Delix and Tony. Yi Jie is not so easy. It will only be that Yi Jie is in a disadvantaged state at 880. Liu Feng could tell from watching from the sidelines just now. Liu Feng was a little concerned, whether Xingju can completely awaken the power of the gods here. Just as Liu Feng was thinking, Mantis Girl stood up from the ground, staring at Liu Feng firmly. Let me help you. There is no way for you to completely kill Egg like this. What Star-Lord and the others are fighting against is duplication, not the main body. Mandy's quickly adjusted his state, and there was no hesitation like before. It wasn't that she was hurt by Egg's resignation. According to the original plot, it was Delix who made a mockery of Mantis, but nothing changed. Relying on Mantis Girl's own awakening, she chose to help the guards. And he was just speeding up the pace of Mandy's waking up earlier. Do you know where? Liu Feng never thought that he would have such acting skills. Just as Mandy's spoke, a very haughty voice appeared. HMPH, it's better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. I have found the location of Egg's brain. Aisha, the High Priest of the Sovereign Stars, actually did such a sneaky thing. But, Aisha actually found it quite exciting. As a High Priest, she had never done such sneaky behavior. Chapter 163. Unlocking strange attributes. Liu Feng squinted his eyes halfway. He could clearly see that Aisha was enjoying it. Could it be to unlock a strange attribute? Unfortunately, I don't know how to destroy it. Aisha really didn't know how to destroy Yi Ji's brain. This can only be solved by relying on Liu Feng, right? It was discovered by you. Just use explosives. I'll go get the explosives. Mandy's, who chose to betray, bluntly stated the way to destroy Yi Ji's brain. She could not see Yi Jie realize such crazy and terrible ambitions. Liu Feng waved his hand. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, we just go there. It was rare for Mandy's and Aisha to show the same bewildered expression. But without tools, how can we destroy Yi Ji's brain? Just go there with bare hands, without tools. How to destroy it? After all, it is the core of Planet Ego. Wouldn't it be a little whimsical to want to destroy nothing? Liu Feng raised his eyebrows lightly and pinched Aisha's waist. You don't know the consequences of underestimating me, right? Aisha's golden cheeks were covered with a blush that Mandy's could not understand. I see, Mandy's, let's go there without further ado. Aisha understands Liu Feng's ability thoroughly, and her physical strength and energy are so great that she doesn't look like an earthling at all. The three of them felt the intertwined veins inside the planet, the dull heartbeat, and a bright red striped brain next door. Liu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that what Aisha found was Egg's brain and heart. I'll go. When Liu Feng saw it with his own eyes, he would inevitably feel a little surprise. Not far from the beating heart was Egg's brain. The life source of the planet is here. Standing in front of the two, Liu Feng's size looks very miniature, those two important points that grasp the source of life on the planet. It looks no different from a small mountain range. Mr. Liu Feng, Mandy said cautiously, she rarely came to this place. She wouldn't come without Egg's permission, but she remembered the route. After all, Egg, who has a human appearance, needs to be under her ability to fall asleep and maintain a certain level of energy. Can it really be destroyed? They are still in a deep sleep state. If you wake them up, there may be even greater trouble. Advertisement Mandy's stared at Liu Feng worriedly, but saw Liu Feng's face was calm, not worried about how to destroy Yi's heart and brain at all. What's the trouble? Do you want to play something exciting? The thought of banter in his heart almost occupied Liu Feng's brain. Such a spectacular scene was only seen by him, Aisha and Mandy's. It's too dull and boring. It's interesting to invite Tony and the others to come and enjoy it. Aisha was also delighted by Liu Feng's words. Okay, how to play? Aisha is enjoying this kind of excitement more and more, which is a joy that she has never enjoyed on planet Sovereign. This, isn't that good? Let's get rid of it quickly. Mandy swallowed and said in a low voice. At the same time, in his heart, he wanted to see it. Liu Feng said that the game should be more exciting, because he wanted to play it. Don't blink. Liu Feng casually picked up a stone from the ground, which was about the size of his fist. He deliberately held it in his hand and waited a few times, well, almost. In the next second, a scene that made Mandy's unbelievable and amazed appeared. I saw Liu Feng directly pinch the other end of the stone with the palm of his hand until it is as sharp as an awl. Throw it hard, and stab it firmly to Egg's brain. Puff. The brain that was pierced by the stone awl immediately emerged a pair of eyes from the twisted tissue, trying to see clearly who was attacking him. On the outside, Yi, who fought against Xingju and others, obviously felt something was wrong. Damn it. How dare you run to that kind of place? With a roar, the roots buried in the ground sprang out from the ground as if awakened. The commotion on the ground forced Xingju and the others to fly into the sky, because the ground began to become distorted, making them unable to stand. The pain transmitted from the brain, as a duplication, is clearly felt by Egg, which means that someone broke into the inside. Liu Feng. It must be him. If the internal brain is destroyed, as one of the duplications, he can only face death. Call out. Yi changed direction directly, and he had to prevent Liu Feng from destroying the core of Yi's planet. Advertisement. Hey, where does he want to go? Is he going to escape? Delix didn't expect that Egg still had spare energy. It means that he has not exhausted his full strength just now. Follow up, don't let him escape. Nebula followed closely with an elemental gun in her hand, although as a pirate, she shouldn't be involved in the escort. In the inner core of the planet, Liu Feng and Aisha were like naughty children, happily throwing stones at Yi's brain. Give me a stop. With a roar, Egg, who was in human form, rushed to the inside immediately. The moment he saw the Mantis girl, Egg immediately realized that Mandy's had betrayed him. I saw that Mantis girl's tentacles radiated light. No wonder the internal core system was not immune to Liu Feng's attack. Mandy's actually used hypnotic ability on himself. Hey man, what the hell are those two big guys? They look disgusting. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help frowning. It was 100 times uglier than the monsters they solved on Planet Sovereign. Is this the true face of Planet Ego? The personnel are all here, and it's time for a good show. It's time for this boring farce to come to an end. Liu Feng grinned, especially seeing Yi's flustered expression. No, wait, damn it, what are you going to do? Yi stretched out his hand in panic, intending to use the power of the gods to kill Liu Feng. Aware of Yi's intentions, Xing, Gujiao, Ju worried that Liu Feng would be hurt by Yi. At the same time, there was a restlessness in Xingju's body, and the power of the gem rushed to his palm. What should I do? How about witnessing how I perish? Just as Liu Feng finished speaking, a spear of red light burst out from his eyes. In an instant, the core of the dominant planet Yigo began to disintegrate. No, don't. Yi, who had turned into a human form, began to disintegrate from the face, as if being trampled on by someone's feet. A crackling sound. For a moment, the ground under the feet of Xingju and others also split. Oh, shit. Delix grinned and cursed. The planet is starting to disintegrate. Everyone, we have to get out of here quickly, before we die here. Yi couldn't believe it at all. He lived for tens of thousands of years, and he would be defeated by a person on Earth. The main body was directly destroyed by the Earthlings, and Yi stretched out his hand unwillingly. Chapter 164. No less trouble. Yi, who was disintegrating, only had his right eye left, watching Xingju turn around, his face full of disappointment towards him. Shouldn't. According to his plan, it was supposed to be perfect, but what step went wrong and this ending would happen? Egg couldn't understand. His right eye also started to disintegrate. He couldn't see the back of Xingju and others clearly. The entire Yigo planet slowly scattered and disintegrated in the vast and rootless galaxy. Raccoon, where do you park the spaceship? Give an accurate location. You must rush to the spaceship, otherwise we will disintegrate into the universe along with the planet. Delix disliked that Rocket Raccoon's bare legs were too short, so he directly flew by the furry neck of Rocket Raccoon. The Mantis girl would originally be able to fly, so there is no need for Liu Feng and the others to bring them, and the planet is now disintegrating. Apart from running with Liu Feng and the others, Mandy's didn't know where he should go at all. It's right where Mandy's brought you here. Rocket Raccoon enjoyed being able to reach the spaceship without any effort. A group of people hurried to the spaceship and took off before the planet completely collapsed. Huh, it's so dangerous, I almost missed the 797. Rocket Raccoon lay on the ground, repaired the spaceship, and met the interstellar pirates. One more battle with the pirates, and then the battle with the god Igo. The bear was exhausted. On the spaceship, only 3 people looked slightly embarrassed. Yondu didn't think much, and followed Liu Feng and the others to board the boat, as if it was a matter of course. Star-Lord stood outside the window of the spaceship thoughtfully, staring at the disintegrated 2/3 of Ego's planet. If possible, he would rather freeze the time frame as if he had never known Egg before. Nor was he willing to face the truth about the death of his mother, Meredith. What's going on now? Delix scratched his head and frowned. One and the other don't speak. The atmosphere of silence made Delix feel inexplicable. They defeated Egg, so they should be happy to get wine from the refrigerator and have a drink. Instead of one or two standing still and not opening their mouths. Yondu turned to Liu Feng and Aisha, keeping his eyes on the two of them. Mr. Liu Feng, you have gotten into trouble, you know? Yondu thought about it, and decided to tell Liu Feng and the others about it. Advertisement, oh. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows and chuckled lightly. I don't think I've gotten into trouble a lot. Aisha rolled her eyes in displeasure, and Yondu stared at her without hesitation, showing no grace at all. No, I'm serious. You bring High Priest Sovereign out, not to mention whether she left with you voluntarily. Yondu said with a serious expression. Sovereign issued a high bounty to the interstellar pirates. Be sure to bring the High Priest back, and you. At this time, Yondu made a summary of the matter before and after, and the Sovereigns did not intend to let go of Liu Feng's team who abducted the High Priest. It's unreasonable. Aisha suddenly raged, and before she left the Sovereign planet, she issued an order as the High Priest. Elect a new priest to take her place for the time being. Fortunately, they disobeyed orders and dared to attack her man and his companions. It's only been a few days since she left, and she didn't even follow her orders. How dare they? Aisha couldn't understand from the beginning to the end why her star people would ignore her orders. Shed. In the kitchen, Delix's cursing sound attracted everyone's attention. Even Liu Feng couldn't figure it out. Did Delix smoke? What are you doing so loudly? Who drank all the wine in the refrigerator? There is no food. What do you want for dinner? Delix thought about going to the refrigerator, bringing out a few bottles of wine to celebrate and ease the atmosphere. As long as the alcohol is on, worry and complaints are put aside for the time being. Isn't that how the happy atmosphere is created? I'm Groot. Groot explained to Delix with hands and feet wanting, CDCI. It's a pity that Delix, who can't drink, obviously can't understand what little Groot wants to express to him. Raccoon, come and tell him what he means. Delix held his temper. God knows how much he wants to drink the frozen wine now. The pirates brought by Yondu wiped out all the food in our refrigerator. We need to go to nearby planets to purchase. Rocket Raccoon sat on the ground with his short legs crossed, scanning everyone with a slightly serious look. In short, we're starving until we reach the next planet. Tony went to the cockpit to see if the equipment had been damaged. Advertisement, that. Mandy's seemed to be uncomfortable with so many people. By the way, Liu Feng, I want to discuss something with you. I want Zhengyun to join, is that okay? Gamora's firm tone revealed a hint of threat, as if Liu Feng disagreed, she would resort to other means. For example, disgusting Liu Feng, like looking at Liu Feng's eyebrows and so on. Gamora discovered this by accident, and Liu Feng was very resistant to her doing this kind of action. After this incident, Xingju fully understood that Yondu's painstaking efforts, if not for his selfishness, would keep him by his side. However, Yondu smiled and shook his head. Glad to hear your invitation, Mr. Liu Feng. Sorry I can't agree. Yondu never goes against his principles. Xingju quickly turned his head and stared at Yondu in confusion. Why? Yondu refused straight away. He believed that there was a partner like Liu Feng by Xingju's side. But he will not force Yondu to stay. The only thing he can do is to explain to the previous Yondu team. Definitely yes, I welcome Zhengyun to join, and besides. Liu Feng originally planned to invite Zhengyun to join the boat. No, you are my only father in my heart, the father I am proud of. I'll never forgive myself for the things I've done that I don't deserve to be in. Liu Feng handed over the choice to them. Yondu is regarded as Star-Lord's adoptive father, although they are a little unhappy with each other. Seeing too many grotesque races, a mere nebula is nothing. Where is the chance to stand with them like now and meet Gamora? With his notorious reputation, being with Xingju and the others will only hurt them. He will definitely have a brighter future, especially since Egg is dead, so he doesn't have to worry about other things. The delicate Xingju obviously wants Yondu to stay. I'm afraid that at this moment, he is already a skeleton in the basement of Planet Yigo. Xingju fully realizes that the family affection he has always longed for is by his side. Mandy's and Yondu, I also hope that you can stay, but it depends on whether you want to. Chapter 165 on the Earth. Ahem. Ancient One, who was drinking tea, almost choked himself to death when he saw the scene. Liu. I won't let you touch Thanos, you turn around and mess with Egg? Ancient One knows that Liu Feng's trip to the universe is definitely not as simple as traveling. Where would someone go on a trip to the universe and wipe out a planet, by the way, and the one that was wiped out impartially was the planet Ego? Forget it. According to the storyline, it will be a matter of time before planet Ego is destroyed, as long as Liu Feng doesn't attack Mishi for the time being. Ancient One heaved a long sigh. When did he become so humble? He must have compromised too much. As long as Thanos is not eliminated, then it doesn't matter who Liu Feng eliminates in the universe. When will the guy who is willing to inherit the Sorcerer Supreme appear? Ancient One really wanted to let go of everything. He felt that he was too tired. The burden was so heavy that he was almost depressed. However, Ancient One knows that the more anxious you are, the less you will get it. At present, as long as it is guaranteed that Liu Feng will not solve Thanos in advance, once Steven is willing to become a new generation of Sorcerer Supreme. How crazy Liu Feng thinks is none of his business. In the final analysis, I should win over Liu Feng and ask him to help to let Steven inherit the mantle. Anyway, Liu Feng's goal is Thanos. As long as Steve inherits, Liu Feng can attack Thanos. Thinking of this, Ancient One patted himself on the head and smiled helplessly. How is that possible? With Liu Feng's character, if he knew that he was being calculated, he would definitely not let it go. When the time comes, don't lift a rock and shoot yourself in the foot. Ancient One's naive ideas quickly dissipated. Liu Feng, who soon arrived at another planet to purchase supplies, disembarked one after another. Are you planning to leave here? Xingju looked at Yandu reluctantly. It seems that they plan to buy a new spaceship for themselves, build a team, and continue to wander in the universe. Yes, Before Yandu finished speaking, Delix grabbed him, just like a pair of good friends. Don't leave in such a hurry. By the way, being an interstellar pirate should make a lot of money, right? Advertisement. Yandu looked at Delix the Destroyer with a strange look on his face. Well, how about this? Before we leave, why don't we all have a drink together? After all, it was your former subordinate who searched the spaceship for supplies. It stands to reason that, as their former leader, you should take the initial responsibility. Nebula on the side was stunned, and he inevitably wondered if he was on the escort ship or the Predator's ship. Calm down, sister. Gamora rolled her eyes at Delix, clearly wanting to buy some time for Star-Lord. Let the father and son get together for a while, and insist on using this strange excuse. You will get used to it in the future. This ship is full of weird guys. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly, and beside him was Aisha, who was clinging tightly, obviously showing a shy look of being satisfied. That's right, a group of strange guys. After sweating, I also want to have a drink. Aisha leaned on Liu Feng's side, with her right hand resting on Liu Feng's heart, drawing circles. Nebula turned her head away in embarrassment. The sound insulation of the spaceship was a bit bad. She hoped that there was something wrong with her ears. Are sovereigns so courageous? I don't shy away from shouting loudly, just care about my own happiness? Gamora seemed to understand Nebula's embarrassment, and patted her shoulder lightly. You should also get used to this, Mandy's, don't walk slowly behind, how about walking with us? Gamora watched Delix finish annoying Yandu, and immediately shifted her target to Cockroach Girl. Seeing that Mantis Girl couldn't stand Delix, she immediately invited her to come and walk with her. Okay. Mandy's couldn't stand the chattering Delix a little bit, ignored his nagging, and ran towards the gap between Gamora and Nebula. Mandy's, who has been staying on the planet Ego, is not used to arriving on other planets, especially seeing so many people. Along the way, all three of them caused the races on the planet to whistle. And even came to strike up a conversation, and immediately ran away after being stared at by Xingyun. There is no way. The eyes of Nebula and Gamora are extremely lethal. After everyone arrived at a bar, they opened the box directly. Phew, I can finally sit down and rest for a while. Sitting beside Liu Feng was Aisha. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Unlike bars on Earth, these places are suspended in midair, with a button on the wall. As long as you press it, you can see the scene of people coming and going at the bottom. Are you really not worried about the reward order issued by Sovereign? Yandu asked again. Sovereign is a troublesome race. Logically, the High Priest Aisha has no reason to be unclear. Liu Feng, Tony and others showed no signs of worry. There is nothing to worry about. Liu Feng shrugged and smiled lightly. Maybe there is some misunderstanding in the middle, just solve it. That is, the High Priest is willing to leave with us, there is no reason to kill us all. Zero. I don't know if Tony has been with Liu Feng for a long time, so he doesn't worry about it. So, Yandu asked a question without knowing why. Come again, I think you don't mind making them suffer a bit? Liu Feng thought to himself, the sovereigns had never been punched. Maybe you don't know the pain, and if you punch the instigator and teach the other party a lesson, maybe the other party can calm down and think. You can't kill them, and don't beat them seriously. As a fellow clansman, Aisha was worried about her clansmen instead. If Liu Feng and others are pushed into a hurry and set themselves on fire, it will be difficult for her to ask for love. I'm serious, Liu Feng, I came out too hastily this time, I think I should go back and communicate with my tribe. Aisha, who was worried, emphasized again. Don't worry, High Priest, we won't really attack them. Rocket Raccoon even raised his legs and swayed. Then what's the difference between you guys? And giving away heads in the past? Yandu still couldn't understand. The technology of sovereigns is very advanced. Maybe after they arrived, the red dot was aimed at their heads. Before Liu Feng and the others could explain, they were already injured. Predator, my people will not be as despicable as you said, I swear in the name of the High Priest. Aisha rolled her eyes and said. At this time, a few uninterested guys came over with the smell of alcohol all over their bodies, and they were all attracted by Aisha's elf-like appearance. Chapter 166 Complaining Delix. Really, then why did they still issue a mission to hunt and kill us? Delix raised his head and drank the wine. Obviously you have told them that you have to go out and broaden your horizons, but they act as if they don't understand. Delix's inadvertent complaints were also Gamora's thoughts. I met Gamora and others Nebula from the planet Xanda, and unexpectedly Liu Feng's escort team went to the planet Sovereign. They even took away the High Priest of Planet Sovereign, no wonder they issued an order to capture Liu Feng and the others alive. Okay, it's useless to say these things, now rest here for a day or two, and we'll go to Suo Wei Lin later. Aisha, who was infatuated with Liu Feng, never had the idea of returning to Sovereign, but the incident started from her. As the fuse, 810, Yesha agreed with Liu Feng's proposal. The best way is to go back and make it clear in person. Hey, hello. The Starman, who smelled of alcohol and had green skin, came over with a wineglass in his hand. These beautiful ladies, do you want to go over there and sit with us? The other party rudely interrupted the conversation between them. As the High Priest, Aisha had never tasted the feeling of being complained. I have never been invited to drink by such a low-level alien. Drinking with these strange-looking guys, I am afraid that no matter how expensive the wine is, it will become unpalatable, right? The green-skinned alien, seeing the faces of Liu Feng and Tony, a few Earthlings, became vicious. The mere Earthlings dared to come here. Shouldn't they be hiding on their planet, waiting for Superman's protection? Thinking of this, those disrespectful people became even more proud, and even wanted to stretch out their hands and forcefully pull them away. I advise you to turn around and leave now, man, this is my advice to you. Yondu raised his legs and looked at the guys in front of him who didn't know whether to live or die with a leisurely expression. Liu Feng and the others noticed it from the time they approached slowly. These days, some people really rushed over to give away the head, and Yondu found that around Liu Feng and the others, no matter how absurd things were, they became very common. For example, in the process of fighting with Yi Jie, how could anyone predict such a situation? Shut up, what are you? Do you know why I am in the galaxy? The alien in the green leather suit rolled his eyes proudly at Yondu. For a while, he didn't recognize the guy with the cephalic fins on his head. Advertisement, if you don't want to suffer, it's best for you guys to come with us. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and threatened Aisha and Gamora and Nebula who were stern. Liu Feng was rather dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Immediately wanted to figure out, in the minds of these guys, what is beauty? Not to mention Gamora and Aisha, those guys actually included Xing Yun in the beauty industry. You know, Nebula was almost transformed by Thanos to be close to a biochemical robot, but there is no hair on his head. Brother, don't be so rude. When you invite a beauty to drink, you must at least have a good attitude, and the second is to be polite. The few guys saw Liu Feng, who was from Earth, and didn't stand up to block their invitation. Instead, he advised them from the side, and for a moment, there was a bit of contempt in his eyes. Earth creatures, don't make any suggestions for me here. So it's not a man, I'm really convinced. Liu Feng was not irritated by their words. You know, the woman beside him is not something Zhao Didi can push. In the next second, Nebula, Gamora, and Aisha took out elemental guns from their backs and pointed them directly at each other's foreheads. You are also worthy of drinking with us. Aisha thought that only Liu Feng was qualified to drink with her, and Gamora and the others, as Liu Feng's partners, were naturally qualified as well. Kneel down and apologize to this gentleman, or else. Nebula's temper is almost comparable to Gamora's. No wonder they are sisters. Before the other party could react, Xing Yun had already shot at the other party's shoulder. What? Covering the shoulders that were shot through, those rude guys, who would have thought that these women would be so ruthless. The desire to survive forced them to kneel on the spot and kowtow to Liu Feng for mercy. Where is he still as arrogant and domineering as before? Sir, it's us who have blind eyes and offended all gentlemen. Liu Feng frowned. This kind of spineless guy can't get along in the Milky Way. He is probably a native of this planet. Advertisement seeing that he has the face of a person from Earth, he thinks he is here to travel, probably because he wants to try his luck. Go away. Liu Feng didn't want to have too many conversations with this kind of spineless guy. It's not as good as the interstellar pirates they met after they left Xander. Although they were also sent to death, at least their attitude was in place. The aliens who were able to escape and were no longer suppressed hurriedly got up and left. A small episode seemed to end here. By the way, didn't we come out to purchase supplies? Now that we are all sitting down and drinking, who will go to purchase? Star-Lord blinked his eyes, as if expecting that he could go shopping with Gamora, or the two of them alone. I definitely won't go. You go to the planet Ego to play. Just leave me and Groot to repair the spaceship. This time I won't go if you say anything. With a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, Rocket Raccoon angrily rejected Star-Lord's proposal. It was his and Groot's turn to rest. I thought, let me go. Mandy's, the mantis girl who was taciturn, spoke coyly. Since she was invited by Liu Feng to become a member of their team, taking on this task will also allow her to adapt to the new life faster. Ah, no. Star-Lord was dumbfounded, and when Rocket Raccoon refused, he thought of taking the opportunity to call Gamora. Who would have thought that Mandy's would take the initiative to stand up in 5.1? Although he has no interest in Mandy's, but with her coy temperament, I am afraid that there will be troubles if she goes shopping alone. I'll go with you and let me see how Miss Mandy's talks to others for purchases. In an instant, Liu Feng found out that it was tricky. It seemed that Delix was very interested in Mandy's. In other words, seems to appreciate the way Mandy's squirms. Then you two go, we'll wait here. Tony was also a little tired, so he didn't follow along. Delix and Mandy's just left. The box where Liu Feng was immediately surrounded by a group of looters. It's them, isn't it, the former traitor Yondu? The one who spoke was the Starman in green leather who was shot in the shoulder by Nebula. Chapter 167, The Dramatic Side. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows lightly. Good guy, an interesting picture has appeared. It turned out to be the team that Yondu was with at first, and they met here. It seems that even if you reach the vast and endless universe, you will inevitably encounter old acquaintances from the past. Yondu. The Predator team was confused when they first heard Yondu's name. It was Yondu who followed them with suspicion. For his violation of the regulations and being raised from the team, as a former partner, he was very angry at the beginning. But after thinking about it carefully, Yondu is not the kind of guy who has no principles for money. Who are they? Aisha leaned towards Liu Feng, blowing into Liu Feng's ear wickedly. It made Liu Feng's spine a little itchy. If he did this in a battle, Liu Feng can guarantee that the target he shoots will definitely aim in the wrong direction. Liu Feng stood up, defying the aura of all living beings, which made the other party's view of this earthling very different. Calm down, the past misunderstandings, it's time to clarify today, so as not to leave any regrets in the future. Gamora stretched out his legs and kicked Xingju, who was sitting stupidly in the booth. Are you an idiot? 23. You're the protagonist in this whole thing. Why don't you get up and stand next to Liu Feng? Xingju stood next to Liu Feng belatedly, repeating the whole story, especially Yi Zhe who brought his offspring to the planet. Finding that absorbing them without any help to him, as a matter of energy. Therefore, Yondu refused to hand over Star-Lord, using his own selfishness as an excuse to leave the Predator team. What follows next can be called a drama. The Green Star, who was beaten up by Xingyun, originally thought that the Predator would hold a grudge against the traitor Yondu. So he led the other party here in a flattering manner, turning black and white and saying a lot of bad things about Liu Feng and others. What awaited them was another fat beating. I should have figured it out at the time. The Predator looked a bit remorseful, and the so-called facts back then were right in front of his eyes. Even if he wants to believe in Yondu, but Xingju is by his side, it is difficult for others to believe him. Yondu, if possible, I hope you can come back. Yondu's hesitation is uncertain. Yigo has been eliminated, and it stands to reason that he will not make any more threats to them. Liu Feng pursed his lips. He didn't really want to see such a sensational scene. When you come out to play, you want to have fun, not to be forced to be sensational. Advertisement, then rejoin, it's no big deal, although there is an old saying that rabbits don't eat the grass beside the nest, but Liu Feng thought that the grass beside the nest might be the last one left by the rabbit to enjoy. Even if you go back, it's okay. After all, according to the original plot, Yondu died in the process of saving Star-Lord and was saved from death. There is nothing to go back. Look, this Mr. Liu Feng is right, so let's do it this way. Today is a happy day, and we will pay for all the consumption. Do you think the news from the Marauders is reliable? On the spaceship, Tony didn't need to wear armor all over his body. After saying goodbye to Yondu and the others, they gave Star-Lord a box. At the moment, all of them gathered in front of the box, which was said to be a relic left to him by Star-Lord's mother, Meredith. What's the matter? If those troublemakers really dared to come over and attack our spaceship, just fight back. Delix howled excitedly. Kill, I want to kill. The heart of the destroyer has always been very interested in destroying things. Tony, lock the position on Planet Sovereign. Liu Feng squinted his eyes and raised his head, enjoying the massage from the high priest behind him. Rocket Raccoon is lying on the sofa, the bear's head is leaning on the Mantis woman's lap, enjoying being stroked by the Mantis woman's ability, and falling asleep. Boss, I think it's better to get rid of the Sovereign Star, and the root cause disappears, so you won't be afraid of trouble coming to you. Delix called Liu Feng the boss. Call out. He raised his hand to catch the flying darts thrown by Aisha, and the other party's warning eyes. You are not allowed to attack my people, everything will be settled when I go back, they won't be so cruel. Liu Feng shrugged helplessly, comforting Aisha's emotions. He's just hilarious, don't bother with him, we will move it with emotion and understand it with reason. When Tony heard Liu Feng's words, he couldn't believe it. I think that I won't encounter other interstellar pirates again. The firepower of the spaceship is more than enough to destroy a planet. Seeing the black technology on the Interstellar, Tony, as an engineer, even made some modifications to the spaceship. He can also control various firepower weapons of the spaceship through the control panel inside the mask. The Predator even said that he would help them solve some troubles, treating them as an acquaintance. Advertisement. Liu Feng fell silent suddenly, thinking about something. Now he has Reality Gem and Space Gem in his hands, and the Power Gem is handed over to Star-Lord. The Mind Gem is still on Earth, and the trace of at the moment Thanos is still unknown. If Thanos doesn't collect infinite gems and gloves, then what the hell is he snapping his fingers? He has his share in playing cotton. Xingju, don't you open the box and have a look? Delix stared curiously at the gift box whose outer packaging had not been torn off. It is a relic left by Xingju's mother, even if they usually hurt each other, such a serious picture. Nebula thought it was a weapon. Yeah, take it apart and have a look, you will have to face it sooner or later. Just make sure the gem is in your own hands, so Thanos has no chance of taking it. It turned out to be a classic record, but Xingju took the record out of the gift box. However, Liu Feng, who knew what was in the 537 white box early in the morning, did not expect as much as they did. No one thought that it would be a record. Our great technologist can handle it with one shot. Liu Feng is very sure of Tony's ability. Carefully remove the outer packaging of the gift box, and what is presented to everyone is a worn record. Gamora finally apologized to Xingju for her behavior of beating someone. It's worn out, it's probably hard to play it, right? The idea that sprouted suddenly made Liu Feng want to speed up his pace to find a mind gem wandering on the Earth. Perhaps this interstellar journey, after solving Aisha's matter, has to return to Earth first. Under everyone's attention, Xingju's hands trembled a little. He didn't expect his mother to leave something for him. Delix couldn't make fun of Star-Lord anymore. What kind of thinking does Thanos, who is committed to eradicating the universe's population, have? Huh? Delix thought it might be some necklace or other jewelry. Bring it, there should be a way to fix it. Tony, who was keen on tinkering with things, stretched out his hand in front of Xingju. Xingju looked a little regretful, but unfortunately he couldn't let Liu Feng and the others appreciate it. Chapter 168. Torture in disguise. Liu Feng's flattery made Tony scratch his head in embarrassment. Repairing records is not a big deal for him. Fixing it can be said to be as easy as drinking champagne. Really? Star-Lord held Tony's hand as if he had found a savior. Please, Tony, after it's fixed. Xingju thought he couldn't let Liu Feng work for nothing, so he smiled in the blink of an eye. After the restoration is completed, I will volunteer to accompany the music and give you a dance. When Liu Feng heard this, he immediately blushed. Good guy, Xingju, are you repaying your kindness and using your dancing posture to torture our eyes in a disguised form? Liu Feng did not forget that seeing Xingju dance awkwardly in front of others that day, he was so embarrassed that his toes were on the floor. Torture? Tony looked at Liu Feng for no reason. Watching people dance live for free, is it torture? Isn't it? Look at his appearance. Delix agreed with Liu Feng's words very much. If it's Aisha or Mandy's, it's better to change to Gamora. Delix thinks of Gamora's smug face. No, if he has to watch Gamora and Star-Lord, one of them dances. He might as well have spent the whole day guessing what Groot was going to say. Totally sensory torture. Hey, Delix, do you want to be beaten? Why do you keep shaking your head when you see me? Gamora's eyes flashed displeasure. Delix glanced at Xingju, then at her, and then shook his head slightly. It didn't take much thinking to know that the other party must have imagined an image that displeased her. Tony frowned slightly, so, it's true that kindness will be repaid with revenge. Forget it, I'll fix it for you and play it, let's enjoy it. Aisha was very excited. She pulled Liu Feng together, and continued to relive the happiness that only the two of them could understand. Xingju's eyes were full of envy, and for a while, he really wanted to directly ask Liu Feng to be his teacher, and learn how to make the other party madly infatuated with him. Advertisement, however, the answer given by Delix is, if he has Liu Feng's appearance and ability, what skills do he need to learn? Nebula gets along well with Tony, after all her body has been modified by Thanos in many places. Tony even helped her strengthen her posture, and now she can hit several knees with one punch. Not to mention speed and agility, Tony helped her improve her skills as much as possible. Liu Feng, who had just closed the door, couldn't help marveling at the boldness of the sovereigns. Every time it changes in a different way, and he is called to help review history, definitely, for this kind of studious child. Liu Feng was very satisfied, seeing Aisha put on a thin gauze, which made her complexion even more dazzling. I don't know if it's because of staying in the alien planet for too long, but Liu Feng thinks that Aisha's golden skin is as dazzling as gems. The bold Aisha pushed Liu Feng to the middle and slowly got down on the ground. It's really enviable. Backquote. Xingju blurted out envious words of Liu Feng without hesitation. Being able to hold such a powerful man's thigh, every time Xingju thinks about it, he feels surprise. No wonder there are sayings like fate. Xingju didn't believe it at first, but now it's not his turn not to believe it. There's nothing to be envious of. It's nothing compared to the joy brought by killing. Liu Feng must use this method to replace the desire and pursuit of blood. Delix, who has little roots, thinks that this is Liu Quan's pursuit of bloodthirsty diversion. As a destroyer, there is no greater joy than destroying things. Gamora and Xingyun rolled their eyes. You two idiots. The corners of Rocket Raccoon's mouth are still drooling, murmuring all kinds of food with strange-sounding names. He even turned over in his sleep, and stretched out his short hand to scratch the furry back. With a smile on Mandy's face, Baby Groot seemed to have a soft spot for shoulders, sitting on Mandy's shoulders all the time. Nebula lowered his voice, and secretly pulled Gamora aside. Gamora, who is the captain of this spaceship? Gamora thought she was asking about privacy, and it was inevitable that she would feel a little strange when she heard such a question. Let me think about it. Gamora hadn't thought about this question carefully yet, and it was Xingju who pulled her to join with great enthusiasm. Advertisement, Raccoon or Star-Lord? I vaguely remember the two of them arguing about this matter from time to time. In short, it's not Liu Feng, and it's not Tony. The two of them are not interested in who is the captain at all. Xing Yun was dumbfounded for a moment. She thought that Liu Feng must be the captain of his spaceship. After all, facing important choices, they all seemed to be waiting for Liu Feng's decision. Why, you thought it was Liu Feng? Gamora clearly inferred, especially the expression on seeing Nebula. Nebula nodded in disappointment. It didn't work out as expected. He has the ability, why didn't he become the captain? It stands to reason that if he becomes a captain, he will have more power. Among the interstellar pirates in the universe, who doesn't want to be a captain? Xing Yun, I can only say that Liu Feng is not the kind of person who has a special pursuit of power. As long as no one offends him, he will not take the initiative to attack the other party. This is also when Gamora got along with Liu Feng for a period of time, and then he observed that Liu Feng himself didn't care about these things at all. He could have owned the gem all by himself. Gamora still remembered that Aisha praised Liu Feng to her that day with an expression full of admiration. So Aisha wore a filter halo and told the story about how Liu Feng gave the gem to Tony. Xing Yun beside him was not only stunned for a while, but also surprised. Liu Feng is really a strange man. That is the gem that countless people desire to gain power from. The astonished Xingyun, Wang Lijiao, is completely in admiration of Liu Feng's magnanimity, not because of the greedy emotional body produced by Liu Feng when he handed the gem to Tony. That's right, such a sought-after treasure, Liu Feng actually gave it to a friend. It can be seen that Liu Feng treats his friends sincerely, and there is no need to worry that he will stab someone in the back. It's great to be able to join the guard. Xing Yun sighed from the bottom of her heart. She never expected to meet such a group of interesting guys. Not only did she meet interesting partners such as Liu Feng, but she also sailed down with her older sister Gamora. Liu Feng mentioned Thanos' plan. As soon as Thanos was mentioned, the smiles on the faces of the two sisters disappeared. Even Liu Feng standing behind them didn't notice it. What are you two thinking? Liu Feng tidied up his clothes slowly, and Aisha tried to defeat him with physical strength. In less than a few rounds, Aisha waved the white flag and surrendered. Chapter 169 Enemy with Father. I'll go. Liu Feng, aren't you still in the room with Aisha? Nebula's shiny blue head shone even more under the light inside the spaceship, similar to a smooth blue marinated egg. Looking at the marks on Liu Feng's neck, Gamora couldn't help but admire Aisha. Perhaps it was because he had suppressed his nature for too long on the Sovereign planet, and when he saw Liu Feng, who had already left Sovereign, he immediately exploded. She's asleep, and I can't sleep yet. Come out and have a few drinks. Liu Feng didn't care about their gaze, and landed on his neck. Well, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to have a drink? Gamora's expression was calm, but when she heard Liu Feng's emphasis, she couldn't help grinning. This sentence, we should invite you. But the smile on Gamora's face slowly disappeared. She remembered what Liu Feng had said on planet Xander. Her expression changed slightly, and she began to observe Liu Feng intently. Liu Feng, you said that Thanos wants to collect all the gems and snap his fingers to destroy the universe, is it true? When she vaguely sensed that Thanos had something wrong in his heart, she broke away from it in time to avoid any intersection with Mie. If what Liu Feng said is true, then she must stop Thanos' ambition. His ambition is different from Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe wanted to use the power of the gods to invade other planets so that they could be restrained by the majesty of the gods. Thanos wants to use the power of the gem to destroy the entire universe. The cruelty of the two is comparable in comparison. You are the daughters of Thanos, so you should know whether what I said is true. Liu Feng didn't deliberately show off the disparity, but there is no trace of Thanos now, and it is estimated that his two daughters don't know either. In addition, Nebula's feelings for Thanos are about wanting to kill him. Her body was transformed into this appearance by Thanos. If he were Nebula, he would definitely cut off Thanos' flesh piece by piece with a knife to relieve his hatred. Since this is the case, then we must find a way to stop that terrible plan. Xing Yun stared at the galaxy outside the window with resentment on his face. Advertisement? Oh. Are you planning to make an enemy of your father? Liu Feng raised his eyebrows teasingly, with a playful smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xingyun had to admit that she understood why Aisha couldn't control herself like a nympho when she saw Liu Feng. Even with her weird appearance, Liu Feng didn't raise a vertical eye at her. Definitely, he, CDDC, made me look like a ghost, Nebula said through gritted teeth. On the contrary, Liu Feng is aware of the silent Gamora, and Thanos has slightly complicated feelings for her, which can be described as love and hate. After all, he trained Gamora very well, but for what purpose? To train himself a good and loyal helper. Or for other reasons, these are difficult to come up with accurate answers. I think, without gems, even if Thanos has ambitions, he can't achieve anything, so. Gamora spoke slowly. She thought the best way at the moment was not to search hard for where Thanos was. It's better to go directly to find the gem, the power gem, the reality gem at the moment embedded in Tony's armor. Thinking about it, Thanos is not so easy to take away, and with Liu Feng by his side. Boom. Suddenly, the spaceship trembled slightly. If it wasn't for the passing Star-Lord's sharp eyesight and quick hands, Gamora might fall to the ground because of unsteady steps. Fortunately, Xingju knows that Liu Feng is not interested in Gamora. Otherwise, he really has no confidence that he can beat Liu Feng and gain Gamora's favor. Gamora, are you alright? Xingju supported Gamora with one hand, and held the record taken out of Tony's room with the other. He was going to play the record, but he didn't expect the spaceship to vibrate suddenly. What happened? Nebula looked out the window vigilantly, thinking that he had received orders from the Sovereigns to catch their pirates. It's okay, I accidentally hit a small meteorite. Tony came out of the room slowly, and he could control the spaceship from the control panel inside the mask. Why did you hit the meteorite in a daze? Logically you can avoid it. Liu Feng didn't think Tony made a common mistake. I just want to try how hard the outer shell of the modified spaceship can be. If it hasn't been modified before, I definitely wouldn't dare to run him up like this. Occasionally, Tony will show a little childishness and conduct experiments in a pretentious name without telling him. Advertisement. Liu Feng is not afraid. If the spaceship finds any malfunction during the galactic journey, he can use the power of the space gem to transfer it. Therefore, with him on this ship, Delix and their lives are absolutely safe. Whatever the situation, I fell to the ground. Rocket Raccoon was shaken off the sofa and knocked out a bag directly on Furry's forehead. Grinning his teeth and striding his short legs, he got up from the ground. Sure enough, without me, Captain Raccoon, you can't fly the spaceship well? As soon as Star-Lord the Kid heard Rocket Raccoon mentioning the captaincy to him again, he let go of Gamora and rushed in front of the raccoon, tugging at his mouth. Gamora staggered against the wall. This scene fell in Liu Feng's eyes, and he could only shake his head. Straight man. No wonder Gamora is more than a friend to Star-Lord, but not a lover. It won't be long before we arrive at Planet Sovereign. Tony didn't expect to go to Sovereign again. The food in that place is really good, but it's a pity that he passed this time. I'm afraid they won't be able to eat any delicacies. Maybe they don't want to suffer? Well, I kind of miss Sovereign's food and drink. Rocket Raccoon wiped his salivating saliva with his paws when he thought of food. I'm afraid there won't be. If you take the High Priest away, those guys are so angry that they are about to explode. Nebula recalled the process of being kidnapped. This trip to Planet Sovereign probably won't be very pleasant. Sister Gamora, you are too worried. Aisha left with us voluntarily. It is impossible for her people to kill us. Rocket Raccoon waved his hands disapprovingly. My name is Nebula. Nebula emphasized her name again to the raccoon. I see, Sister Gamora, you have said it many times, and the raccoon has already remembered. Xingyun clenched his fists and turned his head to Liu Feng's side. I said, do you want to eat some raccoon meat? Take that fur and make it into a wig for me. It should be very suitable, right? Rocket Raccoon screamed immediately. Do you want to test your marksmanship with me? Star-Lord has been trained before, and I am a sharpshooter. Delix screamed excitedly on the side. Fight, I will stand against the raccoon in this wave, and he will win. Chapter 170. Delix's disappointment. In an instant, Rocket Raccoon and Nebula took up weapons as if they were facing each other, aiming their red dots at each other's heads. Okay, I didn't expect Sister Gamora to come and learn my marksmanship, so I'll keep you in the book, W. Rocket Raccoon said seriously. He never conceded defeat when it came to a marksmanship competition, even Star-Lord praised it. Nebula also became more serious at this moment, staring at Rocket Raccoon with breathless concentration. Really, I'm afraid you short-armed and short-legged, you'll be knocked down before you hit my head? Seeing the situation where the two faced each other tit for tat, Delix became even more excited, and directly raised Erlang's legs and moved to the side. Still holding the wine glass in his hand, he yelled excitedly. Raccoon, Xingyun is underestimating you. I'll press an energy battery. I like you. Rocket Raccoon, who was supported, gave a thumbs up and compared him. He had 100 times more confidence in himself, and he would definitely win. Bang! Gamora and Star-Lord punched each of them in the head. Save your energy, Xingju said angrily. Raccoon, it's not very polite to remember someone's name. Gamora closed her fists and rolled her eyes. Xingyun, enough, this is inside the spaceship. When you reach the planet, I won't stop you no matter how you fight outside, but this is a spaceship. If something happens to the spacecraft because of your fight, it will be too late to regret. Liu Feng rolled his eyes at Delix, who was full of disappointment. It can be seen that in the farce just now, only Delix the Destroyer was serious about watching the show. F.A. Krypton. Delix cursed, and poured the wine down his throat in one breath, even because he drank too hard. The wine was still slowly flowing down the edge of his mouth. Delix boldly wiped it with the back of his hand, even though a box of tissues was placed in front of him. Delix didn't pay attention to such small details at all. He wanted to see Rocket Raccoon fight the bald woman more than these. That scene was absolutely amazing. Even at the moment, he decided to mention this matter to Rocket Raccoon after arriving on Planet Sovereign. What are you so serious about? Liu Feng asked dumbfounded, and it was obvious that Delix was really disappointed. Looking around, without Tony's figure, Aisha is sleeping in the room. Liu Feng is clear about this. Advertisement later, Aisha will have to negotiate with her clansmen, so she must maintain good physical and mental strength. Therefore, Liu Feng deliberately made Aisha exhausted, even though he begged for mercy many times. However, it's not his fault, it was Aisha who wanted to tease her. Aren't you looking forward to it? Delix thought with all his heart that Liu Feng's essence was the same as his, but Liu Feng was more tolerant than him. The desire and pursuit of destruction. What's there to look forward to? The raccoon and the nebula wouldn't fight in the first place, it's because you imagine too much.
Liu Feng pierced it mercilessly, without giving Delix any illusions, so, when you arrive at Planet Sovereign, don't even think about instigating raccoons to fight Nebula. If an outsider sees it and thinks that we are fighting among ourselves, maybe they will cover their mouths behind their backs and snicker. Delix frowned and muttered. Look who dares to laugh at us, I will blow their heads off with one punch. Xingju seemed to have finally come online, shook his head and smiled. Come on, the population of sovereign stars is not large. If we really blow their heads off, then we'll really get into trouble, and... Xingju turned his attention to Liu Feng, who was calm and breezy. Now the relationship between Liu Feng and Aisha is not normal, I don't want to see any bloody drama. He was worried that with Delix's character, he might really do this, so he reminded Delix in advance. Even if it was for Liu Feng's sake, the most he could do was to teach him a lesson, but he couldn't really kill them. Do you still need to say, I'm not a fool, I can understand these principles? Delix looked at Xingju with disgust. By the way, why didn't Tony come out? At the moment, Star-Lord is already playing Tony's restored record for everyone to enjoy. Although Liu Feng is not as resistant to this kind of classical music as Tony is, at least he is not very interested. Can't understand what kind of emotion is contained in it. Xingju was intoxicated by it, and even couldn't help standing up, twisting his body, and began to dance awkwardly. It was another visual shock, but Liu Feng didn't stop it, it was his interest after all. Asking for flowers. Xingju turned to Liu Feng while dancing awkwardly. Tony seems to be studying some kind of machinery, he is very fascinated, and told us not to disturb him. Advertisement. Liu Feng stroked his chin, thinking about what Xingju had said. Tony is researching machinery, is it triggering a new plot? The Ultron incident. Liu Feng rubbed his chin and said to himself, it's a small thing, it can prevent Ultron from happening. Anyway, Liu Feng knows that the ultimate goal is to stop Thanos, the story of the Age of Ultron triggered by Tony, this plot can be stopped. Although Tony's intentions are good, as a master of technology, he wants to use machines to facilitate the lives of people on Earth. But there will inevitably be some unexpected surprises. This accident can be prevented. Oh. What's the matter, Liu Feng, what are you talking about? Delix looked at Liu Feng full of doubts. He couldn't quite hear what Liu Feng was saying, and stared at Xingju. Quickly turn down the music, I'm going deaf. Xingju is still intoxicated in the world of records left to him by Meredith, unable to extricate himself from it, shaking with the music forgetfully. Don't be so angry, buddy. Liu Feng held Delix calmly and gracefully. The character of Destroyer was a little anxious, he could understand it completely, and persuaded Delix with a smile. That's it. It's his mother's relic. Believe me, Star-Lord just wants to share it with us. Even Xing Yun and the others on one side showed no signs of displeasure. On the contrary, Mantis Mandes is really listening to these classic music. Then what did you say to stop? Delix was full of curiosity, especially wanting to know what Liu Feng said to stop. I said Aisha will definitely be able to stop her crazy people. Liu Feng did not tell the truth to Delix, because it was not necessary, as characters in the plot, they did not need to know the events that could be avoided. Maybe, even if she can't solve it, don't you still have you? Delix had a teasing smile on his lips. Delix vividly remembered the events that happened on the Xander planet, before the silver-haired woman knew Liu Feng's strength. Isn't it also a big word? In the end, he was as docile as a kitten begging. Chapter 171. Wake up with smile. No. At this moment, it was Liu Feng's turn to become curious. You think I can solve it? Why not? Delix was confused by Liu Feng's rhetorical question. Delix saw clearly what happened on Xander, and the other party entrusted Liu Feng to go to the Carey Empire to solve the trouble. Who would have thought that Liu Feng would end up alone in less than 10 minutes? Even the leaders of Xandastar were so surprised that they couldn't keep their mouths shut. Honestly, Delix had a smug look on his face, as if he had solved the matter. To this day, when I think of the faces of the Xanders, I wake up laughing in my dreams at night. Liu Feng, your words are really amazing. Liu Feng was not complacent when he heard Delix's words. The golden 060 light gradually projected into the interior of the cabin, and the sovereign planet shone with dazzling gold in the vast universe. No wonder it attracts aliens from other planets, wanting to get something out of it. The appearance of this planet is as charming as gold. We're almost there, are we going to wake up Aisha? Gamora had already picked up her weapon. They had to be cautious, the unmanned fighter jets from Planet Sovereign were already targeting them. If their spaceship is not strong enough, it may explode in the universe in 1 or 2 rounds. I'm already awake. Aisha appeared suddenly, looking at her planet indifferently. She never thought that the tribe would ignore her orders one day. Be ready, they can see your picture from the outside, and hear your words. Tony walked out of the room, and the machine projected into the sky above Sovereign was ready. Avoiding fighting with them as much as possible is the original intention of Liu Feng and Aisha. Definitely, Liu Feng had no interest in attacking them, so he let Aisha arrange them. Aisha nodded slightly, the majesty bursting out from her body made Xing Yun look at her with admiration. During the past few days with Aisha, apart from her golden skin, Xing Yun couldn't tell much. She who has been sticking to Liu Feng will be the high priest of Planet Sovereign. Advertisement, want to rebel? Retreat immediately? Aisha's appearance directly appeared on the big screen, occupying all the electronic screens on the Sovereign planet. Inside the Sovereign planet, a muscular golden man in armor frowned.
I thought I could wait until Yandu brought Liu Feng and his party back, but I didn't expect Aisha to come in person. Moreover, looking at Aisha's angry appearance, it seems that she will inevitably be punished by her. This. Deputy Priest, what should we do now? The voice behind him was in a dilemma, representing the mood of the golden-skinned man. According to the words of the High Priest, retreat all the unmanned fighter jets, let them go, and let them in. The man's face was a little sad, and he actually welcomed Dodgy back in such a way. Retreat, they retreated. Rocket Raccoon still had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, thinking that the stubborn sovereigns would not retreat so easily. Not only that, but also opened a passage for them to walk, which is surprising. What are you so excited about? Maybe after we go on, people are waiting to capture us alive. Delix said angrily, and it was a little different from what he expected. It seems that even if the High Priest who has been away from the planet for a few days speaks on the sovereign planet, it still works. Otherwise, how could it be possible to be reprimanded by Aisha, to guard against unmanned fighter jets around the planet, and even give them a landing passage? Your words are really disgusting. Aisha is still on our boat. If there is a real fight, if they accidentally hit one of their own, wouldn't it be too late to regret it? Gamora shrugged. Delix hoped that the two sides would fight hard, but unfortunately, the scene that Delix expected would not appear. The spaceship landed slowly, and when the hatch opened, the golden light made them subconsciously close their eyes to avoid being stabbed by the strong light. Liu Feng, you come ahead with me. Aisha took Liu Feng's arm naturally. Is this okay? Liu Feng tilted his head and asked, I think, they probably don't want to see my face. The High Priest who abducted them inexplicably, now appeared as if nothing had happened, not only that, but also arm in arm with the High Priest. It is estimated that her clan members will get angry in an instant when they see it. What are you afraid of, you? Aisha turned her head to look at Delix and the others, with a smile on her lips. You are all the most honored guests of Planet Sovereign, what's wrong with that? Besides, you are my favorite. Advertisement naturally, she has the final say on her planet, and if anyone is not convinced, she can stand up and refute. The premise is that they have the qualifications to say such things to her. When Liu Feng thought about it, what Aisha said was not unreasonable. Besides, helping them fight off the cosmic monsters before is considered a benefactor. The gangway slowly stretched out from the cabin, and Aisha and Liu Feng walked in front. Welcome back, High Priest, we will wait for a long time. The burly golden man knelt on one knee in front of Aisha and waited for her to appear. Unexpectedly, what appeared in front of his eyes was another pair of feet. Sorcerer Adam, my lovely brother. Aisha stared blankly at the man kneeling in front of her. It is her twin brother, Magician Adam. When Liu Feng heard Adam's name, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the order to bring Aisha back must have come from the Magician Adam. Sister. Adam the Magician didn't dare to raise his head. Even though he was a magician, the most powerful person on the planet was undoubtedly Aisha, who was the High Priest, that is, his sister. They were grown in the same artificial cocoon. When it comes to ability, Adam is still inferior to Aisha. Didn't I say that you will take care of everything on the planet when you go outside on 5.6? Aisha frowned displeased. In fact, when Yandu said that the tribe gave the order to capture Liu Feng and others alive, she had already guessed that it must have something to do with Adam. High Priest, now that you come back safe and sound, we will naturally revoke the order to capture the Guardians of Galaxy. Magician Adam bowed his head and said, Okay, Liu Feng said suddenly, interrupting the scene where Aisha and Adam complained to each other. I think it would be better for you to solve these matters in private. In front of so many clansmen, Liu Feng felt that he had committed the embarrassment again. The delicacies have been prepared, and the distinguished guests are invited to go. In addition, don't walk around casually. Adam stood up slowly and said, Chapter 172, Unspeakable Things. Come with me here, please. Appearing in front of Liu Feng was the priestess who led him to Aisha's room last time, standing in front of them with a smile on his face. I'm Groot. Groot tilted his head, and the branch fingers shook curiously. Rocket Raccoon patted Groot on the shoulder lightly. What are you afraid of? I don't believe they will poison the food. He knew that Groot was worried, but Rocket Raccoon thought that the other party would not use such despicable means. Aisha cast a look at Liu Feng, as if she wanted to tell Liu Feng to go without worry. Let's go. Liu Feng put his hands behind his back. He never thought that the magician Adam would appear in this way. Tony touched Delix's shoulder with his fist. Hey, what's the matter with you? You look sad. It's okay not to ask. When Tony asked, Delix's face stretched long. Those who didn't know thought that the guy who led them to the front was not the priestess who led them to the banquet. Instead, 23 will wait for them to go to the soul guide officer who will carry out the lure. Priestess led Liu Feng and others to a large and luxuriously decorated room, and closed the door directly. Xie. Xing Yun stood at the door and cursed, is this because we are being locked up as criminals? If Xing Yun's eyes can be like Liu Feng's, then he must sweep the door through the laser, board the spaceship and leave. Calm down. Rocket Raccoon shrugged indifferently, walked to the table of delicious food and sat down. Wow, here's my favorite dish, Groot, would you like to soak it in soup? Rocket Raccoon's eyes sparkle when he sees his favorite dish. Groot nodded thoughtfully. I'm Groot. Xingyun, come here, save some energy. Nebula stared at Liu Feng slightly annoyed. They were locked in the room by Aisha's people, wouldn't he be angry? In a blink of an eye, Liu Feng acted like nothing else, picked up the chopsticks to pick up the vegetables, and held the wine glass in his left hand. So she's the only one taking it seriously? Adam is not a good person. Every step Xing Yun took was full of anger. Advertisement. You have a lot of opinions on him. Liu Feng poked Xing Yun's mind with a glance, saying that she was kidnapped by Yandu's people. According to Liu Feng's own observation, being able to tie Xing Yun up must have something to do with that man. Definitely has an opinion, he. Nebula scolded the magician Adam loudly, suddenly lowered his tone, and found that everyone stopped eating. All eyes fell on her. Did that guy do something unspeakable to you? Xingju slapped the table and hurriedly asked Xing Yun. That's not it, Xing Yun immediately denied, sighed in disappointment, and slowly revealed the truth about her being kidnapped. The magician Adam couldn't accept Aisha, and followed Liu Feng and his party to leave the sovereign planet. Therefore, use other means to tie her up and hand over the area to the kingdom. Magician Adam's initial idea was to use her to make an exchange with Aisha. But in the end, he didn't know what was going on. He gave up the idea of making an exchange, but asked Yangdu to bring Xingju and the others back. Don't look at Adam pretending to be obedient in front of Aisha, his ambition should not be underestimated. Nebula has been silent about this matter until now. Maybe seeing Liu Feng was there, so they didn't do anything excessive. In the eyes of sovereign stars, Liu Feng is an existence that cannot be offended. Ha ha ha. Liu Feng laughed suddenly. Xingyun, you are too nervous, take it easy, Adam is a good brother. Although Adam is ambitious, his nature is not bad, and he is rather old-fashioned. Among all the sovereigns, only Adam dared to disobey Aisha's orders. Rocket Raccoon breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party didn't know that he had secretly taken those batteries. The eyeballs looked around the room again, as if they wanted to discover some treasure. It's a pity that the door is locked, otherwise he would like to try again. Delicus turned depression into appetite, and the food on planet Sovereign unexpectedly met his appetite. Adam, are you doing this to challenge my authority? Aisha, who returned to the room, restrained her usual gentleness and changed to a cold and inhuman expression. Advertisement under the light, the muscular lines of magician Adam are perfect. This is a fact that even Liu Feng recognizes. If the genes are not good, they will definitely not be cultivated. The high priest acted recklessly, disregarded his clansmen, and left planet Sovereign privately if he hadn't been lured by the group of people outside. Magician Adam's tone was also very firm, and it was obvious that both of them had bad tempers. I don't think you will casually say that you want to leave the planet. Aisha raised the corners of her mouth and sneered. Since you know that I am the high priest, then the decision I make is naturally from my own will. If I am easily bewitched by others, how can planet Sovereign have such advanced technology and constant resources? Aisha's ability to control the planet has been recognized by countless people. Please don't forget that the Sovereigns are the most noble race in the universe, and we will not leave our home planet easily. Adam confronted Aisha coldly, and the two people's eyes met, as if they wanted to kill each other. At this time, Adam slowly took out a black remote control from behind. What are you going to do? Aisha's face was particularly ugly. What is this? The remote control that operated the bomb, my lovely sister, but was away from Sovereign for a few days, and forgotten so soon. Adam thought he was in control of the overall situation, and opened his mouth happily. As long as you don't leave with them, continue to be in charge of the position of the high priest. When they finish enjoying the delicious food, the priestess will send them away. What if I refuse? Aisha couldn't imagine that if she left Liu Feng, the days after that would be dull and boring. If she is greedy for Liu Feng's body, she doesn't care. In the process of reviewing history with Liu Feng, Aisha couldn't forget the wonderful taste. Once she tried it, she couldn't forget it. Adam's behavior at the moment undoubtedly angered Aisha. I said, do you want to dismantle it and see how many explosives are in this room? Liu Feng's sudden words made Tony, who had just taken a sip of spirits, almost choke. Wait, Liu Feng, you must be drinking too much and talking nonsense, right? Xingju looked at Liu Feng strangely. I decided in my heart that Liu Feng must be joking. If there is a bomb in the room, why would Liu Feng not take measures? Chapter 173 Can't trap him. When did you ever see me drunk? Everyone who didn't take it seriously at first suddenly realized that as long as Liu Feng doesn't want to get drunk, then he can't talk nonsense after drinking at all. Tony got serious in an instant, put on the armor quickly, and fired from inside the mask. It's okay if you don't sweep it, but once you sweep it, the complexion under the mask becomes extraordinarily ugly. Tony, Gamora, who was sitting next to Xingju, also began to feel something was wrong. Tony looked around the room with a serious expression on his face. What Liu Feng said is correct. To be precise, this room is full of bombs. When Rocket Raccoon heard this, he couldn't sit still, and the whole bear fell to the ground, looking at Liu Feng and Tony in disbelief. Could it be that Adam found out that I stole the battery last time? The only thing Rocket Raccoon can think of is batteries, and he's got a lot of them. Then aren't we surrounded by bombs? Nebula's eyes slowly swept across the room. But if you know, why come in? Facing Xingyun's rhetorical question, Liu Feng shrugged and smiled relaxedly. Why not? There are free meals for us to enjoy. And, this kind of place can't trap me. In the vast universe, there is no place where Liu Feng can be trapped. As long as he wants to leave, he can get up and leave at any time. So, in short, you are simply idle and flustered. Tony realized in an instant what it means to not be afraid of a godly opponent, but afraid of a teammate who loves to cheat. Liu Feng must have felt bored for too long, so he took advantage of the trend and brought some different excitement to their lives. That's right. Why don't you try to control the bomb system, so that you don't have to worry about being killed in Sovereign? Liu Feng grinned wickedly. Xingju got up and was about to yell. Gamora picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Challenge my ability? What are you betting on? Tony was soon interested by Liu Feng. The most exciting part of the whole thing is not knowing when it will be detonated. Wanda, you two are lunatics. If it blows up, my fur will be ruined. Why? Rocket Raccoon was in the room, spinning around anxiously, trying to find a slightly safer place for himself. If Tony fails, Liu Feng will not have time to transfer them. At least he can reduce the time for the fur to catch fire. Advertisement. Liu Feng observed their expressions with great interest. Delix's eyes were red, obviously excited to the point of jealousy. The raccoon is constantly looking for a safe place, ready to hide. Instead, Nebula, Star-Lord and Gamora continued to enjoy the food. Tony started to use the panel in an attempt to control the explosive system. Liu Feng's smile slowly disappeared on his face. The role of Adam played an important role in the plot. Because it doesn't mean you can count on me and my partner. Using the power of the space gem, Liu Feng quickly moved to a room. The sound of Aisha arguing with Adam can also be vaguely heard. High Priest, if you don't agree to my conditions and stay on Planet Sovereign, then I can only announce one regrettable thing. Today, somewhere inside Planet Sovereign, there will be an explosion, accidentally injuring the members of the Guard. Aisha's eyes were shining brightly, her fists were clenched tightly. She really wanted to punch Adam unconscious. This was the first time she was restrained. She can't act rashly, otherwise the members of the Guard who are enjoying the food in the room will be killed by the bomb. You're threatening me. Aisha could not wait to rush forward and slap the day. The feeling of being threatened by her younger brother made Aisha feel ashamed. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your quarrel time. What is this? Can you lend me a look? Adam's eyes widened in astonishment, and the remote control that controlled the bomb in his hand had disappeared. When did Liu Feng appear? Liu Feng. The moment she saw Liu Feng, Aisha was full of admiration. Damn it. Adam turned around and tried to attack Liu Feng, but heard Aisha stop him behind him. Stop it, Adam. Aisha was doing it for Adam's good, and with Liu Feng's ability, even if it was to beat Adam back into the cocoon and be reborn. Even Adam would not be Liu Feng's opponent. What's more, Aisha had personally witnessed Liu Feng stealing the gem that everyone longed for. Giving it to Tony without blinking. Even though Aisha is very confident in the physique and abilities of her people, in front of Liu Feng, everything is like dust in the universe. Remember to listen to my sister, son, you plan on me, for Aisha's sake, I don't need to argue with you, but... After Liu Feng finished speaking, he punched Adam directly in the face. Advertisement boom. The movement was too fast. Adam wanted to reach out to block Liu Feng's attack, but it was too slow. Straightforwardly, he took down several tons of fists from Liu Feng. Saki. Liu Feng stared at Adam with admiration. He really deserves to be a sovereign who is proud of his racial genes. Although he didn't try his best, ordinary aliens have long been held in the wall by him, the kind that can't even be buckled off. On the other hand, Adam's cheeks were swollen at most, and he stepped back 4 or 5 steps. Are you okay, Adam? Aisha, who had been with Liu Feng for a few days, knew that he must have reserved his energy just now. Otherwise, Adam would absolutely be beaten back for miles. I'm sorry. Apologizing after beating someone, Liu Feng thought it was necessary to be polite. After all, beating his brother in front of Aisha. Tony successfully deciphered the bomb's electronic algorithm and prevented it from operating. At the moment they realized that Liu Feng was not in the room. Liu Feng, why don't you leave us and run away? Rocket Raccoon hid under the flower pot, with Groot on top of his head. I'm Groot. Groot didn't think Liu Feng was that kind of person. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the room, Good Lee's, was opened. All brave men, please go to the next delicious spot. Priestess appeared again, smiling, standing at the door very politely. I'm not going. Xing Yun sat in his seat with a stern face. Is this how you sovereigns treat guests? Lock us in this place for no reason, and now say let's leave? Gamora inevitably became suspicious, and sooner or later, she had to wait until Tony successfully deciphered it before opening the door and inviting them to the next place. What kind of heart is it? I'm sorry, I'm just following orders. Priestess gave an official answer word by word. The sound of footsteps aroused the vigilance of the guards in the room. Those footsteps sounded like a large number of people. Liu Feng. Tony was surprised to find that Liu Feng had returned to the room again. Good brother, I haven't seen you for a few seconds, and I miss you, Liu Feng laughed. Chapter 174. It's time to calm down, I thought you would be outside. Tony was surprised that Liu Feng came back at this time, and his eyes were fixed on the gleaming magician Adam. Liu Feng had just left. Not long after, Adam came over in person and invited them to another place to eat. Surprised, Tony took a closer look and found that the cheeks of the magician Adam seemed a little swollen. Gradually leaning towards Liu Feng, he asked in a low voice, Brother, the injury on Adam's face must have been done by you, right? Gamora with sharp ears heard their conversation. After all, they were standing a little close. Nonsense, I have always disapproved of violence. Liu Feng did not directly admit that he did it. It's a pity that everyone knows that Adam is a magician, and on the planet Sovereign, no one else would dare to attack him except Aisha. Come on, we've known each other for so long, and we still don't understand your temperament. Tony knew that Liu Feng would not be easily calculated by others. He decided in his heart that if Adam wasn't Aisha's younger brother, just being punched by Liu Feng in the face would already be considered light. Please follow me to another place. When Adam saw Liu Feng's appearance, his eyes were not ashamed to meet him. Instead, he dodged and looked to the other side. As a magician, he came to greet Liu Feng in person. Maybe he could offset the plot against him, and he was punched by Liu Feng himself. Even if you are angry, it should be gone, right? It was completely different from the quiet room just now, and it was even much more lively than the last banquet. Tony is surrounded by a lot of sovereign beauties, and Star-Lord wants to please Gamora. Star-Lord always feels sorry for Gamora, more or less, given the unpleasant scenes that happened on Ego. Tony is very interested in the technology of planet Sovereign, even more fascinating than the technology on planet Xander. I wonder if Moshi would like to introduce me to visit the internal technology? Tony asked boldly after drinking alcohol. As a scientist, he is fascinated by the high technology of every planet in the universe. Maybe you can learn some other techniques from it. Advertisement, this. Adam looked at Aisha with hesitation, and then smiled. Definitely yes, I wonder if Mr. Liu Feng wants to go and have a look. However, Liu Feng has never been good at this kind of thing, and he is not very interested in it, so he waved his hand. Tony can go, I want to enjoy the food. Aisha raised her wine glass, and slowly walked towards Liu Feng's side. This glass is for Adam to honor you. He acted a little impulsively. Adam generously brought Tony to the core of Sovereign Planet, various precision instruments, and the ground for making unmanned fighter jets. For making these machines, we all have our own set of algorithms. Unfortunately, these are confidential and cannot be easily told to others. Tony stared at it with interest, rubbed his chin and smiled. It's okay, I just want to visit the process. He will not force Adam to speak out, and Sovereign's unique resources are the most important point. Even if you get the algorithm and blueprints, without those energy, it is not worth mentioning. Soon, an idea popped up in Tony's mind, and he couldn't wait to share it with Liu Feng. According to Sovereign method of resisting external attacks, can it also be used on the Earth? In this way, the heroes on Earth can also rest, an all-in-one solution. Very well, maybe this will be a good way to benefit all human beings on Earth. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Adam beside him was a little confused. What are you talking about? In the next second, Adam's shoulder was firmly held down by Tony. Thank you very much, magician, it is you who provided me with a good method, which can completely liberate the heroes and save them from being so tired. Tony from at the moment, his mind is full of new plans, he can't wait to go to Liu Feng's side and share this wonderful idea with him. This, CDDA. Although I don't understand what you want to express, I'm still happy for you, warrior. Adam showed an inexplicable smile, and sure enough, the partners around the man were a little strange. In Tony's mind, he has already begun to conceive his plan. If it can be successfully implemented, the hero will be completely liberated in the future. Not to worry that they will be irreversibly damaged in the process of protecting the Earth. Advertisement. He believed that when he shared this idea with Liu Feng would definitely support him. Mr. Tony, so now? Adam didn't know whether Tony was going to continue admiring, or turning his head back. Please continue to show me the magician, and then explain it to me. However, the sneaky expression of the raccoon has already aroused Xingyun's suspicion, and he quietly followed behind him while he was not paying attention. They were also not warned not to walk around freely. Xingyun shrugged and smiled helplessly. This guy is probably drunk and talking nonsense, don't take it to heart. That's right, it's this place, there is no transfer room, it seems they didn't find it. At the same time, Liu Feng, Aisha, Xingju and Gamora were missing from the banquet. It's all here, wouldn't it be a pity if you leave without something? Those guys. Delix was disappointed again, he could hardly count how many times he felt disappointed today. Rocket Raccoon wondered if he should take the opportunity to get some more batteries. The batteries on planet Sovereign were several times better than those he had seen before. There are no monsters harassing our planet, we are too happy, why are the warriors still praying? Having said that, isn't there any cosmic monster? Delix was even fanciful, praying that there would be a cosmic monster. Tony believes that if the plan can be implemented perfectly, it must be carefully formulated from beginning to end without any mistakes. Rocket Raccoon got up and walked towards Nebula. I'm going to the bathroom, maybe I won't be back so soon. Don't scare people, this warrior. Beauty Sovereign poured wine into Delix's glass. It's a pity that Delix is eager for troublesome incidents, so that he can release his inner desire for destruction. Leave them alone. All in all, we are lucky to be able to live in peace. Nebula thought it was a good thing to avoid a battle. Rocket Raccoon sneaked into the room, looking at the stacked batteries. The guests entertained by the magician Adam and the high priest Aisha did not have other maids or the like following them. Chapter 175. The raccoon who knows the way. Then I won't be polite. Rocket Raccoon opened his pocket and stuffed the battery into it as if he had entered his own warehouse. The power of the battery is extraordinary, and the service life is very long, so you can earn money if you get it. The raccoon, who was staring at the battery, didn't notice at all, and a mechanical face with a bluish light behind him was also staring at him. It's really familiar, raccoon. As soon as Rocket Raccoon heard a voice coming from behind him, he immediately hid his pockets and raised his hands like a prisoner. I was just drunk and went to the wrong room. I didn't take anything. The raccoon hurriedly tried to get rid of himself. Xing Yun suddenly got playful, and deliberately pretended to have another voice. It seems that you have to be tied up and handed over to the high priest and the others. You actually came to this place to steal things. If your companions find out, they will definitely be ashamed of you. Rocket Raccoon was so anxious that his hair exploded, he turned around and begged for mercy. No, listen to me, When the raccoon saw clearly who was behind him, he immediately relaxed and sat on the ground. TCH, it's Xingyun, you're actually scaring Shimo. Nebula crossed his arms, looked at Rocket Raccoon with interest, and pointed to the pile of batteries behind him. Originally an interstellar pirate, she had no intention of criticizing Rocket Raccoon's behavior at all. Aren't you ashamed to go to the toilet and steal batteries from someone's warehouse? Rocket Raccoon turned around disapprovingly, and continued to install batteries for the offspring. Be quiet, I have a need. Don't be too greedy, man, they really tied you up. Nebula thought that as Guardians of Galaxy now, he should not be able to do such a thing, so he tried to dissuade the raccoon. I'll just take a few, I won't be found out, you go back to the banquet first, I promise you, I won't take more. The contented Aisha rests on Liu Feng's strong shoulders. Compared with the room on the takeoff ship, it really feels better to be here. It is probably the reflection on the ceiling, which can be seen clearly. I didn't expect this historical and traditional skill to be so interesting. My people should try it again. They will definitely be fascinated by this sense of wonder. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the sovereigns, they are not clear about this ancient and traditional history. Advertisement after all, breeding new life depends on science and technology. Therefore, there is no need to be like other planets, such as people on Earth. Really? Liu Feng squinted his eyes in satisfaction. But Adam has a good point. I can't leave in a hurry without teaching anything, it's not good for my people. Liu Feng nodded, the last time they left was too hasty, but as Guardians of Galaxy, there is no reason for them to stay on one planet for too long. Plus Xingju and the others don't want to stay in this place for too long. Listen to your arrangement, what do you think? Liu Feng opened his eyes and looked at the shy Aisha beside him. If her people see their proud high priest, shy like a weak flower by his side. It is estimated that the eyes are about to fall to the ground, and it is still the kind that can't go back. I think, I should stay here for a while, deal with the matter, and come to you again. Aisha thought about this issue from the perspective of the overall situation, she would not ask Liu Feng to stay on planet Sovereign. It's fine, anyway, I'll send you the location, if you want to come to me. Liu Feng nodded approvingly. Definitely, if Gamora and the others want to stay in Sovereign for a while, that would be the best. As soon as Aisha finished speaking, a maid's voice came from outside the door. It was said that Tony was asking Liu Feng if he was awake, and wanted him to go over, saying that he had something important to discuss with him. I'll go with you, if it's something I can't listen to, I'll go away. Aisha had a premonition, probably talking about leaving. That being the case, she wanted to spend more time with Liu Feng while he was still on planet Sovereign. After all, there is no one like Liu Feng in the entire universe. Let's go. Liu Feng was curious about what kind of thing it was, so Tony hurriedly sent someone over to look for him. Led by the maid, Liu Feng and Aisha arrived at a room, and all the members of the guards were in the room. It seems that something very important has been announced. Asking for flowers. Seeing Liu Feng approaching, Tony couldn't restrain his excitement, but he still held back and controlled his expression. Advertisement, Liu Feng, you came just in time. I have something to tell everyone. The excitement on Tony's brows showed that he was in a good mood at the moment. It seems to be very important to have such a complete set of people. Liu Feng sat on the chair next to Tony, picked up the water glass and drank slowly. I want to go back to Earth first. After Tony finished speaking, everyone in the room stared at Tony with puzzled eyes. Star-Lord hurriedly stood up and walked towards Tony. Tony, what are you kidding? Our escort team was established not long ago, and you are going back to Earth? Aren't they going to protect the safety of the galaxy? Now Tony is leaving. What's going on? Zero. Why? Liu Feng is not as frizzy as Xingju. It's impossible to want to go back all of a sudden. Gamora stared at Liu Feng's contented expression, as if he had expected that Tony would suddenly say that he wanted to go back to Earth. Tony then told everyone the plan in his heart. After all, there are all his companions in the room, and Tony thinks there is nothing to hide. The magician Adam looked at Tony with a little surprise. He didn't expect that he would have such thoughts in his mind after just observing for a short while. He had to admire the ingenuity of the people on Earth. Liu Feng gently put down the cup in his hand, and smiled lightly. The plan is very good, but there are some problems. Liu Feng knew that everything could not be escaped, and there was such a plotline in the original story. But the events of Ultron are completely preventable. The peacekeeping project plan has not been implemented since it was proposed, and it has become an abandoned plan. What do you think? Liu Feng brought the topic back to Tony, but didn't explain the reason directly. He thought it was necessary for Tony to figure out the reason, so he casually refused, denying Tony's idea. It may add to the relationship between the two of them. I think it may be that the project proposer knows that his ability is insufficient. I thought so at first, but it's different now. Tony was full of joy and wanted to convince Liu Fengju. Chapter 176 Avoiding the Age of Ultron. The bluffing Xingju didn't continue to speak at this time, wanting to understand what they were going to say. Xingju can probably guess, it seems that Liu Feng is not very supportive of Tony's plan. On this interstellar journey with you, I learned a lot of high tech on the way, especially on planet Sovereign. Tony's enthusiasm for technology burst out at the moment, and there was no way to stop his pursuit of technology. While getting to know Adam, I think it's time to continue the peacekeeping project that has been abandoned for a long time, if it can be successful. The superheroes on Earth can also be liberated. After all, heroes also have a sense of burnout, and they should also get a rest. Liu Feng knew that Tony's starting point and original intention was for the heroes on Earth and for the sake of human beings on Earth. Technology can free them from this kind of thing, and the most important thing is to reduce their harm. If the robot is damaged during the battle, as long as it is repaired, it will be fine, and the heroes will also be able to reduce blood loss by 23. Tony continued to share his insights, thinking that this plan is a win-win situation for both heroes and humans. It's the same as when the Sovereigns are facing the invaders. They have resources and technology. The Sovereigns can fight the enemy without having to go to the battlefield in person. It's also because they have technology behind them that prevents them from having to face the enemy themselves. What Tony said made Aisha and Adam agree. Tony is right, he can avoid the situation where he gets hurt. Aisha thought to herself if Tony cared about her people. She didn't mind sharing it with Tony, knowing that Earthlings couldn't come to attack Sovereign anyway. Moreover, based on their behavior, it is even less likely that they will leak the secrets of maintaining Suo Wei Lin's safety. Liu Feng, what do you think? Tony finally wanted to hear Liu Feng's opinion. Then I'll be honest, Tony, I think there's a reason why this project was stopped. Liu Feng wasn't afraid to offend Tony. In addition, Liu Feng doesn't think Tony is the kind of narrow-minded guy. If you want to go back to Earth, I won't stop you, but if you want to push the peacekeeping project further, I will stop you. Liu Feng sighed softly. It seemed that he was the villain who had to prevent the events of the Age of Ultron from happening. Advertisement. He didn't expect this day to come so soon, which is also the reason why he wanted to call Tony on the interstellar journey. Under his nose, there's no need to worry about Tony causing the Age of Ultron. Tony was not angry, but looked at Liu Feng with a puzzled face. Why? Gamora knew that Liu Feng was against it, and said slowly, Tony, don't worry, first listen to what Liu Feng thinks. Xingju nodded in agreement. He didn't know much about technology, so naturally he wouldn't interrupt casually. Like Rocket Raccoon, he didn't speak, and he was a little worried about Nebula. In order to change the topic, I will reveal the matter of him stealing sheep by hand. Then he will really be tied up by Aisha and beaten severely. You want robots to have self-awareness and protect people on Earth is a very good idea, and I agree with that. First praise and then point out Tony's mistakes. Liu Feng thought that he still had to learn how to speak if he wanted to be a human being. After all, speaking is an art, and he firmly believes in this idea. But can't you guarantee that there will be no problems with this plan? Faced with Liu Feng's rhetorical question, Tony originally wanted to reject it straight away, thinking that as long as every step of his plan was strictly implemented, there would be absolutely no mistakes. But thinking about it carefully, every time Liu Feng asks a question, it will always be verified. Tony still has time for Wanda to tease Liu Feng, saying that his mouth is like being opened by God, and what he says can always be manifested. The technology on Earth is different from other planets in the universe, and the population is dense and complex. After all, it is a very inclusive planet. This is completely different from planet Sovereign. Liu Feng took a deep breath, and carefully analyzed the difference between the two to Tony. If machines have autonomous consciousness, they may not necessarily execute the instructions issued by humans, they will also have emotions, because they have their own consciousness. Dude, can you see what I mean? Seeing Tony's expression, Liu Feng seemed to understand, and couldn't help but sigh. Advertisement. Tony, a great technologist, thinks things too simply. When they see us as human beings, as long as they sit at home, or in a comfortable place, and issue orders casually, they have to go forward and work hard. If you don't hesitate to damage your own parts, if you go on for a long time, you will definitely resist. Aisha thought carefully about Liu Feng's words, removed the filter of Liu Feng in her mind. At the moment, she thought Liu Feng's words were reasonable. That's right. This plan is too bold. Once the machine starts to rebel, it will be very troublesome for other humans who don't have super abilities. Aisha stared at Tony with bated breath. Sovereignians are different from Earthlings. Our physique is 100 times stronger than humans. Speed and ability far exceed human beings, you must admit this. Aisha let go of her usual haughty expression. She was just pointing out the facts. After all, before they were born, every gene in their body had been carefully adjusted 740 times. Defective products cannot appear on the Sovereign planet. Indeed, that's what we have to admit. What if robots with self-awareness sprouted the idea of knocking down humans and occupying the Earth? Gamora spoke suddenly, as if waking Tony up, causing the expectation in his eyes to gradually turn into suspicion. Wait, you're right. Tony raised his head and stared at Liu Feng, suddenly realized. He didn't think about any deep aspects, he only thought about liberating heroes and protecting humans, even if the machine was completely damaged. As long as it is repaired, it is over, but it is completely ignored. If they have self-awareness, what kind of consequences will be brought? So, if you want to protect humans and reduce injuries to heroes, you might as well develop some protective equipment. Definitely, robots can be developed, but the direction can't be wrong. Finally, Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and directly stopped the war between machines and humans, reducing many avoidable troubles. It is really not an easy task to wait until Tony puts forward this idea and then dismiss it. I see, I didn't think well enough. In Tony's mind, the scene of robots causing trouble wantonly on the Earth after his plan went wrong flashed through. Compared with carefully developed robots, ordinary humans are no match for them at all. Chapter 177. Do you want to quit the escort? If it wasn't for Liu Feng's reminder, Tony hadn't even considered it at this level. It seems that the peacekeeping project was suspended. It's not without reason. Simply mastering new high-tech is far from enough. How could the person who developed this project not go to the Milky Way to learn about the latest technology? But the project was still suspended and did not continue. Does it mean that they have considered the relevant pictures? That is, the machine is very likely to have the idea of destroying human beings. Definitely, the premise is that the robot has autonomous consciousness. What Liu Feng said makes sense. Gamora said slowly, so, do you still plan to go back to Earth? Instead, Xingju became nervous and bumped Gamora lightly with his elbow. Why did you bring this up again? The peacekeeping plan that Tony talks about cannot be continued. I don't think there is a need to go back to the Earth, right? Xingju selfishly wanted to be with Liu Feng and the others, and it was rare to experience the feeling of a big family. He didn't want the guards to be established for 2 days. The 2 guards from Earth chose to leave. Originally, it was seeing Liu Feng that Xingju came up with the idea of forming a guard team. Back, why don't you come back? It was Liu Feng who spoke first, not Tony. Gamora hurriedly stood up. She didn't want Liu Feng and Tony to return to the Earth. Are you planning to quit the escort team? Liu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood why Rocket Raccoon and Delix were all over their heads. The corners of their mouths were so sad that they couldn't raise their lips. It turned out that they mistakenly thought that they and Tony were going to quit the escort and return to Earth. Delix heard Gamora's question, but Liu Feng didn't answer immediately, so he immediately decided that Liu Feng really wanted to leave. I don't agree. Delix raised his head, his eyes were a little red, as if he had been aggrieved for a long time, and he spoke his mind. There must be no less members of the guard. That's right, Liu Feng, when we created the escort team, we didn't expect any of the members to leave. Rocket Raccoon became anxious, and he was also reluctant to leave Liu Feng and Tony. Advertisement Tony was dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have mentioned that he was going to quit the escort, and he had another identity. That's Iron Man defending the planet, and running both sides can get tiring to some extent. But there is still his little pepper on the Earth. Tony thinks he can't be wandering in the galaxy all the time. Nebula's expressionless mechanical face showed a hint of confusion at this moment. I said, Gamora, Liu Feng didn't say that he would quit the guard. Liu Feng looked at Xingju who was about to cry, and nodded quickly. Yes, when did I say that I would quit the guard? Huh? Gamora's originally green cheeks revealed a little embarrassment. Could it be that she misunderstood it at the beginning? What I mean is, why don't you go to the Earth? Besides, there is still my family on the Earth. I can't stay in the galaxy all the time. Liu Feng thought to himself, instead of letting Xingju and the others think wildly, it would be better to simply make it clear that he will return to Earth. It's not because I want to quit, it's because my wife Wanda and Polaris don't stay on Earth. Besides, seeing too many aliens with strange shapes, Liu Feng wants to see the people back on Earth and wash his eyes. Aisha's eyes flashed, as if she was thinking about a countermeasure. She suddenly smiled. I heard that the planet Earth is completely different from other planets. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I won't leave with Liu Feng for the time being. I plan to stay on planet Sovereign, and I will join you after the matter here is settled. The magician Adam looked at his sister in surprise. He had already planned that as soon as Liu Feng and the others left, Aisha would follow. High Priest. Apart from calling Aisha's position in surprise, Adam didn't know where to start. Especially being aware of Liu Feng's strength made Adam fascinated by it. It even sprouted that it would be a wonderful thing if Liu Feng could stay on planet Sovereign. Unfortunately, Adam knew that Liu Feng would not stay in this place. Don't be so surprised, Adam. This is the result of my discussion with Liu Feng. When the time comes, you won't be able to order them to be captured. Aisha cast a warning look. If there was a next time, she would never intercede with Liu Feng. Wait, you. Liu Feng, are you planning to go back to Earth for a while? Asking for flowers. Rocket Raccoon heard that Liu Feng and Tony did not quit, but went back to Earth for a while. Advertisement suddenly remembered, should there be an exact time to come back? Definitely, don't you guys plan to go together? Liu Feng thought to himself that if a certain planet sends out a distress signal, it would be too late for them to set off again. Anyway, he has the ability to transfer space, but it's just a snap of the fingers, it's easy. Are we also included in the invitation? Xingju pointed to his face with his finger in disbelief. Liu Feng thinks it's not a problem. Anyway, the Earth is very tolerant, and Nebula and Gamora will not be projected with strange sights. Groot pretends to be a decoration, and Rocket pretends to be a doll. It was found that Groot stared at innocent eyes, tilted his head and said, I'm Groot? And you, if you are not interested in traveling to Earth, I will not force you to invite you. Definitely interested. The question is when are we going to leave? Gamora raised the corners of her mouth in high spirits. Will he be wanted and captured as soon as he steps into the Earth? Definitely. I also want to introduce you to my partners on Earth. Liu Feng thought to himself if these destructive guys gathered together. After much deliberation, Liu Feng would not forcefully invite them. Yes, When are you planning to leave? Aisha asked curiously. As for the tree figure Groot, Liu Feng's eyes shifted to Groot. I think it's better to do it now, anyway, there's nothing wrong. Tony stroked his palm thoughtfully. She hasn't been to the Earth yet, so she doesn't know what kind of scenery there will be on that planet. If he remembers correctly, Liu Feng and Tony are the superheroes who protect the Earth. That scene is quite interesting. Anyway, there are only raccoons, Gamora and Xingyun in it. Groot said that he is very interested in the Earth and wants to go and have a look. God knows, he has almost never set foot on the Earth, and before forming the escort team, they're all bad guys. Among them, the only person who can understand Groot's eloquence is Rocket Raccoon. When Liu Feng mentioned it, Tony really missed the little pepper on the Earth. Chapter 178. The Betrayed Raccoon. Are you going to leave now? Aisha didn't expect that they planned to leave so soon, and originally wanted to propose to stay on planet Sovereign for a few more days. After everyone in the guard boarded the spaceship, they waved to Aisha and Adam outside. Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon are looking forward to this trip to Earth. Delicus, after you go to the Earth, you must restrain your emotions that are about to explode at any time, otherwise, the beauties on the Earth will not like you. Xingju raised his eyebrows and smiled, but he must not inform Delix in advance, lest he get angry and shout to destroy this one and that one. At that time, wouldn't it cause trouble for Liu Feng and Tony? Rocket Raccoon, sitting on the sofa, lit a cigarette like an old fritter, and slowly blew smoke rings into the sky. Light, 033, fixed point, Xingju, don't make it look like a guy who has never seen the world. Liu Feng ignored Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon who were already arguing around him. His mind was full of Wanda and Polaris, and he missed the parting time. No wonder there is a saying that Zalbi is better than newly married. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation space again, and huge amounts of pillars, as well as unbearable cosmic swear words, came to their ears one after another. Even sitting in the spaceship, it is inevitable to hear a few bad words. These guys should be blown up with a bazooka. After hearing those words, I have to go to the hospital to wash my ears. Tony closed his eyes and complained helplessly. He might as well not understand what they were saying, at least he just felt noisy. In the universe, what kind of things don't exist? Gamora was not surprised. However, the closer to the Earth, Gamora felt a little nervous, and the inexplicable tension made her restless. Take it easy, Gamora, what are you nervous about? Liu Feng's eyes flicked between Gamora and Mantis Mantis. It is understandable if Mantis Girl is nervous. After all these few days, the regiment let Cockroach Ann get used to the life among their guards a little bit. Advertisement for a long time, Mandy's has always faced Yizhe alone, living alone on the planet Yizhe. No other aliens had ever arrived, and Mandy's, more or less, was socially phobic. In this regard, Liu Feng will not force Mandy's to change. She will get used to it slowly. The raccoon took a lot of things on planet Sovereign. Suddenly, Nebula uttered these words, and Rocket Raccoon almost choked on the cigarette in his mouth. Wait, Nebula, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't tell? Rocket Raccoon said angrily. He was so angry that he jumped up from the sofa, stretched out his little paw, and accused Xingyun of not helping him keep a secret. I just took a few sets of batteries from the Sovereign Stars, which are very helpful to me. The more Rocket Raccoon said, the more embarrassing his face became. He found himself surrounded by Star-Lord and Delix. Wait, why didn't I hear you talk about this matter when I was on planet Sovereign, Raccoon? Delix the Destroyer obviously didn't expect the raccoon to do such a thing. Is it when you make an excuse to go to the bathroom? How does that help you? Xingju nodded agreeingly. I don't remember you eating batteries, saying, what help? Liu Feng could see at a glance that Xingyun simply wanted to play Rocket Raccoon. The banter on the eyebrows betrayed her original intention. After all, it's not a big deal, and the raccoon doesn't take much. If Aisha and Adam attached great importance to the battery, they would not be easily taken away by Rocket Raccoon. Liu Feng pricked up his ears with great interest, wanting to hear what explanation the raccoon was going to give for this behavior. It can be resold for a good price, Xingju. These batteries can be sold for a good price at a glance. When Rocket Raccoon saw that he had stolen the battery, he was exposed by Nebula, since there was no way to take it all by himself. Then he turned and pushed away the Star-Lord and Delix who were his masters, walked towards the room on his own, and took out a small backpack under the eyes of everyone. The backpack was almost stuffed to the brim, and even Liu Feng was so surprised that he teased. Good guy, are you determined to get back all the batteries from Planet Sovereign? Advertisement crash. Rocket Raccoon poured out all the batteries in the backpack. It's all here, and after being sold, it will be confiscated. Forgive me for this. After listening, everyone couldn't help laughing. The raccoon is so generous, isn't it afraid that Aisha and the others will find out and tie you there? Tony picked up a battery, small and exquisite, with a particularly chic appearance. If it were him, no matter how much the battery cost, he would pay for it. As a small rich man, he would naturally not be intimidated by the price. After all, it's not Xingyun's fault. I agreed to keep a secret from me, but as soon as I left, he betrayed me. Rocket Raccoon turned his head and complained to Nebula, complaining that he could say lie in front of so many people just now. When will I betray you? Nebula stared at Rocket Raccoon expressionlessly. I didn't mention it in front of Aisha and the others, and I've been keeping it secret for you for a long time, and I'm the bad guy? After being teased by Xingyun, the raccoon closed his mouth instantly, because what Xing Yun said was not wrong at all. She did not expose him to steal the battery in front of the Sovereign Star. In this way, he should have made an agreement with Xingyun at that time that no one should speak out, so the embarrassing scene like now would not have appeared. Immediately afterwards, Rocket Raccoon's eyes shifted to Liu Feng furtively, looking at Liu Feng's expression at the moment. If Liu's eye was angry, he had to find a way to make Liu Feng forgive him. Liu Feng. The raccoon shrank his neck, he couldn't tell whether Liu Feng was angry or not. The 2.5 battery is good, Tony, try to charge your steel armor, it's also charged with a battery anyway. I happen to have this idea. Tony directly used the battery he brought from Planet Sovereign to charge the armor. The charging speed, Tony was surprised. My god, this is too fast. The charging armor shone charmingly, making Star-Lord and Delix dazzled. Sell me some, Raccoon. Tony was now Rocket's first buyer. Even Rocket Raccoon repeatedly refused, threatening to give it to Tony. Anyway, it was stolen, and he didn't want the money, so the raccoon was too embarrassed to accept Tony's money. However, Tony insisted on using the purchase method. In desperation, Rocket Raccoon didn't shirk anymore and sold half of the batteries to Tony. Advertisement Chapter 179 returned to Earth in less than half an hour. Tony's armor was charged and expected to last for a long time. The escort team gradually approached the Earth. Even Liu Feng got a little nervous and came back suddenly, wondering if Wanda was at home. Seeing his expression, Liu Feng kept thinking about what kind of expression he would have, but Liu Feng was looking forward to Zhao Bisheng's feeling of being newly married. Come down, Mandy's, come with us. Kayla held out her hand and beckoned Mandy's down from the spaceship. They parked the spaceship at the place designated by Liu Feng, and at the moment, all the Guardians of Galaxy arrived on Earth safe and sound. The outside environment and fresh faces attracted Xingju and Delix. They don't know how long it has been, they have not been to the Earth, they have been traveling in the Sea of Stars, as interstellar pirates. Initially, Star-Lord planned to wear a certain wide hat and a mask for himself to avoid being recognized by the superheroes on Earth. After being ridiculed by Liu Feng for a while, Xingju's ridiculous idea was completely dispelled. If he is really wanted, he may be 23 before he approaches the Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already set its sights on the spaceship they are on, how can they reach the Earth so smoothly? Now, Mandy's, who was shy, proposed that she stay in the spaceship alone and wait for them to come back. Mandy's was a little unacceptable, facing faces that had never been seen on the Earth, which made her a little anxious. Liu Feng, you guys go first, Xingyun and I will stay to convince Mandy's. 10 minutes ago, Liu Feng was thinking about using the space gem to send Mandy's home. In this way, Mandy's fear of seeing others can be resolved. However, Xing Yun thinks that this method of treating the symptoms rather than the root cause is not very feasible, and it can be seen that Liu Feng is anxious to go home. The group of them were arranged to live with Tony, and Tony would naturally not shirk it, but he wanted to go back to the laboratory first. Go see Banner again. I don't know if Banner and Hulk have gotten along well after not seeing each other for so long. Therefore, Tony told Gamora where he lived, if he could persuade Mandy's to disembark. Then go directly to his house, it's quiet enough, don't worry about being disturbed. Just let me guard the spaceship by myself. Mandy's still couldn't overcome the fear in his heart. Advertisement Gamora was not in a hurry, and walked slowly to Mandy's. Listen, Mandy's, try to touch me, feel the mood at the moment, how about it? Gamora thought to herself that Mandy's could use her ability to feel the kind of mood she expected for the Earth. Maybe it can ease Mandy's nervousness. At the same time, Liu Feng couldn't wait to use the ability of the space gem, and arrived at his home in a short time. Looking at Wanda's shoes, neatly placed at the entrance, it seems that she hasn't left the house yet. Liu Feng stood on tiptoeing his head to see which room Wanda was in, and suddenly appeared in front of Wanda. I don't know what expression she will show. After meeting Wanda first, I will go to see Polaris. After all, it would be annoying for two women to live together, so they might as well live separately if he lived with Polaris. If Wanda misses him, she can go to him, and vice versa. But Polaris usually came over on the initiative, and she couldn't bear the loneliness, so she would always find some weird excuses to show up. Wanda knew Polaris' childish temper, so she didn't care about her at all. Hearing the sound of rushing water, Liu Feng stopped at the door of the bathroom. It seemed that Wanda was taking a shower. Just right. Liu Feng stood directly next to the bathroom door, waiting for Wanda to come out, so he could scare her. But Liu Feng is also mentally prepared. If Wanda can be easily frightened, it is not her. The sound of running water had stopped, and the doorknob was turned slightly. Right now. Liu Feng counted down nervously. Boom. Liu Feng raised his hand to block Wanda's attack. It's a good thing I'm quick, otherwise I won't be able to keep my head. Wanda let go of the weapon in her hand and smiled awkwardly. I thought a thief had broken into the house, and I was planning to beat him up. Good guy. How long has it been since we saw each other, and you have forgotten your husband? You still think of your husband as a thief? Liu Feng covered his heart with a sad face, and pretended to be heartbroken with his forehead. Wanda, who had just showered, was filled with the smell of shower gel. Advertisement. The bold Wanda reached out, slowly slid towards Liu Feng's Adam's apple, and gently hooked his collar. I call it full awareness of anti-thief. When did you come back to Earth? Wanda didn't expect Liu Feng to come back so soon. She was already prepared to stay alone in the vacant room for about half a year. Liu Feng sniffed the familiar smell of shower gel at home, stretched out his hands, and closed his eyes to enjoy Nda's considerate service. Just now, I wanted to see you first when I came back, but I almost got hit on the head. Wanda covered her mouth and smiled lightly, expressing her longing for Liu Feng during this period of time and actions. Look at you, sweating, let me serve you. The sound of running water in the bathroom sounded again. Xingju and Delix sat down at a fast food restaurant. While eating earth delicacies, they waited for Gamora and the others. Xingju, block it for me. There are so many humans, it makes me feel sick. Delix suddenly understood why Mandy's was afraid. 967. Seeing that no one was looking this way, Rocket Raccoon reached out and picked up a bag of chips for himself, and fed Groot beside him by the way. Delicus, what are you pretending to be? You look like a human being, not like me. Before getting off the spaceship, Liu Feng and Tony defined raccoons as pets directly. So I became your pet, did I complain? Rocket Raccoon finished speaking, stuffing the strip into his mouth angrily. Groot beside him prefers to soak in a water glass with ice cubes rather than French fries. It's really pitiful for the two of us to be treated like this. Enough, I think you are enjoying it at all, you don't even bother to walk, you want me to hug you. Xingju rolled his eyes and took a bite of the chicken leg. After all, raccoons walking on 2 feet are not uncommon. However, the raccoon with a fierce face and the appearance of a whole uncle may not be able to find another raccoon in the whole world. If you have the ability, you can exchange our souls, the raccoon said angrily. I don't know what Mandy's is trying to do, isn't it just walking in the crowd? I see. The population here seems to be large, but in fact they don't pay attention to the things around them and human beings. Rocket Raccoon was the first to observe that this Earthling can't control so many weird guys. Chapter 180 Entering the burnout period. Raccoon, you speak as if you know humans very well. Delix didn't raise his head, and took a big bite of the hamburger in his hand. Delix was a little fascinated by the taste of lettuce on Earth, and even thought it tasted better than meat. Snapped. Rocket Raccoon threw the bone into Delix's forehead if he hadn't listened to Tony's repeated urgings to come to Earth to calm his mad temper. Maybe, this fast food restaurant has become a battleground between Raccoon and Delix. I said, since we've arrived on Earth, let's live in peace and not quarrel. Xingju found that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he hurriedly stood up to adjust. He knew why Rocket Raccoon became like this. For a moment, the atmosphere was quiet and weird. The guests coming and going around them can't cause them to start new topics at all. Groot flitted back and forth between Delix and the raccoon suspiciously, seemingly not quite understanding what was going on with them. Xingju. A familiar voice came from behind. It was the voice of heaven to save Xingju from an embarrassing situation. Xingju hurriedly got up and turned around, stretched out his hand to greet the three of Gamora. I'm here, I'll help you order. Xingju is very happy to please Gamora. After all, the relationship between them has been further sublimated, which is worthy of his happiness for Xingju. Strange, I thought you couldn't persuade Mandy's. The raccoon took a sip of the drink, and felt that using the straw was not enough. Just take off the lid of the cup and pour it into your mouth. The temperature of the Earth is relatively high, and Rocket Raccoon wants to stay in the air-conditioned room and not come out. There is still a way. Gamora didn't expect to get Mandy's off the ship just by using this tactic. Through physical contact, I can feel Gamora's original feelings about the trip to the Earth, and a brief introduction drives Mandy's expectation for her trip. Perhaps this method should have been used just now, and it would not take too much time in the process of persuading Mandy's. Come on, your food is quite delicious, Mandy's, try it. Seeing the atmosphere between Delix and the raccoon, Xingju seemed to be relieved, and his tense heart also relaxed a lot. Advertisement. It seems that it is really not good to have no girls in the team. I don't know what Liu Feng and Tony are doing. Delix suddenly said this, which attracted the attention of Xingyun and others. Tony seems to be going to some laboratory. Didn't Liu Feng say he's going home to see his wife? Nebula thoughtfully recalled what words the two of them left behind before they left the spaceship. This is Tony's address. Let's go meet him at his house after we've finished our meal. Xingju took out a note from his pocket. He didn't quite understand the route on the Earth. After all, he hadn't been to the Earth for a long time. But the transformed Nebula is different from them. After taking the note in Xingju's hand, her blue eyes emitted light. Searching to locate Tony's home, it shouldn't be too difficult or take too much time to find. How can I find it? Delix didn't doubt that Tony gave him a fake address. After all, he didn't know the place well, so it might be troublesome for Nebula. It's a trivial matter. We have already found it. He gave us the digital password. Just go there later. Xing Yun blinked easily, and several people continued to eat while chatting about what to sit next. At the same time, Wanda and Liu Feng, who just came out of the bathroom, were obviously out of breath. In particular, Wanda's flushed cheeks and fair shoulders are also covered with red clouds, which makes people daydream. I don't know if the water temperature in the bathroom is too high, or the local people's emotions are too crazy. Liu Feng, who put on a bathrobe casually, missed his home very much and sank into the soft sofa, feeling completely different from everything on the spaceship. Looking out of the window, the colorful scenery is completely different from the quiet, dark and bright universe. Do you want an iced drink, or a tin can of beer? Wanda asked while standing in front of the refrigerator. After physical labor, it's best to drink a frozen drink. The second one, thank you. Liu Feng raised his head. The dots of marks on his neck proved the madness of the two of them. How about the interstellar journey? Did any interesting things happen?
Wanda wondered whether Liu Feng encountered any interesting things during his journey to the universe. Click. Liu Feng opened the beer with one hand, and after gulping down a few sips of beer, he began to share his interstellar journey with Wanda. And I will share with Wanda what I have learned about Xingju and others. Advertisement definitely, there is no need to specifically tell Wanda about Aisha's matter for the time being. Although Liu Feng knew that Wanda wouldn't really mind these things, Liu Feng thought to put Aisha aside for the time being. Recently I don't know what's going on, I always feel lazy, Zhao, and a little tired. Definitely, there is no big villain. By the way, have you been peaceful recently? You shouldn't be so tired? Liu Feng asked with concern about Wanda, who was leaning on his shoulder and whose hands were not quite honest. Thinking of these, Liu Feng didn't want to cause such trouble for himself, so he simply ignored them. But these will be able to come out after a while. He called Star-Lord, Gamora and other Guardians of the Galaxy to Earth. Is it possible that even such petty theft needs to be handled by the hero himself? Where have you been happy again? Wait. However, when he asked, Wanda's hand stopped, and her expression was even more troubled. Let Wanda and the United States captain take a breather and rest. Anyway, far away in the universe, there is no need to tell Wanda verbatim. Wanda is quite distressed, isn't it within the professional range of a hero king? I don't know how to say it. It's peaceful, but it's not peaceful. Wanda sighed, took Liu Feng's remaining half of the wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Yes, and no, there have been more thefts, and the police haven't got any clues yet, and it always feels like it's someone specific. When Liu Feng heard it, it really was the sequelae brought about by preventing the Ultron era, and Lao Shang fell into a period of job burnout one after another. So, they are all insignificant things? Liu Feng reopened a bottle of beer and said. But, it's hard to say, after all, Ultron was temporarily dissuaded by him, and Tony would definitely not concentrate on developing the autonomous robot 7. It just so happened that they were too busy to panic, so it would be nice to have something to do. How to say? Liu Feng wondered if there should be another character appearing. Especially Polaris, with her slightly pretentious personality, she will definitely pester him again, and when will she meet Aisha? Chapter 181. The guy is out of prison. If even this kind of thing has to be handled by heroes, then there is no need to establish a police station. In Liu Feng's mind, he thought of the guy in the police station. It seemed that he had to find some time to visit him. Liu Feng squinted his eyes and frowned, thinking about Wanda's words. There were more and more petty thefts, and it always felt like it was done by the same person. Does the police have evidence? Liu Feng slowly raised his eyes and asked Wanda, only to see her shaking her head slightly. No, not yet. The people who were stolen were all wealthy and powerful families. Their money did not come from a very clean source, and only a small number of people went to the police station to report the crime. Wanda started to talk to Liu Feng about the process of the theft. She wanted to catch this sneaky guy in her heart. Even if people were stolen, most of them were nobles, but after all, they lost things. As for the means used to obtain the items, it has nothing to do with her. You mean that the theft started about the day before yesterday? Wanda nodded and stared into Liu Feng's eyes. Yes. The day before yesterday. Liu Feng thought of Gordon. Wasn't it the day after he persuaded Tony to continue the peacekeeping project? After the events of the Ultron era, no, it was strangled to death by Liu Feng as soon as it sprouted. Although it is very likely to sprout in the future, it is definitely not now. The new storyline and characters are passively triggered. It seems that the guy is out of prison. Darling, are you okay? Wanda saw Liu Feng pondering. Could it be that he also thinks that this matter should be handled by them? It's okay, don't worry about it so much. Wanda, call Polaris, go to Tony's house tonight, and meet my group of friends. Liu Feng knew that the guy who stole things was nothing more than wanting to own property and fight for custody of his daughter. This is one of the fastest ways to get money. Probably after weighing the pros and cons, continue to the old business. Next, they should appear. Liu Feng said to himself, attracting the attention of Wanda, who went back to the room to get the clothes. Who will show up? Wanda held 2 dresses in her hands, and she was ready to meet Liu Feng's new friend and partner. Advertisement. It's just that there are too many clothes, and I don't know which one to wear to meet people for a while. It will look better. I mean Star-Lord and Gamora, baby, I think you'll be interested in them. They're a fun bunch of guys. Liu Feng smiled. The next step is to meet the PIM particles. The ability to make it bigger or smaller is indeed very convenient. Soon Liu Feng plans to wait for Scott to do it, and it will not be too late to show up again. The ability of PIM particles, he wants to see how powerful it is. Dr. Hank wouldn't hand over something so important. Which one looks better? Wanda gestured to the dress in her hands, asking Liu Feng to help her choose. The blue one on the left can perfectly bring out your skin. In terms of clothing aesthetics, Liu Feng has been recognized by Polaris and fashion fans. So much so that when the two of them were shopping for clothes, they especially liked to take him there with them to help them choose clothes. The good name is to wear it for him to see. If he doesn't like it, then it's meaningless to buy the clothes. It's just your sweet talk. By the way, on the second day after you left Earth, Dr. Banner sent a text message, saying that he wanted to meet you. Wanda almost forgot about this matter, although in the email, Dr. Banner did not say what to say to Liu Feng. Since there is no explanation of the situation in the email, it must be in front of Liu Feng that he can speak out. Tony went to find Dr. Banner before I did. Liu Feng thought that he had reached this stage, and that Banner and Hulk could get along friendly. Aren't you going to take a look?
Wanda took off her bathrobe without any hesitation in front of Liu Feng, and slowly changed into a blue dress. Standing in front of the mirror and admiring it, as Liu Feng said, it set off her complexion to perfection. Definitely, since Dr. Banner is looking for me, I must go and have a look. Maybe Dr. Banner will go to the CDAA party tonight. Happy, Dr. Banner is so shy, he seems to be holding back his emotions. Wanda doesn't care who is at the banquet, anyway, as long as Liu Feng is there, it doesn't matter. When Liu Feng thought of the curse on Banner, how could he not dare to restrain his emotions, once he got too excited? Advertisement: it turns into a green Titan Hulk who destroys at will, he is almost wanted, and he is so destructive that he can destroy a city. If Dr. Banner doesn't control his emotions, Hulk will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Didn't I say that if you want to come in through the gate, you always appear suddenly? How about it, can you get along well with Hulk? In fact, with Polaris' character, Wanda thinks that it is really not suitable to go with Liu Feng, and it may cause him trouble. When he arrived at Dr. Banner's laboratory, Liu Feng saw Tony chatting with Dr. Banner so happily that neither of them noticed when he appeared. Thinking of this, Liu Feng smiled playfully. Definitely, he is a very shy person, just get used to it, he is not bad. Wanda recalled Polaris' crying face, and she blamed her a little inside and out, for not letting her go to the universe with Liu Feng. What sounded like complaints, but Liu Feng never took it to heart, shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. I'm sure I didn't bother you. Dr. Banner gave Liu Feng a grateful look. I knew you cared about me the most, Liu Feng, when will I be able to separate from that annoying guy? Dr. Banner sat helplessly on the chair and let out a long sigh. He really wanted to get back to normal, rather than Hulk running out when he got emotional. It was a chance for Liu Feng and Polaris to be alone. I know that, and besides, I think you go play post Dr. Banner and pick up Polaris yourself, she's been bugging me lately. Wanda shook her head lightly. No, I'll go there later by myself. When is the party? Give me an exact time. Honestly, whenever he shows up, he gets me in trouble. Wanda didn't want Liu Feng to come here to pick her up, she might as well just go there. Polaris would definitely get used to Liu Feng for a while. Hey, Liu Feng, long time no see. Dr. Banner noticed Liu Feng coming through the reflection of the glass dish. That guy is too rude, I prefer the quiet Dr. Banner. Tony opened his mouth without blushing and heart beating beside him. Okay, then I'll drive over to pick you up later. Liu Feng vaguely remembered what Tony said when facing Banner before. Chapter 182 Formal Resignation. Tony told Hulk at the time that he liked his arrogant, contemptuous personality. Banner is too quiet, and he doesn't know how to resist when he is being bullied. Hulk is still needed so that Banner will not be bullied. I saw Tony cast a sly look at Liu Feng. Liu Feng knew it, and naturally he would not expose Tony. But it's not all good, at least Hulk can protect you, Dr. Banner, and I think this is also considered as offsetting each other. Liu Feng patted Dr. Banner's shoulder as a comfort. Anyway, you already know how to get along with him. Dr. Banner really didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. It's a pity that his emotions can't fluctuate too much at this time, otherwise, the laboratory that condenses all his hard work will definitely be destroyed by Hulk. And it was the kind that was completely destroyed. Banner thought he didn't want to see that kind of bad situation. When he recovered, he would definitely go crazy. I really don't know how to answer it, but this thing is really pretty good. Dr. Banner fingers the battery Tony gave him. Why did you bring this as well? Liu Feng opened his eyes slightly in surprise. It is possible that the little rich Tony has some new ideas. Research on Dr. Banner, maybe it can become the best-selling product, but the function doesn't have to be exactly the same as it. Tony has his own idea. If the exact same battery pack is developed, it will be sold on the Earth. If this kind of news reaches the ears of the sovereigns, it will inevitably bring unnecessary troubles to the Guardians of Galaxy and the Earth. Especially Rocket Raccoon. After all, this thing was stolen by the raccoon. Huh? Dr. Banner looked at Tony suspiciously, as if asking Tony if he was questioning his ability. It's inconvenient to tell me the method and process of obtaining the battery. If a consistent battery is developed and sold on the Earth, there will be trouble. Liu Feng probably understood what Tony meant. No wonder he would be a rich man, and the idea of making money came immediately, even if the function only had half the battery. That will also be welcomed. After all, its original site is the sovereign planet from outer space. I understand what you mean. Dr. Banner didn't ask much anyway. He was free to research and develop the battery pack. Even if it comes out at that time, he can also get the patent fee from it, killing two birds with one stone. Advertisement plus it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the original battery. By the way, Dr. Banner, Tony is throwing a party tonight, let's go together? Before Liu Feng finished speaking, Tony laughed first. Dude, I told Dr. Banner just now what you said, and he turned me down immediately, saying that if my family still wants it. Tony also took the first step and invited Banner in front of Liu Feng, but unfortunately he failed and was directly rejected. I'm still a little disappointed. It's 100 times more uncomfortable than when I was rejected when I approached a girl. Tony raised his eyebrows teasingly towards the embarrassed Dr. Banner. Stop kidding me in case I drink too much at a party and... Dr. Banner looked up in embarrassment. Wouldn't it be bad if you startled your new partner? Liu Feng shook his head and clasped his arms tightly. Dr. Banner, this is wrong. Who is Tony? It's this city. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's the richest people in the country. If a mere house is destroyed, it's not a problem for him to buy a new one. Liu Feng ignored Tony, who was stunned by surprise, and continued to invite Banner. Besides, Xingju and the others are not ordinary people, they are all weird people anyway, there is nothing wrong with getting to know each other. Liu Feng thought to himself that there was no normal person at the banquet, including himself. Even if Banner drank too much, couldn't control his emotions, and lured Hulk out, as long as he, Liu Feng, was still at the banquet. Just don't worry about Hulk breaking it. This. Dr. Banner hesitated, and was dragged by Liu Feng and Tony, shoulder to shoulder. Liu Feng could tell that Banner was actually looking forward to this party, after all, except for the few of them who played well. Dr. Banner rarely talks to others, except maybe Black Widow. Banner can chat with Mandy's. Otherwise it is Gamora. Anyway, Green Titan Hulk, their skin is also green, perhaps dating back to more ancient times. They may be from the same extended family. This and that, there is no need for hesitation, and Tony will be responsible for driving you there. Liu Feng did not give Dr. Banner a chance to refuse. Advertisement. Seeking flowers 0. Where are you going? Tony hurriedly asked, knowing that he was leaving. Go to Polaris, I'm going to take Wanda and Polaris with them. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng disappeared in front of the two of them, as if he had never appeared in the laboratory. Dr. Banner wanted to cry, but he believed that if he refused, the next step would be Liu Feng kidnapping him to attend the banquet. It seems that he has to be more careful and control his emotions. The man was slapped on the tabletop by Dr. Hank's palm, and his nose made intimate contact with the hard and shiny table, with blood flowing from his nostrils. Admit it, you are simply using my scientific research results and want to copy it shamelessly. I warn you, never get the molecular formula of PIM particles from me. Starting today, I will officially resign. The man with an angry face couldn't stand that he was cheated by the team again, and he didn't know how many times he heard the eloquent words. Even the two so-called leaders behind him hysterically rejected his resignation application. But he has already made up his mind to leave this place and this group of glib guys. Don't think about lying to him again, working hard for them, doing anything against conscience and morality. Even if there is pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D., he doesn't care at all. The gray-haired man stared at Dr. Hanks resolutely leaving back, and the man sitting beside him with a bleeding nose. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his nosebleed angrily. As I said, this building is guarded, so Hank has no way to leave this building. The woman who had been silent for a long time frowned displeased. Ly. You have lied to him several times, and you still want to declare war on him? So what? The man wiped away the blood from his nasal cavity and smiled sinisterly. If he is sensible, he will obediently hand over his research results. If our scientists can succeed, we don't have to declare war on Hank. But you lied to him, isn't that enough? The woman seemed to be fighting for Dr. Hank. She clearly knew the cause and effect. Or follow them, hide it for them, and be an accomplice king like them. 6WW Chapter 183 PIM Particles. The man's face was full of anger, and he stared straight at the woman who spoke. You'd better shut up, I warn you, if Hank knows, what will he think of you? Now that we are in the same boat, it is best to figure out a way together to get Hank to hand over the molecular formula of the PIM particle obediently. This is good for you and me. PIM particles can bring us great convenience. At this moment, Howard, the man with white hair beside him, suddenly laughed. Think of a way to get him to hand over the PIM particles? Dude, aren't you afraid that he will use that ability himself, and after he becomes smaller, he will beat you up hard, and he won't be able to catch him? Howard stared intently at the angry man, then raised his hands and smiled helplessly. Okay, I get it, try to persuade Hank to stay, don't use force, it's not good for us. If he really wanted to do something to Hank, Howard couldn't bear it, he didn't really want to see that kind of scene. There may be other ways, this is uncertain. Sure enough, just as Liu Feng arrived at Polaris' home, Polaris threw himself on Liu Feng before he could stand still. Ah, Liu Feng, you're really back, I thought it was Wanda trying to make me happy again. At this moment, Polaris is like a little kangaroo or a little koala that cannot be separated from its mother, firmly grasping Liu Feng's clothes. When did you come back? You didn't even leave a text message in advance. If you did, I could prepare something for you in advance. Polaris fantasizes about getting him ready for the wind and dust, and then putting on a nice suit. However, Liu Feng came back when she didn't prepare anything. I also intend to surprise you, but now is not the time to do such a thing. Liu Feng lowered his gaze, looking at Polaris who was about to move. Go to Dr. Banner's laboratory and spend a lot of time talking with them. Why? Polaris stopped the movement of her hands, she was looking forward to the picture for so long, could it be that Liu Feng is still unwilling to be satisfied? Didn't Wanda tell you that I'm here to take you to Tony's place, to go to parties and meet new friends? Liu Feng helped Polaris helplessly, and it would take at least an hour to do this. Advertisement in this way, there is definitely no way to keep the appointment on time, and Liu Feng doesn't want to be the one who arrives late. Huh? Polaris's watery eyes kept rolling. Maybe, have you said that? As soon as Polaris heard that Liu Feng was coming, all he could remember was this matter, and Wanda seemed to have something to say about the party. It's a pity that she didn't listen to it at all, only thinking about how to surprise Liu Feng. About? Liu Feng was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Polaris must not have listened carefully to what Wanda was saying. I guess you didn't listen carefully, silly girl. What kind of clothes are you going to wear? The best way is to change the topic, and Liu Feng is also very good at changing the topic. After spending a lot of time thinking about what kind of clothes Polaris should wear, the two finally drove to Tony's house. Xingju and others, who had already arrived at Tony's house, were staring at Tony's mansion with wide-eyed curiosity. Except for the important room mentioned by Tony, don't go in, the other rooms are free for them to visit. This place is terrible. Rocket Raccoon lay on the swimming ring, and the whole bear was lying on its back in the swimming pool. Tony is indeed a rich man. There is such a big swimming pool in the courtyard. No wonder he bought batteries for everything. Rocket Raccoon still held a glass of drink in his hand, completely regarded himself as the owner of the house, and was not polite to Tony at all. I'm Groot. The tree man Groot also liked this place very much, and he spoke comfortably while soaking in the clear and constantly shining pool water. Yeah, you like this place too. Rocket Raccoon reached a consensus with Groot, and Hikuma Kazuya just soaked in the water. Xingju wandered around the house while thinking. God, Tony's house is too luxurious, isn't it? What is this? Xingju, who wanted to try to press the button, was suddenly opened by another hand. I saw Gamora's serious expression. CA. Gamora. Xingju immediately stretched out his hand. Why such an expression? Don't move around. What these buttons represent and what they will trigger, we don't know. Advertisement. Before Gamora recovered from Tony's mansion, he saw Star-Lord's restless hand trying to press the button. By the way, why haven't Liu Feng and Tony come over yet? Xing Yun took out a large bottle of beer from the refrigerator. Like Rocket Raccoon and the others, Nebula doesn't see himself as an outsider. Delix became quiet instead, sitting on the sofa all the time, completely different from Xingju and others. He was quite restrained. Hey. Rocket Raccoon walked to Nebula's side step by step. What's going on with Delix? He's so quiet like him. While talking, he looked at Delix with his eyes, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Who knows, maybe it will be fine after a while. Xing Yun raised his head slowly, his eyes glowing brightly. Someone is coming. Gamora and Xingyun cast their eyes on Xingju. Beside them, only Xingju and Delix looked like people from Earth. The guy who gradually approached Tony's door was a strange face. Beep. Xingju, go and open the door. Xingyun thought that asking Xingju to open the door would reduce the other party's sense of panic. The slightly nervous Xingju walked to the door, opened the door and saw a woman with blonde hair and an extremely glamorous appearance. Hi. The corners of Xingju's mouth almost moved to the corners of his eyes. May I ask who you are? Who got Zhao? Wanda, I'm Liu Feng's wife. Wanda remembered what Liu Feng said about the characteristics of this group of guys. Easy to recognize, silly-looking men. Wanda looked at Xingju, then smiled, and stretched out his hand politely. I think you are Xingju, right? It seems that Liu Feng mentioned me in front of you. I am Star-Lord, come in quickly. Tony and Liu Feng have not arrived yet. Xingju didn't expect Liu Feng's wife on Earth to be so pretty. Everyone, this beautiful lady is Wanda, Liu Feng's wife. Xingju waved to Xingyun and Gamora. In order to avoid embarrassing Wanda, Star-Lord decided to introduce the partner who catered to the guards first, so that Wanda could get to know him. Let's get familiar with each other in advance, and we can play together later. It seems. Liu Feng met a lot of interesting partners during this trip to the stars. Chapter 184. Playing stupid to the end. Laughter came from the house. Gamora didn't expect Wanda to be such an interesting guy. No wonder she would become Liu Feng's wife. So something like this happened? Wanda covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect their journey on planet Ego to be so thrilling. Yes, if you went with Liu Feng and saw it with your own eyes, it would be interesting. Nebula soon became acquainted with Wanda, and even Mandy's, the shy Mantis girl, was brought into the conversation. She began to chat about her affairs on planet Ego, but looking at Star-Lord and Delix on the other side, she became a little depressed. The topic between them, I can't join in at all. Xingju wanted to talk to them to discuss together, even though Egg was his father. But it didn't stop at all. The fact that he hated Egg, if it wasn't for him, maybe Mother Meredith wouldn't have died. After all, it's all Egg's fault. What's there to join? A group of women are chattering about Deadman. Delix had just spoken to the side, and with a bang, Xingyun directly picked up the can on the table and threw it at Delix. I heard it all. Delix, am I in the midst of the excitement? The sudden appearance of Liu Feng raised the atmosphere of the party to the highest point, and Tony and Banner stood outside the door. He was raising his hands, wondering if he should push the door and go in. 350. I said, Tony, maybe you and I shouldn't have appeared. Banner whispered. He knew how popular Liu Feng was among this group of people. What nonsense are you talking about? Tony didn't care at all, and walked in calmly, carrying a lot of ingredients. Their private party officially began. The venue was chosen next to the open-air swimming pool. If you are tired of eating, you can jump down to swim. Liu Feng and others also changed into swimsuits to avoid getting wet. Only Dr. Banner didn't. He was still trying his best to control his emotions until Mandy's walked towards him. Definitely, this is also Liu Feng's meaning. If Banner is always nervous, he is worried that he will accidentally draw Hulk out. How can you play happily like this? Using Mandy's ability can make Banner calm down. By the way, Liu Feng, although most of the time we left the Earth was safe and sound, have you heard of it? Advertisement. Tony tilted his head back and took a sip of the beer, and the strong liquor entered his throat, making Tony frown unconsciously. What did you hear? Liu Feng looked at Polaris and Wanda, who were already playing with Gamora and the others. I secretly wanted to bring the two of them, CDDE, here together, and it was indeed correct. Wait, what are you referring to? Banner said suddenly, drawing the attention of Tony and Liu Feng. I just heard about Dr. Hank. It seems that the team that worked with him is having conflicts and is about to leave. Tony picked up another piece of cheese and put it in his mouth, the strange combination of beer and cheese. Even though Liu Feng has been in this place for a long time, he still can't accept this unique taste. When he heard Dr. Hank, Liu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. It seems that there is no mistake in the time period, and it is time for the next character to appear. It's all right. Why did Dr. Hank have a conflict with his team? Liu Feng directly pretended that he didn't know anything. Even under the condition that he mastered the script, he still had to pretend to be stupid. After all, the storylines of some characters are indirectly affected and change. No, Gamora and the others who are the fastest swimmers in the pool competition at the moment are the best example. Originally, they would not come to Earth. Here you will hear Tony and Banner talking about Dr. Hank. Liu Feng chooses to play dumb and pretends not to know about it. That's because Dr. Hank invented the PIM particle, and his cooperative team actually pretended to assign him some tasks in private, and transferred him to other countries. But secretly instructing the scientists they trained to steal Dr. Hank's scientific research results. This is really disgusting. Maybe it's because Banner has the same mood as Hank, the result of his painstaking research. He was stared at by the team, and even planned to copy his research results. Liu Feng could understand why Dr. Banner spoke with righteous indignation, as if his research results had been stolen. What's the relationship between Dr. Banner and Dr. Hank? Liu Feng rested his left hand on his chin, and slowly picked up a wineglass with his right hand. The sudden question made Dr. Banner almost unable to react. Advertisement: at the last scientific research seminar, we left contact information, but we did not contact each other in private. Dr. Banner's words, very obvious. At most, he and Dr. Hank only nodded at the meeting, and had no other contacts. Guess who released these messages? Liu Feng put down his wineglass and tapped the edge of the table with his fingers. Tony and Banner thought for a moment, then immediately widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they were thinking. Liu Feng, you mean Dr. Hank's former team? That's right. Liu Feng pursed his lips and smiled. Perhaps the way they adopted it was to make Dr. Hank understand that at the moment only they can protect Dr. Wenk. The research results of PIM particles are probably also released by them. Dr. Banner frowned and pondered. The purpose is to make Dr. Hank a target? The birth of PIM particles is undoubtedly another surprising research result. It is said that it can be zoomed in and out as you like. Once it is zoomed out, it will be very convenient to do things. Small size, small target, hard to be found. Yes. Liu Feng stared at Dr. Banner insincerely, although he only met Hank a few times. What would Dr. Banner think when he learned that at the moment Hank would be watched closely and his life might be in danger at any moment? What Liu Feng cares about is Ant-Man Scott, who hasn't contacted Hank yet, right? Even if there was, Liu Feng didn't think it would cause any trouble. With his ability, even Scott, who has become Ant-Man, can easily find him. Maybe, can I entrust you to do something? Dr. Banner frowned. He didn't want to meet such a talented biochemist. I will be coerced, and what happened to Dr. Hank is really distressing. Definitely, why worry too much about our relationship? Liu Feng looked at Dr. Banner with a smile on his face. Tony vaguely noticed that it seemed that Liu Feng had been waiting for this topic, so he fell silent and didn't speak again. Protect Dr. Hank. I want to invite him to my laboratory. We may become the best partner. Chapter 185. Taking on the task. Dr. Banner's offer is an invitation. Even if Dr. Hank declines, he doesn't care. I just don't want to see him being pursued by other people, and I worry about his life and being threatened. If Liu Feng and the others help, Dr. Banner can rest assured. With Liu Feng and the others around, there is absolutely no problem. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Don't you want to go eat something? Xingju was wearing beach shorts and still holding a skewer in his hand. Seeing Liu Feng and Tony sitting opposite each other all the time, their expressions looked too serious. There is no sense of participation in the party at all. It seems like the three of them are in a meeting. Xingju enjoys the current state very much. Friends get together to fight, and occasionally there will be a few bickering, but it is not harmful. Dr. Banner gave us a mission. When Liu Feng just opened his mouth to mention the word task, the originally noisy voice suddenly became quiet. As if some kind of quiet program was triggered, even Polaris and others who were swimming in the swimming pool stopped. Task. Wanda brushed her wet hair back. What mission? Wanda, who was originally feeling burned out at work, may have seen the appearance of Liu Feng. As soon as I heard the word mission, I suddenly became energetic and wanted to hear what the task was. Can we Guardians of Galaxy also participate? Gamora changed her disheveled hair, but chose to tie it up high. It's just that the ponytails can be seen at a glance, and they come from Polaris technique. Why not? The Earth is also one of the galaxies in the Milky Way, well, far away. Liu Feng shrugged and looked at the group of partners in front of him calmly. They were particularly interested in this. It's like I don't know what it means to be tired. Next, our task is to protect Dr. Hank and get rid of those who are trying to harm him. Liu Feng explained their task straightforwardly. In addition, he had to find another person, that is Scott. Advertisement, protector. That's easy. When Xingju heard this, he was just a protector. He thought some cosmic monster was coming to invade the Earth. I was a little nervous, but I didn't expect it to be just a protector. Who do you want to send for protection? Before protecting, you need to find Dr. Hank first.
Gamora's arms folded, dressed in a swimsuit, made Star-Lord stare intently. Me, unexpectedly, Delix raised his hand excitedly, recommending himself to protect Dr. Hank. You? Liu Feng was rather curious why Delix wanted to recommend himself. Liu Feng, didn't you just say that you can get rid of all the people who are not good for Dr. Hank, then if I accidentally end their lives by mistake? Is it okay? Delix actually said such words in an innocent tone. For a moment, Dr. Banner was a little speechless, not knowing how to correct Delix's conception. And a thought flashed through his mind that maybe Delix would be friends with the Hulk inside him. Two people, extremely destructive, if he remembers correctly, Liu Feng said Delix is the destroyer. Coincidentally, the two may have endless topics to talk about. If Delix and the Green Titan meet, the Earth will soon be over. Liu Feng gave Delix a dumbfounding expression in return. It's not impossible if you think so, but you must absolutely guarantee the safety of Dr. Hank. Also, Xing Yun and Tony, I think the three of you will perform this task together, and the combination will be perfect. Nebula looked at Liu Feng unexpectedly, and did not expect that Liu Feng would arrange for her to perform missions with Tony and Delix. Leave it to us. Tony thought to himself, he must find a way to persuade Dr. Hank to form an alliance with Dr. Banner. However, I have a question before that. Tony frowned suddenly, and everyone stared in surprise. Waiting for Tony's next sentence, what kind of problem does he have? I've been very curious about Xingyun since just now. Tony immediately brought the topic to Xingqiu. Nebula slowly got up from the pool. She has no hair, so she doesn't need to tie her hair up like Gamora and Polaris. Come on, what's about me? At the moment, Nebula, who didn't know anything, hadn't noticed Tony's next question. It actually caused the audience to roar with laughter. Advertisement. How dare you jump into the water to swim without fear of short-circuiting the wires? Tony has been thinking about this question since he saw Nebula go into the water. Asking for flowers. Originally, he was still prepared. In case Xingyun was short-circuited in the swimming pool, he would be at home anyway. Please ask Xingju to carry the nebula that was short-circuited by water to his studio, and then repair it. It will definitely not be a problem. Peeved, ha ha ha. Polaris couldn't help laughing first. Liu Feng, don't you care about your women? They're drunk, and they're killing me. Ask him to enter the water like a diver. Yeah, I see. Liu Feng nodded at Tony with a serious face. Wanda, why don't you hurry up and get out of the swimming pool? Nebula grimaced, staring at Tony with eyes like looking at a fool. The most exaggerated one is Rocket Raccoon, who laughed until he was out of breath. Tony, you must be assassinated by Sister Gamora. Tony could only turn to Liu Feng, who was drinking happily below, for help. Polaris stood beside the swimming pool without thinking too much about the excitement, raised his head and waved to Tony who was in midair. Hurry up and make room for Tony, so that he can play, and be careful not to be hit by him. Tony shouted inwardly. Liu Feng, thank you so much. I'm just transforming people, not robots. Besides, with your thinking, if there is a heavy rain, wouldn't I be completely useless? Under Polaris' instigation, Star-Lord directly carried Iron Man Tony into the air, and he was not allowed to wear armor. As expected of Iron Man, he was thrown into the pool without a word of complaint. Rocket Raccoon took a bite of the apple and begged to himself. Tony's eyes widened with enlightenment. God, look at my memory, how could I forget such things? The laughter was not laughing at Xingyun, but at Tony, the one with the short-circuited brain should be him. I'm not ready yet. Play like this, as an apology for Nebula. Give it a try. I haven't seen Iron Man jump into a pool yet. Tony, who sought help in vain, could only accept him as Iron Man, and was thrown into the swimming pool by the Son of God, causing a large splash of water. Boom. Chapter 186 attacked. After playing, everyone decided to go home. Liu Feng suddenly thought that he had something to do with Polaris, so he went to look for it. Liu Feng found Polaris on a street corner. But Liu Feng keenly noticed something was wrong with Polaris. She seemed to be hiding nervously. What happened? He immediately pulled Polaris into the street. What's wrong with you? Polaris originally made an attacking posture, but he was relieved when he saw that it was Liu Feng. How did you come here? Polaris, 707, looked surprised, but said again quickly. I'm being hunted down now, and I'm nervous. Liu Feng nodded, and he said that Polaris' state was not right, so it was. What's going on? Liu Feng felt that there were very few people who could push Polaris to this point. It seemed that she was really in danger, otherwise she wouldn't be so vigilant. Polaris sighed softly, but his face was full of rebellion. I just met a group of minions, and they are chasing and killing me. Liu Feng nodded. It's just that the opponent has a lot of people, so you have to be careful. Advertisement. Yeah, Polaris nodded helplessly. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't be like this. And this group of people is a bit tricky. Polaris glanced at her slightly embarrassed appearance. She hadn't been so embarrassed for a long time, and this time the enemy made her look timid. Liu Feng understood something, and asked with concern. Are you not injured? Polaris shook his head lightly. Although the other party has a large number of people, I have been hiding very well, and they haven't found me. So that's it. It's good that you're not injured, Liu Feng recalled. There were indeed a lot of vicious people looking around on the side of the road just now, probably looking for Polaris. It's good, but it's not the way to keep hiding. And I found that they are chasing more and more closely, and I don't know when they will collide with them. Polaris had a worried look on her face. She was hiding everywhere now, and she was very tired of this state. If Liu Feng hadn't appeared, I'm afraid she would rush out to duel with them soon.
Knowing what Polaris is worried about now, Liu Feng smiled slightly. He has already appeared, so he will definitely not let anything happen to Polaris. Don't worry, come with me. I promise they won't do anything to you. The confident light on Liu Feng's face seemed to have infected Polaris. She nodded. That's good. Come with me, go to my place, they won't find it. Liu Feng walked in front and helped her find the way. Polaris followed closely behind. The two stopped, but the speed was not slow. It's just that as soon as they walked out of this street, they saw a few scattered people on the opposite side. It's my fault that I have caused you trouble. Polaris felt a little uncomfortable seeing the other party's ferocious appearance. When Liu Feng heard his words, he stood in front of Polaris directly. Advertisement Polaris' expression changed. She knew these people, and they were the ones who were hunting her down. The leader seemed to have seen Liu Feng's anomaly, so he strode over. HMPH, Polaris, do you think you can escape? But the other party had already spotted them, and soon 3 or 4 people surrounded them. Polaris was still hiding in the dark. They didn't find it, but Liu Feng couldn't leave her behind, so he could only stop. You guys are so naive, you still want to run it this time? It's ridiculous. The leading man grinned and seemed very happy. But it's okay, don't worry, there are only a few of them, I can definitely take you away. Let's go. Polaris seemed to know that the other party was not easy to mess with, and immediately pulled Liu Feng to leave. He stared at Liu Feng's back, which was where Polaris was hiding, and it seemed that the other party had already found out. Polaris has been hiding for so long, and they have been searching all the time. I don't know how long it took. But Liu Feng stood in front of her, looking very reliable, which made her feel a little comforted. Now that they finally found her, they were all a little excited. Seeing her ugly face, Liu Feng also guessed the identity of the other party. It seems that it is really a narrow road for the enemy to meet here. Liu Feng knew what Polaris was thinking and said confidently. I can't run away, Liu Feng said without any worry in 5.5. He knew that it would not be so easy to take Polaris away, and he had already prepared for it. Chapter 187 Wound Self-Healing. You'd better be careful. Polaris looked worried. She was afraid that Liu Feng would belittle these people. I have played against them before, and they are all good, very tough. Don't worry, Liu Feng used his ability. He is not afraid of these people at all, but they are just some things that are not on the stage. Polaris was relieved to see how well he handled these people. Liu Feng doesn't seem to be bragging, and really can. You actually brought such a powerful helper? The leader found himself unable to do anything to Liu Feng for a while. And Liu Feng didn't know how to hurt him. Polaris faced the remaining 2 people, but he kept paying attention to Liu Feng's side, knowing that those people Liu Feng faced were the most powerful. HMPH, let it be. Liu Feng was fighting with several people, but suddenly heard Polaris' exclamation. Liu Feng immediately turned his head, only to find that at some point in front of Polaris there was a masked man in leather clothing who grabbed her. Damn it. Liu Feng simply pushed back the few people in front of him. I don't know when this masked man appeared. Could it be that he has been in the dark all the time, and these people are just attracting his attention? It seems that these people are not so brainless, but Liu Feng is not unprepared either. Advertisement. The masked man turned his back to Liu Feng, looking at Polaris with complacency. But he didn't know that Liu Feng had already repelled the person who had fought with him before, and directly attacked him with lightning speed. It was too late when he felt the crisis, so he could only let go of Polaris' hand immediately. Liu Feng stopped immediately, so as not to hurt Polaris. Polaris was full of doubts on his face. With her own strength, it was impossible for the people in front of her to catch her. What's wrong? Liu Feng didn't fight against them, so he didn't know what happened to Polaris. I don't know why, but my ability has been weakened. After Polaris finished speaking, he stared fiercely at these people in front of him. Liu Feng also understood immediately. It seemed that these people must have done something, otherwise they would have no chance of catching Polaris. And I just felt the aura of this masked man. His strength should be stronger than this boss. Liu Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that this masked man was indeed very difficult. Don't worry, I won't underestimate the enemy. Knowing that Polaris was worried about him, Liu Feng smiled slightly and took a few steps forward. I want to see how powerful he is. The masked man dodged Liu Feng's blow and suddenly sneered. Liu Feng didn't talk nonsense with him, and shot directly and decisively, by surprise. Originally, the masked man's chest was dented 650 by Liu Feng, but now he recovered very quickly. Advertisement. Polaris smiled and said viciously, go away? Stay here and die? Polaris couldn't help but said, glanced at Liu Feng, and was a little worried again. The masked man clutched his injured chest, feeling that the healing speed was very slow, so he could only flee in a hurry with his subordinates. Even if the masked man's self-healing ability is strong, it is still stretched. But no matter how powerful Liu Feng is, it's useless. He has already dodged. He was about to laugh, but found that Liu Feng was just slapping around. Although these people are not to be feared, there are too many people who are troublesome, and people will always find out if they lead to greater movements. Liu Feng's subsequent attack hit him firmly in the chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful self-healing ability. Overestimate one's strength. Liu Feng blocked his attack, and then erupted with a force that was 100 times stronger than him, and the speed was extremely fast. But what happened next made Polaris' eyes widen in surprise. Ha 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 ha. The masked man looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, and then he attacked Liu Feng, the muscles all over his body contained huge amounts of strength. This kind of nonsense is a waste of time, and it must be resolved quickly, because he is worried that other people are rushing here. The masked man turned around in a bit of embarrassment and dodged Liu Feng's blow. With astonishment in his eyes, it seemed that he underestimated Liu Feng. No matter how powerful the masked man is, don't worry, it seems that Liu Feng is much stronger. Liu Feng's attack landed on him mercilessly, and the force was extremely heavy. Soon, there were countless large and small wounds on the masked man's body. Polaris was relieved to see him spitting blood. Chapter 188. Go back and have a good rest. Only by catching that person and interrogating them severely can we know the real purpose of that person. So now that that person was about to run away, Liu Feng accelerated his footsteps again, not giving him a chance. Although it was said that he was not able to catch that person, but he followed suit, leaving that person with no chance of escaping at all. And that person at the moment was also chased by Liu Feng so that he lost his temper, and when he came to a relatively desolate area, that person also stopped and continued to run away. When Liu Feng was chasing after him just now, he had been guessing the identity of the person in front of him. After all, this person was too familiar to Liu Feng. Seeing the man stop suddenly at this moment, Liu Feng rushed over without any hesitation, and directly grabbed the man's shoulder with a slap. After grabbing that person, Liu Feng directly used the other hand to turn that person's face away. Taking advantage of the situation, he also tore off the mask that was covering the man's face. Just now Liu Feng felt that this person in front of him was very familiar, but now Liu Feng saw that person's face, only to realize that this person was the masked person from his previous team. It turned out to be you. According to Liu Feng's calm disposition, when at the moment saw the other party, he couldn't help being slightly shocked in his heart. However, when that person saw Liu Feng in front of it at the moment, a strange smile appeared on his face. Meet again. When Liu Feng saw the smile on that person's face, he couldn't help being a little stunned for a moment, but it was only at this moment that a burst of black smoke suddenly rose from that person's body, and the next moment that person followed Liu Feng. The distance opened up again. No wonder this person was always able to escape from his own hands before, just because his tricks were really weird. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You dared to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. and even tried to take away the blood we got. What is S.H.I.E.L.D. advertisement? After hearing what Liu Feng said, the man showed a mocking look on his face, and even shook the blood he got from the director just now in front of Liu Feng. Besides, this is my thing, so what's wrong with me taking it away? However, I have to say that the IQ of you people is really worrying. After chasing me for so many years, you still haven't been able to catch me. You see for yourself, so many of you were helpless to me before. Do you think you can bring me back now by yourself? In my opinion, with your brain, you should go back and have a good rest, and then spend the rest of your life with some pension. Liu Feng did not expect that this person was not only very strong, but also bold and careful, and even his speech was so sharp. Since that's the case, today I'll let you see what methods I have. While talking, Liu Feng was going to arrest that person. Although the blood he brought back was taken away by that person, compared with the blood, it is definitely more important to catch that person. And that person saw Liu Feng's attack coming directly towards his face, followed by another burst of black smoke, which disappeared from Liu Feng's face again. Liu Feng looked at his hand, almost touching that person, but he didn't expect that person to escape from his hand again, so Liu Feng felt annoyed in his heart. However, after the man stood still again, at the moment looked at Liu Feng and showed Liu Feng a mocking look. Boy, you want to catch me. You are still a little tender. You can go back and make up your mind. With your IQ, I really don't want to talk nonsense with you. When the man was talking, Liu Feng had already detected the man's movements and knew that he wanted to run away, so at the moment Liu Feng attacked the man again without any hesitation. And Liu Feng is not a vegetarian either. Seeing that man wanted to use the trick just now, how could Liu Feng let him succeed? Just when black smoke was about to rise from his body, Liu Feng quickly came out trick. Hey, you have used the same trick twice. Do you think it will be useful the second time? Today I just want to let you see how I, a person with insufficient brains, caught you. Advertisement. Liu Feng knew that the person in front of him was as cunning as a loach, so every time he made a move, he tried to be quick, precise and ruthless, never give the person in front of him the slightest chance of escaping. However, this person was able to make trouble for Liu Feng and the others again and again before, which shows that his strength should not be underestimated, so now when Liu Feng attacks, that person also quickly blocks, and pulls against Liu Feng again, distanced. When Liu Feng made a move, he was always invincible, but now that this person escaped from his grasp several times, Liu Feng felt a little resentful. But when Liu Feng wanted to make a move, that person also saw clearly Liu Feng's moves, so he ran away subconsciously, and the two fell into a stalemate. I said you were useless. Since you really came to perform for me, how useless are you? However, even if you were working hard, so what, do you think you can catch it with your triangular cat skills? Live me. Seeing the obvious angry expression on Liu Feng's face, the masked man continued to provoke Liu Feng without any hesitation. Whether I can catch you depends on the final result. Although Liu Feng said that he was angry in his heart, he also knew that the masked man was clearly trying to provoke him on purpose at this time. Once you can't control your emotions, you will expose your weaknesses to the masked person. So, at the moment, seeing the masked man still yelling in front of him, Liu Feng took a deep breath and suppressed all the arrogance that had just risen. And the masked man also found the right time at this time, seeing Liu Feng there to adjust his mood, the money is good. The masked man took the lead to attack Liu Feng. The masked man stuffed the blood back into his bosom with one hand, while the other hand clawed towards Liu Feng's neck. Once Liu Feng is caught by the masked man, it is very likely that his head will be moved today. However, Liu Feng was not a soft persimmon to be manipulated by others. Seeing that the masked man's hand was already in front of him, Liu Feng shot quickly and directly pinched the masked man's wrist. Afraid that the masked man would use the trick just now, Liu Feng threw out his legs quickly again this time, trying to hook the masked man's leg with his own feet. At the same time, he took this opportunity to directly break off the masked man's hand. It has to be said that Liu Feng's attack speed was quite fast, but the masked man also discovered Liu Feng's intentions, and when Liu Feng attacked him, the masked man twisted his waist. The lower body disappeared directly in front of Liu Feng. Chapter 189. The alarm is sounding. Seeing the scene in front of him, Liu Feng also showed a look of shock. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him was even more incredible than he imagined. However, this also intensified Liu Feng's desire to arrest the man in front of him. After all, if such a dangerous person is kept outside, it would be irresponsible to the public. But at this time, since Liu Feng couldn't attack the man's legs, he directly stretched out his hand to pinch the masked man's neck. From Liu Feng's point of view, no matter how powerful the masked man is, he still has a mortal body. As long as he can strangle him by the throat, it shouldn't be a problem to catch him. However, the masked man had already seen Liu Feng's intentions clearly, and when Liu Feng's hand was about to reach his neck, the masked man's legs appeared again and kicked Liu Feng's stomach directly. The distance between the two is so close, so if Liu Feng doesn't take the initiative to withdraw his hand at this time, his stomach will also be kicked down by the other party. What's more, Liu Feng could predict that his hand was choking the other party's neck, but when the other party kicked him, he couldn't use his hands hard at that time, and instead got kicked by the other party for nothing. Thinking of this in his heart, Liu Feng immediately retracted the movement of his hands, and then circled behind this person with a dodge. Although this person said that his speed was quite fast, he hadn't had time to stop when he suddenly kicked out just now. Return. Liu Feng took this opportunity to go around behind the man, and kicked the man on the lower back, and the man was staggered and lying on the ground because of his unstable center of gravity. That person's sudden fall also gave Liu Feng an attack, so Liu Feng quickly stepped forward and sat on that person's body, grabbing that person's neck with one hand. The other side also took out the handcuffs from his body, and was about to take the other party away. At the same time, Liu Feng was also on guard, although he said that he was completely in the upper hand, but the other party's methods were very strange, so he absolutely couldn't let him have a chance to escape. However, the masked man is also quite cunning. Just when Liu Feng reached out to take out the handcuffs he was carrying, a sly smile suddenly appeared on the corner of the masked man's mouth at this moment. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the man suddenly lifted his foot and hooked the handcuffs that Liu Feng had just picked up with his ankles. Immediately afterwards, the handcuffs were kicked away by the man, and the man also took advantage of Liu Feng's chance of not reacting, rolled on the spot, and pressed Liu Feng under him again. When Liu Feng was struggling, the man directly raised his hand and threw it at Liu Feng's face. However, although Liu Feng said that he was at a disadvantage for the time being, he had no intention of catching him without a fight. Just when the man threw himself at him, Liu Feng suddenly smashed his head directly on the opponent's head, and then grabbed the opponent's shoulder with both hands, gave the opponent a heavy fall. It's just that the handcuffs in Liu Feng's hands have been kicked away by that person, so it's a little difficult to handcuff that person now. After the two stood up, a new round of fighting started again. Although Liu Feng felt a little annoyed because he couldn't catch the opponent for a long time, but I have to say that when fighting the opponent, Liu Feng was also a little excited. After all, he hadn't been able to meet such a strong opponent for so many years. If the two sides were not enemies, Liu would definitely be even happier. The battle between the two also triggered the alarm of S.H.I.E.L.D. The director had just taken Polaris and Banner to the restaurant, and after arranging meals for them, he was still wondering why Liu Feng hadn't come back yet. At the moment, he suddenly heard the sound of sirens from above, and the director immediately became a little confused. What's the matter? The S.H.I.E.L.D. alarm hasn't sounded for a long time. Did something happen suddenly? At that time, even if we guessed something, we couldn't tell you directly. In case the person Liu Feng went to investigate just now was near the place where we were staying, we have already told you that it was overheard by the other party. If the three of them were talking, they also quickly ran towards Liu Feng. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. The moment the alarm sounded just now, the masked man immediately sensed that something was wrong, so at the moment didn't care about continuing to fight Liu Feng, instead looking for opportunities to escape. When the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was puzzled, Polaris' eyes suddenly lit up, and then he slapped his thigh heavily, not even caring about his hungry stomach, Hybe said as he ran outside. So when the masked man was about to run away, Liu Feng grabbed it, but this time when Liu Feng was chasing him, the man threw out a cloud of black smoke again. Seeing that the masked man was about to run away, Liu Feng chased him for so long and expended so much effort, how could he agree? Hearing what Polaris said, the director nodded calmly. He has to say that Polaris Makwanpe is the truth. After hearing what Polaris said, the chief realized why Liu Feng's face was so solemn when he went out just now. But the masked man can't control so much now, he will run away as soon as he finds an opportunity. Since Liu Feng encountered a problem just now, why didn't you tell him earlier? Let him go out to face it alone, and if he really encounters a problem, I can send someone to fight side by side with him. Director, it wasn't that we didn't want to tell you at that time, but that we didn't know what was going on, and you saw that Liu Feng was in such a hurry when he went out that he didn't even say hello to us, so the situation must be wrong. I'm sorry, Chief, we lied to you just now. Liu Feng didn't suddenly run out to go to the bathroom at that time. He must have noticed something unusual. Now he went out to fight with the other party. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng took back the blood sample that he worked so hard to cheat from Liu Feng, and the masked man gritted his teeth in anger. Liu Feng did not catch the masked man, but this stretch of hand snatched back the blood sample that was taken away by the masked man before, but the masked man at the moment was already more than 10 meters away from Liu Feng. Originally, Liu Feng and the masked man were on par in strength, but because the masked man was all focused on running away, he was distracted for a while during the fight with Liu Feng, and was caught by Liu Feng, beaten several times. But at this time, the chief still asked Polaris and the others while following them. Hearing the chief's words, Polaris explained to him while continuing to run to the place where the sirens sounded. Advertisement Chapter 190 Immortal. But seeing that the director had already chased after Polaris and the others, the masked man didn't dare to fight too much, but turned his head to look at Liu Feng before leaving, and threw down a sentence angrily. Liu Feng, you are really good. I have been working for so many years, and this is the first time someone has made me suffer so much. I will never die with you. If you have the ability, follow me now. While Liu Feng was talking, he was going to chase that person, but the difference in strength between the two was not that big, so when Liu Feng chased after him, that person used his ingenious body skills to successfully catch Liu Feng disappeared before. Although Liu Feng didn't think that he would catch the masked man when he came after him just now, but at this moment, seeing the man in front of him disappearing in front of him, Liu Feng still felt a little bit annoyed. 767. Originally, when Liu Feng saw the masked man just now, Liu Feng was somewhat happy in his heart. After all, he had fought against the masked man for so long, and now he finally had a chance to stop him. The masked man had just escaped, and Polaris and the director had already arrived. Behind at the moment, the director brought a lot of people from S.H.I.E.L.D. But when they arrived, they only saw Liu Feng angry looking at the distance, but they didn't see the masked man. So Polaris quickly approached Liu Feng, and asked Liu Feng what happened just now. Liu Feng, what's wrong? Did you discover something just now? When he heard Polaris' question, Liu Feng came back to his senses, and then looked around the director and everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. with complicated eyes before speaking. That masked man is in S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as he heard what Liu Feng said, the director quit immediately. Advertisement. He has been the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years, and he can be said to know all the big and small things in S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he let the masked man get in his hands? So at this time Liu Feng had just opened his mouth to speak, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately retorted directly. This is simply impossible. All the people in our S.H.I.E.L.D. are carefully selected, and everyone's situation is clearly checked before entering S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone is clear. How could that person be allowed to sneak in? When hearing what S.H.I.E.L.D. director said, Liu Feng frowned slightly. In fact, Liu Feng had heard about the selection of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel before. But after thinking for a while, Liu Feng still said to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, I naturally know that every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. is very strictly selected, but have you ever thought that it is very possible that the masked person is using the identities of those who were originally S.H.I.E.L.D. and then secretly discussing them, not to mention when he came to get a blood sample before. From head to toe, the whole person is wrapped in white clothes and a mask and hat, so he can't see his real appearance clearly, so he may dress up as that person, or he may be replaced by someone else's look. The director should be more careful. Okay. Hearing what Liu Feng said, the director's eyes flashed with deep thought, but he quickly said again. Even if this is the case, he should have sneaked in temporarily. After all, we S.H.I.E.L.D. have a catch-up slogan every night when we hand over, so if he stays with us for more than a day, he will definitely be exposed. But how can he be at this time? How did you get in so quickly? Come out. And although Liu Feng said that he has great trust in the director, but at this time he is still watching in person, in case there are any unexpected results, so that he can know as soon as possible. And when Liu Feng saw the director's expression of fear and resentment, he also sighed silently in his heart. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't done any testing for a long time since he became the director, but now that he heard what Liu Feng said, he also knows that this matter is of great importance. Advertisement. And even I don't even know about your arrival, so how did he know, and was able to successfully get those blood samples from me? The chief took them to an empty laboratory, and when they arrived, both Liu Feng and the chief had put on sterile suits for testing, while Polaris and Banner were waiting outside. Don't worry, it was indeed my mistake that caused that person to get the blood sample, but now that I have entered my S.H.I.E.L.D., I will not let the same mistake happen again anyway. Although it has been a long time since the chief has not personally done such small things as laboratory tests, he has become the director step by step relying on his own strength, so every test has been done very cautiously. Sure enough, these things are still happening in these places that I can't see. Time passed by every minute and every second. In order to prevent the previous accident from happening again, this time they have been guarding in the laboratory, and 2 hours have passed. Final experiment conclusion. Before, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was always very confident in the security system of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when thinking about these problems, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. really couldn't help it and felt a little terrified. Director, as to how the masked man got into your S.H.I.E.L.D. or whether you have his helpers in your S.H.I.E.L.D., you should look it up slowly when you have time. The most important thing now is to test the blood sample in my hand first. Originally, the blood cannot be stored for a long time after being extracted. Except for you,
I can't trust anyone else, so now I hope you can go with me to test the blood samples yourself. After speaking, this time the director personally took Liu Feng and Polaris to the 4.7 laboratory. But Liu Feng also knows that now is not the time to get entangled in this matter, not to mention that he does not need to intervene in the internal situation of S.H.I.E.L.D., so after thinking about it, Liu Feng said to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it is said that there are many people, it is easy to do things, but there are also people who say that there are too many eyes. Therefore, there was hardly any hesitation, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded in agreement, and looked at Liu Feng and said, "This is why he has always been reluctant to have too many people in his team, because once the number is too large, it will be difficult to control." Chapter 191. It can't be him. This matter is very important to Liu Feng, so after seeing the results of the test, Liu Feng didn't even look at it in the past regardless of his image. However, although the test results have come out at this time, the director is still inputting the blood results into the data curry for the final material comparison. But even without this step, the director has already recognized the blood, because the blood is obviously different from the blood of ordinary people. It is a very rare blood type, and it can even be said that there is only 1 out of 10 million people. As soon as Liu Feng came over, he saw the panicked expression on the director's face, so he guessed that the director must know something, so he asked the director. "Director, do you already know the result?" The director was testing blood, when he suddenly heard Liu Feng's question. He was so shocked that he almost dropped the test tube in his hand, but thanks to Liu Feng's sharp eyesight and quick hands, the group took the test tube back in time. When the bureau chief reacted, he looked at Liu Feng apologetically and said, "I am indeed the object of suspicion. This blood type is too similar to a high-level blood type in our S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that although his blood is special, it is not completely impossible to be the same as others. So now I need to do a final check." Hearing what the director said, Liu Feng already had 9 points in his heart. He must be the person the director said. But now Liu Feng can understand the feelings in the director's heart, so Liu Feng is willing to wait a little longer. Ding! After another 5 minutes, there was a ding sound from the data curry, and then the information of the upper leather team also came out. Liu Feng's gaze also fell on the picture uploaded from the data room. The person on this picture is none other than a senior executive of S.H.I.E.L.D., whose name is Crossbones. When he saw this high-ranking officer, the director's face instantly turned pale, and he was a little awkward in speaking. Advertisement, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible to be him. Crossbones has been in our S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years. Why, how could it be him? It is absolutely impossible for him to be a traitor hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he said so, the director's eyes looked very flustered, because unlike the others, Crossbones was the master who led the director back then. It is even said that if he hadn't met Crossbones at that time, then the director would not have climbed to the position in front of him now, and he would not even have a chance of surviving. Therefore, for the director, Crossbones is probably his mentor and his savior, and, since he was a child, he treated Crossbones as his idol, and now seeing his idol turned into a traitor, how does this make the director? Can you not be shocked? When Liu Feng saw Chang's appearance like this, he stretched out his hand and patted the director's shoulder lightly to express comfort, but director, he did not have any personal feelings for these people in S.H.I.E.L.D. When seeing the picture of Crossbones displayed on the screen, Liu Feng suddenly thought of the HYDRA organization and connected the two. The HYDRA organization is an organization that has appeared a long time ago, but the people of this organization are very secretive. For so many years, everyone has only heard of this organization, but no one has really seen the people in this organization. However, many people know that this organization is very powerful, and the people inside are very good at disguising, often infiltrating into other organizations, so although no one in this organization has seen the people inside, no one knows where is he, but no one has ever dared to underestimate such an organization. But even though I am not from your S.H.I.E.L.D., this matter is closely related to me after all, so I hope that I can secretly intervene in your investigation. Okay, Liu Feng, even if you don't tell me, I will invite you to investigate with us, not to mention that this matter involves my master. I also hope to find out as soon as possible. If it is not for him, I hope to be able to help him clear his grievances as soon as possible. Regardless of whether master is a traitor or not, I must find out the truth. If he is really a traitor, then I will personally end his life, which can be regarded as repaying his kindness of nurturing him for so many years. But if he is not a traitor, was framed by others, and I must clear his grievances for him. But now, I'm also thinking, even if it's a senior executive of S.H.I.E.L.D., but we went to S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly, how did he get the news, and he was able to appear next to the director without any mistakes and give us the blood samples we took in the past? Take away? When he said these words, there was a firm light in the director's eyes. Liu Feng was thinking about how to comfort the director just now, but now seeing that the director has adjusted himself, Liu Feng felt relieved. Those thoughts. Advertisement. Seeing that the director had cheered up, Liu Feng walked up to the director again at this time, and said to the director earnestly. Moreover, the director has not found any abnormalities after staying in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years. Now, thanks to Liu Feng and the others who sent blood samples, they have a clear point. Now we do have some clues. According to the results of the director's test, the traitor is very likely to be the high-level Crossbones of S.H.I.E.L.D. After returning back, Polaris leaned directly in front of Liu Feng and asked. Although the director was serious, he quickly recovered. Looking at the photo displayed on the database at this time, he said with firm eyes. Polaris watched Liu Feng leave, so he followed behind Liu Feng with banner. Liu Feng, how's it going? Did the director's test result? Do you have a clue now? Seeing these two pairs of eyes staring at him, Liu Feng gave a kiss before speaking.
After discussing with the director, Liu Feng left. The director knew Liu Feng's strength, and also knew that Liu Feng was not the kind of person who would cheat for his own benefit. Therefore, the director hardly thought much about Liu Feng's request, and 017 agreed. Although Banner didn't open his mouth to ask any questions, at the moment also opened his eyes to look at the question in Liu Feng's eyes. Boss, you are right, although as an outsider I can't understand your feelings for Crossbones, but no matter what, we will never let any bad guy go, but we will never let our own companions suffer. White Injustice. Chapter 192. Related to HYDRA. So even if he is a spy inside S.H.I.E.L.D., he is definitely not the only one in the gap in S.H.I.E.L.D., and there must be many chess pieces buried inside. So we must be cautious in our words and deeds now, so as not to startle the snake. I also suspect that this matter has something to do with the HYDRA organization. When Liu Feng mentioned Crossbones just now, everyone was surprised, but they also felt that it was reasonable. After all, they did not know Crossbones well, so even if Crossbones was made, what would affect them? Not too big either. However, now when they heard Liu Feng say that this matter involved the HYDRA organization, Polaris couldn't hold back his temper immediately, stood up directly, and slapped the stool he had just made into pieces. This HYDRA organization is really too arrogant. It dares to do these things so blatantly under our noses. Banner watched helplessly. The chair Polaris sat on just now had been smashed to pieces. Although he had already gotten used to Polaris' violent personality, he couldn't help but fight a cold war at this moment. At the same time, Banner was secretly rejoicing that he and Polaris were not enemies. Otherwise, if they were enemies, his head might have been slapped by Polaris long ago, just like the bench in front of him. While Liu Feng and Polaris were discussing this matter, all the other people in the base also came back, and it happened that Liu Feng hadn't shared much useful information just now. So now seeing that everyone was in front of him, Liu Feng repeated all the information he had obtained before to everyone. Sure enough, after listening to what Liu Feng said, everyone's reaction was actually similar to that of Polaris. Advertisement because although the HYDRA organization has always been an organization in the case, and has its own chess pieces hidden in various places, it can be said that it has always been in harmony with them. Before, although they also wanted to wipe out the HYDRA organization in the past to make a name for themselves, but because the HYDRA organization is too hidden, even if they had such an idea, they never implemented it. Especially Polaris. Polaris saw that the people around him were filled with righteous indignation after hearing what Liu Feng said, so Polaris directly spoke to Liu Feng and suggested. Received everyone's attention. Liu Feng did not feel the slightest pressure, because usually everyone knows that as long as there is something that cannot be resolved, everyone will put the next sliver of hope on Liu Feng, so Liu Feng at this time after thinking for a while, he said Liang. And those companions of Polaris, Zhao Mahao, also knew Polaris' temper, so after hearing what Polaris said, everyone was not angry, but one by one, they all set their eyes on Liu Feng and waited. Liu Feng's decision. That is, it is really not a wise decision for us to attack the HYDRA base without getting complete evidence, let alone even if these things point to the HYDRA base. After saying this, Polaris slapped the table again. Fortunately, Banner who was on the side had quick eyesight and quick hands. The moment Polaris' slap fell, Banner pulled the table away instantly. Although the teacups on it all fell down because of this action, but none of them broke. And Polaris slapped his hands empty because Banner pulled the table down. At this moment, he realized what he had just done. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand to scratch his head, but his eyes were swept across everyone's faces, hoping that his proposal just now would be approved by everyone. As everyone said, although the evidence we have now is related to the HYDRA organization, it is not conclusive evidence. If we rashly attack the base of the HYDRA organization at this time, then for us there is no benefit. Polaris is not only strong, but also has a very straightforward temper, so when he said these words now, he didn't show any mercy to the people present. Advertisement. No, although all kinds of evidence now point to the HYDRA organization, we still don't have any conclusive evidence. What's more, the HYDRA organization has always been very hidden, and their people have various abilities. Let's go there rashly at this time. If we can't wipe them all out, then for us, there will be endless troubles. However, HYDRA did not clearly express that it would be our enemy. If we go to the door first at this time, maybe we will be the target of others at that time, which is not a good thing for us. It's just that just now everyone was filled with righteous indignation and denounced the various crimes of the HYDRA organization, but now, when they heard that Polaris said that they were going to attack the HYDRA organization, they were immediately opposed by everyone. Yes, these evidences are obviously not enough to destroy HYDRA directly, not to mention that the people in HYDRA are not much weaker than us. But now, what they didn't expect was that they didn't go to the HYDRA organization to trouble them, but now they took the initiative to find them. How can this make them not angry? After Polaris said the proposal just now, she thought that everyone would definitely support her, but now after she heard what everyone said, Polaris' face immediately became very ugly. Everyone, this HYDRA organization is really too arrogant. We haven't even troubled them yet. They dared to send us to our door to find our displeasure. It's even like this. Why don't we directly attack the HYDRA base and let us they have a taste of our power? Polaris, like everyone else, set his sights on Liu Feng, hoping that Liu Feng would support his decision. You said that all of you are soldiers guarding our country anyway. How can you choose to back down when you encounter a little difficulty now? If all soldiers are like you, then we will still what is used to guard the country, and why are we called the patron saint of the country? If everything we do now is misled by others and we rashly rush to the HYDRA organization at this time, then wouldn't it be a time when we will lose to HYDRA, and instead let the enemy reap the benefits? Chapter 193. Now is not the time, but no matter what, the evidence is now a breakthrough, and it is very likely that the HYDRA organization has something to do with this matter, so we simply start with the HYDRA organization, and maybe we can dig out bigger fish from behind. Polaris originally wanted to continue to insist on his own statement, but now that Liu Feng's attitude was so firm, he could only sigh silently in the end. What's more, Polaris also knows that Liu Feng always seeks the safest in doing things, but every time Liu Feng's judgments are quite accurate. It is precisely because of this that Liu Feng just raised the possibility of Polaris will be so excited when it has something to do with HYDRA. Polaris might not listen to what other people said, but Polaris absolutely obeyed what Liu Feng said, so now that Liu Feng has already said that, Polaris has no choice but to agree. Seeing that no one raised any further objections, Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief at this time. For Liu Feng, not to mention that he doesn't have any definite evidence to prove that this matter is related to the HYDRA organization, even if there is such evidence, now is not the best time to face 437 with the HYDRA organization. As they analyzed just now, although the HYDRA organization has always been very hidden, like a mouse crossing the street, their powerful strength cannot be ignored. If they confront the HYDRA organization at this time, then in the end what they gain will be a lose-lose situation. Although their task is to eradicate those huge black and evil forces in the country, but first of all, they must protect their own safety. Otherwise they will not even be there, so who can protect this country? As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy can lead you to 100 battles, so at this time, after talking about the situation with everyone, Liu Feng was going to ask Tony for a piece of information about the HYDRA organization. Everyone saw that Liu Feng had other plans, so they all silently went to do what they were doing, but they all said that if Liu Feng really confronted the HYDRA organization, then they must all be killed. Call. For everyone's reaction, Liu Feng was naturally very grateful. These were his teammates who did it by himself. They were selected by CDCH, 1, and they could hand over the bag to their brothers. After everyone dispersed, Liu Feng contacted Tony and informed Tony of his needs. Advertisement. Tony is the best at collecting intelligence among them. Even the people in HYDRA are very secretive, but the information in Tony's hands is much more comprehensive than that in the hands of others. So after hearing Liu Feng's request at this time, Tony agreed without any hesitation, and asked his brothers to send the information Liu Feng needed. For Tony's act of cooperation, Liu Feng is naturally grateful. So after getting the information, Liu Feng contacted Tony again, and thanked Tony. Tony, thank you very much for your information. For us now, it is like buying an insurance for our lives, although it is not yet possible to organize the captain with HYDRA. But we have already made some progress, and it will be a matter of time before they become captains. After hearing Liu Feng's words, you had a serious look on your face. Originally, I asked you to think that Liu Feng's investigation into the HYDRA organization was just for future preparations. You didn't expect that they would probably confront each other soon. The expression on Liu Feng's face was still quite solemn. However, even though he was out of character, when Polaris saw Liu Feng thinking about something, he didn't step forward to disturb him. Liu Feng knew that Tony's products must be high-quality products, so when he heard Tony said that he would give him something to save his life, Liu Feng was naturally very happy. The members of the base all know that Liu Feng usually doesn't smoke, he only smokes when he is thinking, so seeing Liu Feng puffing away at this time, the people in the base know that Liu Feng must have met him now. What a big deal. You're welcome. Everything we do is to protect the security of the country and the people we care about, and I am originally a person with very poor strength, only suitable for collecting intelligence and doing these logistical tasks. Advertisement. Although Tony said lightly, but Liu Feng knew that as long as it was something Tony brought out, there was nothing that was not a good thing, so Liu Wei, who was new to the force, naturally. Even in my hands, this set of nano armor can't play its due role. As long as you can make this set of nano armor play the role it originally should have, then you can't be considered a disappointment. I don't think I have let down this set of nano armor. Gladly accepted. And Tony is indeed not that kind of stingy person, since he has already said that he will give Liu Feng something to save his life. He will not be stingy, so after thinking about it, Tony picked out a set of nano armor and gave it to Liu Feng, and told Liu Feng. People like me can only go to the battlefield to give away people's heads, so I won't go there to cause trouble for you. All I can do now is to give you something to save your life. And not only is it very light, but its defensibility is also quite strong. Even if you meet people from the HYDRA organization, those who are stronger than you at that time can also resist their power for you. Tony still admires Liu Feng quite a lot, so now when he learned of Liu Feng's plan, Tony hesitated for a while, and finally said to Liu Feng. After thanking Tony, Liu Feng began to seriously study the information in his hands, and at this time, Tony also sent someone to deliver the battle armor to Liu Feng. And thanks again to Tony. I sent people to investigate the strength of the HYDRA organization before, and that organization is indeed a force that should not be underestimated, but you also know my combat effectiveness. I spent a lot of effort to obtain this set of nano armor. Don't look at it, it just looks like an ordinary armor, but its weight is only 100% of ordinary armor. 1. In his left hand, he was flipping through the materials he got from Tony. With a cigarette in his right hand, he was flipping through the materials while taking a puff. Although Liu Feng has tried his best to judge the strength of the people organized by HYDRA before, but now, when he sees the information sent by Tony, Chapter 194. There is a tough battle to fight since Liu Feng hasn't thought of a solution yet, and he doesn't intend to tell them to go over. What they have to do now is to handle the matter at hand well, and at the same time strengthen their training to improve their strength. Liu Feng has been telling them a truth, although everyone is a companion, but no matter how strong your companion is, there will be times when they can't take care of you, as long as you want to go to the battlefield. The only hard truth for you is desperately let your own strength improve, and only when your own strength improves can you have the capital to protect yourself. It took about 2 hours for Liu Feng to integrate all the information on the file. When Liu Feng raised his head, he found that the pack of cigarettes in front of him had been smoked by himself. When he reached out to put the cigarettes in the cigarette case again, he saw the empty pickle and Liu Feng couldn't help a self-deprecating smile. Sure enough, this bad habit of mine has not been changed until now. However, Liu Feng's thinking was generally clear at this time, so the shadow once again summoned all the people to his office. Seeing that everyone was staring at him with piercing eyes, Liu Feng did not pretend to be a fool. Brothers, this time we have a tough battle to fight. Hearing what Liu Feng said, everyone's eyes fell on Liu Feng's face in unison. Although they had roughly guessed what Liu Feng was going to say next, they were still waiting for Liu Feng at this moment. Give them an explanation. And Liu Feng did not let them down. According to the information sent by Tony, the members of HYDRA are not only very powerful, but some of them are high-level members of S.H.I.E.L.D. What is the status of S.H.I.E.L.D. in our country? I don't think I need to say, but for their high level, if we have evidence, it's okay, but if there is no evidence, if a high-level person is moved, it is very likely that the country will be aroused. Turmoil, so we cannot take risks in this matter. When they learned that Liu Feng said that they had a tough battle to fight, all of them thought that the tough battle Liu Feng said meant that the HYDRA organization they were going to face next was very strong. Advertisement, however, all of them are the proud sons of heaven, so naturally they are unwilling to admit defeat, so they still want to have a good fight with the people of HYDRA, and at the same time, they must quickly improve their own abilities, strength. But now when they heard that some people from HYDRA had mixed into S.H.I.E.L.D., and even became the top executives of S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone was shocked immediately. No, before Liu Feng said that Crossbones is a member of HYDRA, it has already shocked us enough. We didn't expect that there are other senior executives in S.H.I.E.L.D. who are also members of HYDRA. How did the people of HYDRA do it? They have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. without anyone noticing. That's right, as far as I know, the selection of S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite strict, and even the 7 or 8 belts of your ancestors will be checked for you, and the people there will be replaced every once in a while. How on earth did those people infiltrate? Or were those people raised by the HYDRA organization from a young age? God, this is too scary. It is to contain all dark forces in their cradles. Then even if we bring the scum back, maybe the other party will find ways to release those people again, so our efforts can be said to be in vain. So now in my opinion, our first step what we need to do is not to scare the enemy, but to find out who is the HYDRA organization first, and the people hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. will remove these people first, then we will have sufficient strength to deal with the HYDRA organization next. Although we can now roughly confirm that this matter has nothing to do with the HYDRA organization, but if we rashly attack the HYDRA base at this time, although it is said that we can kill some of their members, if we don't all the malignant tumors hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. were eradicated. Zero at that time, we will be in a completely passive situation, and the unlucky ones will not only be our own, but even the whole country may be implicated. It's still a trivial matter to cause us trouble. I'm afraid that those HYDRA members who are lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. will know the information in advance. Advertisement. While everyone was discussing, Liu Feng didn't speak, but listened quietly, and waited until everyone's voices gradually died down. Then Liu Feng opened his mouth to speak. And at this moment, when Liu Feng saw that everyone was full of emotions, the corners of Liu Feng's mouth unconsciously curled into a smile, and then Liu Feng roughly explained his plan to everyone present. Although the HYDRA organization is a very difficult nut for us to crack, what was the purpose of our organization at the beginning? And now that we know HYDRA, the organization is such a hard nut to crack, so we must chew it down anyway. Only in this way can we achieve our goals and ensure the safety of our people. It is good, however, to find out who the high-level people hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. are. It will take us a lot of effort, and we may encounter many dangers. If any one of you is afraid and wants to quit, then you should quit as soon as possible at this time, otherwise there will be no chance later. Then the establishment of their organization is meaningful. And there are still so many people who have become the top executives of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that Liu Feng is right. This time we really have a tough battle to fight. Although everyone was a little surprised when they heard Liu Feng say that some members of the HYDRA organization had infiltrated the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., but none of them felt panic, and even in their opinion, the only way to uproot those cancerous tumors. But we not only have to fight this tough battle, but we also have to fight it beautifully. Otherwise, if they get the chance, then not only will we not be able to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., but we may even get ourselves into trouble. In the past, I only heard that the people in the HYDRA organization were very perverted, but I never thought that they would be so perverted even in ability. Chapter 195. Advance and retreat together. Originally, everyone was gearing up and eager to try just now. Although it is very likely that they will touch the foundation of the country if they move S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, if those cancers are not released, then their country will not be able to think about it for a day. It was a great honor for them to be able to go to Jinjai S.H.I.E.L.D. People like them, who were ordinary little people before, felt a little excited. However, at this time, they suddenly heard Liu Feng say that they would be given the opportunity to quit, so everyone was stunned for a moment, but it was only for a moment, and soon everyone reacted, but no one chose to quit. Liu Feng, what are you talking about? Although this matter is dangerous, which of the things we participated in before was not dangerous? The more dangerous things are,
the more we can reflect our value, isn't it? That's right, Liu Feng, have you forgotten our previous agreement to establish this organization, and what we have to do is to eradicate those cancers and maintain the country's 23 peace. If there is any danger at this time, we will leave you alone, stay here, we all hide, so what's the point of our participation in this organization? Liu Feng, you can arrange work for us separately, no matter what, we are willing to follow you and face all the difficulties in the future together, and we also believe that good will prevail over evil. Although those members of the HYDRA organization are very cunning and have sneaked into the SHIELD Bureau, but as long as there is a sense of anger in the foxes, we will definitely be able to catch their foxes and uproot them in the end. Liu Feng couldn't help but a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes when he heard the eloquent words of his brothers. However, the more this was the case, the more Liu Feng had to explain it clearly to them, lest his brothers would die in ignorance because he couldn't take care of them, so Liu Feng continued to speak at this time. I know everyone's desire to defend the country, and I am very grateful that everyone is willing to take risks with me, but I also hope that everyone can be mentally prepared before taking the risk, because this time we are going to eradicate some high-level people in SHIELD. Definitely not an easy task. Advertisement. If this matter is done well, maybe our name will be recorded in the national annals and become a person who will be passed down through the ages, but if this matter is slightly biased, it is very likely that we will be infamous for thousands of years, and may even become the fundamental sinner of a turbulent country. So now this matter does not mean that our life and death can be changed, so everyone must be mentally prepared, and answer me after thinking about it, whether you want to continue the investigation with me. Although Liu Feng said that the consequences of this matter were very serious, everyone present knew that what Liu Feng said was all true, but even so, no one chose to quit. Liu Feng, before, when we joined this organization, we had already thought about it. The worst result for us would be death without a burial. Anyway, as long as we can live up to our conscience, even if others don't understand, what can we do? How about it? That's right, since we chose to be with you at the beginning, no matter what happens, we will stand by your side resolutely. As for what you said just now, we don't want you to say it again. It's better to face it bravely and catch all the spies in SHIELD. Only in this way can they protect their own safety and the safety of the country. After Liu Feng received everyone's concern, he only showed a smile on his face, and then said to everyone. What's more, the position I arrange for each of you is very important, so before that, you must stand by where you are, waiting for me to pass on the next plan to you. It's okay, you don't have to worry too much about me. Since I've made preparations, then I will naturally have a way to deal with it. I can say that I go to the Director General alone, but if there are too many people in the past, if it is not, it is easy to scare the snake. Liu Feng, although we still have a cooperative relationship with SHIELD on the surface, so many people know that you went to SHIELD to test the blood sample. Who can guarantee that those high-level officials are not playing tricks behind the scenes? If a person passes by, we are really worried. Advance and retreat together. Advertisement. Everyone didn't expect that Liu Feng had considered all the details in such a short period of time, so when they saw the plan Liu Feng told them at this time, everyone present couldn't bear it. I was shocked. There are so many people with me now, just to protect the country and the people around me, so why should I think so much, as they said, as long as I have a clear conscience. Yes, advance and retreat together. Hearing these sincere words, a warm current rose in Liu Feng's heart again, and at the same time, these companions of his also made Liu Feng firmer in his determination. After the other people heard what Polaris said, they all nodded one by one. Although they didn't speak, their eyes already showed what they were thinking. After thinking about these issues, Liu Feng told everyone the specific plan. Putting one hand around Liu Feng's neck, he looked at Liu Feng with concern and said 997. Speaking of seeing everyone's worried eyes, Liu Feng only took out the set of nano armor that Tony gave him before, showed it around in front of everyone, and then said. Polaris' face was also full of worry at this time. However, when they heard Liu Feng say that he wanted to go to SHIELD alone to inquire about the news, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Although Liu Feng had arranged tasks for them just now, none of those tasks were there is no danger of the mission that Liu Feng himself wants to carry out. We are an organization in a whole. Since we chose to be together at that time, no matter what happens now, we must advance and retreat together. However, after hearing that Liu Feng had arranged each of them in a suitable position, everyone was eager to try. No matter what, they were already involved in this matter now, even if they escaped, they would not be able to solve any problems. Chapter 196. Going to SHIELD? What's more, you see, I still have something to save my life. This is the nano armor that Tony gave me, but I only have one of this armor. If you go with me, then should I give this battle armor to you? Or should I wear it myself? Although everyone was still very worried, but now that Liu Feng had already said this, everyone at the moment could only forcibly suppress the worries in their hearts, expressing that they would obey Liu Feng's arrangement. And although Liu Feng is very confident in his own strength, he is not blindly arrogant at this time, not to mention that SHIELD is definitely a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, and those hidden high-level people don't even know who they are. Even Liu Feng, who has always seemed to be a very honest director, said that he has a good friendship with him, but after receiving this news, Liu Feng has no choice but to have a little doubt about him, so before Liu Feng left, he put the nano war armor as put on, and then enters SHIELD. After Liu Feng left, the director of SHIELD also began to investigate inside SHIELD. Although the previous evidence has confirmed that the internal traitor is Crossbones, but after all, the director of SHIELD was brought out by Crossbones, so he still feels somewhat unwilling. Believe. At this time, the director of SHIELD is also working hard to investigate,
trying to find out the information he needs as soon as possible, and also hopes to help Crossbones get rid of the suspicion. However, when the SHIELD chief was investigating in SHIELD, Liu Feng came again. The director of SHIELD did not expect that Liu Feng would go back and forth, and at this time he was too busy to entertain Liu Feng, so he looked at Liu Feng directly and asked. I'm sorry, Liu Feng, you have also seen it before, something happened inside our SHIELD, so no matter whether the person is a high-level person or an ordinary member of our SHIELD, I have to check everything out, and we need to ensure the internal order of our SHIELD, so now you come here and I don't have time to entertain you, I don't know if you have anything else to do backquote. Liu Feng also knew that the director of SHIELD was in trouble, so he didn't care about his attitude towards him, but said directly. Advertisement, I'm sorry, director, it was because we came here to trouble you before, but now you know these things, and I have no clue about what to investigate next. But now I only know that there are spies in your SHIELD, and you promised me to cooperate with the investigation before, now I want to visit your SHIELD, you should have no objection? Hearing what Liu Feng said, the director of SHIELD remembered that he had promised Liu Feng to assist in the investigation. Therefore, the director of SHIELD did not refuse Liu Feng's request at this time. Definitely, before I thought that you were going to participate in the investigation, I had to go back and deal with your own affairs first, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. Although our SHIELD is not a quiet place right now, as the saying goes, those who are in charge are obsessed, but bystanders are clear. Now that you can come here, maybe you can also provide us with some ideas from other angles, and help us find out what is hidden inside SHIELD as soon as possible, the inner ghost. So for your arrival, we can say that we welcome you. Hearing the director's somewhat reluctant words, Liu Feng didn't seem to understand the meaning of his words at all, but instead smiled and thanked the director, which really made the director take him to visit inside SHIELD. When Liu Feng looked at SHIELD director's simple yet shrewd appearance, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind, that is, although the director of SHIELD has always been very calm in front of him, but does he have anything to do with the HYDRA organization? We also thought about going to catch Red Skull before, but every time we rushed over, there was no one there. Not only that, Red Skull also left behind the place where he committed the crime like a provocation. There's a Red Skull. In addition, since I know the enemy, I can fight 100 battles, so now that I know more about the inside of SHIELD, then I will have a better chance of winning when I deal with those members of the HYDRA organization. Although I have no other news yet, since the HYDRA organization is able to hide people in SHIELD, and has been hiding in SHIELD for so long, it means that there must be secrets they want in SHIELD. In fact, there is nothing special in SHIELD, but Liu Feng deliberately paid attention to it when he visited, and even sketched the plane of SHIELD in his heart. Advertisement. So when he was thinking this way, Liu Feng directly opened his mouth to test the director of SHIELD. This organization has always been relatively mysterious, and I don't know much about it, but according to the information from the previous investigation by my subordinates, I know something here, that is, the leader of the HYDRA organization is called Red Skull. It's like this. After our investigation during this period, we found that many things have something to do with the organization HYDRA. How much do you know about the organization HYDRA? Although the director of the bureau said that he was in a state of anxiety at this time, he really had a good temper with Liu Feng, and he would patiently introduce the purpose of this place to Liu Feng whenever he went to a place. But for this Red Skull and the master of HYDRA, he has nothing to do. However, the director of SHIELD only hesitated a little, and then said to Liu Feng. Standing in Liu Feng's position now, he has a skeptical attitude towards anyone, not to mention that the director of SHIELD and Crossbones still have a master-student relationship, which makes Liu Feng a little more suspicious of him. Now I only know this name, and I don't know whether Red Skull is male or female. The only thing I know is that this Red Skull is very challenging. Not only that, they can be said to be cunning rabbits in 3 caves. What? When talking about this, the director of SHIELD had a look of loneliness in his eyes. It has to be said that he has been the director of SHIELD for so many years, and he has naturally the strength to handle many big cases. Regarding Liu Feng's question to himself, although the director of the political bureau had some doubts, he still responded generously. Director, I have a question to ask you. Originally, the director of SHIELD thought that Liu Feng would ask him about the internal news of SHIELD, but he didn't expect that he would now open his mouth about the HYDRA organization. Chapter 197. What's the purpose? Say it directly. When the director of SHIELD was speaking just now, Liu Feng kept staring at him. But I don't know if the director of SHIELD has nothing to do with this matter, or he is hiding it too well. Liu Feng watched it for a long time and didn't see anything unusual. However, Liu Feng did not give up, but continued to explore other issues. Well, in fact, we have had some conflicts with the HYDRA organization recently, but it is true that as you said, the director, this organization is too cunning. We sent out so many manpower and material resources, but we didn't get any useful news, so I came here to inquire with you. I don't know where the HYDRA organization has been active recently. It's obvious that we've been checking their bases before, but we've found a lot of places so far, but I don't know which base is the real one. Hearing that Liu Feng asked another question about HYDRA organization, the director of SHIELD also knew that Liu Feng came to him to inquire about the news. In fact, the director of SHIELD is also very curious now. What conflicts did Liu Feng have with the HYDRA organization? But even if he was curious, he didn't ask, because they are 2 independent organizations with each other. Provide some information to each other, but not to the point of knowing each other's secrets. Therefore, after a short thought, the director of SHIELD said to Liu Feng. If you ask me where the base of the HYDRA organization is, I'm sorry, I don't know. Just like what you said just now, the people in the HYDRA organization are really too cunning,
and their base will be rumored to be in this meeting is rumored to be there. So far, we have not found the exact location. But I have to say, recently I got a piece of news, that is, the organization HYDRA has been very active in Africa recently, and the common people there have been oppressed by HYDRA people, so this news reach has come. Advertisement. Speaking of this, the director of SHIELD's face also became serious, turned around, and looked at Liu Feng very seriously. Although Liu Feng said, I don't know what your organization is doing now, and what friction is there with the HYDRA organization. And I don't want to inquire about your secrets, but since you were here to ask questions, at least let me know your purpose. When the director of SHIELD said these words, his eyes were very firm, and his whole body exuded an aura that could not be rejected. Although the director of SHIELD always gave people a very honest image when facing Liu Feng and the others, but if he is deceived by his image, then he is simply a fool. So when seeing SHIELD director's reaction at this time, Liu Feng was not surprised at all, and his expression became very dignified. He said to the director of SHIELD, Director, as the saying goes, people don't speak dark words. Now we have indeed encountered some problems, and I just asked you so many questions. On the one hand, I wanted to inquire about some information from you, and on the other hand, it was also because we suspected that there was something inside SHIELD. HYDRA members are in. Liu Feng has been observing SHIELD director's reaction all the time, seeing that SHIELD director was a little shaken at this time, so he stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder before speaking. Seeing SHIELD director's resolute appearance, and listening to his angry words, Liu Feng couldn't help sighing silently. I have to say how much SHIELD director trusts his subordinates. After hearing what Liu Feng said, the director of SHIELD's expression became more serious, but he still insisted on speaking. Impossible. Then it will not only be SHIELD that will suffer, but even our entire country and even the whole world may be in danger. We have known each other for a while, and you also know who I am. If something that has never happened, it is naturally impossible to come to you and tell it. Now I also want to remind you to prepare in advance. Advertisement. Although the director of SHIELD believed in his subordinates very much, after hearing Liu Feng's words, he couldn't help being shaken in his heart. However, Liu Feng also knew that this was not the time to act emotionally, so although he didn't want to hit the director of SHIELD, he still had to speak to him at this time. Director, isn't it a bit too arbitrary for you to say that? Even if there are only those few people in my small organization, I can't guarantee that. How can you guarantee that among the many people in your SHIELD, there will be no members of the HYDRA organization? Woolen cloth? Hearing what Liu Feng said, the director of SHIELD immediately became a little excited, and even interrupted without giving Liu Feng a chance to say what to say next. Liu Feng, I know that what you said is true, and I also know that you are concerned about the safety of the country, but I know the people inside SHIELD it is absolutely impossible for them to be members of HYDRA. Director, I can understand your feelings very well. If it were me, I wouldn't want to doubt the companions I get along with day and night, but this matter is not only related to our personal feelings, but also to the safety of the country and the world, so I hope you can face up to this issue. You are also a frequent visitor of our SHIELD. You are not unaware of the strictness of the review of our SHIELD personnel. If people from the HYDRA organization can get in under such circumstances, then our SHIELD might as well settle on the spot. Never mind. CDBG. It's all right for you to find out now, but if those HYDRA people are planning something, let them expose themselves. Director, you don't have to be too arbitrary. Didn't you think that Crossbones could not be a traitor before? But the blood sample I took out before was tested, so even if your SHIELD is monolithic, who can know whether it will be a traitor? How many nails will be inserted? In case there is a real problem at that time. If you say that there are traitors in our SHIELD, I will not believe it, but if there are people from the HYDRA organization in our SHIELD, that is absolutely impossible. And you also said just now that Red Skull is very horny. Who knows if he will plant people in your SHIELD, so I think your child should investigate clearly. Chapter 198. Leading the snake out of the cave. After listening to what Liu Feng said, the director of SHIELD fell into deep thought, but finally he said, Liu Feng, I know that you are definitely not a person who will spout blood, and I believe in your character, but I believe in my own judgment and my own brothers, so it is impossible for a SHIELD to have HYDRA organization, will come in. So I also hope that you will stop talking about this in the future, otherwise it will affect the unity within our SHIELD, and I am afraid that our entire SHIELD will no longer welcome you. Hearing SHIELD director say such a thing, Liu Feng was somewhat surprised. Although Liu Feng admired SHIELD director's protection of his subordinates, but at this time, in Liu Feng's opinion, SHIELD director, this way it's kind of stupid. Therefore, Liu Feng didn't want to continue arguing with the director of SHIELD anymore at this time. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the director of SHIELD and said, Director, actually I don't want to make you look bad, but now I'm pretty sure that there are indeed people from the HYDRA organization in your SHIELD. Impossible. Hearing Liu Feng's words, the director of SHIELD once again interrupted decisively, and at the same time said very firmly that he is a SHIELD, and there is absolutely no ghost from the HYDRA organization in the bureau. At the same time, he looked at Liu Feng's determined expression at this time. The director of SHIELD gritted his teeth and directly spoke to Liu Feng and said, I can't guarantee other things, but I still have great confidence in the purity of these members of our SHIELD. And I also fully believe that it is impossible for us to have ghosts in our SHIELD. If there are really members of the HYDRA organization in our SHIELD, then I will be your cow and horse in the future, and let you order. When speaking, the director of SHIELD held his head high and stared into Liu Feng's eyes with burning eyes, as if only in this way could he prove that everything he said was true. After Liu Feng heard what SHIELD director said, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then Liu Feng said directly with a smile. Advertisement. No matter what position the director stands on, I hope you are right, but I naturally have my own channels, so I can be sure that there are indeed people from the HYDRA organization in your shield, so I will take this bet with you. You are set. However, although I believe in the strength of the people in your shield, after all, what you have to investigate now is your own. I am also worried that you will ignore some of the points because you are too familiar with the city. So now I apply to enter the high level of your shield. Only in this way can I personally check the news to judge whether there are people from the HYDRA organization mixed into your shield. It is good. When he heard Liu Feng's request, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was only slightly taken aback, and only 2 seconds later, he agreed. Although our recruitment at S.H.I.E.L.D. is very strict, I still have great trust in you, Liu Feng. Now that you have opened this mouth, I will naturally fulfill your wish, but if you can find out that there is a HYDRA organization in our S.H.I.E.L.D., then I will naturally act according to the bet, but if you can't find out if so, then you will help us S.H.I.E.L.D. for free in the future. When he said this, a calculating look flashed in the eyes of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because although the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said categorically just now, who can really be sure that each of these people around him is very pure? Liu Feng deserves to be you. If that's the case, then I'll go and install him. It is good. What's more, these people have entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. step for such a long time, who can guarantee that they are not bought by other people? Zero advertisement. Although Liu Feng has now achieved the first step, it is not so easy to dig out those hidden people. After all, we all know that the people in the HYDRA organization are very good at hiding, and even more so. What's more, being able to get into the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. is enough to show that these people have been in S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. So even if at the moment knew that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had other things on his mind, Liu Feng agreed without any hesitation. It has to be said that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is also very efficient in handling affairs. He just agreed to Liu Feng in the morning, and directly arranged a new identity for Liu Feng in the afternoon, so that Liu Feng can enter the top management of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, I didn't expect you to finish the matter so quickly, but to find out those traitors, we still need to make some plans to lure snakes out of the cave. Although the bet between himself and Liu Feng is a bit big, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. also believes that Liu Feng is definitely not the kind of villain who will commit crimes. And after Liu Feng entered S.H.I.E.L.D., if he can find out the ghost who has mixed into S.H.I.E.L.D., then it can be regarded as clearing the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he works for Liu Feng in the future, it can only be regarded as being for Liu Feng. Remuneration. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. saw Liu Feng agreeing so simply, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, he reached out and patted Liu Feng's shoulder before speaking. And Liu Feng at the moment naturally saw the calculation in S.H.I.E.L.D. director's eyes, but Liu Feng didn't get angry at all. Instead, there was a little more appreciation in his eyes. So even if I lost the bet, helping Liu Feng in doing things is actually helping the country in doing things, and the nature is similar to me. Asking for flowers. If you only rely on your own strength to investigate slowly, it will take a long time even if you can finally find out. So after thinking about it, Liu Feng made a simple plan, so he went to find the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because if the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not too skilled in acting, then it can only show that this person is really doing things for the country. Even if he wants to calculate himself, he is still playing a conspiracy. For such a person Liu Feng, there is still some respect in my heart. But if Liu Feng can personally prove that all the people in their S.H.I.E.L.D. are very pure, then Liu Feng can do things for them for free in the future and save them a lot of trouble. So no matter what it is, for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. he is making a steady profit. Chapter 199. What you said to do. What did you say to do? Since the director chose to believe Liu Feng, he now naturally supports Liu Feng unconditionally. Therefore, the director hardly thought about what Liu Feng said, so he asked directly. What I want to do is very simple. Now everyone knows that I am not from your S.H.I.E.L.D. I came in through the back door, and you personally opened the back door for me, Mr. Chief, so there must be many people who are not convinced by me now. In addition, I have directly become a high-level executive at this time, so there must be more people guessing secretly. Think about it, if those who are good for S.H.I.E.L.D. are sincere, what they think now is to test my strength and see if I can be worthy of the identity I have now. But if it is a traitor hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D., they will definitely, 747, because they don't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to be good. Now that a person like me comes in, what do you think they will do? They must try their best to provoke others hate me, and then take the opportunity to get rid of me? It's definitely possible that I'm trying to use my hand to mess up this greed in S.H.I.E.L.D., so either way, now is a good time for us. Okay. After hearing Liu Feng's analysis, the director nodded slightly, and then asked again. Then what do you plan to do next? It's very simple. If I keep shrinking and don't do it, although those people will talk about it behind my back, they won't be able to catch my fault, and now I have to provide them with this opportunity. So troublemaker, please arrange for me. The most important thing now is to let them know that the most important thing is handed over to me, then those people will definitely take action. After listening to Liu Feng's analysis, the bureau chief thought for a while, and agreed, and then said to Liu Feng. Since that's the case, then go escort a psychic scepter. This psychic scepter is one of the most important tasks that our S.H.I.E.L.D. has received so far. Although the risk factor is not very high, if the psychic scepter cannot be delivered in time and safely, then our entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely to be killed. Take responsibility. Advertisement. Speaking of this, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. deliberately emphasized to Liu Feng. But Liu Feng, you have to think about it. It is also out of my trust in you that I cooperate with you in this scene. But this psychic scepter is very important to us. No matter what you do, this spiritual scepter must be protected. It is good. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D. director's dignified expression, Liu Feng can naturally guess the importance of this spiritual scepter,
but the more important this spiritual scepter is, the more he can dig out the person behind it. What's more, Liu Feng is also quite confident in his own strength. He believes that with his own protection, he will never let this psychic scepter have any accidents, so after simple thinking, Liu Feng directly agreed. Don't worry, although my purpose is to find out whether there are any members of the HYDRA organization in your shield, I will definitely not make fun of the people's livelihood and treasures of your shield. You give this thing to me, as long as I am still here, I will protect you no matter what, and will deliver it to your destination on time. Okay, I believe you. Seeing Liu Feng's firm eyes, the director of shield no longer hesitated at this time, but took Liu Feng directly to the location of the scepter. When listening to the director of shield talk about the importance of this scepter, Liu Feng was very curious about this scepter in his heart. But now when he really sees the psychic scepter, he knows why the director of shield attaches so much importance to the psychic scepter. Although the fact that Liu Feng was going to escort the psychic scepter was not deliberately leaked out, after all, Liu Feng is a newcomer, and as soon as he entered shield, he directly entered the upper echelon of shield, so it naturally attracted the attention of many people. When Liu Feng heard the beautiful fantasy of the director of shield, he nodded in agreement. In that case, with the blessing of this spiritual scepter, the strength of most of our shield personnel can be greatly improved. Do you think such a situation is such a good thing for us? Advertisement. In addition, the director of shield personally led Liu Feng to see the psychic scepter, and now Liu Feng came out of the secret room with something, which naturally attracted the attention of those high-level people. This scepter is a treasure newly developed by us, but it has not been successfully researched yet, but it is also very attractive to the outside world, and now we have to send this scepter to a secret base. Nima. This is not a scepter, it is simply a plug-in artifact. When Liu Feng came in just now, the director had been watching all the time. He saw that when Liu Feng first saw the scepter, although there was a little excitement, he quickly restrained the excitement, and at the same time Liu Feng there was no trace of greed in Feng's eyes either. After getting the psychic scepter, Liu Feng began to escort. Surrounded by this soft ray of light, Liu Feng felt warm all over his body, and the veins in his whole body were unblocked, and the speed of blood flow also accelerated, which made Liu Feng feel that his strength was improving unconsciously. At this time, the director of shield was completely relieved of Liu Feng and told Liu Feng at the same time. Okay. Director, I don't know where I need to send this psychic scepter. And Director 4.0 did not give too much hesitation, directly took down the psychic scepter and handed it to Liu Feng, and once again told Liu Feng to protect the psychic scepter. The director of shield has already warned about this matter countless times, so Liu Feng naturally took it to heart. After arriving at the secret base, I will try my best to develop other abilities of this scepter, and after the complete development is successful, I will copy it at that time. But it was only for a moment. Liu Feng put away his little thoughts, without any superfluous expression on his face, but looked at the director and asked. This psychic scepter is a silver-white scepter with a heart shape on it. Although it looks like an ordinary scepter, there is no big difference, but Liu Feng just got close to it, and immediately felt the scepter emanating from it. There was a soft light. After making this discovery, even Liu Feng at the moment, who has always been calm, couldn't help but shake his heart. Chapter 200. It's impossible to capture. Therefore, when Liu Feng left the director with the psychic scepter, he immediately felt countless eyes looking at him. When he noticed these eyes, Liu Feng not only did not feel flustered at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It looked like his fishing plan was about to succeed. And although Liu Feng has a very obvious perception of everything around him, he still doesn't know who those eyes are staring at him, so Liu Feng didn't startle the snake, but made a cautious appearance, turning his mind into a scepter. Protected well, and then entered the elevator. After Liu Feng entered the elevator, he found that the elevator was full of high rises from shield. When he saw those high rises, Liu Feng greeted them with a smile. Hello, I'm Liu Feng. I just joined shield today, and I hope that the seniors can give me more advice in the future. The senior executives of shield were not surprised at all when they saw Liu Feng taking the initiative to greet them. Instead, they all responded to Liu Ying with smiles. Even the tone of talking to Liu Feng is like a senior to a junior. If Liu Feng hadn't known some information about them before coming here, maybe now Liu Feng might really be deceived by them. And when the elevator started, those high-level executives still kept amiable smiles on their faces, and at the moment also restrained a little. At this time, Liu Feng could clearly sense that the air pressure inside the elevator was constantly spreading, so at this time Liu Feng made a slight arc, and then suddenly made a sound when everyone pretended to be doing their own things. HYDRA? Liu Feng's voice was not too loud, but it was enough to attract the attention of everyone in the at the moment elevator. After hearing these words, all the people looked at the same thing. Liu Feng, who was all looking at each other, had different expressions, but each of them had complicated expressions. When he received everyone's attention, Liu Feng couldn't help being shocked at first. He didn't expect that all the people in the elevator except himself were from HYDRA. Advertisement. But even though he was shocked, Liu Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, and instead showed a look of watching the show on his face. Seeing the calm expression on Liu Feng's face at the moment, those senior executives felt that they were being insulted even more. One of them glared at Liu Feng. Boy, I don't know where you came from, but since you already know our identities, then I advise you to capture us without a fight, so that you can save some flesh and blood. When he heard what that person said, the mocking smile on Liu Feng's face widened a bit, and even showed disdain for these people in front of him. Since I dared to come here alone, how could I not have guessed these little moves of yours? It is simply impossible for me to catch you without a fight. Although those high-level officials never thought that Liu Feng would be captured obediently, but after hearing Liu Feng's provocative words, the expressions of the high-level Huxia and American officials all change. Another executive said directly to Liu Feng in a cold voice. "Good boy, if there is a way to heaven, if you don't go to hell, you will vote for it yourself. I wanted to give you a way to survive just now. Since you are so ignorant of good and evil, don't blame us for not playing with you." Seeing that the elevator was about to reach the destination of 710, the faces of those high-level executives showed ferocious expressions. In their view, they could kill Liu Feng immediately, and then take all of Liu Feng's body with him. Carry the psychic scepter to escape. At that time, everyone will only think that this is Liu Feng's caretaker, and their inability has nothing to do with them. But Liu Feng also fell out of the elevator door. Seeing that one of them was about to grab Liu Feng's neck with his big hand, the elevator door just behind Liu Feng suddenly opened. I have to say that the people in the HYDRA organization should not be underestimated. If I didn't get the information from Tony this time and prepare in advance, it would be almost impossible to get all of them over. Advertisement, however, fortunately, Tony had the foresight to give Liu Feng such a nano armor. Those 10 nano armors also successfully blocked most of the attacks for Liu Feng. But at this moment, Liu Feng endured the severe pain from his body, and kicked one of the high-ranking officers at the throat. The strength and speed of Liu Feng's kick were quite large for that high-ranking officer. There was no way to avoid it, and in the end he died directly because of Liu Feng's kick. Even though Liu Feng was protected by nano armor, Liu Feng was seriously injured in the end because the high-level sneak attack was too tricky. If it was outside, facing so many people's attacks, Liu Feng would definitely suffer, but now the elevator is a small space, so many of them can't use it, but Liu Feng has only one person. No matter where you go, you can attack the opponent. But even so, Liu Feng was hard to beat with two fists after all. After about 5 minutes of four hands, Liu Feng finally fell to the disadvantage and was attacked by one of the high-level officials. When the man's voice fell, all the upper seats in the elevator shot at Liu Feng, some attacked Liu Feng's vitals, and some stretched out their hands to snatch the spiritual scepter carried by Liu Feng. But even now they are regretting their impulsiveness in their hearts. At the moment it is already too late. Facing so many people, Liu Feng is naturally not a loser. Although his main task is to protect the scepter, Liu Feng can't let them attack him for nothing, so Liu Feng is also working hard at this time to fight back. Shield security arrived at the elevator and found that Liu Feng and a high-level executive were missing. The director rushed to detain all the high-level executives and took them away. Moreover, these people's skills are also quite good. Seeing these people attacking their vital points one by one, Liu Feng at the moment is a bit careless. Even if Liu Feng's body skills are very fast, it was also attacked by them. It's just that what they didn't expect was that when they surpassed Liu Feng again, Liu Feng used his body skills to reluctantly and quickly dodge past. Those high-level officials originally thought that they could snatch the psychic scepter carried by Liu Feng today, but they didn't expect that this was actually a bureau jointly set up by Liu Feng and the director. Seeing the fierce attacks of these high-ranking officials, Liu Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 201. Sent to prison. The director's face was ashen, and now he really couldn't bear the face. These high-level officials were all promoted by himself. But now they turned out to be HYDRA people. The director locked them into the interrogation room and kept interrogating them. But at the same time, the director was also a little embarrassed. He glanced at Liu Feng, and asked if Liu Feng was okay. Liu Feng nodded. Although he had suffered some injuries just now, luckily the chief arrived in time. So Liu Feng looked at the director and said politely, "Boss, thank you." But at the same time, the director shook his head. It was too late for his subordinates to be ashamed of such a traitor. The director nodded slightly towards Liu Feng, and then left directly. The chief came to the interrogation room. These senior executives were a little nervous. They lowered their heads silently, and at this moment the director said angrily, "Usually I don't take you lightly, but why do you treat me like this now?" Hearing this, these high-level officials lowered their heads even further. Now they can't speak a word. Because they are the moles of HYDRA infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. The bureau chief sighed, and at this moment he found that these high-level officials were very strict. The bureau chief sent professionals to interrogate them, but these high-level officials did not say a word. This made the director very distressed. In desperation, the director had no choice but to let these high-level officials be tortured directly, regardless of his usual face. The mouths of these high-level officials were very strict. In fact, these staff members tortured them very hard, but these high-level officials were not willing to give in. The director felt that if he continued the exam, there would probably not be any better results, so he sighed, looked at the staff next to him and said, "Forget it, take down all the tools of the criminal law." Hearing this, the staff nodded. Then the director asked all the subordinates next to him to leave, and asked himself to talk to these high-level officials. Hearing this, these subordinates felt a little hesitation. After all, it is hard to say whether these high-level officials will take action against the director. Advertisement, so they wanted to dissuade the director, so as to avoid any accidents, but who knew that the director had made up his mind. He looked at these subordinates and said impatiently, "Don't meddle in other people's business anymore, I have my own measure in this matter." In fact, these high-level officials were also very surprised when they heard the director's words. Now the director's subordinates have all left. Although their hands are tied by iron chains, they can break free anytime and anywhere as long as they want. The director sighed, and then he stepped forward, watching these senior executives start to tell what happened before. These high-level officials have a good relationship with the director, so the director is not willing to see them being caught here, but they betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D., this is an indelible truth. So the director had no choice but to be ruthless. He slowly approached several high-level officials and tried to find out who they were. Why come to S.H.I.E.L.D., however? These high-level officials may have discovered their conscience, so some of them answered ambiguously, and some of them meant something. From their answers, the director gradually felt that they should have some relationship with HYDRA. The director sighed, he kept his composure, looked at them and said, "You guys just stay here and reflect on yourself, I'm leaving first." After finishing speaking, the chief left directly. The chief sat in his office, beating on the table with his hands. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. The chief sighed, and now he remembered what Liu Feng said before. Liu Feng said before that it is very likely that people from HYDRA infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., and those people's status is not low. The director was a little distressed, he really should have trusted Liu Feng back then. The director once again sent people to interrogate those high-level officials, and finally a few high-level officials couldn't stand the torture and finally let go. They told the staff that they were indeed from HYDRA. The staff told the director about this, and the director felt like being struck by lightning, and it was true, but at the same time, the director was so angry that they were the traitors sent by HYDRA to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now these senior executives are all my close friends, but no one knows that they are actually from HYDRA behind their backs. They must have wanted to kill themselves. The director's back felt cold, but now these senior executives had been discovered before they could do anything to him. Advertisement. It seems that this matter has also fermented to a certain extent. These high-level officials are becoming more and more rampant in this place, so they will naturally show some flaws. The director sighed, since this is the case, there is no need for him to continue to show mercy. So the director looked at the staff next to him and said, "What are you still doing? Why don't you send them to prison and hand over the evidence to the police?" Liu Feng told his method. Everyone was very surprised. Liu Feng's ability to handle affairs is really too strong. But Liu Feng was very indifferent. Liu Feng looked at them and said seriously. After a while, everyone still believed Liu Feng, but at the same time, everyone was very surprised and excited. "Liu Feng, what are you doing? Why did your own people tie them up?" These subordinates nodded quickly, and then they sent these high-level officials to prison. These high-level officials were tortured to death, and finally they were forced to spend the rest of their lives in prison. But at the same time, Liu Feng did not give up. Liu Feng felt that the members of HYDRA must be more than these few high-level members. Liu Feng was very proud. Liu Feng caught some HYDRA members, and these HYDRA members resisted desperately, but they still failed in the end. Liu Feng smiled triumphantly. It seems that this time, he can finally deal some blows to HYDRA, Qian Zhao's. Liu Feng took the opportunity to start an investigation, and this is the time when these HYDRA members are most likely to show their feet. Everyone didn't know that these were the members of HYDRA, so several people rushed forward, looked at Liu Feng and said angrily. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they took 2 steps back subconsciously, but at the same time, these HYDRA members couldn't explain a word. Where did Liu Feng find so many HYDRA members? These HYDRA traitors have already reached such a high position, so there must be HYDRA people under his command, so Liu Feng started to investigate directly. In fact, they are not our kind at all, they are members of HYDRA. Soon Liu Feng discovered several suspicious persons. So Liu Feng began to investigate the people around these high-level officials again, wanting to see if there are other people related to HYDRA. Liu Feng returned to the team with these members, but at the same time everyone was very surprised. Because these high-ranking officials have been discovered, the members of HYDRA must be in disarray. Chapter 202 Torture. Everyone couldn't help giving Liu Feng a thumbs up, but at the same time, Liu Feng also had some problems that he hadn't solved. So Liu Feng didn't stay where he was and continued chatting with everyone. Liu Feng looked at everyone and said, "I still have some things, so I won't accompany you for the time being." After speaking, Liu Feng turned and left, taking these HYDRA members away. Everyone looked at Liu Feng's back and couldn't help being dumbfounded. Liu Feng has become more and more powerful recently. Not only did he successfully guess that there are HYDRA people in the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., but now he even took advantage of the trend to find the HYDRA districts. Everyone admired Liu Feng very much. After Liu Feng led everyone away, he found a quiet place. Because there are several people who came along to help Liu Feng guard the HYDRA members. So Liu Feng sighed, looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has worked hard, let's rest for a while." After finishing speaking, Liu Feng stepped forward directly and began to question these HYDRA members, but these HYDRA members lowered their heads silently, they didn't say a word, it seemed that they wanted to confront Liu Feng clearly. Liu Feng was a little helpless. Liu Feng smiled slightly, looked at them and said, "I think you don't want to be embarrassed either. If that's the case, why don't you tell the story?" But these members of HYDRA looked at Liu Feng with stubborn eyes, they didn't want 007 to give in to Liu Feng. Liu Feng sighed. At first he didn't want to torture them, but now they insisted on forcing him. So Liu Feng didn't think about it anymore, he called the staff on the side to start to torture, and the members of HYDRA kept howling. But they have been tight-lipped, and they are not willing to tell the plan of HYDRA organization. Seeing how tenacious they were, Liu Feng couldn't help smiling with satisfaction, and wanted to see how long they could last. Liu Feng left directly, and the members of HYDRA were beaten and howled, but these staff members did not show mercy. That's what they want. And the more powerful they are, the more likely these HYDRA members will confess. Advertisement 3 days later, Liu Feng came to the place where HYDRA members were interrogated again, but the staff was very helpless. He told Liu Feng that these HYDRA groups were not willing to confess at all. Liu Feng nodded, and Liu Feng walked in, and found that these HYDRA members were covered in bruises. They were dying, but they were not willing to tell the truth to themselves at all. Liu Feng always felt that they should have CDBF, some difficulties. But at this time Liu Feng suddenly thought of a way. He smiled, looked at the staff next to him and said, "It seems that there is no way to continue to torture like this. Why don't we use another method?" Hearing this, the staff members were a little strange, but at the same time Liu Feng immediately took out a few steel needles, and he decided to use these steel needles to stab these HYDRA members and make them tell the conspiracy of the HYDRA organization. Liu Feng was so proud that he had these steel needles pierced into the fingernails of HYDRA members. Hearing this, these HYDRA members were terrified, knowing that Liu Feng's method was very cruel. They couldn't bear it at all. But Liu Feng ignored them at all. The hands of these workers who took the nails were shaking. But at the same time, according to Liu Feng's order, they pierced the nails of these HYDRA members. These HYDRA members were trembling with pain. They kept howling, but Liu Feng just turned his back, taking this sound as a kind of entertainment. Then Liu Feng lit another cigarette, but who knows, after a while, the voices of these HYDRA members gradually weakened. When Liu Feng came back to his senses again, he found that they had fainted. Liu Feng shook his head. These people were really vulnerable, and then Liu Feng had someone pour a basin of cold water on their heads. This obviously made them wake up and continue to suffer pain, but there was no way for them to break free. This made them extremely desperate. Liu Feng frowned subconsciously, and he just stood aside. Liu Feng knew that soon someone would be overwhelmed and tell the story. So Liu Feng looked forward to it very much. Liu Feng smiled slightly and looked at them proudly. After a while, a person suddenly opened his mouth. Liu Feng saw that he seemed to want to speak, so he hurriedly asked people to stop tormenting him. The member licked his parched lips and said, "Forget it, don't torture me anymore. I said it's okay." Advertisement. Liu Feng's eyes lit up. He wanted this result. Liu Feng glanced at the other members proudly and then untied this member. This member fell to the ground all of a sudden, and now he has no strength in his body, and he hasn't eaten in the past few days, so he is skinny and bloody, looking very scary. And at this time Liu Feng asked him, "I've untied you, can you speak now?" This member didn't dare to provoke Liu Feng anymore, but now his voice is hoarse, and he can't speak much at all. At this time, the other members saw that someone had escaped from the sea of suffering, and they were unwilling to stay here to be beaten, so they all agreed to speak out about these things. Liu Feng was very satisfied with their performance. Liu Feng nodded, and then had these nails taken away. The members of HYDRA couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as the spikes disappeared from their sight, having suffered so much in this place these days. But this iron nail hurt so much that their entire hand is about to fail. In desperation, they had to decide to confess. Liu Feng walked forward in 3 steps and took 2 steps, directly grabbed a HYDRA member's hair, and then he said angrily, "I've given you a chance, why didn't you say so?" This member was very frightened. He nodded quickly, and then began to tell Liu Feng. "Liu Feng, in fact, all of this is an organization's arrangement, and it has nothing to do with us." Seeing his trembling appearance, Liu Feng just thought it was funny. Liu Feng nodded and asked what their organization said. "These members are very weak now, and they can't say any complete words for a while." Liu Feng had someone bring some food to them. An hour later, Liu Feng came here again, and said impatiently, "Have you considered it? Can you tell me now?" These HYDRA members nodded immediately. They didn't dare to provoke Liu Feng anymore, and then they told Liu Feng. Because the organization felt that Liu Feng's potential threat was too great. So they ordered these members to come and get rid of Liu Feng and everyone around Liu Feng. Chapter 203. Asking about the base. Hearing this, Liu Feng was taken aback. Liu Feng didn't expect that these HYDRA members came here with such an important mission. "But if you want to get rid of yourself and everyone around you, I'm afraid the tone is too loud." Liu Feng smiled sarcastically, and then said, "Although your people have broken into the internal high level, so what?" These HYDRA members bowed their heads silently. They don't have any chips to compete with Liu Feng now. Now they were just prisoners. Liu Feng stood up, and things became more and more interesting. Liu Feng was not afraid of the HYDRA organization at all. Moreover, Liu Feng feels that although the HYDRA organization is powerful, they cannot threaten his own safety. "And all the people around me, I will definitely protect them well." Liu Feng felt that what they said was not enough, so he continued to ask them if they had any other information. But these HYDRA members shook their heads. Liu Feng didn't believe it. Liu Feng sighed, watched them pretending to be helpless and said, "If you insist on being like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to reduce the punishment in the future." Hearing Liu Feng's words, these HYDRA members trembled with fear. However, they knew that if those confidential things were revealed next, they might be retaliated by the HYDRA organization, which would be 10,000 times more severe than Liu Feng's punishment. So these members gritted their teeth and were unwilling to let go. Liu Feng sighed. It seems that these HYDRA members are really loyal. Liu Feng immediately called out those staff members again, and began to torture them in different ways, trying to make them tell important information quickly. These HYDRA members wanted to cry, but after another 2 days, they really couldn't stand the torture, so they decided to confess again. Liu Feng slowly came to the building, but this time the HYDRA members were even thinner than last time. Moreover, their lips turned white, and it looked like they were about to lose their lives. Liu Feng was very relaxed. He took out a cigarette and hung it by his mouth, and then said triumphantly, "The question I asked you last time, can I have an answer now?" Hearing this, the members of HYDRA immediately nodded. Last time, Liu Feng asked them, where is HYDRA's current base? And what is the current situation of the base? Advertisement. But the faces of these HYDRA members were pale, and they all knew that if these confidential things were revealed, then the HYDRA organization would definitely not let them go. They didn't want to tell Liu Feng directly, and now they have experienced another severe beating. They finally decided to speak out, and they told Liu Feng that the base of HYDRA is now in Africa. But at the same time, the condition of the base is very strong, and I am afraid that it should not be destroyed in a short time. Liu Feng smiled with satisfaction, and immediately sent people here to heal their wounds. These HYDRA members are still useful, so they cannot be allowed to die for a while. Liu Feng would also have someone bring them meals on time, but at the same time Liu Feng started the next step. Since the current bases are all in the African region, and the African region is a place that I am unfamiliar with. Liu Feng immediately asked Tony to investigate the situation in Africa. Tony nodded, but at the same time he was also a little strange. Why would Liu Feng be interested in Africa for no reason? Liu Feng didn't tell this matter out, fearing that it would cause an uproar. So he told Tony, "Tony, I told you to go, you go. I really have something very important." Tony nodded, and he quickly used resources to search for information on Liu Feng. Early the next morning, he came to Liu Feng's office with a document on the African region and handed it to Liu Feng. Liu Feng took the document and read it carefully. But at the same time, Liu Feng found out that the situation in Africa is not good. Liu Feng frowned, and now Africa is full of wars. And HYDRA's current base is very strong and not easy to destroy. Liu Feng sighed. It seems that the war has not affected the situation of HYDRA organization. Liu Feng was also very annoyed. He threw the information on the current African region on the table without saying a word. If they enter the HYDRA organization now, what are their chances of success? Liu Feng thinks that this matter should be discussed with other people. So Liu Feng found the director again, and Liu Ri found that the director was still worried about the matters of the previous high-level officials. Asking for flowers. Liu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to look at the director and said, "Director, I've got some important information now." Advertisement. Hearing this, the director's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his head and asked Liu Feng what kind of information he had. Liu Feng told the director all the clues obtained from the torture of those HYDRA members, but Liu Feng did not dare to be 100% sure that all these clues were true. The director was overjoyed. He really didn't expect that Liu Feng followed the clues and found other HYDRA members. Moreover, he has been tortured and tortured these days, and some important questions have been forced out. The director patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and said seriously, "Liu Feng, I did not wrong you." Liu Feng was a little embarrassed, and at this moment he told the director that the base of HYDRA should be in Africa. 0. Now wars are raging in Africa, and compatriots are suffering. I not only want to destroy the base of HYDRA, but also hope to rescue these compatriots in Africa. Hearing this, the director nodded. The director didn't have the slightest hesitation, and now he believes in Liu Feng's judgment very much. So he looked at Liu Feng and said, "Liu Feng, your idea is very good. I think it can be implemented." Liu Feng's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. Then Liu Feng said solemnly, "Director, don't worry, I will definitely live up to expectations this time." The director laughed, and then he immediately sent some assistance to Liu Feng. Liu Feng was very grateful. But at the same time, Liu Feng carefully studied the real situation in Africa. Where are the wars more frequent? They must also know which part of the African region HYDRA's current base is located in. Liu Feng couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He distributed this information to everyone, and then said, "Let's take a closer look. Now it is the situation in Africa, and HYDRA's current base is in Africa." Everyone nodded, this time with Liu Feng leading them. They were full of confidence, and Liu Feng once again put on the nano armor. Then Liu Feng led everyone to set off. This time they go to the African region. They must understand the situation there, and also understand the real strength of the HYDRA organization, and then defeat them. Chapter 204. Tracking them. Everyone set off with excitement. Soon they came to the African region, because Liu Feng was not familiar with the place, and Liu Feng was also a little stressed. Liu Feng looked at everyone and said seriously, "This time we are not here for tourism, we have a very important task." Hearing this, everyone nodded quickly. They naturally knew that the most important purpose of coming here was to investigate HYDRA's stronghold. This base is definitely not simple. What are those people in HYDRA doing secretly? They get people into SHIELD and hold high-level positions, so they must have their own plans. This time their goal is to investigate all the movements of the HYDRA organization. So Liu Feng led everyone to follow the direction on the map step by step towards the base of HYDRA, and soon they came to the vicinity of the base on April 27th. But because they don't have proper housing, Liu Feng immediately took everyone to rent a small house near the base. Everyone is looking forward to their living environment. After all, Africa is a novel place. Everyone is excited about this place. Liu Feng dressed up in disguise, and then led everyone to squat near the HYDRA base, observing the entrance and exit of the gate of the 9 simultaneous base. Soon Liu Feng found several figures very familiar. This time Liu Feng finally mustered up the courage to follow directly behind them. The other personnel saw that Liu Feng was actually following directly behind those people from the HYDRA organization. Everyone was a little nervous, and they followed Liu Feng from far or near, fearing that Liu Feng's identity would be in danger if his identity was revealed. Liu Feng followed these people to a dark dungeon. The condition of this dungeon was very bad, and the sound in this place was very noisy. Everyone is conducting some kind of dark transaction, anyway, it is something shady. Liu Feng frowned, he lowered his hat, not wanting to be recognized by anyone. Moreover, he secretly observed every move of the transactions in this dungeon. It seemed that these people were all idlers. Advertisement, and he always hoped to gain benefits from some illegal channels. Liu Feng sighed, he looked down on such behavior. But the purpose of his coming here this time is just to see what the members of HYDRA want to do in this dungeon. These members of HYDRA talked and laughed along the way, and came to a corner of the dungeon, and then they put things on the ground. Liu Feng pretended to be calm and walked in front of them. But at the same time Liu Feng still cast a glance, he found that the things on the ground should all be brought out from the HYDRA base. Liu Feng didn't stay any longer, he left directly. And after this experience, when Liu Feng squatted at the entrance of the HYDRA base again, he found those familiar faces appeared again. They talked and laughed, and seemed to be walking in that direction again. But at the same time, Liu Feng also wanted to know what kind of business they were doing in the dungeon. Liu Feng didn't dare to peep in the dungeon, after all, there were many idlers in the dungeon, they kept wandering. If they find themselves misbehaving, then they are likely to drive themselves out, and then they will be directly exposed. Presumably these people at the same time were very vigilant, and it would be even more difficult for me to find clues about them. At noon that day, everyone went back to the rental house together, but at the same time Liu Feng also told everyone about his discovery. Everyone was very surprised to hear that they often operate in a dark dungeon. It stands to reason that HYDRA's base is safe enough, but why do these people still plan to come to the dungeon to do activities? Liu Feng didn't understand, but at the same time, the situation in this dungeon was also very bad. There are too many dark transactions here. Liu Feng really wants to save these poor people in Africa, but this dungeon must also be destroyed. What's more, there are occasional wars in this place, and these people have suffered a lot from the war. Liu Feng thinks that the first thing to do now is to get rid of this organization, and the next step is to rescue these African people. Then they could go back with peace of mind, and everyone nodded. At this time, Liu Feng was going to sneak into the dungeon again, and squatted around the HYDRA organization in advance to observe what kind of transactions they were doing. Advertisement. Liu Feng came to the underground city to find a booth, and took out some old things and put them on it, and sat in the back pretending to be home. It didn't take long for those HYDRA people to come here slowly. So why are they bullying this little girl? This also made Liu Feng very curious if there was any deal between them. Liu Feng was a little panicked. Could it be that they just came here today to take a look and then left? They kept pushing and shoving the little girl, and the little girl accidentally fell to the ground. The little girl kept crying. Obviously she was bullied by these HYDRA members. 3.8. How could he bully a little girl so casually? Who knows what he said next, but Liu Feng was taken aback. Liu Feng is a little nervous. Will this HYDRA organization bully this little girl? Liu Feng was a little strange, and Liu Feng raised his head silently, wanting to see what was going on. Seeing them like this, Liu Feng trembled all over his body. These few things that are not as good as pigs and dogs are really too much. This little girl seems to have some sort of deal with the members of HYDRA. Liu Feng had some hesitation, he just looked at the little girl in front of him like this. But these members of HYDRA were very happy. They gloated and looked at the little girl in front of them without any sympathy. But who knew that at this moment, Liu Feng suddenly heard a dispute between people from the HYDRA organization. But then he suddenly discovered that the person was a little girl, and she was standing in front of the HYDRA organization. So the members of HYDRA pressed the little girl some questions and asked her why she didn't abide by the agreement, but Liu Feng couldn't hear the little girl's explanation at all. But after a while, these HYDRA members became a little angry. But they didn't take anything today. Liu Feng silently lowered his head, not wishing that the people from the HYDRA organization would find him. But for some reason, they didn't bring anything with them today. Liu Feng was a little disappointed. It seemed that today's success really fell short, and he wanted to see what they were selling. Chapter 205 almost exposed. Liu Feng silently clenched his fists, while the tall men in front of him kept pushing and shoving the weak little girl. The little girl had already been pushed to the ground by them, crying non-stop, but these people were still beating her non-stop. Liu Feng became more and more confused about what they were doing. If they really had a deal with this little girl, what benefit could the little girl bring them? Liu Feng looked at these HYDRA members and laughed. Taking the little girl's suffering as their own entertainment, Liu Feng became even angrier. Liu Feng silently glanced at the brothers next to him, because those people didn't dare to let Liu Feng come to the dungeon alone to face these HYDRA members. So they all followed behind Liu Feng, lurking in different corners of the dungeon. If Liu Feng's life is threatened, they will definitely come out to protect Liu Feng. But at this time, these partners who fought side by side all shook their heads at Liu Feng. If Liu Feng stood up at this time, it would definitely attract the attention of these HYDRA members. Then it will be very difficult for them to investigate the clues of the 923-headed snakes. Liu Feng nodded. He naturally knew what these partners meant, but the current universe is about to explode. These HYDRA people are really too much, bullying a little girl for no reason. Because this place is underground, no one cares about these disputes at all. Everyone was yelling about their business. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and looked at the members of HYDRA. At this time, these members of HYDRA found that no one paid attention to this little girl, and they were even more proud. They bullied the little girl in front of them crazily, punched and kicked her, and after a while, the little girl fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Liu Feng couldn't bear it anymore. If they didn't show up again, the little girl's life might be in danger now. Liu Feng also wanted to lurk around at the beginning, but was unwilling to stand out. After all, if it is these members of HYDRA, it will be difficult to leave the dungeon alive. They are all tall and big, and at this time those members of HYDRA laughed at the little girl's weakness frantically. The little girl wanted to escape, but they pulled her back again by her hair and beat her continuously. Liu Feng couldn't bear it any longer. Liu Feng angrily walked to the front. Advertisement. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move, but at this moment, a person suddenly stopped Liu Feng and subconsciously grabbed him to the side. The members of HYDRA realized that there seemed to be someone coming behind them just now, and they looked around quickly, but they didn't find Liu Feng's figure. At this time, Liu Feng was also in a cold sweat from fright. Liu Feng looked at Mei and said in surprise, "Mei, what's the matter with you now? Why don't you let me go up?" Hearing this, Mei sighed. In fact, Mei was more worried about the little girl's situation, because she was so small. If the beating continued, they would surely beat the little girl to death. Seeing Liu Feng frowned, Mei said seriously, "Liu Feng, don't be impulsive. If you rush up now, you can only startle the snake." Mei just frowned. She looked at Liu Feng and said, "Liu Feng, let's observe for a while first, and if we really have to, then go ahead." Liu Feng nodded, but at the same time Liu Feng was also very anxious. Liu Feng felt that this little girl was no match for HYDRA members at all. But these HYDRA members don't know why, but they have been refusing to let her go. Liu Feng sighed. At this time, those members of HYDRA also became very impatient. They yelled at the little girl in front of them and warned her, "You'd better get the stuff out quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, Liu Feng was very curious, and wanted to get closer to hear what they were talking about. The little girl gritted her teeth and refused to say anything. It seemed that there was indeed a certain deal between them. But this little girl might regret it temporarily. That's why this scene happened. Liu Feng felt that this little girl shouldn't be a bad person. So he could only wait quietly. But at this time Liu Feng looked at the little girl, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and the little girl said angrily, "Who are you guys? Don't you know yourself? How dare you come to me to get something now?" Advertisement. The members of HYDRA became even more annoyed when they heard this. They rushed forward and continued to beat the little girl, but the little girl remained very calm. It seemed that she had guessed this scene early on. Liu Feng sighed, and for a moment Liu Feng also had some hesitation. At this time, Mei also found something was wrong. Mei always felt that the business that these HYDRA members talked with the little girl was not so simple. "Liu Feng, don't look at them anymore. They are already eyeing us now." "Liu Feng, don't you think the situation around here is weird? It's a long way from that little girl and the members of HYDRA." He subconsciously turned his head and looked around, but at this moment he suddenly found that some people around him were also looking at them. Liu Feng nodded. Liu Feng no longer observed the little girl's situation, but instead looked around, and then went directly to another corner. Although their voices were not loud, Liu Feng could tell from the little girl's expression that she was unwilling. Liu Feng lowered his hat silently. He didn't want anyone to notice his abnormality. Hearing this, Liu Feng was taken aback for a moment, and Liu Feng didn't understand what Mei meant. Liu Feng glanced at 763 Mei, but Mei pretended to be calm. She whispered. Liu Feng froze. It seemed that someone had already noticed that something was wrong with them. It may be that the members of HYDRA beat her too hard just now, so the little girl was forced to give in. And if it's a serious deal, why come to the dungeon? And Wen Zhu has noticed that these people are also lurking, holding the bait of their prey. At this time, Mei was also very vigilant, and Mei whispered in Liu Feng's ear. It seems that this little girl's background is not simple. Should I go up and help? There must be something weird about this little girl. She also felt that it was not a good thing, and now Mei didn't want to meddle in her own business anymore. Liu Feng was very worried, but at the same time Liu Feng took another look at the little girl's situation, and he found that now the little girl and the members of HYDRA seemed to be discussing some kind of deal again. Chapter 206. Falling into the trap. Mei and Liu Feng frowned subconsciously, and now they were all distributed in other corners, silent. And they don't plan to stand out for that little girl, and other people in the dungeon feel that this situation is very common. Because the transactions in the dungeon are very dark. Everyone is used to this way of getting along, because sometimes the things they sell are fake. It is easy to provoke some enemies, and fighting in this place has become commonplace. Everyone will not come forward to fight, and will only take care of their own business. After all, they have no choice but to come here, and they just want to support their families. At this moment, Mei and Liu Feng discovered that the other people in HYDRA were also in different parts of the dungeon, observing their reactions. Liu Feng curled his lips. It's not clear that he was looking for faults. It seems that these people are deliberately ambush around, just for fear that someone will step forward to stand up for that little girl. Liu Feng couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had no impulse at that time. Mei also pretended to be calm, and continued to shout about her things. In fact, the things that Mei brought were worthless, but they came to the dungeon.
Because their purpose this time was only to supervise these members of HYDRA. Soon, the quarrel between HYDRA members and the little girl was over. They parted ways without incident, and at this time Liu Feng and Mei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Feng walked to Mei's side calmly and said, "Mei, it seems that the situation just now really shouldn't have come out." Mei also nodded immediately, because Mei also discovered that some members of the head snake were ambushing nearby. If someone catches up to persuade the fight, then they will rush out and beat those who persuaded the fight to death. So disputes often occur in the dungeon, but no one has ever stepped forward to stop them. Liu Feng and Mei just hid in the corner and watched the members of the 9 heads leave. Liu Feng and Mei relaxed a lot, but who knew, when the HYDRA members were about to leave, they suddenly took a look at Liu Feng. Liu Feng was a little flustered, but in the end he turned his eyes away and stood there pretending to be calm. "Continue to sell your stuff." Advertisement. These HYDRA members were very proud. They gave Liu Feng a blank look and did not speak. Then he left directly. Liu Feng sighed. Now that they have not been discovered, this is really the best result. Mei glanced at Liu Feng and asked in a low voice when Liu Feng was leaving. After all the members of HYDRA have left now. Liu Feng glanced at the little girl cautiously and found that the little girl had long since disappeared. It seems that the little girl has long been used to this kind of life. Liu Feng felt a little sympathetic to the little girl, but at the same time he was also a little curious. This little girl was definitely not simple. What kind of deal did he have with the people from HYDRA? Could it be that she is also involved in this kind of shady business? Liu Feng gritted his teeth. If that was the case, then that little girl was also his opponent. At this time, Liu Feng's people who were ambushing in other corners couldn't hold back anymore. After all, those people from HYDRA have already left. Why do they still stay here? This dungeon is very noisy and has a lot of traffic. For a while, they couldn't find out which direction HYDRA went after going out. Liu Feng sighed, then nodded. They really wanted to leave now. But at this time those HYDRA people came back, and they kept staring at Liu Feng. Liu Feng was taken aback. Liu Feng pretended to be calm on purpose, sat where he was and continued to sell his things. Even everyone couldn't help being a little nervous, but these HYDRA people didn't do it directly. They looked at Liu Feng for a while, and then went to other places in the dungeon. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but Mei was very vigilant at this time. She reminded Liu Feng to be careful, and then Mei went to other corners, wanting to see what these HYDRA people are up to. Liu Feng sighed, but at this moment Liu Feng had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Could it be that they have discovered all the people who are following HYDRA these days? That's why they looked at him with those eyes just now? The more Liu Feng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed that this place was not safe anymore. Advertisement. If you continue to stay in this place, everyone will be in danger. Liu Feng felt that for the sake of safety, the best way now is to leave the dungeon as soon as possible, so as not to have any conflicts with the HYDRA people. So Liu Feng immediately made a signal with gestures, preparing to evacuate with all his people. People in these corners are also paying attention to Liu Feng's every move. Now seeing Liu Feng calling for them to evacuate, everyone nodded quickly and began to pack their things. But their move was also discovered by HYDRA. These people in HYDRA hooked their lips. It seems that Liu Feng still showed his feet in the end. How is it possible that so many people started packing at the same time? And the dungeon is open until the wee hours of the morning, and they want to leave so early. Isn't that enough to say that they have ghosts in their hearts? So the people from HYDRA can almost conclude that there is definitely something wrong with Liu Feng and the others. Therefore, these people in HYDRA did not intend to continue to hide. They also started to act in groups. Liu Feng quietly led everyone to go in one direction. But who knew that while walking, Liu Feng suddenly noticed something was wrong. The floor in front seemed to have been loosened. But who would do such a boring thing in such a short period of time? Liu Feng didn't think much about taking everyone up there, but who knew that they fell into a trap when Li accidentally caught them. Xie Feng gave a jump, and everyone panicked. What happened at this time? The underground switch was also fully activated. Now everyone can go out. These people in the dungeon were very flustered. They didn't know what happened. Why did they turn off the switch of the dungeon for no reason? Liu Feng sighed. It seems that they have been discovered now. These HYDRA members are really not easy. Liu Feng immediately held a tear gas bomb in his hand. No matter what, he couldn't be caught so easily by these HYDRA members. We must create opportunities for these subordinates to escape. These subordinates of Liu Feng were also very flustered. Now, they might have another fierce battle. These HYDRA people were triumphant, and they led the people to Liu Feng's back, and Liu Feng directly threw a tear gas bomb. Chapter 207. Big fight. Liu Feng's heart had already reached his throat. He knew that now they had been exposed. At the same time, Mei was also very nervous, and Mei silently clenched the weapon in her hand. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and now it seemed that the situation should not be underestimated, and at this time Liu Feng's tear gas bomb had successfully taken effect. Now those HYDRA people didn't continue to fight Liu Feng. At this time, Mei took the opportunity to throw a smoke bomb. Now the smoke from this smoke bomb is flying around, finally blocked everyone's line of sight. At this moment, those people in HYDRA were very strange. Seeing the smoke getting bigger and bigger, they couldn't help spreading it out, trying to find Liu Feng's location as soon as possible. But at this moment, Liu Feng found an opportunity. Liu Feng showed his skills in the smoke. With his agile figure, he killed a large group of people in a short while. These HYDRA people lay on the ground moaning in pain, looking very uncomfortable.
At this time, everyone also saw the right opportunity, and they rushed to help Liu Feng. Everyone showed their abilities, and after a while, all the HYDRA people were knocked down. Liu Feng frowned subconsciously. It seemed that these people were not that powerful. 333. Liu Feng glanced at these HYDRA people who fell to the ground, and smiled ironically, but at this time these HYDRA people were a little bit annoyed. They kept yelling and said that they would definitely smash Liu Feng into pieces, but Liu Feng was not afraid at all. Liu Feng glanced at Mei next to him again, and said, "Thank you, Mei." Mei and Liu Feng touched fists, and the two smiled tacitly, and then the two of them planned to leave directly, and the rest of them followed closely behind. Everyone wanted to leave this place quickly, but at this moment, Liu Feng suddenly discovered that there was a trap in this place. Now they were surrounded by some iron pillars, and there was no way to leave directly. Seeing that the smoke grenade was about to fail, Liu Feng became more and more anxious. At this moment, Liu Feng took another look at Mei. He took the weapon in Mei's hand, and desperately threw it towards the iron pillar next to him. Advertisement, sure enough, it worked, and the iron pillar was bent directly. Now there was a loophole in this trap. Liu Feng smiled slightly, he rushed forward, and then used brute force to directly prop up the pillar. It was really great. Liu Feng was very proud, and then Liu Feng quietly led everyone to escape from this place. When the smoke bomb disappeared, these HYDRA people all opened their eyes, but now that Liu Feng has disappeared, they are all very strange. Where did Liu Feng and the others go? But at the same time a big footprint appeared on a person's hand. This person became furious and stood up to see what everyone said. This time we must catch them all and kill them. Hearing this, everyone nodded quickly. It seems that this time Liu Feng and the others are really doomed. Because all the exits have been blocked now, even if he wants to go out, it is too late. On the other side, Liu Feng and everyone are fleeing crazily, and they must not be trapped in this place. Liu Feng gritted his teeth, and at this moment Liu Feng found that the exit had been sealed. Liu Feng sighed, is there really nothing to do now? But at this time, the Green Titan laughed, and the Green Titan walked up to everyone and said honestly, "Have you forgotten me? Although you can't go out of this place directly, I can take you to escape." Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Yes, when did you forget the important function of Green Titan? Everyone nodded quickly, and at this moment, the Green Titan carried everyone on his shoulders and led them away directly. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was great, this time they managed to escape. These people in HYDRA are very angry. Now, CDBD. Liu Feng has bullied them, and who are they? Know that HYDRA is very famous in this place. Who will bully HYDRA? These people in the dungeon couldn't help trembling. They naturally knew HYDRA's name, but now that HYDRA had suffered such a humiliation, they all stood still, not daring to say a word. These members of HYDRA were furious, and said that they must catch Liu Feng. This time, even if the sky is turned upside down, they must torture Liu Feng to death. Advertisement, their big words were released, but when they searched the dungeon privately, they didn't find Liu Feng's figure. What's going on? These HYDRA members are very angry, but there is nothing they can do now. Impossible. It stands to reason that they have sealed the exit. Liu Feng and the others have no chance to leave here. But Liu Feng has already left here, making these HYDRA members very puzzled. They all think that Liu Y and the others must be hiding somewhere. So they hurriedly looked around. These HYDRA members yelled at everyone in this place, but these people in the dungeon didn't dare to resist at all. All these transactions in the dungeon were also interrupted. Everyone was a little sad, and they were secretly scolding Liu Feng. If it wasn't for Liu Feng, they insisted on coming here to stir things up, and they wouldn't have to be like this now, and these transactions in the dungeon could go on normally. These HYDRA people tried their best to search for Liu Feng and his whereabouts, and used a lot of instruments. But HYDRA's people still couldn't find Liu Feng's figure. The people of HYDRA are very helpless. They feel that the only reason that can be explained now is that Liu Feng and the others have already escaped, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for them to stay here and find them. The HYDRA people smashed the wall angrily, but now they have no other way. They came to the exit again, but the exit had been sealed, and it was very tight, and there were no traces on the ground. This made them very strange. What is going on? Could it be that Liu Feng and the others really grew wings? He escaped from this place so quickly. The HYDRA people were still a little angry, and the HYDRA people searched around to see if there were any other exits. But everyone said that there is only such an exit in the dungeon, and it has been sealed now. The person who took the lead in HYDRA was still very unconvinced. He felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. He pointed to the men behind him, and then said, "Go and investigate for me, and see where Liu Feng and the others came out from." Advertisement chapter 208 not found. Hearing this, the subordinate did not dare to delay. He nodded hastily. He took the people under his hands and started to grope in the dungeon again. Basically everyone's face has been checked. It has nothing to do with Liu Feng and the others. This made the people of HYDRA even more distressed. Why did a few big living people just disappear out of thin air for no reason? On the other side, although Liu Feng and the others escaped from the small place behind the gate, Liu Feng always felt that the dungeon should not be that simple. Liu Feng suddenly stopped the Green Titan. Liu Feng looked at the Green Titan and said seriously, "Green Titan, stop for a while, I have a better way." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and at this time the Green Titan stopped obediently, and everyone looked at Liu Feng with strange faces, and Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then say, "Actually, we can change into the clothes of the dungeon people just now, so that we can escape their capture." But everyone still doesn't understand. What if I change into the clothes of the dungeon? After all, they have no business in the dungeon, so it is better to leave now. Liu Feng felt that there were many suspicious points in the dungeon, and there must be key transactions of HYDRA people in that place, so Liu Feng still wanted to go to the dungeon to investigate these things clearly. Everyone didn't refute after hearing this. Liu Feng was right, they came to the dungeon to investigate the transactions of the HYDRA people, so everyone nodded and decided to go back unanimously. The Green Titan brought everyone back again, then the Green Titan hid in a corner. Liu Feng and the others sneaked into the dungeon again. But at the same time, these subordinates of HYDRA are also frantically looking for Liu Feng's whereabouts. These men were too tired to walk. They didn't find any other exits, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and report to their superiors. But when the HYDRA man heard that there was no other exit from this place, the only one was sealed. When Liu Feng disappeared, the HYDRA superior was very angry. He felt that his men were a bunch of trash. Advertisement, so he yelled at these subordinates directly in front of so many people, and said that these subordinates are really a bunch of idiots. How could Liu Feng and the others still stay here? They must have gone out now, so now they have to search again. These subordinates are powerless, they have exhausted all their strength. But looking at the ashen face of their superiors, they didn't dare to say anything to refute, so they had to leave with their heads down in despair. Seeing that his subordinates looked so good for nothing, the superior was furious, and he sat on a chair beside him and started smoking. At this moment, Liu Feng saw that the attention of the superior and these subordinates had been attracted by other things, so Liu Feng immediately led other people into the dungeon. And Liu Feng found warehouse first. After they entered the warehouse, they changed into the clothes of the dungeonites, which are the clothes that only the people in the dungeon shop have. Liu Feng was very proud, so they would never doubt him. They didn't see their faces clearly at all, which meant that they could continue to stay in the dungeon. Maybe they can gain their trust in the future. Everyone thinks that Liu Feng's move is really good. After Liu Feng and the others changed into their dungeonman clothes, they walked over in a big way, but at the same time, the superior of HYDRA just glanced at Liu Feng and didn't say much. Liu Feng was secretly delighted, but luckily, he wiped some mud on his face just now, and now the superior of HYDRA can't recognize him at all. Not to mention the rest of HYDRA. Mei couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. They just followed behind Liu Feng, and everyone continued to move forward slowly. Soon they got a booth in front, and at this time those HYDRA staff came over and said angrily, "Who are you? When did you leave here?" At this time, Liu Feng pretended to be righteous and said, "I'm so hungry, go out and buy something to eat, what's wrong?" These HYDRA personnel were scolded just now, so now they're in a bad mood, and just wanted to vent their anger on Liu Feng and them, but this is Liu Feng's righteous attitude, which also made them a little confused. Advertisement, so in the end these HYDRA members had to leave sullenly. Seeing their deflated appearance, everyone felt amused. It was great, they did not arouse the suspicion of HYDRA, and then Liu Fengwen quietly stood among those dungeon people. But they didn't gain anything from the injury examination. Instead, they wronged an honest man. Seeing that man was directly beaten to death, Liu Feng still felt a little guilty in his heart. Sure enough, as this subordinate thought, not long after, these people from HYDRA left and came to start the injury examination, wanting to see who the person who injured HYDRA just now was. Hearing this, everyone was also complacent, yes, but luckily everyone got away relatively quickly at that time. Fortunately, we paid more attention at that time, and we were not injured at all. Otherwise, we would definitely show our flaws now. Hearing this, everyone nodded quickly. They were still complacent at first, but Liu Feng's words were like a wake-up call, giving them a sudden enlightenment. Don't be complacent because you haven't been discovered for a while. I don't know what else they will use next. Liu Feng's subordinates couldn't help feeling rejoicing. Fortunately, they didn't have any wounds on their bodies, so they wouldn't reveal any flaws even if they did an injury test. But at the same time, Liu Feng's subordinates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Liu Feng said seriously. Now they too cheered up. Everyone watched nervously as these HYDRA men continued to search you. Now everyone's attitude is exactly the same. These HYDRA people don't know who to suspect. You have also seen that if any of you want to fight against us HYDRA, then this will be the end. So they gritted their teeth and started searching again. Liu Feng was speechless. Are these people fools? The subordinate said triumphantly. These people were trembling with fright. Liu Feng quickly put on a look of fear. But at this time, the people in HYDRA still didn't give up. They always felt that Liu Feng and the others should still be in this place. Everyone lowered their heads, and Liu Feng also silently lowered his head. At this time, the boss of HYDRA seemed to be showing off. He laughed and said. And the Green Titan led them away along the way, and also protected them all the time, without any scratches. Chapter 209. Too much to bear because the exit of the dungeon is closed. Everyone can't go out now, and these people on the 9th road are still searching for Liu Feng's whereabouts. They didn't know that Liu Feng and the others had come to these dungeons. Liu Feng smiled slightly. He looked at these subordinates and then said. Everyone, don't be nervous, we are just ordinary vendors in the dungeon now. Everyone nodded. This is naturally the best. They all puffed up their chests. Those HYDRA people are still searching. They don't get tired, but everyone is very tired, and everyone sits on the ground and looks at them. The superior of HYDRA was a little annoyed. He hurried up, looked at everyone and said. Now that the suspect has not been found, you must not sit down. Hearing this, Liu Feng and the others felt a little distressed, but in the end they stood up anyway, trying to be equal to these traitors in order not to reveal their identities. But at the same time, the life in the dungeon is different from the outside, because the life in the dungeon is very simple. And basically everyone has nothing to eat, and if they eat, they all go to the warehouse for moldy steamed buns. Everyone was so hungry that they all came to the warehouse one after another. Liu Feng and the others had no choice but to follow everyone here. Liu Feng's subordinates were a little nervous. He looked at Liu Feng and said, "Liu Feng, these vendors all have their own food, what should we do if we don't have it?" Liu Feng pretended to be calm and said, "Don't make a sound, we will adapt accordingly." After speaking, Liu Feng led them in, very quickly. Everyone came to the warehouse one after another, but to Liu Feng's surprise, there were only moldy steamed buns and expired mineral water here. But now, in order not to reveal their identities, they could only hold all these things in their hands, and then walked out calmly. He started to eat big mouthfuls, but these subordinates were very disgusted, but they looked at Liu Feng so seriously. They also had no choice but to start eating aggrieved. Advertisement: the life here is really too rough. Liu Feng's subordinates can't stand it. After all, the moldy steamed bun is really unpalatable. But other vendors ate with relish. They didn't dare to throw it directly on the ground. If so, these HYDRA people will surely find out. None of these subordinates wanted to eat it, so they just took a few bites and spit it out on the ground again. Now they are starving and there is nothing they can do. Liu Feng also wants to find delicious food for them, but it is too difficult in the dungeon where everything is scarce. So Liu Feng turned his head to look at these subordinates, and found that their faces were pale. It seems that they are not used to the life here, and they are almost overwhelmed. Liu Feng was a little distressed, and Liu Feng felt that he could get some information by staying here alone. So Liu Feng didn't think too much. He looked at these subordinates and whispered, "You will adapt to the circumstances in a while, and I will find a chance to send you out." Hearing this, these subordinates were very firm. They shook their heads, looked at Liu Feng and said, "No, boss, we all follow you." But Liu Feng knew that their life was very difficult now, and if they keep refusing to eat the food here, then sooner or later they will starve to death, which will also arouse the suspicion of these HYDRA people. So Liu Feng had to think of a way to send them out as soon as possible. Liu Feng sighed. Liu Feng looked around again, and then he found that the gate of this dungeon is still closed. Although these HYDRA people are unwilling to eat the food here, they are very disgusted, but they are hungry and unwilling to open it. Let them go out. This made Liu Feng very speechless. These people are really stupid. After all, if he really fled just now, they are probably still kept in the dark. Liu Feng sighed and said nothing. At this moment, Liu Feng glanced at the other exits, but these exits cannot be guaranteed to be 100% safe. Because these exits are relatively loosely sealed, this means that they are likely to ambush some traps there. Liu Feng sighed. This matter is really difficult now. Liu Feng looked back at Mei again. He whispered, "Advertisement, Mei, now we must find an opportunity to send you out." Hearing this, Mei froze for a moment. Mei was taken aback, and asked Liu Feng what he was going to do next. Liu Feng told her that if she wants to get clues, she alone is enough. There is no need for so many people to take risks with her. And these subordinates can also take care of themselves after they go out. Now this is the best solution. Watching Liu Feng speak out his plan so calmly, everyone shook their heads. They were unwilling to leave Liu Feng here alone. But Liu Feng was a little impatient. Liu Feng told them that this is the best way. Liu Feng has made up his mind. Now they can only start looking for the exit, and it will be easier for them to meet Liu Feng after they go out. Mei looked at Liu Feng and whispered, "Liu Feng, I always feel that they will probably design a trap next time." Liu Feng nodded, because these HYDRA people suddenly stopped searching, and they sat silently on the side, observing the movement around them. This behavior was very abnormal, which also made Liu Feng very vigilant. Liu Feng looked around, but suddenly a member of HYDRA stepped forward, looked at Liu Feng and said, "Why do you keep looking around? Could it be that you want to go out?" Liu Feng straightened up immediately. He nodded, looked at the HYDRA members in front of him and said, "That was definitely, I just want to go back now, I still have a wife and children." These HYDRA members felt very speechless. They scolded Liu Feng, told Liu Feng to stop wishful thinking, and then they returned to the original place to rest again. 3.7 Liu Feng gritted his teeth, thinking that if they don't go into the tiger's lair, there will be no tiger cubs. If they don't take action, then these subordinates will have no way to get out, and they can only be consumed to death here. And these HYDRA members seem to be very idle, so they will definitely continue to stay here and observe everyone. Mei felt that it was not that simple. They were probably trying to find a way to identify those who attacked them just now. After all, they have been searching for so long, but they have not found any exit, which means that the people who attacked them just now must still be here. Liu Feng nodded, and Liu Feng began to analyze the current situation for everyone in a low voice. The people in other dungeons are also like eggplants beaten by frost. They don't dare to bargain with the people in HYDRA in front of them. Chapter 210 Change Strategy. The current situation is very uncertain. Even Liu Feng can't understand these HYDRA members. What exactly do they want to do? And then Mei raised her head and whispered, "Liu Feng, what do you think we should do next?" In fact, according to what Liu Feng said, these subordinates should be sent out first. Although the safety of his subordinates can be guaranteed, everyone is really worried about Liu Feng staying here. Liu Feng is their backbone, and if something unexpected happens to Liu Feng, their activities in Africa will be completely impossible. But at this time Liu Feng sighed. Liu Feng always felt that these HYDRA people must be waiting for an opportunity, but as for their purpose, that is to catch the murderer. No one knows what conspiracy they will have next, so he told everyone. You have also seen that the reason why these HYDRA people have not left is that they firmly believe that we are still here. Hearing this, everyone nodded quickly. It was very obvious, and they knew that the enemy was in the dungeon, probably in a certain corner, or they had already dressed up as dungeon men. So now they will definitely not leave for a while. But at the same time, they can continue to work with peace of mind and not interfere with the behavior of these underground people, which must be a fraud. And they didn't know what they would do next, so Liu Feng was very worried. He felt that the best way now was to send these subordinates out directly. Only in this way can their safety be guaranteed, and they can better rescue themselves. Liu Feng raised his head to look at that HYDRA person again, and found that the superior of HYDRA was smoking heavily. It seemed that he was very leisurely and not in a hurry. But after a while of plotting just now, everyone's status has changed, and Liu Feng is not sure what they want to do. If they go out now, they must be close to death. They are so proud of themselves, and they look confident. It is very likely that people have ambushed outside, or the outside must be full of traps. If you go out, you will definitely encounter danger. No one knows if the people of HYDRA have called in other helpers. Advertisement: if there are HYDRA people outside, when they see them coming out, those HYDRA people will definitely not let it go. Maybe they still have guns in their hands. Now HYDRA has everything they need, and they only owe Dongfeng. If you go out, there may be danger outside. Liu Feng sighed softly, but at the same time, Liu Feng also felt that it might not be safe to send these subordinates out now. Because these HYDRA people probably have already guessed my thoughts, the reason why I want to send the assistant out now is because the assistant will not get good treatment at all when staying here. What's more, they can help themselves very well after they go out, can't they? But these HYDRA people seem to have thought of Liu Feng's layout early. So now they have set up traps inside and out, just waiting for Liu Feng to lose his composure and stand up to resist. In this way, there is only a dead end in front of them. Liu Feng sighed, and then glanced at the people in the dungeon around him. These people in the dungeon didn't feel guilty. Although they were afraid of the people at the same time, they didn't humbly beg for mercy. After all, they didn't do this matter. Liu Feng sighed, then whispered. I think the safest way now is that we all stay here and do the same thing with the people in these dungeons. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. After all, if they go out now, it will only lead to a dead end. So Liu Feng decided to take everyone to continue in the dungeon, mixing with these dungeon people. Liu Feng conveyed the meaning to these subordinates. Everyone lowered their heads and fell into deep thought, but at this moment Mei nodded. Mei understood Liu Feng's thoughts very well. After all, what Liu Feng said now made sense. For them, being alive is the most important thing, and if they try their best to get out, it will cause certain casualties. What's more, in the end, everyone was captured and taken away. They came here just to investigate the real purpose and stronghold of the HYDRA organization. Mei looked at Liu Feng and said firmly, advertisement. Okay, Liu Feng, I trust you. No matter what time it was, they were still playing happily here. I'm sorry, boss, we have searched thoroughly, but we still haven't found anything. Liu Feng gritted his teeth in hatred. These people are really big-hearted. And that HYDRA superior once again sent his men to search the people in the dungeon to see if they had any offensive weapons. But there are too many of these hooligans in the dungeon. Even if they are captured, it will be useless, and even a lot of time will be wasted. These HYDRA's subordinates searched the body bravely, but they spent a whole afternoon and still found nothing. Hearing this, Liu Feng's subordinates were very nervous. They immediately threw the weapons under their hands to the side of the curry, and then calmly stood up to accept the inspection. But they couldn't capture all the people in the dungeon, so they were also very distressed. They are also constantly communicating, hoping to find a countermeasure. So, these HYDRA people are very satisfied. They laugh, but at the same time they are also constantly having fun in the dungeon. At this time, these people in HYDRA did not give up, and the people in HYDRA couldn't find any clues after investigating for a while. Liu Feng also nodded quickly, and he glanced at the other subordinates, who also nodded heavily. The superior was very annoyed, and he was furious at his subordinates, who were still slacking off just now. Not even a single piece of evidence can be found now. These subordinates bit the bullet, but in the end they were also very unconvinced. One subordinate looked at the superior in front of him and said seriously. This made them feel tired when they thought about it, so these people unanimously started to play badly. They felt that in a few days, Liu Feng and the others would definitely come out by themselves. These subordinates were a little helpless, but in the end they still stepped forward and looked at the superior in front of them and said, the condition of the dungeon is very bad. They must not have been in the dungeon for such a long time in 670. If they were disguised inside the dungeon man, they would show their flaws sooner or later. If Liu Feng and the others had already escaped, I'm afraid they would get nothing even if they captured everyone. Chapter 211 Verifying Identity. Boss, our search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Why don't we check all the personnel directly and verify their identities? Hearing this, HYDRA's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his subordinates to be so effective at this critical moment. And this proposal is very good, because all these people working in the dungeon have work licenses, and each of them can verify their identities. But at this time Liu Feng and these subordinates were very panicked. Liu Feng, seeing that HYDRA was discussing with those subordinates, his heart trembled uncontrollably. It seemed that they were going to be exposed soon. Liu Feng's people approached quietly, wanting to see what they were talking about. HYDRA and his subordinates were very fascinated by the discussion, so they didn't notice Liu Feng's person. Liu Feng's person turned pale after listening for a while. He returned to Liu Feng's side, his body was still trembling, he whispered. Boss, it's not good, they need to verify everyone's identity now. Hearing this, Liu Feng was shocked. It seemed that they really wanted to use other methods to find the murderer now. Liu Feng sighed, and Liu Feng told the news to all his subordinates. They also started whispering, wanting to find a way to deal with it, but what made Liu Feng feel desperate? They don't have any camouflage at all, and now they only have the clothes of the dungeon people, but these people in the dungeon are all hooligans. Some people are doing some dark deals, and they all have accomplices, or people they know. Liu Feng and the others had only been pretending to sell things in the dungeon for a few days, and they didn't know anyone at all. Liu Feng became more and more anxious, and Liu Feng threw out all the things that could prove his identity. Then he pretended to be calm and stood in front of everyone. And everyone is very calm, they know. If strict verification is really going to be carried out this time, then they will definitely not be able to escape. Liu Feng sighed, thinking that he could stay here for a long time. Now that he was about to be discovered, Liu Feng was still somewhat nervous. These people under him were also trembling. They didn't expect that the people of HYDRA were tirelessly looking for ways to verify the identities of these people. Advertisement. But at this moment, a person from the dungeon suddenly had a stomachache. He rushed to those subordinates and asked if he could go out for convenience. But who knew that this subordinate was very impatient, and directly took out the gun at his waist and killed the person in the dungeon in front of him. Everyone was taken aback. They squatted on the ground and did not dare to move, but their bodies were still trembling slightly. Liu Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could already imagine what it would be like if he was caught. Liu Feng turned his head to look at everyone, and at this moment, a trace of panic flashed in the eyes of his subordinates. It would be a lie to say that he is not afraid. After all, this is a matter of losing his life. Liu Feng has made up his mind. If his identity is exposed this time, then he must also take all the blame for it. Because I wanted to come back at that time, everyone mustered up their courage and followed me back to this dangerous place. Even if I had to bear the responsibility, it was my own problem. Seeing that they were about to be checked, Liu Feng was a little nervous, but at the same time Liu Feng still turned his head and looked at everyone and said, "Be serious, everyone, maybe we can pass this time." Everyone nodded, because they had already thought of their rhetoric, after all, even though they were dressed in dungeon man's clothes. But it can also show that they are homeless people nearby. They really have nowhere to go, so they plan to come to the underground city to find a place to live. But who knew that such a thing happened by chance today? Everyone also nodded. Although this statement is not convincing, they can only do this, Liu whispered. Everyone, don't be nervous. If the real identity is revealed, we will take action immediately. Maybe we can die with them. Everyone nodded tragically. Their hearts were in their throats, and the most important thing for them now was to pass the inspection. As long as they passed the inspection, there was no need to fight with these nine-headed people. These subordinates checked very carefully, and even asked about their home addresses. But all the people in front passed one by one, leaving only Liu Feng and the others. Liu Feng looked at everyone, and everyone nodded slightly at Liu Feng. Liu probably knew that this was everyone's dislike to him. If Liu Feng fails the inspection, then everyone will take out their weapons and rush forward, desperately fighting these HYDRA people. Advertisement. Liu Feng's heart was in his throat, but he still pretended to be calm, and slowly walked forward to start the examination. Liu Feng answered the questions with a blank expression. Although these subordinates were very suspicious, in the end they had no evidence, so they had to let Liu Feng leave. Liu Feng couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, but behind him were all his subordinates. These subordinates were a little flustered, but Liu Feng acted very calmly, as if he didn't know them at all. These subordinates answered the question with trembling voices. Although these HYDRA subordinates were very suspicious, they still let them pass. The last one was Mei, and Mei stood calmly in front of these HYDRA people, but who knew that these HYDRA people suddenly felt that Mei looked very familiar. Mei was a little worried. After all, it was very likely that these HYDRA people had met her before. Mei Chang pretended to be calm and said, "What's the matter? There are too many people who look like me." However, Mei's words did not seem to calm the doubts of these HYDRA people. In the end, the HYDRA people looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should leave, but this person wants to stay." Qian Zhao Zhao, he pointed to Mei. Those ordinary dungeon people all left directly. After all, they don't know Mei, so why should they care about Mei's life? Mei, on the other hand, was very calm. She didn't want people to see that she was very scared now. Liu Feng was a little worried, but Liu Feng still used his eyes to signal these subordinates to leave this place quickly and not to stay. He would naturally find a way to save Mei. Looking at the figures of everyone passing by, Mei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she was not allowed to leave now, she would never say a word. But at the same time, Liu Feng felt strange as he walked forward. Logically speaking, they would not pass the inspection. But why are the subordinates of HYDRA treating them so broadly? The more Liu Feng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. But at this moment, these HYDRA people also let Mei go.